Hello, boys and girls, and welcome to the greatest competition on earth. It's the 6th Invitational 2024 live here in Brazil. And my God, we got a hell of a lot of games to get through this week. I'm Des. This is Tim. And Tim, what are you doing?
What? Oh, what? I've been stuck on this crossword all morning, Des. I'm too deep. I've got one left. I've got one word left. And I've got to get it finished, man.
Oh, what's the clue?
Right, it's 2 words, 5 letters, 4 letters. The clue is, what is it when one of the best esports tournaments in the world is about to begin? 5 letters and 4 letters.
I know this one. It's Siege time! You knew it was coming at some point. That's it. We're almost ready to get underway with things. Can't wait to get into games. But first, Tim, I think we've got to tell people about what's in store, what they should be looking forward to. So let's take a look at the groups at this fine tournament so we can see exactly who is playing. Now, Tim, we could talk about these groups all day. I'm going to put you on a time limit. Which group are you most excited about inside 20 seconds?
All of them.
That's cheating.
I'm really excited about Group A. I look at Group A, you've got G2, Dark Zero, NIP all in there, and then you've also got a couple of teams that we know can have the potential for upsets. You know, GK, obviously, we just saw what they could do in Atlanta. So yeah, Group A really, as I said, all of them, I'm just looking forward to wall-to-wall Siege for the next week, but Group A really does tickle my fancy.
Oh, I like that, Tim. I think we'll take a look at B as well while we're here as well. An interesting one is where we're starting the stream here today. We'll be kicking things off with SSG versus Wolves, as you'll see very, very shortly. Many look at that group and you just see how things stand and you just think, you know what, it's going to be an easy, clean sweep in that group for the best teams there, but nothing is to be guaranteed here at the 6th Invitational. And just so you can see what our 2 schedules look like, this is what's going on across the 2 streams. You are here on the B stream. If you want to see G2 versus NIP, get it on a second monitor, look it over on that side, because over here we've got SSG versus Wolves. But throughout the day, there are plenty of games that you can catch on both streams, so be sure to check out where your favourite teams are playing so you don't miss a second of the action. Let's focus in, though, on the B streamers. That is where you are now, and we'll take a look through those games in a little bit more detail. Tim, as we said, we're starting out with SSG versus Wolves. What are the games are you really excited about today? And you can't say all of them.
You've got me. Yeah, Wolves versus SSG, obviously, you know, what a huge one. And let's not forget, there's SSG, the first team that we casted our very first SI group stage game back in 2020. So a little full circle for us there, back to today at SI24. Obviously, that's going to be a huge game to kick us off. I'm really interested to see how FaZe are. A lot of people really like FaZe, you know, overall and for the tournament as well. So seeing them against E+, that's going to be a big one because, yeah, it's a game that we think they should come out and win. So are they going to come out and win it? That's the big question. How are these teams going to kick off with the performances? But our second game of the day, 3rd overall, is, of course, that Loss versus Falcons. Loss having that fantastic run in Atlanta. Is it going to continue? Was it a blip? We're going to find out. And you and I have loved Loss. We've followed them a number of tournaments now. We've cast them quite a lot. Through choice, you know, we've tried to get their games. It's a team we enjoy watching and casting. We're back with them on day 1, and that's going to be an absolute cracker.
I can't wait to see Sonic Scars either. As a quick side point there, that could be a really exciting game to end the day on. But let's focus on the game that we've got here. As mentioned, SSG against Wolves to kick things off. You know, if you're from NA, if you support NA, you know these boys. They won SI, well, I'm not sure this roster, but the team did. Won SI a good few years ago now. It's been a journey to try and get back to that form. Fault still hanging around from those days. Otherwise, things have changed dramatically. That merger of Astralis coming together as well into this organisation has taken a bit of time, but it feels now like they're finally starting to get that form and shape that we've seen. Ashen really being a driving force of this team as well. There he is with a hairdo this time round. No shaved heads here, Tim. Hopefully for them, a little bit more to come out of this competition than what we've seen at previous ones.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the fact that they're facing up against Wolves actually gives us a really nice contrast, because if you look back to Copenhagen, they finished sort of fairly similar and they were kind of on an even footing. But I look at the 2 teams now and I feel like SSG are the ones that have been on that upward trajectory. Yeah. At Atlanta, they went that extra step. They got themselves to the live finals. They were in the quarterfinal and they just seem to be getting that bit better each time. That team cohesion seems to be coming in more and more. The more time they spend with each other. Like you say, we've got players like Ashen now who are really leading from the front, putting up big numbers in Atlanta. If we can see that same sort of work here, I think again that trajectory could continue on the up for SSG. It's a team that I'm excited about here at SI24.
Absolutely. Take a look at the other side as well, because Wolves, as said, is their opposition, our homeboys from EU. It's been a mixed year for Wolves, shall we say. There's always high expectations, both from themselves and from the fans, that will see them deliver, but always just fall that little bit short. Still impressive, still a name worth putting respect on, but it does feel like a very big battle of equals between these two teams, Tim, for me.
Yeah, as I said, coming into it, you do feel like they sort of at a very similar sort of level. They were, very closely matched even on the global standings to qualify here for SI24. There wasn't much to separate the two of them. SSG just slightly higher up the list. I think it was number 9 and 14 off the top of my head. I'll double check. But yeah, I think Wolves, I just want to see the Wolves that we know from EUL. Wolves are a top team. They are so capable, and they will absolutely run over teams given the opportunity. They're one of those teams that we see those 3-2-1s sometimes, and they just flip around on its head, and all of a sudden, they might have been a man down, it might have been 4 versus 5, but it's now 4v2 and they're on top of things. And I just want to see that explosion of aggression out of them and playing with confidence, because if they do, they could well surprise a few people here at SI.
This will be a whole conversation we have in a little bit as well around the meta and what it's going to do for certain teams, because some teams here will benefit far more from the more forced aggression due to the introduction of Tuberau, for example, and I think Wolves will be one of those teams, but we'll come on to that. Let's take a look first at the veto for this series. What maps are we heading into to get things underway? It's going to be Club being picked out first and foremost. Don't worry, not all picked out by Wolves. I'm getting confused myself on the graphic here as well. The first one, I believe, was picked by SSG. Cafe then picked up by Wolves. An interesting one, as both teams don't really like that map, and then Consulate to round things out. The thing is, Tim, I look back at our first SI 4 years ago, 2020, and it all started with SSG on Clubhouse and a round 1 ace from Rampy. Obviously, he's not on this team, but there's just something about SSG starting on Clubhouse that always gets me a little bit excited.
It's funny how things work out, isn't it? It was against Na'Vi back on that day, but today it is against Wolves. But again, it was, for another mirror, it was against another EU team at the time. And like you say, SSG really did come out very strongly at the start of 2020 as well.
Will we see pop his head around the corner and then to talk a little bit of smack?
Will we see the same out of them today? We're going to find out very, very shortly. I like that set of maps that we're going to have. I feel like we've got one of our newer maps thrown in with the reworked Consulate, but we're starting, solidly with where we know in Clubhouse. Are we going to get to see that decider? Coming into this, I said, I think we might get all 3 maps here today.
I think it's so hard to call because Cafe, as I mentioned, is really low prep
It's
for
a
both
toss
teams.
of the coin map, I see, yeah.
Like, SSG have played it a lot, but they've only won 2 in the last 6, and that was against Team Bliss and Wildcard, I want to say. So it's not like they've beat, air quotes, big teams on it. No offense to Bliss and Wildcard, of course, in saying that. But again, it's not a strong map for them, and I think for Wolves, they've only played it once in the last 6 months, and that was against BDS in Stage 2, where I believe they lost. So not a lot to go on for either team. I think if you're Wolves coming into that, picking a map that you barely play, it's because they've got something on SSG. They've gone back and looked at what has had them lose all of their games so far there and said, right, we know how to play around this. We know how we can beat them here. And I imagine for SSG, it's coming into that second map a little bit blind.
Absolutely. We're going to find out, of course, very, very shortly as these two teams are going to face off at SR24. But before that, we've just got a slightly delay, so we're going to have a little break, and we will be back in about 5 minutes, so don't go anywhere, and we will get the action all kicked off for the day.
Welcome back, and thank you for sticking with us through that little bit of a delay. We are almost ready for games, though, as you've seen. All our players are sat down and pretty much ready to get into the server. So Clubhouse between SSG and Wolves is that first map in this best of 3. Every game here, of course, being a best of 3. Let's not forget that as well. And that's where things will get underway. Here we go, though, Tim. Time for us to get stuck in.
Gonna get tasty. Looking forward to getting things started here at SI 2024. The Space Station Gaming against Wolves. It's a game that we've not seen too often. Only one meeting between these two teams internationally. I hate to bring it up, SSG, but it was a 7-0 to Wolves. So SSG, I'm sure, going to be looking to get a little bit of revenge, maybe send a message back in return.
That was back in Copenhagen, though, on the, 1st of May, I think it was. It was a long time ago. So in their mind, it is firmly in the back of their heads, and lots of things have changed since then. Entirely different meta we step into. No doubt an entirely different way of playing the map, so I'm keen to see how things evolve. First ban coming out is going to be the Ying from SSG.
It's going to be interesting to see how these operator bans shape up. Obviously, with Tubarão being available, is that going to impact on those defensive bans particularly? Maverick has been banned out, of course. The recent change to Tubarão was that Maverick's torch would work uninterrupted against those canisters. So we'll see just exactly how that plays in. But Mira is going to be the first defensive ban. Interesting because that now guarantees us at least a majority of Azami, Solis, Valkyrie. So many of these powerful defenders left up. Fenrir was going to be my last one to pick up on. He is going to be taken away. So that leaves us with our Banjing, Maverick, Mira, and Fenrir.
Interesting bans overall. Now, for those who maybe hadn't seen, there were some recent nerfs of Tubarão where Maverick's Blowtorch no longer has about a second delay until it goes through a wall. It now just clean goes through like a normal wall. That's not the main thing that's really hurt him, though. Air quotes hurt, because he was already an absolute pain in the backside and still remains it for many teams. It's now more that there's a 1.5-second delay when a wall is electrified. Once the freezing effect wears off, when the electric then reactivates. There is still now more time for the attackers to work with. You can't just chuck it with a, half a second left on a thermite charge, for example. You need to be really proactive if you are going to play the Tubarão. And I spoke to a couple of teams over the last few days and said, what are you thinking of Tubarão? Is he still a permaban? And they've said, honestly, not really. Things like Solis are still a headache. Things like Fenrir are a headache. Azami, although strong, isn't as big a headache maybe as those two are. I think really Solis is the one that many teams are really kind of like grinning and bearing at the moment. So with her being available, Ashen obviously going to jump onto it here in round 1. Really valuable if they're playing that go-to, which it seems they are, Tim. The go-to coined SSG roam on this map. Many teams have taken it and adapted it over time. This isn't the pure form that we saw SSG running historically, for example. But it's still going to see them playing out around the map and looking to slow Wolves down for as long as they can.
Ashen just taking that hard line through the drone hole, hot and cold, peeking from the billiards window. SSG just looking to maybe bring a bit of aggression into proceedings here. Ashen opening up the barricade as well. They're not over-committing to it. We saw hot and cold moving away from the window. Ashen's going to dip himself, get himself upstairs. And so it's just really sending that message to Wolves. Like, we're up in your face, we're here, we've fired a few bullets out of the map. Nothing is going to be easy for you. You're going to have to fight for every inch. And that's what we would expect from the SSG roam. Getting up there on top floor, playing your life, fighting through the verticals. Mowgli taking some damage there, but does manage to find the spray down onto the man playing stage. Can't quite get the finish onto hot and cold just yet, though.
And he's getting taken down from above as well as Ashen. Gets him below. Really good bit of team play coming out there. They're shooting from the hatch below and from above. Everything going off on the ground floor, but at the same time, P4's got himself in, and down goes the diffuser here. They're going to stick it, and there's still 8 players and the server, Tim.
We've always known, how do you beat the SSG roam? You rush into site and you put the diffuser down whilst everybody's around the map, and that is exactly what Wolves have done there. Fantastic play from them to spot and take that opportunity. Ashen has got himself back down. The kills start coming in, but it is not to the advantage of SSG as 2 go to Wolves. P4 Bibu picking up important numbers along the way. J9O just looking to see if he can find his man, but no, walking into crosshires. Wolves have got this locked down. It's all up to Fultz. There's
a bit too much to do here with 10 seconds on the clock as well. Wolves have played it patiently, they've played it well, and this should grant them the round win. Even if Fultz were to go through and get the last man there, there's still nowhere near enough time. And I love, actually, from both teams that we've seen really good bits of team play, both with Wolves actually on the site itself in the post plant playing these crossfires, but also for SSG, how fast they adapted to hot and cold getting into that engagement with Mowgli around stock. They had Ashen from above. They had someone inside of blue shooting from below as well. Just 3 players really trying to punish Mowgli. And equally for Wolves, that was the bait they laid, though. They were saying, look, if you're going to focus 3 players on him, we're going to just smash into the site and get the diffuser down. A really good first round by Wolves, but some promising signs from SSG. Just got to be careful of those faster attacks. And this is something a few teams have mentioned is in the current meta with Tubarão being what he is, actually the TDM meta isn't slowed down. It's kind of exacerbated and really pushed to the limits because you can't afford to play slow anymore when there are so many tools available to the defenders. So you are going to see, I think, Wolves playing a pretty rapid game here whenever they see a hole in the SSG defense.
Yeah, 100%. I love that round from Wolves. You know, what a great start from them, recognising, as we've said, you know, for the longest time now, and it's still valid today. If you're going to play with 3 or 4 in and out around the map, up on the top floor, you are leaving yourself open and exposed to potentially teams just getting in now. Then what's Ashen going to do here? Got himself just out by the door there, waiting. You know, if he's got impacts in pocket, which he does, there's a potential to get outside of the map here quickly. He's just waiting for somebody to come and drone, potentially, just park themselves by a wall and see if they can find anybody. And again, Hot and Cold getting aggressive on the outside as well. SSG certainly not backing off after round 1.
I like how they're forcing Wolves to have to fight for every single inch of the map. You know, Ashen was looking for a run out. Hot and Cold had one out of kitchen. He's got support on main stairs. He was looking out towards chains. Just really trying to slow Wolves down. Again, because I think when you know you have so many tools as the defenders, at least normally, to slow things down, delay it out, the more time you can waste, the more it's going to hurt the attackers when it comes round towards round end. And looking at the gadgetry on the side of the attackers, you've got the Grim, you've got the Decabi. They've more of that they can burn in the early round, the less it's going to come flying into them when it comes round to the site hit itself. But I think you've seen it yourself too. They are still playing out in the map. They aren't playing that hyper-aggressive full 3-floor roam. It's a bit more condensed towards the site. You can see 3 players on site here. Ashen could be the real backstab factor, though I don't think they know that he's here, Tim.
They've not a clue as he comes in and should get himself a freebie, but no, he's going to miss out on the opportunity as Mowgli. Not only does he continue fighting, but he gets the kill. Probably not a bad outcome in that situation. Ashen just managing to let go of the impact nade in time, does manage to make it a direct trade, but the damage may well have been done. 4 versus 4 Wolves, 1 minute 30. Nitro going to pick up P4 as well, and this is much better from SSG this time. Not allowed Wolves straight into sight and forcing them to do that mid-floor work that they need to.
Wolves are going to be kicking themselves, I imagine, too, because look at the operators they've lost. Hard breach has gone and hatches are not open. They're going to be stuck trying to force something here that's going to feel so messy and scrappy, and surely SSG at this point will be aware of that. They can just sit back and let Wolves come at them down these horrible bottlenecks, like through blue or down main stairs. Everything is with the American side here, and Wolves are going to be kicking themselves for not getting a sniff of Ashen earlier in this round. Not a single drone was sent out towards Strip.
Yeah, that's it. They're going to have to make sure that they're taking that from this round, you know, and just improving that drone economy, that drone efficiency, really, making sure that they're picking up on everybody in and around the map. Deadshot just trying to work from the bottom of main stairs, taking out a little bit of utility along the way, but not really making too much progress yet. 30 seconds, and Wolves are pushing down blue at the same time, so at least they've got this multi-angled push that we like to see on Church and Arsenal. They can't allow SSG to just line up in one direction. Bibu just trying to use those Grim canisters, send in the bees to just try and force those players out of blue. But right now, Wolves, they're just not moving. SSG, Hot and Cold, he manages to find Deadshot. Bibu with 1 from blue, but the trade is there for J9O. And with 5 seconds left to go, it's all up to Shinka. How many times have we said that? But Fultz, he is going to pick up his final man. And that brings me to another point for Wolves. You know, I say that about Shinka. How many clutches does he get? How many of those situations does he win? But you've got to remember the underlying point there is that he's in those situations. He's in those 1vx's to win them. And I feel like Wolves, that's something they need to be avoiding as much as they can. But SSG, great defense from them that time. Really in charge of the map. Ashen was unlucky, not to get more at the beginning there.
A degree of unlucky, and I think also a degree of just being a little bit, you know, the tournament's just getting started. You can't be missing shots like that. You've got a man literally planting a breaching charge on the ground. He's not moving, and you still manage to whip and not get the kill. At the end of the day, Mowgli dies. That's the key thing. They get rid of the ace, and then they also get the C4 onto the Hibana player. I mentioned it. It means hatches stay closed, and SSG have so much less to worry about in the round. Knowing there are no drops coming in through Moto, there's no drop coming in through Kitchen. It was Very fortunate those are the two operators they found out. Still, well played. They've got away with it there, and Wolves have not punished Ashen being out inside a strip. Curious to see what happens next time we get back onto that site, but that'll be in a couple of rounds' time. That is now locked off. We've got to go through 2 different sites here for the defensive side, going towards what has become the second most popular site here in gym and bedroom, with Cash and CC definitely fading away from holding that top dog spot.
We do have Tuber out on the board as well. Hot and Cold is going to be bringing along the newest operator. If you're not familiar with him, he's got some Zoto canisters, which when he throws against the service will freeze it off. But more importantly, it will stop any sort of electrical utility on there. So your thermite charge, your Hibana charges, anything like that is going to get frozen out only for a period of time. When the canister melts away, the charge will activate again, but it can be a real delaying tactic, so we'll keep an eye on Hot and Cold and see just how effective. I don't think he's in position to deny this breach onto the construction wall, and nope, that's the exothermic charge detonating, so that is at least one successful breach without too much of a delay for Wolves.
It's one thing that has always bothered me about Mowgli, at least for the last, probably 9 months or so. Prior to this, he would always be at the front of the team, and they'd be working as a team and making a lot happen. The number of times these days that he pushes ahead of his team and gets caught out when everyone else wants to play slow. I mean, look at the lineup. Flores, 4 drones to go through. Thermite Thatcher, want to get walls open. Similar story for P4 before he gets his gun up and starts doing work. Yet he's gone in pretty aggressive there, been taken out by Ashen super early in the round, while everyone else is still outside the building doing things they need to get the round moving. And so it just feels that little bit sinkier where Mowgli's still trying to play a very kind of solo operator, and it is going to cost them a competition like this.
We see Fultz put down but not out, and Boris tries to get himself out of the window to rescue something from that situation, but it's Ashen who is going to be the saviour, manages to find a couple of kills. Fultz is down, but very possibly be picked up now, and only losing Forrest in that whole situation, but finding yourself in a 4 versus 2 really is not the end of the world for SSG, although Fultz, he's on a real tight time scale now, and it looks like the pickup is coming just in the nick of time.
Real good. You saw the tuber outwork there as well, just keeping those Selmas pinned for a while, an extra 20 seconds that gave them a bit of time to reposition, turn their focus out towards this side of things. I think that EMP missed the K&M mine. It got just enough on there to get the bathroom wall opened up, which will force the players away. But again, for SSG, knowing that the 2 players are pushing in on this side, you've heard the EMP, you know the Selmas are coming on through, you know what's going on. You can just sit and watch and wait, and that's exactly what they'll do. Shinka once again in a 1v3, but we know how this ends, Tim.
Almost certainly at this point. SSG are looking pretty sharp, and they've got the crossfires established, one in construction, one in logistics, so it's going to be very difficult for Shinka to be able to comfortably move around site here. There's no real opportunity for him to put the diffuser down. He's got to start trying to find himself some kills. 15 seconds left to go, and SSG are playing this smart. They're not overcommitting, they're not looking for the gunfights, they're not chasing the kill. They're going to do exactly what they need to, which is force Shinka into that position to have to put the diffuser down. Ashen it is to pick it up, and SSG 2-1 after another solid defense.
Didn't take him too long to get loud, did it? Already finding yourself a big round there. And this is that classic thing where in one round you're whiffing what could be the easiest kill in the world. The next you're securing a 3K for your team with a wonderful long shot as well from that CC window all the way out across South Balcony. Just really great way to recover what was a bit of a messy jump out originally coming out from Forest. You got a down here and then lost his life immediately. And then Ashen comes across and got 2 kills immediately off the back of it. Much better recovery, really got the round going for the team. And again, it's 2 cases where, although in that previous round it wasn't the cleanest from Ashen, there's 2 rounds there where his flanks or his plays have had a massive impact. He has been very pivotal to the 2-round wins from SSG so far. Shows in the kill feed as well, 5 and 2.
Certainly does. Going to be moving on to the third choice site then. It's going to be CCTV and Cash. As you said, fallen in popularity over the last year or two for sure. Attacking wise, they're going to be looking to get control of Garage Catwalk and the sort of half roof that you see to the top right of your screen there. They want to get that breach wall open into CCTV, and then it gives the opportunity to move in and plant that diffuser quite safely, as long as you've got some control of underneath as well. But we will see what SSG can bring to the table this time to be able to prevent that all from happening. They've got J9O with the Tubarao again, so going to be able to slow down that breach potentially. So we'll see how impactful that is. Usually we'd expect to see that breach opened up within the first 30 seconds to a minute, so that's going to be one way that we can gauge just how impactful that operator is.
You look back at the historical bans on this map for SSG as well. Normally it's Kaid, Bandit and Valkyrie, their go-to 4 bans. Here obviously having left the Former 2 open, the Electro Bros as we call them, opened up. because you compare it with the 2-Brow. Admittedly nerfed, again, given that 1.5 second delay after the freeze effect wears off now before a bandit kicks in. It's still a nice synergy that you can have as long as the 2-Brow is near a wall and ready to pop it as soon as you hear the exothermic going off, for example. But this round, what I'm most excited about, Tim, is seeing Shinka getting across onto playing that blitz. Now, you've got P4 on the Ram, for example. A couple of changes here as to who's playing what in this round. Ram feels like a really odd choice for this site, so I'm really curious to see what the go-to use case is.
Instead of pushing for Garage and Breach side, going to be looking instead to get established inside of Construction. Looks like Bibu's just going to be positioning to open up Construction wall as well, possibly support this push, but Mowgli taking a lot of damage there, needs to be careful, and Bibu actually drops himself away from that wall. I'm not sure if he's positioned an exothermic or not. No, he's got 2 left in pocket, so it just looks like Wolves are having a little bit of a rethink here and maybe shaping up back out towards that normal Breach inside.
I swear if he peeks some dice, again, honestly, you've got 2 globals in back pocket. We said last round that you're pulling too far ahead of the team. Everyone else is still doing setup work, and you're peeking an angle where you've already been shot once. You know, I hate to say it, but Mowgli is costing his team so much in these early and mid rounds.
He does actually stick it. Instead of moving round, he's going to open up logistics, just giving again that access into Construction. Don't need to worry about the external wall too much now. They do have the presence that they need. Really, Bibu wants to get across to the other side and just open up that reinforced wall that's near to the window. It's then going to give a lot of angles for P4 from the position he's in. Although he's actually dropped to work and try and find a path through underneath now. Deadshot's taken out. This was the concern. It's so easy to hold down the lines from underneath. P4 is going to be looking to try and reverse that vertical gameplay, but it's not going to work for him. And SSG, 30 seconds left to go. They're comfortable here in a 5 versus 3.
Wolves are just giving them 1vx after 1vx, it feels like. There's no real trade play coming off the back of it. And your win condition in the blitz has got no support, no globals to work off of. And they're being absolutely slammed for it. It took 4 rounds, Tim, but I'm officially bothered. I am bothered. That was
I can hear it in your voice, Des.
That was one of the... I don't know what to say anymore. Like, already, we're 4 rounds in, I don't know what to say. From Wolves, again, I mentioned it from Mowgli at the start. You're pushing in as a one-man band when you've got a Thermite working his way in through Logi to get the double wall opened up. You've got the Thatcher watching on the south side to make sure there's no attempted tricks coming in. And Mowgli is re-peaking the same angle where he's already been shot once. I don't know if it's an ego thing or just believing that he's better and he can win those ones, which on his day, completely agree. But the match so far has not shown that. You're taking out 2 EE1Ds and losing them, which would be absolutely crucial for the blitz execute. And Shinka's there like, well, guys, we're now 5v3. I've got no support on the push-in. What do you want me to do? And he runs into the room, gets C4, gets shot from 2 angles. It's just an absolute mess. And again, you expect so much more from Wolves. You know, the times they've been at big event sizes like this, and they should be able to get better and improve. We're just not seeing that synergy. It's almost like half the team wants to play slow, half wants to play fast, and I'll say right now, half. It's more like one player. Mowgli really wants to go fast, and it's just not what the same page the rest of the team are all reading from. That's got to change.
Certainly does. You know, team cohesion and sort of consistency have obviously been the problems that we've seen for Wolves. And as you said, Des, right now, it doesn't seem like those problems have sort of gone anywhere or even look to be going anywhere very quickly. We will see as this one continues. But right now, SSG certainly in the driving seat. And you can see the confidence building with them. They've been up at the barricades, up at the windows a lot of the time. But you can just see the appetite is there for them to take the fight to Wolves at the beginning of every round. SSG just really starting to sort of stretch the legs a little bit now, and Bibu going to be sending the drones in, spotting those rotations. That should tell him that there's a potential for presence up on the top floor, but not seeing anybody at the minute, and it's looking pretty clear. Wolves, they need to get in there, start clearing across, use that information that they've got, and then secure that map control.
Well, don't forget how stung they were previously. I did say I was excited to see what happened when we got back down onto the site, how it would be played, how the teams would approach it. Wolves, the answer is full caution. They are checking everything. Not forgetting, Ashen was a player around Strip who caused a lot of trouble for them last time. Mowgli on the IQ, of course, now with the Naze, not forgetting about that as well. Able to get into a good spot, and you probably will see a pick rate being a little bit higher at this SI than maybe what you're used to historically as a result. But the big thing really for me, again, for Mowgli, it doesn't matter what operator you're playing on. If you're not in sync with the rest of your team, it is going to cost you. And I love the use of the drone blocker, by the way.
Yeah, that's it. Getting a drone down to the bottom of main stairs can just feed a lot of information around boxes, whether anybody's moved across the dirt, over underneath kitchen hatch, for example. You can really watch that sort of thoroughfare between blue and site and see what's going on. So Yeah, definitely well positioned there and just going to prevent that information. But it also prevents you knowing if anybody's going to peek out of church potentially. Now then, Forrest nearly overextends. He's going to continue taking the fight. He's going nowhere.
What?
He's got the backup. He's got the kills. It's going to be a double for Forrest. J9 finds 2 as well. And in the blink of an eye, there's Wolves get decimated.
Decimated is the best way to put it, Tim. Absolutely destroyed on the push towards blue there. Everything falling apart for them. I'm pretty sure Mowgli had like a attempted backstab, air quotes, coming down main stairs as well. But 3 players funnel in and get absolutely deleted. SSG barely looking challenged so far. P4 left in a 1v5 and off the back of a flawless round in the prior. This one's looking to go the same way. Wolves, let's not forget, Tim, chose to start on the attack. That's looking like a bad idea for morale.
Great smoke play there from Fultz as well, just burning another 15-20 seconds off the clock as P4 has to push from main. There's no choice whatsoever. Hot and cold finishes off a flawless round. P4 really just out of options. You know, you can go somewhere else, but it's 5v1. SSG are going to recognise where you've moved to very, very quickly. You're limited on time. You just kind of got to go in and hope for the best at that point. Wolves, they've called that tactical timeout. No surprise to see them press that button, Des, and say, we need a break here because SSG, they're starting to run all over them. That's 4 rounds in a row.
What I find interesting is, looking at Lilun here, she said very little, or is still saying very little. Now she's speaking covered away, doesn't want anyone to see or literally what's being said, but for the first 20 seconds or so, just let the players talk, and I imagine maybe that was a little bit of frustration, maybe as an opportunity to get vented between the teammates, because again, right now, they look completely out of sync. Everyone's trying to do their own thing. Outside of round 1, where we saw a really good execute into Arsenal as a team, that was great. Although the idea of the pushing towards blue was good, we saw that completely crumble at the hands of a shotgun there a second ago as well. SSG just look unchallenged is the only way I can really describe it.
I mean, normally, in that situation, Forrest, he gets peeked from the door and he manages to dip away from that first fight. And I sort of think, right, Forrest got away with one. He's going to get himself back down blue and just sort of play his life. But it just shows the confidence that SSG are playing with. That he says, no, I'm going to 180, pull the shotty out, and I'm going back in for more. And he knows that this kill's there to be found. But also the fact that he wasn't punished for that. Forrest can't get away with his life there.
They wanted to. The problem is, J9, to be fair, if any coach heard a player go, guys, I've got a strap. I want to put 2 players on blue. We're going to play for our lives and hold off against the full team assault in blue. And the coach would turn around and very fairly say, you will not be able to retreat down blue. You will lose your lives. What the hell are you thinking? But because they had ADS's stat there, because they had Forrest with the shotgun up close and J9 down blue, watching the window so he couldn't get easily pushed, the 2 of them get 2 kills each. And it's just a beautiful 2v4 play. Absolutely love seeing it. And I think, honestly, there's going to be questions again for Wolves now. Even after that attack timeout, can they fix things going into this last attacking round? I'm not so convinced.
They just can't allow that to happen. They can't allow themselves to lose 2v4s like that. At the minute, they're staring down the barrel of a 5-1 half, which certainly isn't ideal here on Clubhouse, especially with the way SSG are playing, the fact that they've chained 5 rounds together. You've got players on there really starting to feel themselves now. 5 kills for Fultz, 6 for J9, 5 for Ashen. They're really starting to build that confidence. Wolves, for me, have got to slow things down a little bit here. They've got to slow SSG down. They can't allow them to keep playing their game. I want to see Wolves get in here. If you're a Wolves fan, you're looking for them to get in. Get themselves a man advantage. How many times have we seen Wolves say in a 5 versus 3? It just hasn't been happening. So Wolves, get in, get yourself an entry, get yourself a couple of kills. P4 does exactly that onto Fultz, and now build on it. But tell me you know about the man on mid stairs. I think as Forrest takes a couple of shots, they will be aware of that now.
It feels like simple praise, but even Mowgli there just being the util player in that scenario and trusting P4 to swing just shows that kind of maybe conversation is right. Let's slow things down. Let's stop playing like 2 separate teams and play as a unit. And that's exactly what they've got away with. Trick coming in here as well. Did we see the exothermic? No, we did not. Bibu took it off the wall in the end, and a good idea. As you can see, the Bandit of Forest is still there. Very much a staple for the defenses of SSG so far. We've seen it being brought out in the majority of rounds, and it's a limited effect, I'd argue, in most rounds. But here, at least, it has dissuaded Bibu away from this wall.
Forrest is just going to keep playing with the trick there. Needs to be careful, of course, because obviously any attention from Jim Window can sort of dislodge him from that position, but that in itself is fraught with danger when J90 is playing out in CCTV because he's got the full view down the balcony, and of course Wolves were hit hard from there last time. Mowgli does want to try and move the Bandit. The Kiba barricade at the minute of the Azami being pivotal and allowing him to stay in position. Ashen there on support as well, but Wolves do manage, they will manage to get the wall open. The Tubarão, we're seeing the great use of it now. It is going to slow things down, but as soon as that Zoto canister wears off, the Exothermic was pretty much at the end of its charge.
They've got 2 more and there's 30 seconds left.
They can deal with it still, but it's likely to open because of the speed of the charge.
The problem is it's 12 seconds on this, I believe, as well.
They're going to keep rotating.
They're going to have about 10 seconds left to actually execute here in a 4 versus 4 with no way of knowing what's on the other side of that wall right now. This is going to be scrappy. I can't wait. Go on.
Exactly that. They're just, like you say, going to have to go in through doors and windows. The Tubarão is still doing the job of keeping that wall closed. It's going to open with about 5 seconds to go, I think. Bibu manages to find hot and cold, and here comes the rush. But Ashen's ready. He manages to get 2. J90 as well. And there, that lack of time, Des, is what we saw. It was down to a last 5-10 seconds. As soon as this wall opens, as soon as the Zoto canisters wear off, and we can get in, we've just got to go. And Ashen was more than ready for it. Picks himself up a double and basically breaks the back of that attack.
A lot of deep size there on the Wolves side, I think, understandably as well. But rather than talking about the losing side here, let's talk about the winners and what they've done right. There's one key word that really summarizes that half from me for SSG, and it is discipline. The number of times that we've seen a player from Wolves want to try and take a gunfight or swing in or whatever it might be, try and cause some chaos. SSG just hold their angles, plant their feet. They don't show themselves too much. They always look for favorable gunfights, especially when they've got a numbers advantage. And when you know Deadshot's 1-5 and Mowgli's 1-6, it'd be fair for them to turn around and go, you know what, we could beat these guys in any gunfight. We're absolutely destroying them so far. But even right up to the end there, you still had them holding angles. You still had J90 sat at a distance, just watching for those window jump-ins. Everything looks composed, controlled, and again, that keyword, discipline from SSG. A brilliant start to SI for them.
If you remember before coming into the game, you know, I said SSG are a team that over the year, I feel like we've seen them on an upward trajectory. You know, Atlanta, they made it to the quarterfinal. That was better than they'd done for the rest of the year in Copenhagen, for example. And I think we are seeing that continue. We're seeing that team cohesion is being built on. It feels like they trust each other. The cover is always there. You know, there's always somebody backing you up if you go in for a fight, whether it's J90 with Forest, whether it's Ashen keeping them from coming in Jim and the breach, and there's always somebody there to help each other out. And I'm looking forward to seeing them on attack because they're going to have to do that a little bit more dynamically. It can't be quite so pre-planned now. They're the ones that have got to come up with the ideas. They're the ones that have maybe got to work against time. But 40 seconds in, Des, they're already comfortably in control of mid-floor and can start pressuring onto site. They are working well and they are working quick.
They are, and for me, I always say it, Tim, there are 2 halves to a game of Siege. Things can go very wrong when a team switches over from a very successful half to the other side where things can just completely fall apart. But at least the pace they're moving at so far, 60 seconds in, they've already established control, they've made sure there's no backstab coming in. They look quick.
Really interesting from Ashen there as well. He was literally, I think, hands-off keyboard and mouse at that point. He was stood in the middle of bar, and you could see his hand as he was sort of, you know, gesturing. So he was hands-off his mouse, and it was just that, right, we've got everything we need inside of 40-50 seconds. We can take a massive pause here. I can take my hand off my mic. We're going to have a chat, and we're going to decide what we're doing and how we're going forward. It's been done quite quickly, and now they're moving on in. Now they're finding kills. Forest finds an opener onto Bibu. They're trying to work around the Tubarão canisters, so the Selma won't detonate for now, but it's not going to matter if Forest can just stand inside a Moto and get kills.
It's a temporary delay and they will not be too fussed about that unless the defenders can get them off the wall. I heard the impact come over and P4's managed to get himself out in the long corridor. What the hell happened there? No one was watching from main stairs and he is punished. The attack on towards the church wall. Still, it's a 4 versus 2. SSG could potentially pull this one back around. They've got time to work with, but Wolves have done enough here off the back of a big play from P4.
Yeah, that's what it needs at the minute for Wolves, is people stepping up, making those big plays. We always say you can't rely on hero moments, but sometimes you need them. And Wolves, it might just help them build a bit of momentum on the defence here. Don't forget, 5 rounds in a row have gone to SSG, so this is going to be a big moment for Wolves. If they can close this round out, they've got everything they need to now. 4 versus 3, clock ticking down. They've got the tools at hand. They just need to make sure they're picking up the kills. Hot and cold, he's going to get nothing from Dirt for free here. However, maybe he will. He finds Shinka, but no. Mowgli with a double. P4 chips in, and that's going to be Wolves taking the round.
Be good for morale, I think, for them to even get something on the board there. Again,
Absolutely.
P4 for me with the big play in that moment, just being able to get himself. Realistically, it shouldn't be happening because attackers have got verticals down all of long. You sometimes have someone planted at the bottom of main as well, covering the players that are trying to push their way through the church wall. Just really bites him in the backside when he had no right to be there in the first place. So a little bit of a slip there by SSG, but Wolves capitalise and get that crucial second round on the board. Otherwise, Tim, they'd be looking at a 6-1. And that is never a fun mountain to try and climb.
No, absolutely not. It was this 100% essential round for Wolves to win. You know, we talk about these pivotal rounds. Unfortunately for Wolves, they've probably got another 2 essential rounds to win. For me, they need to go a full defensive rotation. 3 rounds, 3 different sites. They need to win all of them to really send a message to SSG. Bring it back to 5-4, and then, yep, it's game on. But you just feel like if SSG can get that 6th round, get that map point, they're going to squeeze something somewhere because they're just on it today, the players. They're winning the gunfights, they're finding the kills, and you just know that opportunity is going to come along. SSG, they're probably going to be looking back at that and saying, yeah, we've got to make sure that, we're staying attentive to those big players. We can't let somebody just swing into long corridor and start picking kills up. It was going well for them. Forest had control of Mortar. They were waiting for the Selma to detonate. They were getting themselves into good positions, but yeah, they were absolutely hit hard, and I'm sure that's something that they're going to take away into these next few rounds.
Shows the peculiarities of Siege where one small moment like that, whether it was Ashen's backstab from Strip early in the game, whether it was people getting away with absolute murder up long, that can be the deciding factor in these rounds. Now here I'm looking again towards the globals, the KB coming in. The Grim, obviously not globals, but still really good at assisting on the push in and controlling areas of the map, which really enables Forest to do some work. There's a bit of prep work to do first, which they're working their way through. Problem is, it's going to get tricked off here, Tim, and that is going to be a stinger. These walls will probably stay closed, and that is not what SSG need in this attack, especially because they opted not to bring along the Thatcher. They're having to rely on those mini EMPs, and there's 2 left here in the back pocket of J90.
Yeah, it's such a good point, really. The impact EMPs, they are a secondary gadget. They are not as powerful as Thatcher's sort of full force EMP, if you will, and you've just got to be so much more precise, and stopping the tricking with them is very, very difficult because you've got to get that timing exactly right, whereas the Thatcher, it just feels like you have a little bit more leeway and you tend to find a little bit more success of playing around the Bandit, although it is still very possible for them to trick you out even with the Thatcher on the board. So yeah, well played there from Wolves to keep hold of that wall. That's going to do a lot of damage to this push potentially. They need to deal with the blitz. That's going to be the next big challenge for Wolves.
It is, but they're gearing up for a push in here as well. And there is a player sat inside of Cash, right sort of idea. The question is, are they going to back away? They've got some support from Mowgli inside of construction, which is nice, making good use of the Azami in these last couple of rounds. And Mowgli sees the head and realizes now the player has stepped away. But Males will find himself getting pushed in off towards the right-hand side. So they've got to be really careful here if Wolves want to play this dance of death around Cash.
Certainly do. Mowgli wants to be careful not to overpeak this. He knows that somebody's taking shots at the Kiba barricade. Nitro goes out, will be unsuccessful. Ashen just looking to follow a flash in there and see if he can get any joy, but no, dips himself away to another window. But Mowgli wants to keep himself alive here. Of course, with the tuber out, he's got those Zoto canisters. We saw attempts to breach that Cash wall previously to move Deadshot. So Deadshot really needs Mowgli to play smart here so that he can keep hold of that wall. Bibu manages to pick up Forest, and it is all starting to fall apart for SSG as Wolves find kill after kill. Mowgli has done his job with the Zoto canister as well. A flawless round for Wolves, and they might just be on the comeback trail here on Clubhouse.
What did I say after that 6th round, Tim? There are 2 halves to a game of Siege, and you are seeing just that. I'm not going to say SSG are maybe misplaying this to the level that Wolves did, but I actually think on the defense, Wolves are being so much more active than SSG, which is why, despite SSG not really making mistakes, Wolves are punishing them. That hold then inside of Cash, inside of construction, the team play of the Azami, of everything coming together was just absolutely enormous, and SSG couldn't find a way in.
I want to give Mowgli the shout there as well. I picked up on it during the round. We'd said earlier in this game he was overcommitting a little bit ahead of the team, taking a few deaths that maybe he didn't need to. And I said in that position it's really important because they've got Fultz there with a Selma still available. And he's been trying to breach that wall, and that moves Deadshot out of position. position, so it was really important that Mowgli played that smart, didn't overcommit. You could see he kind of wanted to peek that window, he kind of wanted that bit of action, but no, he played it smart. Nitro over the top, staying behind Makiba barricade. You saw the Zoto canister had been applied at the end of the round as well, so he was doing what he needed to do to back Deadshot up, and just much better all round from Wolves. Really nice round, and they're building something now. 5 versus 3 on the scoreboard, and we're going to see CCTV and Cash. If you remember, I said Wolves really need to be winning 3 in a row. They need to be winning all of their defensive sites. Send a message to SSG, get the score back within 1. So this is the last critical round for me. After that, we move into a bit of a different phase where Wolves can think about, actually, how do we go on and win this now?
Absolutely. I don't know if it's like a tactical thing or like a tactical strategical thing set out maybe by the coaching staff at Wolves, but putting as well Mowgli in the middle of the team so he can't run ahead is also a genius idea. Now, what I will comment on this round is looking at that lineup for Wolves, immediately your eyes jump to the Tachanka and go, what the hell's that all about? But otherwise, it's the double electrification plus the Tubarão coming in that is going to make this an absolute headache to get through. The thing is, they do get the window open to Bibu here, and this window is now under threat.
On the side of SSG, if you remember, we commented last time about how they'd struggled to get the wall open, so this time they've brought along the Thatcher, but it's all falling apart as they try to get aggressive. Wolves, they stand tall, manage to find themselves a bunch of kills. Fultz finds himself one on the fadeaway, picking up Deadshot, but he's all alone in a 1 versus 2.
Wow. This is looking wild. In fact, this round really epitomizes what we spoke about in the pre-show as well, Tim, is that the introduction of Tubarão and the very, very slow game that the current defender meta favors actually exacerbates the TDM meta. It forces teams to play fast and go aggressive. And that's exactly what you've seen SSG do. Rather than getting hooked up into this game of Tubarão and Bandit and Kaid and the slow play that comes out of the Chanka, they've just said, right, guys, go for it. Run up red stairs, charge at them, force gunfights, and hope for the best. That's why things like the Blitz become quite strong here, is it does enable you to, on a dime, just spin and go from 0 to 100 incredibly quickly. Here it hasn't worked out. Wolves were ready. They adapted well. I think Fultz probably will find himself picked off here towards the back end of this round. And from what I've just heard, there is going to be a tack timeout coming in for SSG after this round, because it has not been the dream quarter for them on the attack.
Yeah, I think Fultz there just unaware that Shinka had maybe got as aggressive as he had, really moving himself along the garage catwalk there to put himself in a position that wasn't going to be expected. So, well played from Wolves there. Another good defensive round that leaves us now 5-4. They are back in touch 3 rounds in a row, and the message has been sent. SSG have received it. They're going to hit the tack timeout themselves and see if they can have any impact here. But on the attack, certainly not looking as cohesive as they did on the defense. Losing 2-3 people very, very quickly. If you remember, coming out of that defensive half, I said how it looked like they were playing with a lot of trust. They always felt like, yeah, somebody's going to cover me. I'm going to go in there. I'm going to get that, because if not, there's a trade there. There's somebody backing me up. Whereas now, those trades aren't coming out. Wolves are getting 2-3 kills chained together, getting themselves man advantage. So SSG just being picked apart a little bit.
Yeah. Again, we've had those 3 rounds, that quarter as I call it, of that attacking side. So understandable why after 3 losses in a row, SSG have this tack timeout to figure out, okay, what's got to change? And I imagine the words here are, boys, we had a great first half. We're in the second now. Sure, they're playing aggressive. They're really making us ask questions. We've got to figure things out here, but let's take it slow, breathe. We're really good at getting map control in the early round, because that's what Wolves, I'll give that to SSG actually quite clearly, is at the start of a round, the first 60 to 75 seconds, they're looking great at that start of the round in terms of getting control and especially attacking downstairs. We've seen how good they were at getting inside the map incredibly quickly. Where things then have started to fall apart is as we get towards the actual execute itself. That's got to get tightened up. Got to be aware of Wolves and the aggression they're showing on the defense, because again, they're going from 0 to 100. Both sides are very quickly, and Wolves will turn it on you if you give them the chance.
Now then, Wolves, it's back down to Church and Arsenal. This is a rinse and repeat for them at this point. You know, they've done very, very well to control SSG. Last time around, SSG got map control very, very quickly. As I said, you know, they were sort of 30, 40 seconds in, stood inside a bar. Ashen was sort of hands off and just talking to the team and deciding where they go from there. Wolves, I don't think they necessarily need to do much too different, but they did rely on that kind of hero play from P4 to turn the round. So I feel like maybe a little bit of a presence to make SSG think a little bit more on this side. Don't give them so much map control. It'd be a shame after 3 rounds back to back to give up that opportunity now for SSG to actually win the map in regulation. possession time, give them that match point opportunity. But again, it looks like they've committed to that turtle defense. They're all going to be down on the basement level, so SSG going to have plenty of time. The big question, therefore, is do SSG learn from what went wrong last time?
They've come in with such a execute-heavy setup here on the SSG side, where they're actually saying, you know what, we'll forfeit some of the early round. We don't mind playing a bit slower. But when it comes to the execute itself, assuming all 5 are alive, this is going to be hard for Wolves. You've got the Monty in the front line. You've got the smoke cover coming out from both the Twitch and the Capitao, the Fire to move players, the Grim to move players. Arguably the Flores to help with that, including clearing out any shields or his armies that are set up. They've just got a lot here that says to me, we want to hit site and we want to hit it like a truck. But it does require getting to that point in the round, which so far it looks like they'll be granted. Again, the early round from SSG has always been pretty good. They've not really let any cracks show through, which Wolves have then capitalized on. And by the looks of it, every Wolves player is downstairs on the site. This is dreamland right now for SSG.
Yeah, it's going pretty well so far, as you said. You know, the fact that they've brought this setup where it is, you know, going to be a little bit slower is not a problem, because last time around they had so much time. Deadshot just burning out the utility in time that he can, but there is still plenty of hard breach utility. 3 chargers left available on the side of SSG, so they can get any hatches that they want and they can continue this push forward, just working to soften Wolves up. I think the important thing for SSG here, for me, is to find a kill or two. If they can get themselves into that 5v4, 5v3 potentially. The utility they've got on the board, there we go. Asher manages to find Deadshot. Now you start looking at it and thinking, right, how do Wolves deal with that Monty? How do they deal with that Capitao? It's going to be difficult. Forrest, he's in there. He's feeding that information back. J9, he's backing him up, finds the kill onto Mowgli, and that leaves him now. Important kill for Wolves comes in though. Bibu slams him through the wall.
This is a problem now because Forrest is a little bit left by himself with the team support. It's great. Fultz on the upstairs. They know where one more is inside the dirt. The other's pushed inside. This should be easy for SSG to get the close they need. Hot and cold with a big 2K at the end as well. And that Monty, as we foretold Tim, was just so valuable on the execute.
Remember what I said at the beginning of that round, and that was, it doesn't feel like SSG have been giving each other maybe the same cover and backup that they did when they were on defense. They needed to get that back. They needed to be able to put their players in a position where they could play confidently, knowing that their teammates were going to pick up the kills around them, and that was Forrest on the Monty. There was no fear inside of Armory there because he knew that the backup was there. The trust was obviously there. The kills are going to come in, and boy did they. Really nice attack from SSG. They recognised that the first time they attacked onto Church and Arsenal, they had all the time in the world. They maybe got a little bit ahead of themselves. They said, not this time. If they're going to let us play with 2 minutes, what operators can we use in that time? Monty, Capitao, Grim. Yep, let's bring them all. Let's make it a nightmare to sit on side of site. Well played, SSG.
All right, I don't imagine we'll see a similar setup this time where it's all the whole very Monty-heavy, slow play, because Wolves will somewhat be anticipating it could happen again. So here a more standard comp by the looks of it coming out for the side of SSG. The Nook, for me, really looking to be the surprise factor here. Forrest has played in the Blitz previously. Never mind, it's been changed away. This is why we don't talk about others. Back over to Dr. KB then. Again, looking pretty standard and staple as a lineup, I think. On the defensive side, you've seen that combo that we've seen from both teams on this map. That Blitz, sorry, the Bandit and the Two Brow in conjunction with one another.
As we picked up on, as they struggled with the impact EMPs earlier on, we do see and have seen a number of times Ashen bringing along the Thatcher. So one problem last time was how long it took them to get the Jacuzzi wall breach. We'll see just how quickly they can get that done this time. It is Fultz on the Hibana this time, so we'll see whether that impacts the ability to get in there as well.
Well, that pace really, again, has been very good at. Just been paying the price there, and I guess some of the stingy part of that, actually Thatcher off the board, Tim, 40 seconds into the round, and you're relying on that really with the Hibana, especially when trying to push him from the west side. I know they put a very heavy focus onto the east side of things here, coming in from Cash CC and working their way across, but it will hurt them when you know that you've got the Two Brow and the Bandit on side.
The first charges were detonated, the X-Kairos, so that does still make it a little bit more difficult for Deadshot to stay in here. Even though Mowgli is now backing him up with the Zoto canisters, it's just creating multiple angles for him to play against. You can hear the X-Kairos are going to detonate on his other wall as well. it's getting to a point where Deadshot is going to have to be moved away. So they've done a better job of this of SSG this time. Forrest manages to get a double. Mowgli onto Hot and Cold, 3 versus 3. Deadshot needs to be dealt with, but isn't. Mowgli goes wild elsewhere, and all of a sudden it's a 3 versus 1 for Wolves, and they keep themselves fighting. I think we're probably going to see all 12 at least, Des.
Good bit of team play there from Deadshot and Mowgli holding out towards this side of the map, and you've seen that team play coming in so much stronger on the defensive side than on the attack. On attack, they look like two completely separate players that aren't aligned on the pace they want to move at. The defensive side took them in an area and say, hold this down, and with the backing of P4 and the Azami behind them as well, they've looked rock solid, and for a second I really thought SSG would run away with the round when they got that 2 or 3 kill flurry, but completely turned around by Wolves, and Fultz left in a 1v3. 6-5 it looks like it's going to be here, Tim.
Seeing the alternative use of those auto canisters as well. Fultz manages to work around it as he jumps in the window and gets the headshot onto Mowgli. 1 versus 3 becomes 1 versus 2. 45 seconds, so he's got plenty of time to play with. The problem that he's got is that they now know exactly where he is. Fultz does have diffuser in hand, so you know there is a potential opportunity there. He's going to use the utility against them, take cover behind the weights, and he might just have an opportunity to get this down here. Deadshot has to rotate, and he's going to come off it, but there was potential that he could have stuck it. He manages to bring it back to 1v1. He knows where the last one is, and that could be a smart rotate through the fire, Des.
15 seconds to play with, though. He's got to catch his man, and Shinka is so good in these clutches, but Fultz has got to go fast. He's got to go quick. Looks out towards main stairs. He misses the shots. Fultz could find it, but no! Shinka holds on to that title as Clutch Master Supreme and gets it over the line for Wolves.
That is much closer than Wolves would have wanted to see it. Great play from Fultz. I particularly love the rotation through that Vulcan fire the Goyo canister had put on the door, because as defenders, you're looking at that and you're thinking, construction door's fired off. He's inside a site. He's not going to come from construction side. As it was, Shinka was able to get the read on it. He probably heard the vault as Fultz came into logistics, but still, really smart play from Fultz to just choose, I'm going to take that bit of damage because it's going to give me an angle that they won't expect in this 1v1. So a good effort, and I picked up on it at the time. Fultz just moving away from the window. So we've talked about Tubarão and his ability to stop, and we've seen his ability to stop those hard breaches, to freeze them out. But it's also worth remembering that that auto canister will also slow down operators. So if you try and move through that frozen area, you're going to be restricted in your movement. Everything's going to slow down. So it is a really big hindrance if you're going into a gunfight. And we saw Mowgli, smart use of it, put it on the window. That's where I'm being challenged from. I don't need to worry about any more breaches. I've got a bit of utility to spare. So I'm going to put it out there, and I'm just going to slow down any push that's coming my way. As it was, Fultz managed to work around it very well, but still a nice alternative use of those auto canisters.
Onto the downstairs we go, and a bit of a change away, of course, from SSG from the last attack they pulled off here. They kind of masterminded it once with the very, very slow attack, and now have kind of gone back towards that more standard setup that they need to make work. Makes me a little bit nervous just thinking about it, given it didn't work too well the first time around, but it all comes down to this round, Tim. SSG win it, they take that 7-5 win, off to a great start in this best of 3. Wolves take it. Guess where we're going, Tim?
I'm not going to say it yet, Des. Everybody's waiting. Everybody's waiting. It wouldn't be SI without us seeing a few extra rounds here and there. I'm sure it will happen numerous times across the next couple of weeks. For now, Ashen is going to get himself quickly down to the bottom of main stairs. SSG working quickly once again. Something that they were able to do previously. Oh, what a kill from Ashen. Beautiful. Just uses that information. If you remember, Des, we picked up on one of those drone blockers that was positioned in there previously. It was actually SSG that used it on the defense, and it just shows why we said it was such a good vision blocker to use, because Ashen's just got an absolute freebie.
Ashen walks away.
Timing was bad.
A little bit off there, just a tickle off. And obviously Bibu in a spot where he's trying to still hold down here. May well get away with it as long as he's quick about it. We'll try and stick it. Is it going through in time? I think the ace won't get it actually as well. Don't forget that got slightly tweaked where now the detonation time is 4 seconds from 3.2. Without that, that probably goes off.
Yep, they've made a mess of that. There's no other way of saying it. Sorry, SSG. The missed time, it's on that initial Thatcher, really. The fact that was mistimed and the hard breach gadget just got zapped off by the electricity to begin with, that then gave the space to Bibu to be able to play around it. So despite having man advantage, SSG, they're going to have problems to work against here because they're not going to get the access that maybe they wanted.
Not forgetting they did get the entry, so really you're looking at this and saying with 60 seconds to go in a 5v4, you'd be hoping they could get away with something, but the things around it, like those hatches being opened up, is what could yet come back to bite them. They've got no Escaros left as well. Hopefully everything is open they need open except for that bar hatch. I really want this player out of blue, and right now the Azami, this is not moving an inch.
This is it, you know, you can put more Grim canisters in there, but Deadshot has proved that he's willing to stay in and amongst him. He's got the diffuser. What a smart read from Deadshot. He knows they've got to challenge him, but Hot and Cold comes around the corner. Here come SSG, and they manage in the last 30 seconds to turn it around. That looked like it would be going in the direction of Wolves is overturned, and SSG, they managed to take Clubhouse.
Wow. Woo! What a first map. I mean, if you look at it at kind of a quality level, maybe the attacks could have been better from either side, most definitely, but when it mattered most, they managed to pull it out the bag. We commented on that 5 versus 4. Hatch is still being closed, and they just send it down blue team. They get the kills they need. Wolves are going to be kicking themselves that they couldn't save that so close to the end.
Ashen really opens that up with the swing onto Deadshot as he comes round the corner and hits the headshot behind the Kiba barricade. Deadshot's done everything right. He moves himself into a new position, takes cover, recognises he's got the diffuser. It's a smart read from him. There's no other way to put it. But then the swing comes around the corner, the pre-fire onto the head. It just opens it up for SSG, and that is, you felt like exactly what they needed. They needed that hero moment. Yeah, it's not going our way. 3v3 becomes 3v1 in a heartbeat, and they win the round. They win the map. Great from them.
Zoom. What I think it sets up, though, is the fact that this is the best of 3. I'm so glad we get to see more maps of these two going at each other, because that was a real brawl back and forth. Both teams looking pretty convincing on the defense, the attack a little bit less so. What comes next is really anyone's guess, I think, and only one way to find out about that is to go to a break, and when we come back, map 2 awaits. See you guys in a few.
Let's go. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Hate it or love it, I came in, I pack up the room. I spend all my time in the lab. Right like I'm getting paid time and a half. We finally made it, I know that they hate it. We cat is right out of the bag. The timing is right now. Just watch how I move. Right now. Just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Hate it or love it, I came in, I pack up the room. Keep your eyes on the clock. You might miss on your chances to rise if you blink. Got a vision, your way to the top. The chamber alert, attracting the things you deserve. Just know I do this on a regular. The hustle keep calling me up on my cellular. 5 a.m. stuck, hot and the rest of them sleeping. That's why I'm still all the way up. I cannot be top, block, hand on the clock. Marathon running and making no stops. I came from nothing, my days on the block. This is what I just gotta do. Right now. Just watch how I move. Right now. Just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Let's go. Timing is right now.
But there it is. Our first map done and dusted. SSG just about squeaking over the finishing line against Wolves. At the halfway mark, Tim, 5-1 on the defensive half for SSG. It looked like it was going to be a quick map, but Wolves did battle back, if not for a couple of great executes by the side of SSG to get things over the line on their attacking half.
Yeah, you've got to say that at the halfway mark especially, it looked like it was going to be sort of much quicker than it was. Wolves, they showed some good fight to get themselves back into it, but there's a couple of things along the way that you look at, you know, and you wonder, you know, how things are going to be for them going forward. We'll keep an eye on it as we go through Cafe, but beautiful kill that one. Ultimately opening the game up, Asher managing to find that shot in blue. But SSG, for me, looking pretty good. Use of time, use of utility, good so far. And not rattled by the fact that Wolves came back at them. Able to get it done before going to overtime. So looking good.
I completely agree. I mean, battle in blue at the very end there, I really thought was going to go against SSG and we'd find ourselves forced into overtime. But denied at least here by the American side, and that does mean that map is their choice. It is their win. Now we get to go into Cafe, which I spoke about earlier on. Very interesting map pick. Given for these two teams, it's one of their lower preference maps. Wolves, I think, picking this have got something in mind. They've got an idea. They've got some counter strats prepped. That's what I'm looking forward to.
I think we're going to see more from Wolves. I do. I think it was, you know, albeit bar a couple of mistakes, still a pretty good performance. I, you know, picked up on a couple of things. Mowgli's use of Tuberai was good. You know, I think that they've got the foundation there. They just need to get rolling, and maybe their own map is kind of what they need. And maybe they take us all the way to the top.
That would be lovely. A good best of three to kick things off. Using all three maps would be the dream. One thing I did remark at the end, obviously with SI being entirely best of threes, the beautiful thing is that you see a first map like that and just think, well, you really get the feeling there'd be something else to come from another map between these teams. Well, you get to see it, if not potentially going all the way into three. So it's not just a best of one decider. You get full remit of all the teams showing their map pool depth as well, I think, because as you come towards that third map in Consulate, that again is one of those maps that you'd look at and say, okay, it's not a team either team really wanted. It was left out in the cold until the very, very end. That could really show something quite different, given it's one of the newer maps as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to show, you know, need to show a little bit more adaptability from the teams, you know, who can go in there and react to what they're seeing in front of them better than the others may be the one who comes away with that win. But we've got to get there. Wolves, you know, they showed great resilience in that first map to get it back to be as close as it was. But, you know, you've got to ask how much is that going to sort of beat them up mentally a little bit. They managed to get themselves 3 rounds. They got rolling. They still lose it anyway. Is that going to have an impact on them coming into the second map of Cafe? We'll see when we load in. But for me, the thing that Wolves need to be really careful of is they cannot let SSG get that runaway start again that we saw them have on Clubhouse. It was 5-1 at the half on map 1, and Wolves just, you know, I don't think you can keep coming back from that and hoping to, you know, successfully sort of win a large number of maps. So for me, looking for a better start from Wolves on this one.
Sure, and I imagine in a few minutes you'd have to step away from the desk, actually have a conversation as a team about things to correct going into the next map. Probably quite a few things both teams will look at. We did remark for Wolves on their attacking side. It looks disjointed. Often you see Mowgli ahead of the rest of the team, and that's got to get pulled back in. I had my first rant of SI Shocker after just 4 rounds. So hopefully that's been corrected and at least addressed during that break. Attack for me is where this map is going to be defined though, because Cafe historically has always been difficult to attack, is the best way to describe it. I know you've got an absolute, I wouldn't even say love-hate, just a hate relationship with the top floor, for example. So for both teams, it's going to come down to how they attack on this map. So whoever starts on the attacking side, when we find out, I believe it's going to be SSG. Yeah. That's what I'm excited to see. How many rounds can they pull away? Will it be a stronger performance than what we saw from Wolves on their first half attack back at the club?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got a slight technical delay, so we're going to have a very short break, and I mean very short. It's going to be just a couple of minutes, I think, and we'll get back and right into the action. Don't go anywhere.
In this map as well, right, it takes G2 a proper minute to maybe 2 minutes before they can finally start to do something with the control that they've created for themselves. If you look at Skyscraper and that also being G2's pick, that allows NIP to pick what side they want to start on. You'd imagine they go for defense because it's a stronger side right now, and it allows them to play that slow defensive playstyle that we know NIP does best. That's definitely going to help them. If you talk about the mental aspect as well, being able to come back from this significant loss you've just faced, being able to come back on your defensive half on Skyscraper is going to really bode well for them.
Yeah, I think it also further puts into perspective the fact that this is a map that NIP had picked, so they felt confident. They felt like this is where they could take G2 to the battle. This is where they could take G2 and potentially yoink it away from them, but that wasn't really the case. So if a little bit of a refresher and a reminder when it comes to these map vetoes, the next map that we will be heading on is going to be Skyscraper, but that's then, Ollie, the other side where it's actually G2's map pick.
Yeah, I think that Skyscraper, we look at it and we think it's a map that G2 know very well. It's a map that suits them down to the ground. The attacks can be punishing on Skyscraper. Let's make that clear. It can be a very difficult map to attack into, particularly when you look at how you can sort of abuse some of the operators available on the defense right now. I'm expecting to see a very similar ban lineup here. But G2, they got it together on those attacking rounds. It took them to get one under the belt, but that's not...
Haha, you're used to increasing timers, but not ones that get shorter.
I did say it was going to be a quick one.
He did, to be fair. He did tell you about that.
I did tell you not to go anywhere.
Basically, what we found out is our producer wanted to save you guys the waffle of Tim talking about how much he loves the Hotel Iron. Why'd you love it?
It can be hit or miss, kind of Hotel Iron, but this was a good one. It has a Steam function, which is often something missing from Hotel Irons.
Yeah, to be fair, none of them are not water ones, are they?
No, exactly. They're just hot.
Yeah.
They don't have the water in the steam. So that was a big plus. I like my shirts to look crisp. I only wear the crispest shirts and the...
freshest.
I can't remember the rest of the meme.
Yeah, I don't know. The freshest clothes and the...
I'm not cool enough to know it, obviously. So
our memory's going at our old ages, Tim. Screwed.
Is.
Absolutely screwed.
Do you want to watch some more Siege, though?
Should we talk about some more Siege, Tim? Let's do it. Go on, then.
Let's do it. We're heading into Cafe. It's going to be map 2 between SSG and Wolves. If you're only just joining us, that first map was on Clubhouse, and SSG, after a 5-1 start to things, managed to just get it over the line 7-5 after a good fight back from Wolves. So I'm sure we're in for another close affair here on Cafe. The band's raining in. Monte, Ying, Solis will be our first 3, and Mira will round things out.
Yeah, Wolves have a real hate-hate relationship with Mira. Look back at the stats again for the previous map of Clubhouse. I think on 8 of the last 10 times they've played that map, they banned Mira on the defensive side. And it wouldn't shock me if the other 2 times was the enemy team banning it away. They just do not want to play against Mira under any circumstance. Admittedly, the maps do weigh into it. Cafe, I think, as we all know, especially on that top floor, she can be so oppressive. So just having her taken away, the C4 removed, all the rest of it, definitely nothing to be complaining about too much if you're on the side of Wolves. SSG, though, as we said, will start on the attacking side. And for me, there's going to be a lot told in this first half because attack is where both teams have struggled. Many suspected that coming into this major. I was talking a little bit about it last night with like a little podcast. It was quite fun with me, Xenox, Gurs, and Fresh. And Fresh was saying this may be the event or a major event where you see the highest defender win rate given how the meta currently sits. And at least with how the map has played out so far, or the series has played out so far, yeah, Fresh is looking pretty right. See how things carry on, though, here. Let's get into round 1. It's going to be on that Reading and Fireplace site, Tim.
Yes, we're not going to top floor.
For your health.
I've said it countless times over the years. It's always, seen as like a primary site choice, is the top floor. But when you look at the stats over the years, it is very rarely statistically the best defensive side. Reading tends to be much higher as does so we are going to see Wolves taking us down there. Got the Valkyrie now. I love a good Valkyrie cam. We're going to see them applied to that top floor. Looks like they're going to be playing to keep hold of it as well with the reinforcements, bulletproofs, everything else. They're going to try and keep themselves established up on that top floor. You don't want to give those verticals up, especially not too soon, because you're going to get hammered from above, generally speaking. Although, that being said, there's not a lot of soft breach available on the side of SSG. They're pretty much limited to those Rotero drones of Flores.
Well, obviously, you can burn through tons if you want to with the Habana. Just keep plugging away.
Yeah,
two pellets, 2 pellets, 2 pellets, 2 pellets. And no one can really deal with that, seemingly ever. The interesting one for me is with that Valkyrie on side, I thought we'd see a lot more IQ coming and getting matched up where a Valkyrie's left open. Given, again, IQ's now got nades. It's actually not a bad operator to bring. The problem with IQ, as always, though, is it's not really an operator that you plan for when you're thinking about comps that you want to bring along. Like, every operator that SSG have brought along here has all been planned as part of the strat they want to bring to try and attack in towards this site against Wolves. Admittedly, not tons of insight to have against Wolves. They've only played this map once in the last 6 months, and that was against BDS in Stage 2. You mentioned it earlier on. SSG have played this map 6 times and only beaten Team Bliss and Wildcard on it. Outside of that, everything else has been a loss. So Wolves coming here into a map they don't really play for me against a weak map for SSG. It's kind of a, we think we're not great on this map, but we know you are equally nowhere near as good as we will be. Therefore, we've got no problem bringing you here and counter-stratting you to death. Good opening C4 comes through onto Ashen.
I absolutely love that Nitro toss. If you haven't tried it, take it away with you. Get it in your rank game. up through the hatch, out onto the east window. Absolute beauty if you can hit it. That's exactly what Mowgli does. Deadshot loses his life along the way.
Forest is a pretty important operator at the minute. I mentioned that vertical destruction. Obviously, the Gridlocker's got the shotty and is able to do a little bit of that work that they might need. So Forest certainly needs to be careful if they wanted to keep hold of that top floor. But Shinka, with the use, I would guess, of those Valkyrie cams, is going to know exactly when and where. And takes down Fultz with the Nitro. They have no idea Bibu's there. He's about to get an absolute freebie here. Finds one for himself. Surely could round the corner and find one more. I believe it was Forrest who was working in just behind him at this point. Yep, there he is. At least he's got Bibu penned in, but you're down to a massive numbers disadvantage here. Going to find himself getting burnt out. Maybell just died to the fire here. Just about escapes. Forrest waiting for him to move. Will find his man and finally get the clean down, but as equally a trade on the main stairs as Mowgli gets hot and cold. A 1 versus 3 for SSG. The round has crumbled, Tim.
Yeah, it certainly has. And the thing you've got to look at is SSG haven't even really got beyond the first step. They haven't taken top floor control. They, they've kind of got it now, but they've kind of been given it really because Wolves just dropped away. At the point where Bibu died, they were like, you know what, we're 3 versus 1. We don't really need to sacrifice anybody else on the top floor. Just kind of let him do what he wants. We'll kill him when he comes to site. So, yeah, SSG never really able to get themselves going in that round. Didn't get any top floor control. Didn't really get a man advantage at any point. And Wolves just completely dominating that read in site. And as I say, that's one of the reasons that I like it so much. You've got those extra steps that you've got to go through before you can start thinking about that execute onto site. And teams will often struggle with it on the attack. Great use of intel as well from Wolves. Having the bulletproofs, having the Valkyrie cams, and sometimes they were kind of looking, they weren't in exactly the same position, so the bulletproof was looking all the way down into Cigar Shop, so it had a really nice view down there. But I think sometimes that placement, when you've got the Valkyrie cam nearby, looking at Cocktail specifically, attackers may come in and they'll recognise the bulletproof camera, and I think sometimes you can see that bulletproof and think, this can happen with other utility, but you see it and you think, we've got the information utility. Bulletproof's gone, sorted. And you don't think maybe they had a Valcam watching the same thing. Maybe they had it, and so it survives and you get your Nitros and you get your other things going on. But Wolves played that really well. Nice defense. And they're going to move us on, this time to the top.
Ooh, not happy. Top floor.
No, we'll allow it for a second round.
I do like the approach they're taking here. It's really just good night, Bibu. Shut down by Ashen there, who was ready for the spawn peak to come out. I believe it was actually SSG who were quite aggressive on their spawn peaks on the previous map of runouts coming out of Kitchen, for example, in round 1 from Otten. Saw Ashen lurking out towards Strip an awful lot. Here, though, it's going to be aggression from Wolves onto the other side that draws first blood. And I was going to say, I like the setup they've got here because you've got the Azami on side. You've got the shield down from the Warden. You've got the castle. They really want to hold aggressively on towards the west side of this top floor and slow SSG down. But I feel losing the Wamai so early on, so now you're going to have less magnets to catch nades, for example. That's going to stink.
Yeah, it's not the ideal operator to be losing. I think it's a fine line between confidence and over-aggression. If Bibu gets the kill, we're sat here saying, yeah, what a fantastic start. Wolves are really taking the game to them. So I'm certainly not going to be critical of it, but it's something that they just need to be careful of going forward. You can't sort of let that then snowball round after round after round. No. You had a very good round 1. Bring that confidence in. Try to get the aggression at the beginning. Let SSG know that they're in a game. It hasn't worked out. It's still a site that you can hold on to in a 4v5.
Absolutely. And for now, for SSG, it's that kind of sniffing things out, figuring out, okay, what are we actually facing up against here? What's the play going to be? I know they've got this man advantage, and this is the best thing that teams can do. You get that first kill, you can play 1-for-1 trades and win the round. So slow things down, reassess the situation, and then make a call to get those more favorable gunfights going your way. But now, at least, Wolves have not backed away after losing that opening gunfight. Bibu clearly to them at least somewhat expendable, otherwise wouldn't have committed him towards those gunfights. B4 slowly being burnt through here, narrowly avoids the angle from Snow Door and will keep himself alive.
The Valkyrie is an interesting one that I'm watching at the minute. Deadshot playing underneath, brought the impact nades, has allowed him to make a rotation. Quite often, obviously, we'd see the Nitro on the Valk, but if you're going to play underneath with cams above, you're sort of playing for that denial of the plant. So an impact nade gives you 2 opportunities to do that. You can just blow out the feet of the planter, shoot up through the holes that you've created. You don't necessarily need that sort of instant kill from the Nitro in order to do the job, to achieve the objective that you've set out for. So Deadshot will continue working that underneath for the time being, but the push is going to come on to Mowgli and he's going to have to hold on.
Just saw loads of gadgets suddenly get pulled out by SSG. Hot and Cold has dumped everything in towards site. They're in, trying to make it happen. Mowgli's got one from inside. Piano faults off towards New Bout, gets one back on the other side. I spoke about this 1-for-1 play, but Ashen's got himself a second in the round. SSG all but cleaned up. It's just Shinka left standing in a 1 versus 3, and they'll win that one comfortably. Ashen, I believe, with a 3 or even about a 4 in that round, Tim.
Mowgli just missing a few shots there. He did well on the first kill that he got, but he had the opportunity with the man stood sort of caught out really in the middle of the bar, and Ashen was able to just swing on him and win that fight despite sort of having a second advantage over him. Mowgli there, not able to lock it down, might just rue that one. But SSG, yes, able to get their first attack up on the top floor, and that will leave us in a 1-1 on the scoreboard now.
I commented on it in the round, but again, the discipline from SSG on the last map was the key highlight. But I think in that round, we saw them get that entry kill. And rather than looking to kind of force gunfights, they actually just said, forget about it. 5v4 execute. We think we can win the gunfights, and we force Wolves to engage us as we start looking for the execute. And it was just so well orchestrated. Again, you saw the dumper utility coming in. Wolves simply could not do enough to hold back the onslaught that was SSG. Down we go, though, into Kitchen, Tim. Got the Mozzie on side here for Deadshot, who I imagine you'll probably see getting off and busy around site.
Yeah, you would expect so. Again, just trying to... There's no Solus available, banned out. So, again, just, you know, what can we do to try and deny that little bit of information, especially on a kitchen hold? Because what's going to happen here is the defenders of Wolves, they're going to try to hold on to at least the mid floor that we're looking at, potentially up onto the top floor as well. So as much of sort of a blackout zone as you can create by stopping the drones getting in there really helps you to do that, because it's meaning then that Wolves are able to take those gunfights as a little bit of an advantage. SSG are having to go in and face check. They're having to go in without knowing everything that's ahead of them potentially. So Deadshot just trying to make that roam clearance a little bit more difficult.
On the attacking side, the Ram really tells you, it gives away the game here for SSG. That vertical control, get everything opened up, use those launchers coming out from Ashen to feed whatever's going on downstairs, bounce them into the right spot, figure out where players are hiding in, and execute off the back of it. But just everything screams, though, vertical control for them. Looking at the nades coming out of the IQ, the buck as well. That's going to be the main play, and that is why I think you've got a couple of players from Wolves at the minute, at least, playing up on this first floor, hoping to upset 1 or 2 on the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. Drones just going to be taken out there a couple at a time for Mowgli. Also picks up Am.
Yeah, it's hacked, I imagine, by Bravo.
Yeah, by Bravo drone. Just after taking it out. So again, just starving them of information. And SSG playing a little bit slowly here. We're getting to halfway through the round. We'd expect them, you know, to potentially be working towards Kitchen at this point. Mowgli gets away with one. Manages to pick up a drone.
Oh, the
also the kill. The Nitro gets shot out by Forest. Beautiful stuff as the Buck manages to keep himself alive. But Mowgli still gets away with a big advantage for Wolves there.
He does and walks away with it. I think it was lucky that he was looking for the draw. False drop a donk on it. Down goes Deadshot. Second one coming back on the other side, though. The super shorty to finish things off onto Ashen. Again, not quite a dream scenario for SSG. Down 2 members. 4 still up on the side of Wolves. Feels like the French side are at least in control of this round, and they've done a good job in trying to disrupt this first floor control that SSG were very sorely seeking. They do still have the Ram. They've still got the nades of the IQ. They've still got the Buck. Everything they need to get things open is here. It's just a little bit less of a punch without the Grim on side when it comes round to the execute.
Yeah, they're going to be working those verticals, but they're about 35 seconds behind where we would hope for an attacking side to be here on Cafe. So it could well come down to a late and dramatic push through something like Freezer Hatch, for example. Forrest continues his work as Fultz looks to push down those stairs and maybe just apply a little bit of pressure laterally as well. I don't think he's too sure about what's going on inside of VIP at the minute. We can't quite see off to the right of his screen, but Shinka is still there in behind the shield. I'm not sure that... Ooh, the nade does just manage to cast a shield. That's big, but Shinka can just play his life here, really, and hold on. Mowgli P4 managed to pick him up at the bottom of white, and this is what happens when you've got to walk down there and challenge. You get sprayed through the soft wall. Shinka knows where the last is. He makes the call, and P4 steps forward, gets that final kill, and that is going to be the round for Wolves. A nice hold there. Use the information well, use the utility well. SSG never really comfortably in control of the map, and Wolves took full advantage of that.
Shinka just being served up as the perfect bait to SSG as well. They were so focused on destroying the shield and swinging the player, weren't even aware that Mowgli was sat outside near restaurant and bar, just swung out on towards bottom white, as you say, and picked up Fultz, who wasn't even looking the right way. And they had a player sat on freezer door ready to swing when a drop came through. Wolves just read into that attack perfectly, at least the fractured attack that was left when only 3 members of SSG were still left standing. I commented that I really was keen to see how the attacks go in the first half of this map. If SSG could, undo the misfortunes that I guess Wolves endured in their first half back on Clubhouse. Hey, that's the wrong map, but here we stand. A little look at what we were talking about there in Clubhouse.
I mean, it was a nice kill to have a replay.
Yeah, it was nice. Yeah, I'm not going to complain about that. I enjoyed it too. It wasn't too bad. So, let's see if they can get anything. That's the first quarter down as well. Let's talk about the game in terms of quarters. SSG managed to get that one single round. Wolves, really, I imagine maybe look at that and say, Bar and Cocktail, do we just swerve it? Given they just executed through Scarlet once they had the 5 versus 4, they may well try and do it again. We could deny that away from them and make them have to fight us because that's where we're winning so far.
Exactly that. So round 4 is going to be back in reading this time around. Last time SSG lost this one on the attack. They were just unable to get in and get any presence. This time the spawn peak does work out. Mowgli manages to pick up Ashen. Those two have been in real battles at the beginning of rounds. They've killed each other plenty of times. And this time it is Mowgli who comes out on top. So SSG's problem last time, as I was just in the midst of saying, was getting control of top floor. They were never really in a position to be able to use those verticals and pressure site. They basically never completed step 1. Hot and Cold, he's just trying to sneak his way in here. I don't think that the Fenrir is fully aware. P4 knew somebody was there, but not exactly where, and that's going to level things up, and this might just change the dynamic a little bit because Wolves can't focus on that top floor hole completely because they now know that they've got somebody inside of Train.
They have got a player above, though, that can watch down through the vertical and see what's going on, and I imagine that's going to be part of the game, at least for now. Maybe pushing their way down wide and getting a bit of a sniff as to what's going down. Deadshot finds Fultz. Here we go. The push comes all the way through, and Deadshot has just undone all the ground taken by SSG. And once again, the French side have a massive numbers advantage. 3-1 inbound.
I like Deadshot overall. He's been a little bit quiet here on Cafe, but
they're his first 2 kills.
Yeah, he's not doing bad though. There's been a number of sort of smart plays, really smart choices, but we'll see if that can continue. Maybe a couple of kills here in round 4 is just going to boost him into this map a little bit more. But SSG certainly starting to struggle now as it is 2 versus 4, and it's just becoming difficult for them once again to even get inside of the map. Wolves, they're just going to hold on to that top floor now. There's no way realistically that SSG can go inside of sight until they've cleared this out. So they're going to get themselves in piano. J9 maybe try and work his way across, try and get into Train, but it's going to be very difficult for SSG to get anything going.
Well, and again, Deadshot's really undone all the hard work they had going there. But I do want to give a shout out to Mowgli as well. On the attacking side, we had a lot of criticism, or at least I did. Going on to the defensive side was better on Club here because he started on defense, playing incredibly well. Sat at 6-1 at the minute. The big problem here is don't let them take isolate 2v1s because that's what SSG have really just found there. There was at least the guaranteed trade coming in and no one on the side of Wolves really to respond. And being so far back, you can see one on White, for example. They do have the ability to swarm in here if things start going from bad to worse, but Mowgli there almost got shot off as well on White stairs. A couple of inches to the right, and that was a headshot.
Time is going to be the factor here as we come into the final 20 seconds. SSG need to make a push forward. Forrester's got Diffuser in hand. J9 just keeps battling there, but Forrester's miles away. He's going to have to start looking for kills realistically. He's trying to clear out that White Stairs position, but Mowgli, he's alive, he's alert. He manages to get both. There's a big finish. You picked up on him partway through the round. He's going from strength to strength here, from Clubhouse to Cafe, and looking pretty good.
SSG timeout coming in, I hear, and expect that will be because, as you can see, they're down 3-1. Not really seeing any success on the attacking side here. We did mention coming into the map, this is not a strong map for either team, so it's not wholly unsurprising that SSG are struggling on the attacking side. I would again put a lot of that down to the proactivity of Wolves rather than outright errors by SSG. Sure, there's been some, but Wolves have been very good at holding ground they know they need to hold and contesting extremely aggressively. That round, maybe sure, letting the Nook come crouch walking in towards Train. Not really an ideal scenario, but prior to that, I feel they've controlled the map really well. Just playing a pretty good standard game of Cafe, I think.
Yeah, I think it seems quite clear that this is Wolves' map. You know, coming in, it's obviously they're a lot more comfortable than they were back on Clubhouse, especially on the defense here, doing very well. SSG, they just need to try and lock down a couple of rounds because at the minute it's just getting away from them. They're not really getting close, especially those 2 reading attacks. They've, like I said, never been in a position to be able to execute onto site. They've never really been in full map control. They've just been sort of clutching at whatever small areas of the map they could get to use from, and So Wolves, you know, definitely in good control. They're going to be down, yes, as you said, they're not going to move up to top floor. They're going to be down on the mid floor again. This time it's going to be mining, so it's going to be the other mid floor site, and that makes perfect sense because SSG have done nothing to threaten them from above in the last couple of rounds when they've played on this floor. So yeah, just double down on it, Wolves. Just, you know, you can do the same again. Just hold on to that top floor. Don't allow SSG any space inside the map. And it's unlikely that they're going to pick you apart.
10 seconds left.
That was a very kind of heavy setup with the Azami and the castle inside as well. We spoke about this. I imagine that suggests they're going to defend upstairs, but obviously because the swerve, playing bar and cocktail like we thought they might, here it's more just to hold ground and then back away a little bit later on. So keen to see if SSG can crack it this time round because they can't just execute through Skylight. You've got to work through the whole of the top floor, clear it, and then look for an execute on that second floor itself. Somehow, I just don't get the feeling Wolves going to make it that easy for them, right?
No, absolutely
Never
not.
do.
Fultz immediately opening up the castle barricade and just trying to take away some of that utility. I don't know if there was a little bit of info to say that there was somebody in and around bar there. Deadshot gets himself away. Needs to be careful because there is one on the library door as well, but he does dip himself into cover and is again just going to be trying to waste as much time as he can.
I hope they know that about the Claymore. Yeah, so that's if he left that and ran away, I'd be like, question mark, but has redeployed it, pulled it back further away from that jammer. That's one hell of a range if it caught it, by the way. Even the double stack, I love it.
Just being cautious that they're not going to get run out on those east windows tells us exactly what SSG are going to be trying to do, which is get on the rappel of the east windows, get themselves established inside a cocktail, move across, take piano, and then they can start thinking about site because they will need that vertical control. I'm not sure exactly where Mowgli is positioned at the minute, but on the Azami, there is a potential for him to be inside a piano. That's exactly where we find him. That is going to make it very, very difficult with those Kiba barricades for SSG to get in and get this ground. So cocktail across makes sense.
You've seen how much they've enjoyed across the two maps making use of the Azami, and I imagine that will remain a thing throughout the whole competition as well. One of those operators that we speak about a lot on the defensive side being incredibly difficult to deal with right now in the combination of, you know, people talk about like Solis, Fenrir, and Azami, but some teams are even saying, you know, Valkyrie should really be in that conversation as well, alongside Tubarao, of course, so we often see, well, not so much banned away yet, but expect we will across the tournament. I know it was banned in the game that's going on the A stream back on Clubhouse, but I think with that combo, seeing Fenrir, Valkyrie, and Azami on side, just feels horrible to deal with, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's just so oppressive. You know, everywhere you go, you're either going to be on a cam or you're going to get stuck in an F-nat or, you know, it's so difficult trying to peek into Kiba barricades, which Mowgli is using perfectly. Manages to pick himself up a nice entry once again, this time onto Fultz. Deadshot, good use of the Nitro to pick up Forest. 5 versus 3, and SSG again struggling to just get inside of the map.
Dare I say, Fresh will love this one, split theory. There's a lot trying to happen all at once across the map here for SSG, really. Like, outside of that fight there at the very end, I've not seen a 2 versus 1 or anyone even being in close proximity for a trade across the entire round. They've tried to take 4 or 5 different points of the map all at once and lost their ones. And when things are going like this, really that's the kind of time you're turning around and saying, this is actually a time for us to group up as a 2 or a 3 and at least try and force a trade because it is not working right now. They've just had the timeout. It's still not going their way. Wolves are up 4-on-1. It is almost, Tim, a perfect mirror of what we saw back on Club.
My chair nearly fell over that desk.
You serious?
Yeah, I tried to roll it. It didn't roll.
It's not exactly a small chair, Tim.
No, I know that.
It's not like a one-wheel thing. It's got, you know, 6 wheels to keep it grounded.
There we go. It's moving again. I've unstuck it.
How have you managed that?
I think it's the car.
We
could have had an incident. We could have had an incident, but we didn't. We avoided it. So Wolves are absolutely running away with things on Cafe. Here is the reality. SSG just not at the races at the minute. Unable to get themselves inside the map. Unable to get any real, you know, sort of control of anything. Not really able to play their game. I think they're going to be desperate to just get out of this half and get onto defense, to be honest.
You'd hope so. I mean, defense seems to be the successful one of the day, doesn't it? Because attackers not look clean for either team. I think we had 2 attacking round wins from SSG back on map 1. We had 1 from Wolves, so 3 in total across 12 rounds, 25%. Here we've seen 1 across 5, 20%. It's looking like Fresh might actually be right about win rates.
Could well be. Could well be. Early doors, yeah. Early doors.
It is. A lot can
You know,
change.
we've got to remember a lot of these teams are going to be coming in and finding out about each other as they go. So, you know, as we go through the tournament, we may well see those adaptations. We may well see things change a little bit, and they'll just look to, you know, what teams have done and how can we take advantage of that and how can we play into it. So we may well see it change as the days go by. But for the time being, of course, yes, it is absolutely looking defender favoured at the minute from what we have seen, at least. Deadshot, that's smart. Takes out the drone. So P4, they've now no idea. They know that Deadshot was off to the right because the drone will have seen him, but they may well not have a clue that he's waiting here to spring out of this main door.
Will he just keep being the rat? You've even got Bibbo off towards the other side
He's
as
left,
well.
he's left. I think he's left.
Like it. I've already remarked on it, but I think maybe it's both teams have enjoyed this aggression in the early round, at least holding large parts of the map. We remarked on it from SSG back on the first half of Clubhouse. So seeing it here from Wolves as well, they are making the other team fight tooth and nail for every inch of the map, despite having so many strong defensive tools on side.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, you know, that's been one of the big things for SSG is I can't think of any point, really, other than that one round that they've won on the top floor where they've realistically looked like I've thought, right, they're going to execute in a second.
Yeah.
They haven't got near. They haven't got into a position where they could really think about, right, oh, we're going to put this diffuser down. We're seeing good use of the clutch drone there, just going in, taking over utility, claiming it out, going to look to get that FNAT that has just been pinged out as well.
It still remains such a horrible word, doesn't it?
Yes.
Clutch.
The drones can only hack so many items, so that's why the second one has been sent in just to try and grab. That one will be successful, so that is the FNAT taken over. So not only will that now not affect the attackers, it will actually affect the defenders. It swings that utility's allegiance. So now if any defenders move through that FNAT, they will have that sort of that near sight vision that comes in.
So talking about like a non-living object, saying it swings its allegiance. Yeah. So just the kind of device goes, today I fancy disrupting the attackers today. Maybe the defenders today, I don't know. Feels like it's an alignment thing.
Love it.
It's a funny word, allegiance, yeah.
Allegiance.
For a non-living object. Made me laugh. Anyway, Wolves in March. Great camera up here as well, positioned in. Seeing absolutely everything going on up here. We spoke about this when teams aren't bringing along the IQ because she's not really someone you plan to bring in a lineup. So you kind of have to sacrifice something quite crucial to you on the attacking side in quite a defender stack meta. And you just think sometimes is it worth bringing or do just carry on? And J9O runs in, gets one, instantly traded out by Deadshot, who equally takes some pretty nasty shots back onto his side. Wasn't the kill shot from the other side, but straight in towards sight. Forest has full sent it in here, Tim. There's still 4 players left alive. I don't think they were aware about a player being in behind, but Forest has got it all to do. Manages to get himself one, downs the other, but Deadshot was there through prep for the clean. It's going to be a 5-1 half for Wolves, Tim. Again, an exact mirror of what we saw back on Club.
Yeah, a real response from them. And I love what I've seen from them on Cafe. They've looked much better than they did on Clubhouse. They've been in complete command and control of this map, to be honest. SSG, again, you know, you use the term there, oh, he's just had to full send it into sight, you know, and it feels like that's what SSG are being limited to. It's like, what opportunity have we got? Right, right, I might have a chance to get in here and make something happen inside of sight. But no, Wolves are there. They're ready for it. You know, and they cut him down, and it's another easy round for them.
You're the man, you're the man.
I think this could be a much quicker map, honestly, than the last one that we saw. I'm not sure whether SSG are going to be able to come back on the defence.
Tim, you know what I say. When we get to the end of round 6 every time. 2 halves to a game of Siege. Saw it back on Club. That thought was going to be a fast one as well, but it turned out not to be. 7-5. Every single round of regulation was required. I don't know. I'd like to see Wolves kind of drag it over so we get to that third map. I'd love to see a full 3-map series in our first cast of the whole competition. Hopefully, though, we see those concerns that we had from Clubhouse that hopefully were addressed by Coach Leland in between the break and with Helby on side as well. And he said, look, Mowgli, let's not see you charging too far ahead this time around because, yet again, you've got quite a slow lineup coming out from Wolves here. You've got that Flores inside. You've got the Nomad who wants to get the air jabs down. You've no doubt got the Hibana who needs to get things opened up. So the last thing you really want is Iana to just go charging off into Narnia here and get picked off with no response from the other side. What the hell is that? I love it.
Big risk for a drone, I'll be honest. You know, getting right out of there. There wasn't anybody in a position to do anything about it. But Forest, I tell you what, that's a nice little bait there. Out goes the Nitro. Going to be unsuccessful as Mowgli's fast feet moves him away from danger. And they're going to be aware now, I think, that Forest was playing aggressively on that door. Just dipped himself back inside of reading. But it's going to be hot and cold to open things up with the first kill onto P4.
They absolutely love this level of aggression. Hot and Cold has always got some kind of run-out or early round aggression that he likes to try. You've seen it from Forest, admittedly for the drones and the cheeky C4 coming out, but again, both teams making sure the other side has to fight tooth and nail for every single inch of the map. And I love to see it, rather than being more passive and sitting back, make them work for it. You've got rid of the Nomad. That opens you up for the rest of this round now to be able to get aggressive on the flanks if you want to, because otherwise, they've got to rely pretty much entirely on drones, of which only 3 are out on the map.
is going to be getting himself onto the rappel. He's going to have auto utility sent in to try and dislodge Ashen here. Ashen just being peppered from underneath as well by the looks of things. A few bullets raining up. Forest is tight on that door though to make it difficult for anybody to push directly underneath. The site is not reading the site is train on the opposite side of the floor. So just again trying to prevent Wolves, and they're having the same problem that SSG did really. They're not inside of the map. They're still playing from doorways. They're still playing from windows. They still don't have any map control.
Will they see the barrel first? Mowgli playing it so patiently here as well. Again, it's just the big thing we were looking for was we see a little bit of unneeded aggression at a certain point. As Bibba goes in, Shot will get the trade. It's at least something for them. And Mowgli realizes he's been stung out by one of those fears coming out from Fenrir. Has to back away at least for a second. Still number disadvantage though for the French side.
Deadshot 8 and 4, picking up some important trades over the last couple of rounds. So continuing to go well on Cafe, folks. Just holding that tight angle on White Stairs. Again, just making it difficult. Yes, Wolves have got themselves inside the map now, but they're struggling to make any real progress. And they haven't dislodged any of the SSG defenders, really. Bulch just takes a little pot shot as he moves away. He's just relocating, going to change his angle so he can watch the drop because he knows it's likely where something's going to have to come from.
It's going to be all guns up play here as well. Barely any drones left on side. Deadshot into a second. Mowgli starts his move. Actually, that's cleared up for Mowgli to move through Tillis here as well. So actually, despite 15 seconds being on the clock, they could make this work, but they've got to be so careful of the verticals.
Need to get into a position to put that diffuser down, and that's going to make life very difficult as J9O picks up Shinker. Fultz with a double! And that's going to be the round going for SSG. First successful defense for them. And we're seeing an exact mirror of what we had back on Clubhouse. This time it's SSG 5-1 down at the half, take the first defense. And we'll be looking to string a few together.
Yeah, like I say, this is what I'm always so wary of. 2 halves to a game of Siege. Things can change so much when the sides swap halves or swap places. You see the attackers move on to the defense and vice versa. Up we go then to that top floor, Tim. This is where SSG did see success on their attacking half earlier on, at least to start things off. Obviously, it transpired that would be the only success that they would really be able to walk away with. Wolves going to need something pretty spicy in mind to crack this one open. And I mentioned it coming into the map. Both teams, it's not a high preference map for them, but if Wolves are picking this out, it's because they believe from the 6 games that they have seen SSG play this over the last 6 months, they figured something out and they can unravel the puzzle in a way and really make SSG suffer. This is the time to do it.
It's going to be the top floor Des.
Your favourite.
Commented on the top floor already, and it was lost. The Wolves tried to hold on to it. SSG are going to take us there.
5 seconds
With
remaining.
Reading open and with Kitchen open, I don't know. They need these rounds. They can't let Wolves get onto map point. It's a big risk. Because if they do let Wolves get onto map point now, they could win the other 3 sites and still potentially, they're having to use them weak sites, that they may be not comfortable with because they're going to have to go through a full rotation. So for me, I don't know. We'll see if Wolves are able to crack the nut quite as easily as SSG did. For now, it's going to be up to the rooftop, grab that intel, see what's going on inside a site, and then I would imagine it's going to be a push towards Piano. We've got Vigo and Zafia already over there on the windows, looking to pressure.
The sheer fact that you have those 3 ops, the Rudy, the Castle, and the Izami, you just know that it's going to be a hold around that piano area. Exactly the same as Wolves did, as you say, right? So that's really going to be why you've got the Zofia on side. An operator that we very rarely see these days, it's worth remarking. I think one of the lowest pick rates that we see in comp at the moment, outside of the real outside operator picks that you just don't really get. Things like Kavera, maybe once in a blue moon you see her picked up. I know it's on Fresh's bingo card yet again that we'll get an interrogation at some stage. When it will happen, no one knows.
We love a tournament interrogation.
We love an interrogation because we all get to scream it. And now we're here in Brazil. It feels even more thematic. Here we go, though. It's going to be a straight execution. No, I'd say surely not inside about 15 seconds. They want to force some of the SSG players to move. And P4 has just marched his way in. They've used the smoke as a bit of a distraction. He's got 2 kills inside a cocktail and is going in for the plant. They've got cover on the top. Ashen swings round but doesn't find his man. In fact, that's a lie. P4 goes down. Not out, but it means the diffuser will not get stuck. So now it's a little bit of stalemate. We're going to have to see Wolves retake that ground once again. And Forrest just runs straight into Mowgli, who has been hugging Snowdoor across a lot of this half so far. And sure enough, strikes well and true. J9O got it all to do against 3 players who are still on their feet.
Nightmare situation for J9O here. They know that he's in bar back storage.
Right?
They took shots from East. They're going to be able to pick the man up. No, try to, but You know, with the cover coming in from Skylark, there's no way that J9O can do anything. And just exactly what I was concerned about from an SSG perspective, but fantastic for Wolves. They've stepped up, got the attack onto a site that is not always that much in favour of the defenders, and that gives them the map point opportunity.
It does, and it feels like, okay, yep, this one could go over the edge here if they need it to. That top floor, again, has been the one that we've seen both teams have a lot of success at just a very quick execute into the top floor. When they've kind of said, right, now it's go time, and they just go. It was really orchestrated, I thought, at least, by the top floor. It was Shinka up here, and this is the closing kill that you saw come out. But he was the reason why no one could play inside a bar, the reason why the players inside a piano could do nothing because he smoked it off, and why no one could push the diffuser going down inside of Cocktail. It took Ashen to swing and trade his life, knowing that there was a very good chance there was someone on East Window who would take him out as a result. But again, Shinka for me, perfect place, perfect time, perfect gadgetry on the Capital, enabled absolutely everything in that round. Off the back, of course, of P4 walking a brilliant 2K inside a Cocktail.
Yeah, he just saw his opportunity. And, you know, if you're going to give me the space, I'm going to take it. And it just shows the difference that we've had in the attacking rounds that have been won, the attacking rounds that have been lost. Attacking rounds that have been won, the attackers have been able to get inside the map, get themselves established, work their way through. P4 there took the opportunity. A little bit of space was given, in he goes. The ones where the defenders have been particularly successful is where they haven't given that space, where they've kept them, you know, on the outskirts, on the margins of the map, and not allowed them to get in and get any control. So are SSG now able to do the same? They're going to mix up the sites. They don't want any more of that top floor.
Do not. Understandably so. It's a tough one to defend. And imagine if we get this far into the map, you'll also see them rotate away to playing mining instead, going up onto that top floor as neither team has had a lot of success. A good jump out from Ashen. Finds Mowgli, who we've already commented on, has been having a brilliant map so far. Him and Deadshot really in sync this map, both on double digits in terms of kills, but you've taken down the raid boss from the first half.
Yeah, really well played there from Ashen. Just took his opportunity well. Nice advantage now for SSG, and it's just going to make that job that I spoke about even more difficult for Wolves. They're playing onto a kitchen site, so they want to get mid-floor control, because otherwise they're going to have defenders above them, especially now in a 5 versus 4, because SSG have got the numbers to allow them to keep players upstairs. They will try and keep hold of vertical angles, particularly to deal with areas like prep. You can open up angles from train that are going to give you a nice view down in there, and it just prevents the attackers moving on into site. So Wolves are going to need to deal with that.
Oh, hot and cold, almost being decapitated there, sat in behind the bakery bar. Swing from Vaults onto Deadshot coming down Brown stairs. A little bit isolated, admittedly. No one there with him again, really looking to get a backstab on the go. Simply will not be able to capitalize. This will probably be a slow burn round towards SSG win. Spoke about it back on map 1. Their discipline in these man advantage situations is absolutely sublime. Hot and cold's probably dead though.
Yeah, absolutely. P4 is going to go in. Somehow Hot and Cold manages to stick his position. He was flashed out, but waits for the effects to wear off, springs up and manages to get one kill. Bibu has to dip away after he can't find his man. He's low health as well. And as you say, 5 versus 2 now. SSG just waiting for time to pass as the round is almost certainly there. Hot and Cold, from what looked like a very difficult position to hold on to, has managed to find himself 2. He's got himself back to the safety of the counter, and it's going to be Ashen who's on the cover for him from the bottom of red stairs. Picks up that final kill onto Shinka, and that is going to be a round for SSG. 6-3, but they still need another 3 in a row.
Never really challenged in that round, SSG, just very comfortably moving quite smoothly, whether it was hanging around bakery, whether it was moving in towards restaurant and bar, round white, up red, down red, you name it. Never any real pressure coming out from Wolves, and that'll be a round they'll sooner forget and just put in the back of their minds. Just being this next round, we're stepping across into Fireplace and Reading, the second floor site that we spoke about before, as we've now finished that first, air quotes, quarter of this second half, the third quarter of the game. So you'll get the same 3 sites rotated through again. But again, Tim, I don't suspect we'll see Bar and Cocktail. I would expect them to do as Wolves did and move across instead, playing off towards mining.
Yes, exactly that. I think, you know, given the way that both of the attacks on the top floor have gone so far, it would be the smart choice. But we will see if Wolves can get themselves into that top floor. I really want to see it, because it's something that SSG didn't ever really manage to do, was get top floor control, start working vertical angles, and see what happens. Now, I'm looking across at the side of Wolves. We've got an Amaru with P4. We've got a Blitz with Deadshot. It screams to me, let's get that top floor taken. Let's get in there, get a kill or 2, use those verticals. I want to see how the defenders stack up, in this case SSG, in Reading, once that top floor is lost.
It's always the big one. Just looking at the explosive comp they've got, though, and I just feel there could be something real special cooking from Wolves here. They want this done and dusted. They don't want to find us running down to the wire, as we saw back on Club, requiring all 12 rounds. For them, 10 rounds sounds enough. They want it done. Looking at that Amaru, in towards the KB, in towards their blitz. Just everything screams. Okay, I mean, that screams as well. As you jump out of a window, as you fall to your death, and then you die.
Ashen with a very good jump out in the last round. Forest with not such a good jump out in this round. However, Mowgli does leave himself a little bit exposed there, and it's Ashen once again who manages to get that kill. We picked up on him before the game even started, and you know, he was such a big player for SSG in Atlanta. They really need him leading from the front, and he's really starting to do that here on Cafe.
Mozzie loses the C4 as a result of going down, but in return you take out the DKB and the calls. I'd still probably take it as a win overall in that sort of 1-for-1 early round debacle between the two teams. The DKB is so valuable when you're trying to run in, especially when you know you've got the Echo on side as well, because now, of course, you're forced off of the cameras. You cannot sit on them whilst your phone is ringing. So that really means there's no denial of the plank coming in as long as that call is going through. Without that on side here, could sting a little bit, but you still have the Amaru, and that's exactly where P4 is going in. Charging forwards along with the shield, charging in, but still wins out. Fultz gets his man. P4 gets one back on the other side, though. It is 1-for-1 between the two teams. Oh, a great swing into a bit of a self-flash, but it's a 3 versus 2 for Wolves with 1 minute and 20 to play. Surely, Tim, they can do it.
The flashes just mean nothing this round. Kills raining in regardless. Shinka knows the man is there, doesn't know exactly where though. Fultz will be traded. P4 once again in there to do the damage. 2 versus 1. 1 minute left on the clock. P4 has the diffuser in hand as well, so everything that Wolves need to get this closed out, and 7-3 would be a real result for them here on Cafe. But Hot and Cold, he's waiting. He knows exactly what they are. He's going to play a little ring around the roses with the 1 versus 1. Can he close this out for the first completed clutch that we will see in this matchup? He just needs to find one more, but he's up against a full health Bibu.
Here's Bibu, those 1 and 6. He's not been having the best joy in this map when it comes round to his gunfights. And Hot and Cold spots him. He knows that he's sat inside a reading. Going in for the plant as well. He'll be able to disrupt this. Surely you don't play ring around the roses with the yokai drones. It's never going to be a winning scenario. Bibu's really got to try and find his man, but I think he's left it out too late here, Tim. I think he's actually going to lose out to the yokai drones. Oh, no.
Just needs to find that drone. He couldn't see where it was. That's now the case. He's going to have to stick this, though. He's unlikely to have time to come off for a fight. Hot and Cold's just looking for the angle. Is he going to allow this to go down? He's allowed Bibu to get his gun back in his hand. All of a sudden, it's 50-50 again, Des.
Where does he go? Does he wrap around the back, try and go through the rotation, or wrap around through the door? It's left, right, left, right. Oh, and he gets the long-range bump. Down goes Bibu, and Hot and Cold keeps his team in map 2.
Surely going to be kicking themselves after that 2 versus 1. It's always difficult when you've got an Echo on the board because you can see firsthand how much time can be wasted by those yokai drones. The information as well to know exactly where Bibu was. Even when the plant was going down, I know where I'm going to have to challenge. So Hot and Cold, he can be thinking ahead of time. How am I going to play this 1v1 if I have to take the gunfight? Where's my angles? What am I going to do? You can see how well prepared he was for it. Hot and Cold, a player with just an absolute wealth of experience, and it just goes to show there. Plays it beautifully.
The thing is, Bibu's the same. He's been playing for years and years, and you'd really think in that situation, either there's a team commitment to we're going for the gunfight here, go kill, or they go for the execute, and instead you've got one player pushing in for a gunfight. Bibu kind of drawn back a little bit, doesn't go too aggressive, kind of almost doubts himself, I think, in a way, and he pays the price for it, fundamentally getting stuck in a 1v1 against an Echo who's dancing around you for fun. Makes it all too easy for Hot and Cold, even if it did come down to that closing 1v1 with the diffuser down. 6 and 4 then, Tim, it does feel like we're going to potentially see every single round.
We could well do. You know, and we've got to remind people at home, of course, of what the stakes are here. It is currently 1-0. This is a best of 3 between SSG and Wolves, and it is 1-0 in maps to SSG having won Clubhouse. If they were able to turn a result over here on Cafe, they will take the win. And believe me, when we're talking about SI group stages, I say it every year, I just love the chaos because things go wrong and things go right for teams very, very quickly. We only lose one team from each group, so the reality is a couple of wins over your 4 matches is likely to be enough mathematically to take you through into the next stages. Of course, you want to to get as high up the groups as you can because you're getting an advantage going into the upper bracket, for example. But it can also fall apart quickly. A couple of losses can be very, very difficult to come back from. You then find a lot of pressure on those final games that you're going to be going, into, and so it's not easy. And this could be, a win for SSG if they can get the couple of rounds back, get themselves into overtime. Who knows what happens?
I love how Hot and Cold is normally one of the chillest, calmest guys you'll ever meet in Pro Siege. You meet him, you see him around, he's nice, quite chill, quite unassuming. And there he was just proper going for it. Blasting Bibus. Or where his body was at the very least. Yeah, I mean, admittedly, when Ashton's streaming at you every single round, it's definitely going to get in the bloodstream as well. You'll be feeling it yourself. And seeing them all get hyped up, I absolutely love it. It's that kind of passion that I love seeing at these live events.
Deadshot going to be sending in the Rotero drones to begin with then. Going to take out a default camera with that one. Not a use that we see too often.
Yeah, no, I've seen it a couple of times.
But if you can get them far enough up the wall, they will do the job. The splash damage will take out the cam. So also feeds a little bit of information, tells them that there's no danger from bottom white, from VIP for example, bottom brown, and it's sort of a 2-for-1 now then. Bibu is going to be working on that castle barricade. You see him dipping away because you've got to be particularly cautious for nitros on the back of those. Teams will count, they'll know as and when that window is about to go, and they'll sometimes be a nitro to follow. None on the side of
cover
SSG to be able to do that this time, but still the thought process for Bibu. They don't necessarily know that. 5 versus 3 though, as SSG continue fighting. They seem to have found their legs here, Des. They managed to get 3 in a row. It's 5 versus 2, and the rush that Wolves hoped would push them over the line has fallen. It's faltered. It's been unsuccessful.
Not looking great, is it? Right, ending is smoking off Fireplace and the rotation that led out towards the hallway that you can see here on the right-hand side of your screen, but just didn't really have any cover inside the sites itself, or were they aware by the sounds of it, the rotation to the right-hand side of the Fireplace that gave Hot and Cold that wonderful free angle. It didn't matter what they wanted to do with the Amaru. Always going to get seen out there, and this is probably again going to be a slow bleed down, which does mean, Tim, we'll have to see all 12 rounds to see this one closed out.
Certainly looks like it could be the case. If not, it could be an exact mirror, really, of what we saw on Clubhouse, which was a 7-5 win for SSG after they had a 5-1 half. This could be a 5-1 half for Wolves, and then a 7-5 win if they're able to get this last round over the line. But it's certainly not looking great at the minute. SSG just finding themselves on defense here, and just the rounds seem to have got easier for them over the last couple of rounds. Like we saw that one there, they were just so ready for that rush. That Wolves never really stood a chance, and SSG really did punish them quickly for it.
Wolves had the right idea, though. I spoke coming into the map about how you don't come to this map knowing it's one of your least preferred maps unless you have something prepped counter-wise towards SSG. And sure, on the defense, as we said, both teams look great on the defensive side, but the attacking side, it's still lacking for either team. We've only seen success on Baron, Cocktail, and Tim. That only is going to make you feel even happier. You're seeing now why defenders more than ever should not be going to that top floor.
The only side that's been lost. Oh, it's as if I said that defenders don't see much success. Right, we're going to head down to Kitchen then for our final defensive round here. And honestly, I think this is a site that maybe is going to suit them here. As we've said, Wolves struggling to get inside the map. He struggled last time. Hot and Cold held on to Bakery fantastically well, getting himself a couple of kills even after it seemed like it probably wouldn't be the case. And we just saw Wolves again struggling to get that toehold inside of the map. So for me, if I'm SSG, I'm leaning into that. No surprise to see the Azami brought along, the Fenrir brought along. Just those operators, they're going to make it difficult again for Wolves to establish themselves.
Love bringing the introduction of the Ossa here as well for Shinka. With the diffuser in hand, no doubt this is the sort of thing that you see turn into a execute through freezer, get planted just inside a site right next to the actual bomb chassis itself, and you get the diffuser down. But first and foremost, it's one of those classic things where there's a checklist to work through here. Mowgli and P4 have got to do some work on the upstairs. That will be the first port of call. You've got Ram on side, you've got the Buck on side. It's all about vertical destruction, with Bibbo on side being able to burn through some of those ADS and magnets, or equally to take out things at range if there was a shield on side, for example, which there is with Hot and Cold, or to get rid of some of those Kiba barriers if they are impeding the team from moving forwards.
Bibu then gets himself into the top floor. Going to start working his way across. Information will be there, but just being cautious, of course. Always possible to miss somebody on a drone. Always possible for somebody to sneak back into a location that has already been drawn. But this is good. Well ahead of time. P4 is able to start getting those floors opened up. He's gone for the one just at the midpoint of red stairs there. That's going to give the view down towards bottom of red. That's going to give access in towards wedding, towards bakery, prevent the flank. And we've got then Mowgli on the book just opening things up inside of site, taking utility out as well. Freezer hatches open. This is way better from Wolves versus the last time we saw them attacking kitchen.
So far, so good. Good start to the round inside that first 90 seconds, as you say, but all really going to come down to the execute, I think, and how they can make this work, because they're going to have to force a couple of players of SSG to move away if they're going to make this work. They've got both sides opened up as well, so they do need to rotate and go for a push down red rather than through Freezer. It's there as an option, but the main person to follow is Shinka. He's the one with the diffuser. He's the one who's on the Ossa shield. Wherever he goes is going to be where the execute gets centered, and so far, it looks like, again, it's going to be the Freezer side.
Just the vertical use of those Kiba barricades. Not something that we see too often, but can be used, of course, on any surface. So when those verticals start getting opened up, they can be placed above just to provide a little bit of security, a little bit of safety. 40 seconds left to go. Wolves have not been able to pick up a kill yet, and that could be problematic for them because SSG are poised here for a retake. They're poised to move back onto site now. Then that was great from Fultz to get up above and to create a problem for that attacking side, but the trade was there immediately.
Going to be messy. They need that vertical cover as well. Forest force back. You can hear the DKB ringing out here as well. Again, everything Wolves have brought along has been engineered for this moment, but it's all coming down to the last 15, Tim. That means no second chances.
That's it. They really need to clear out VIP. J9O manages to get Bibu. Mowgli gets the trade, and it's going in favour of Wolves at the minute, but with 4 seconds left to go, they've just got to make a move. 2 quick kills come in from Forest and Dez. We're going to overtime.
I've been waiting for those words for months, Tim. Tell you what, defense is having an absolute field day in this series, as many would expect. And I don't know, neither team able to get the business done on the attack. The thing is, I think if you give Wolves another 60 seconds there, they probably put off a pretty good attack.
I mean, you could always say that. If you give Wolves another 8 minutes on that attack, I think they might get it done.
No, because they're still 5v5, because they've massaged players away from where they were playing.
Yes.
You know,
It took them too long.
They've made room and they've forced SSG back, but then let them back in. They've got back in behind sinks, for example. J9O is still inside bunker. So while they've kind of given themselves a bit of breathing room with Freezer itself, nothing actually inside of the site. It was all going right until they actually said the word go. And that's when everything started to fall apart. SSG start on the defensive side, Tim, and suddenly I'm thinking this might actually be an SSG map win, a 2-0 for them. Wolves had to win it in regulation.
Well, it's a massive advantage for them. It's 5-1 halves. The defenders have been winning 5-1, as we've said. They've been able to choke out the attacks. They've been able to burn so much time. They've been able to make it really, really difficult for Wolves to get through to them. But the same for SSG when they've been on attack. But yeah, absolutely. You'd say for the first time on Cafe, really, that this puts SSG in the driving seat. They've been fighting from behind previously. Hot and cold going for that. The epitome's just like, oh, calm down. You don't want to lose that man early if you want to complete this comeback. And that's exactly what they're going to be looking to do. They don't want to give any early advantage to Wolves. But what he has done now, Hot and Cold, is let them know there's somebody on the bottom floor. They've got to worry about the entire map. They've got to go in and think about clearing it out.
I think this series really has been... The pace and the outcomes have largely been dictated by Wolves. And that's not to say they've always been in control of the game, but I wouldn't say SSG to me have made like grave errors time and time again like we've seen Wolves do. Equally, I wouldn't really say overall we've seen them have massive high moments where they're just completely clear of Wolves, because a lot of that has come as a result of Wolves falling short or just being completely missynced with one another. And I just feel that with how things keep on playing out, with how Wolves keep on letting rounds slip away, there is enough composure on SSG's side to get this one over the finish line, even if Mowgli and Deadshot are having two of the best matches in the play in, well, we haven't seen him play much lately, but a long time, Tim.
Pressure is really mounting on Ashen here, but he is soaking it up like a sponge. And look at that! He takes down one, and he gets a second on the jump out. That is a huge play from Ashen. He was pressured from every which way inside a cocktail. There were flashes, there were drones, there was utility, but he got himself a double out of nowhere. However, Wolves, they've come back into it, Des, and this has got to be a freebie. Ashen, he's smart. He gets himself away from danger. What a play!
And he's still got away with it as well. Snowdoor wasn't available, so he goes, all right, guys, I'll just go down to the forest. No problem to me, because every player was on the upstairs. P4 looks slightly the wrong way, leaves that angle with his crosshair half a second too soon and pays the price. The march on forward continues. One more goes down to red stairs. Deadshot knows there's a player inside a train. I imagine he does. Does he see his man? I think he knows he's there, but he's got to find the angle. Will just about get it, but he's still got Ashen and Hot and Cold to go through with 60 seconds to play, Tim.
It's all on Deadshot's shoulders at the minute. 12-8 he is in terms of kills and deaths. He's had a pretty good game overall on Cafe, but this could just be an ask too far. Ashen, super low health. It's be a breath away from death realistically. If Deadshot can even graze him, he'll get the job done, but he's got the second man and it's hot and cold, and he's got drones. He can feed that information in. They know exactly. The red ping is there. They've got everything they need, and surely it's a matter of time until SSG close this one out.
Oh, gets the one. Can he find the next as well? What a clutch this would be. And a pivotal one, because they're on the attacking side, Tim. He's going to try and stick it. Hot and cold has been in a 1v1 already once this map against Bibu. And Deadshot pulls it off! That is what you need to win this map. An attacking round win. And SSG are going to be distraught they've let that one slip, Tim.
They really will. At the point when Ashen goes out of that window, gets the 2 kills, you're 5 versus 3, you're thinking SSG have done this, they're getting the momentum, and then Wolves, they scrap back into it. But once again, SSG find themselves 2 versus 1 then, and the advantage. But Deadshot takes it on his shoulders and single-handedly scraps his way back in. 2 great gunfights that he wins there. Yes, Ashen was low health, but it is worth pointing out that the kill onto Ashen was a headshot. He wins that fight whether Ashen is low health or not. You've got to remember that. So great play from Deadshot there to win the 1v2 when Wolves needed it most.
Just absolutely. It was a 1v3 as well, let's not forget, because he got the player in train as well, I guess. Yeah, and turned it from there, but...
yeah.
Just bonkers. I mean, Deadshot's a player that has had a difficult year. Obviously, relatively new to the team as well, and we haven't seen him flourish the way that many would have hoped. But if they look back at this later in the tournament and say, that 1v3 from Deadshot kept us in Cafe, we went on to win Consulate and therefore take the win over SSG.
5 seconds left.
It gave us a seed against a different team, or even potentially avoid eliminations. Nothing's guaranteed here at SI. That could be the moment they look back on and say, not quite saved the tournament, but really got them further than maybe they expected to. What a start.
See Deadshot's feeling himself now, getting himself up to the windows. Have a little look, see if he can continue that aggression. But at 14-8, you wouldn't deny him the opportunity. It's gone well for him so far. Back on the Mozzie that we saw him playing earlier as well. So SSG, it is now or never if they want to win this 2-0. Otherwise, they'll find themselves going to that third map.
Let's not forget, Deadshot started this map 0-3 as well.
Yep.
Remember he got those 2 kills? You're like, oh, finally he's arrived in the game in round 4. He's only gone from strength to strength throughout the map. Yes, Mowgli's got quieter. He was the defense hero for the side of Wolves, but really Deadshot has been the difference maker to keep them in it in the second half. Now we're back on that defensive side though. Mowgli's the one who you'd expect to awaken and really start doing some damage again.
Droning will continue from SSG just briefly. J9 all concerned about the bottom of White Stairs. Now then, Drone is going to be captured by Deadshot, but don't think he's going to be rushing to take a peek out of that white door because, of course, having lost the drone, if anybody's checking them on the side of SSG, they're going to call that out. They're going to know that there's a presence at the bottom of White Stairs.
Mowgli's the one planting his feet with the pea shooter, that MPX at distance. Not really great damage, but when you can hit headshots like Mowgli can, who really cares? They're going to be the starting focus. As you said, Tim, they've got to work their way across top and then get down a floor onto the actual site itself. So far, Wolves quite well spread. You can see the outlines as well as where people are playing around train. Quite isolated as individuals, at least for now. You don't know that, and half of the round has gone, Tim.
B4 knows that he's been drawn out. He tries to take out the utility, but doesn't want to overexpose himself. SSG have got Hot and Cold just sneaking through the ground level at this point. He could well move up round stairs. If he does, he's going to be in trouble, so needs to be just cautious of that. But SSG now getting themselves locked into that top floor. Look at this. The hunt is on. He's looking for Deadshot. He knows he's above him on White Stairs. I don't think Deadshot's aware of the Nox presence. If he comes around the corner here, he's going to lose his life. Surely, yes. I think he's just picked up on some sound there. Oh, there's the barbed wire. Perfectly placed. That's going to keep Deadshot alive. But Forrest, he manages to find Mowgli.
Great. C4 comes out and Deadshot turns down. He's feeling it, Tim. Finds a second kill in the round. And now once again, Wolves are back on a numbers advantage. Even Bibu's getting involved, Tim. They've pulled the 2 rounds over. SSG will be kicking themselves for that round 13, but Wolves take us into map 3.
A great performance from Wolves in overtime there, and you've got to say it was on the back of a couple of Deadshot plays, particularly that first clutch that he managed to pull off on the attack. We knew that it was the attacking win that would get this over the line if anything was going to, and that was exactly what they needed. And when Deadshot, it was a great finish from him. And again, at the end, the nitro onto the dining window, just everything kind of going right for him.
17 kills, I think, at the end there. Both teams had 3 players on double-digit kills, and for a game that's going to 14 rounds, yeah, you come to expect that. But I spoke about it during the game as well. I think for Wolves, you're seeing the kind of like peaks and troughs be far greater than SSG. So far, a little bit like this down the middle. There's not a lot of spikiness in their play, not a lot of kind of like bounce to it. I think they really need if they're going to be able to capitalise on Wolves. Admittedly, not their map pick. A map they're not had a great record on. It only gets worse now. 2 wins in the last 7 games on it. Consulate, though, I don't even know what to expect. That's going to be crazy. Absolute carnage.
All bets are off at this point because, like you say, they've both had a map where they've come in and looked pretty dominant, and it's going to come down to that new one to decide it all.
Ooh. Can't wait to see. Well, guess what that means? Break time when we come back. Consulate. See you in a few.
Let's go. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Just watch how I move. Hate it or love it, I came in, I pack up the room. I spend all my time in the lab. Grind like I'm getting paid time and a half. We finally made it. I know that they hate it. We caddies right out of the bag. The timing is right now. Right now. Right now. Just watch how I move. Right now. Right now. Right now. Just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Just watch how I move. Hate it or love it, I came in, I pack up the room. Keep your eyes on the clock. You might miss on your chances to rise if you blink. Got a vision your way to the top. The chamber alert, attracting the things you deserve. Just know I do this on a regular. The hustle keep calling me up on my cellular. 5 a.m. stuck, hot and the rest of them sleeping. That's why I'm still all the way up. I cannot be top, block, hand on the clock. Marathon running, ain't making no stops. I came from nothing, my days on the block. This is what I just gotta do. Right now, right now. Just watch how I move. Right now, right now, right now. Just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, timing is right now.
I think City of Atlanta is a place that has something for everybody. It's very urban, but it's also very natural.
We've got some of the best teams in the world finally here in Atlanta ready to show their stuff, so we are in for an amazing weekend.
I love Siege. My little brother was super hype on it, and I finally tried it out and was like, yeah, I see what this is about.
Any team that we're going DZ, SSG the whole way, no doubt.
There's money on the line, there's glory on the line, and for teams that came into this event on the bubble, well, we'll wait and see if they're able to punch their ticket to Sao Paulo.
プレイヤーネームはピョンでやってます。チームはスカーズに所属してます。ゆっくりこうテンポ変えてこうぜ。子供の頃からスポーツが全部好きで、小さい頃から野球とサッカーと e スポーツタイトルがオリンピックに採用されるっていうニュースを見てから、自分たち前回ベスト8でコペンハーゲン終わっちゃったので、次はベスト4目指して。
今日の対戦でもこんな感じがいいな。
Psycho's so good that he's in a class by himself. Bro's dropping 20, 15 consistently. He's making everybody else around him look trash. He's the GOAT. Hands down. The GOAT. Yo, best game mechanic. This blue Smurf cat with Shaiko photoshopped onto it. We love Shaiko. We love Shaiko. We love Shaiko.
Salut, c'est Shaiko et je suis entré fragueur pour Team BDS. Ce que j'en pense, c'est que ouais, pour moi, je suis un gars normal qui joue juste aux jeux vidéo, quoi. Mais je le vois aussi quand même qu'il y a pas mal de gens qui me suivent, qui me supportent et tout, et ça fait quand même plaisir. Les objectifs, c'est déjà d'essayer de gagner ce major, actuellement à Atlanta. Et le gagner aussi, ça veut dire qu'on se qualifie au Six, au Brésil. Du coup, ouais, ça serait incroyable. Mais il y a beaucoup aussi de travail derrière, quoi, du jour. Comme j'ai dit avant, c'est genre beaucoup d'entraînement, quoi, c'est tout, c'est...
I don't know the game over. Game over. Game over. Turn the baby up, game!
The world champions are here, and their trophy case still has a little more space. G2 is already locked and loaded.
It's easy to win one competition, but trying to win more, that's the hard part, you know? I'm Jack Robertson, also known as Doki, and I'm the entry fragger for G2 Esports R6.
A new generation pick up where legends left off.
I want to keep it going and be classed as the most achieved player in the game. I mean, I guess you could say we have a reputation of being seen as like the bad guy.
Try to make one round today, Joe!
Because every time we play, like we are screaming at the enemy team, just trying to get in their boots.
I smell the fear, says Doki.
Okay, it's game time. Yeah,
Oh, we are the best at psychological warfare. It isn't even a question.
2, 1. Come on, G2! You're gonna crumble!
G2, are they getting their first dub here in Swiss, or is Scars about to pull off the upset?
Oh, Scars. I'm gonna say good luck again to them.
He's got another!
He's absolutely nuclear to their third. Anyone else want to line up?
Yo, Scars, you're terrible!
This one is a foregone conclusion, I imagine. That's going to be G2 onto a 7-1, cruising through their first game here in Swiss.
Like we won the first round in the game, and we typed in the game like GG. It's kind of bad manners, I guess, but that's called mental warfare. That's winning the game before you even play.
Even if you end up losing today, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, and the big thing to keep note of is that if you are ever in a best-of-3 situation, that is elimination territory, and you have to win out if you want to qualify for the next phase.
The only difficult game for G2 is W7.
No. But I think the favorite to the major is G2.
Not you?
And me too.
Yeah, of course. Alright, good luck. I'll see you later.
Day one of the Swiss stage yesterday, 2 top 10 teams finished dead last in the league, losing huge games.
Hello. Salve rapaziada, eu sou o Herds, sou jogador da W7M, eu sou entry fragger.
Most people universally have put W7M thinking that they will be the first ever back-to-back major champions.
Are you gonna pop off on stage today?
Pop off?
Yes.
W7M here in Copenhagen. No one could stop their rampage.
Eu não vejo essa sensação de pesar. Já conquistei uma vez, eu já sei o caminho, como eu consigo chegar lá.
Both teams said that they're going to be fixing what they need to be fixed. This is going to be an in-your-face sort of game.
I win, you lose. If you win, you get the chain. No, what's the map? I don't even know.
5 seconds. It's going to be a lot of trash talk.
Bateu o cabelo! Essa criança!
Then down to just one more. It's going to be a 3-3 half, Tim. Really hard to call which way it goes.
A gente é um time que trabalha muito e eu acho que isso é posto em prática nos campeonatos e tem dado resultado.
That hurts, it's taken down, but Felipox once again there for the trade, and they are going to find that final kill onto Kitchen, and W7M go on to 1-1 here in the Swiss.
Tô me sentindo muito feliz com essa vitória, acho que o time tava precisando aí pra...
SSG é sempre fácil, né? Sempre acho fácil.
Esperem a gente na final aí, vambora.
Passar vergonha. Passar vergonha na gravação do vídeo.
Então vem agora então.
nem cagado. I'm tired.
Meu nome é Jaime Pereira Ramos Jr., mais conhecido como Cyber dentro do jogo Rainbow Six. Jogo pela FaZe Clan. O que eu poderia fazer, então deixou eu mais maduro.
FaZe que vem nessa...
Família feliz.
Nessa segunda temporada pra tentar de novo ser campeão.
Olha lá, vai correr atrás do papai. Ô, que sorriso.
Acho que essa parte foi o que me ajudou bastante a evoluir muito então, dentro do jogo. Ele é um amuleto pra gente, né? Querendo ou não, acho que ele me deixa eu mais com vontade de querer ganhar, olhar pra ele, saber que ele tá ali me assistindo. Acho que instiga mais eu querer tá dando o meu máximo. No Major Suécia eu quebrei o recorde, né, de kills que teve em campeonato de Major. E no próximo campeonato que a gente jogou, que foi o Major Berlim, eu quebrei novamente meu recorde, mas não fui campeão. Mas eu espero que se eu ganhar, conseguir levar ele pro palco e ajudar.
Welcome back to the stream. If you're just tuning in, because I'm very aware that we've obviously seen the conclusion of G2 versus NIP. Welcome. We're going into map 3. We have had a screamer of a series so far. 12 rounds on map 1, 14 on map 2, which we just saw the conclusion of. And now we've got Consulate being lined up. Tim, it feels like a very defender-dominated series so far. Not seen too much success for the attackers. But knowing both teams love Consulate, this final map we're going into, will fortunes change?
Well, we did have a quick look in the break at how these teams have shaped up previously. We would have to say statistically, SSG do have, I'm going to say, a slight advantage in that area when it comes to playing with Consulate, particularly on previous results. But to be honest with you, the way these two teams have played so far and the way these maps have played out, both have been close, and it wouldn't surprise me to see that be exactly the same story on Consulate. They've really been fighting tooth and nail for everything, and I think Deadshot has probably been the biggest surprise so far, particularly that performance on Cafe. 17 kills he finished on, a 1v3 clutch on attack in order to win that one out, basically. It was the attack that was needed for Wolves to get them over the line, and you see him right up there at the top of the leaderboard, no surprise.
Yeah, as I mentioned, quite a lot of kills across both teams as well. 3 players on either side being into double digits, but really it was Moog on the defensive half and then Deadshot towards the closing half of the game that really made the difference. Deadshot, as you can see, at 17 and 8 is absolutely mega, given he started the game after the first 3 rounds at 0 and 3, Tim. So, big showing, but the question we had for each other in the break was, do we see him do that again? Is it a series thing? Is it a map thing? I'm hoping it carries across to Consulate, because it'd be great to see Wolves come out and do well here. But you mentioned the stats. Since Consulate got reworked, we've seen Wolves play it twice in Tier 1 play. They've lost it both times. SSG have played it 4 times. They've won it 4 times. SSG have like a 3% round win rate, whereas Wolves are stuck down at like 27% or something. Literally a gulf between them in terms of how well they play on this map. Whether that comes down to competition, the newness of the map, I'm not entirely sure. But both teams love the map, even if their outcomes on it so far have been incredibly different.
Yeah, exactly that, and it's for Wolves now really to show up and give us a reason to believe why it's a map that they like so much, and certainly improve that round win rate a little bit. But we need to keep an eye on Deadshot in this as well, because of course he was pretty instrumental in that last win on Cafe. Let's not make any bones about it. SSG were in a position where they were going to go on and win that. It was a potential 2-0. They got the defense, they had the advantage on the defense, but Deadshot stepped up and got it done. So we need to keep an eye on him, see how his performance continues into this one. It was a little bit slow to start on Cafe. If he finds that coming into Consulate and doesn't really get running, it could then be difficult for Wolves. We'll see how that goes. Or again, Morglake very effective on Cafe, very impactful, getting a lot of kills, turning a couple of rounds, and again, they just need that if Wolves are going to improve that Consulate win rate.
Well, Tim, it wouldn't be our opening series of the tournament so far if there were only 4 rounds that we haven't seen played out. The first ever best of 3 we ever cast together many years ago was a full 45-round banger. This one
we also hold the record for the longest competitive Tier 1 match.
That's true. 68 rounds, was it, of 75 possible? Which is just bonkers, honestly, but here we are. And this one feels like it's going to be potentially another one of those long ones if Consulate starts to go towards the full 12 or potentially all the way to 15 rounds. SSG starting things out on the ban. They have banned Ying every single map so far in this series, and that is not changing here in map 3.
Nope, that's it. It's been a consistent one. They have absolutely no interest in playing against the Ying. We're going to have the Monte come in as well. So the bands have actually started out in exactly the same way as they did. Well, it was the reverse. It was Monte then Ying.
SSG only attacked with Monte once on Club. And
that's
since
it,
then,
banned.
Wolves are like, that's it. Last 2 maps, gone. Taken away. Refuse to see it. Valkyrie being taken away is an interesting small change.
Seen a lot of Valkyrie play today so far.
We have. And Wolves have gone very heavily in towards banning Mira, though, across the last 2 maps. Here, there's going to be the Valkyrie and the Azami going to be the final ban. That is an interesting one, but not wholly unsurprising. Wolves have used it a lot. We've seen Mowgli running around on it a lot, holding down areas of the map. Piano back on Cafe. Prior to that, we saw some really good defenses coming down inside the basement when it was defending downstairs for the side of Wolves. I'm not horribly surprised to see it taken away, but it does mean, of course, things like the Solus will be available, and straight away, SSG across to running that. When it was open back on the first map, I think it was actually only SSG who picked up the Solus. Wolves didn't touch it once, as far as I can remember.
SSG going to kick things off with a top floor hold then.
And a captain.
We're looking to keep hold upstairs. Now, the interesting area, particularly for top floor, is exactly where we're looking at right now. Thank you very much. It's going to be in and around those vending machines, and it is going to be the setup that we would expect. Global shield up by the vending machines. So you would usually have somebody playing down towards the bottom of your screen there, near where the compass is, sort of around the top of those stairs, into the small area of the side of meeting room. You're going to have somebody in there, and then you're going to have somebody up at the top of that corridor, near the shield, in behind there, behind the vending machine, that's going to help them hold on to that position. It stops them being pushed from top spiral, and it also stops the push coming through from copy and the right-hand side of your screen effectively. So it's going to prevent everything, all that pressure coming across from admin, unless that area is cleared out, and it can be very, very difficult to clear out. So if SSG do put the numbers in there, Wolves are going to have to find an answer. You would expect Wolves to be well aware, you know, it's something that G2 kind of pioneered in that position, so coming from EU, should be ready and waiting for it, should SSG choose to set up that.
Should, though. It's one of those classic things where the more you see something, the more counters start to be established, the more teams begin to figure it out. And what's the best way to counter a shield? Arguably with another shield, which is why Shinka is bringing along Blitz here. At least the ability to get up there and cause a little bit of chaos could be the one. I want to say the track's not really in the ideal spot there from Mowgli. But otherwise, that means the yellow stairs should be locked off, at least for now. Forest sniffing out this way to feed information back and forth. The beauty of playing shields, of course, is you do get to feed this kind of information. The call is there, they get away with it. And I mentioned the best way to beat a shield is with a shield. Shinka comes straight in with the flash, but can't get rid of the clash.
Deadshot once again coming in and getting things going for Wolves. So as he manages to pick up one, P4 and Bibu double down, find them for themselves. Forest, he picks one up, but 3 versus 1 as Deadshot's there for the trade. And it is again that name that we are shouting. Deadshot with a double in the first round. The Blitz is just hassling Fultz now. He's actually going to do damage to himself with the impact nade. Leaves us now all but done as Deadshot picks up that final kill. Shinko was down but not out, but Deadshot was there once again to protect his teammate, get the trade, and that's a triple to kick things off. That's Wolves taking round 1, and boy oh boy, have we got a game on.
In pretty explosive fashion as well, as the key thing I'd note there. It would have been so easy for SSG to just turn Wolves through the meat grinder. You know, when we had the clash at the top of yellow, just feeding on what was going on balcony, Mowgli went down for free. And rather than kind of pull back, Wolves said, actually, if we're losing a player, full send it. Drop through Skylight right now, Shinka. Get in the face of that clash. And they just exploded in and around office. And you saw the outcome. They cleaned house with SSG, realistically. And this is what I was speaking about before the series that a few have remarked on is, given the current meta we're in, where there's so many strong defenders that can slow the game down so much, what attackers are now doing instead is just going even more aggressive and pushing even faster than they did during the last kind of iteration of the TDM meta. And you've just seen it in full effect in that round. Great for Wolves to get the first attacking round win, and maybe it shows that we have something a bit different to expect from the attackers here on Consulate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, attacking on console is never an easy thing to do necessarily. We've spoken about this before. The map is made up of lots of small rooms, which gives, guess what, defenders lots of corners to hide in. And it means that your droning takes longer. You've got to check all those little corners, all those little hiding places. When you're going through as attackers, you've got to be checking every corner. You've got to be really on it in terms of being ready for those gunfights being brought to you. So there's generally a lot of work for the attackers to do. I like what Wolves did there. They just took it out of play, essentially. Actually, we're just going to go route 1, both straight in towards site. We're going to cut out a lot of the map. You can do that on the top floor. You can't do that the same for something like Garage necessarily. They've got Ashen out there on the roam on the Solus. Very dangerous operator, very dangerous player. What a combination. Wolves need to deal with this.
Good Solus can be such a headache to deal with. And because you can't easily like get a drone in there that goes, haha, we can see you and you don't know about it. They've really had him contained. And they knew he was up there because of the impact that came through, hoping to get something, throwing himself out the window, and finds absolutely nothing. Not a lick of damage. Down onto the other side, and that's unfortunate. Forest.
SSG have just suffered from over-aggression there. Ashen's gone out of a window. Forest gone out of the door. Wolves are sat there ready waiting for them. It's two of the easiest kills they're going to have all day. So I just feel like SSG, yes, they're going to carry a lot of confidence into this map. We've spoken about the win rate, played 4-1-4. They can't let themselves get carried away with that because right now, Wolves are showing up and they're going to punish them if they do.
Sure, they'll only continue to do that the more SSG just keep giving it over to the other side. Again, first round, I don't think they really have much to do there, and they have loved the aggression in early rounds. He spoke about it and praised both teams for it because it slows the attacking team down, gives them more to worry about as the round wears on. Here, admittedly, the Leaf managed to pull one back. A trade comes through. Love seeing that. I remarked on a couple of times from SSG, especially on their attacking side, they would miss the opportunity to trade. Wolves not forsaking that opportunity here and at least getting one back. 4v2.
Shot kicked off with 5-0. I said coming into this map, he was instrumental for the win on Cafe. He was a little bit slow to get started on that map. How was he going to do on this one? And how was it going to impact Wolves' results? He's come in 5-0. He's stayed hot. He's firing on all cylinders. And Wolves are winning rounds on the back of it. P4 manages to pick up hot and cold. It's all up to Fultz. He gets himself a freebie onto Shinka. They've no idea that he's up above. But now that they know, it gives them the opportunity to think about a plan potentially. But where is the diffuser? It's not in hand at the minute. They need to make sure that the timing is right and that they don't push Fultz one at a time, which is exactly what they are doing.
What is going on? Like, what is going on?
I was worked out. Deadshot just streaked across the map there, one side to the other, and got away with it. But I was a little bit worried then.
Yeah, man was playing a risky game. Could have brought it down to a 1 versus 1, but they get over the line. And I believe I heard the call right. SSG called in a timeout. Did I hear? If they have, yeah, there we go. 2-round timeout, Tim. Things are not going to plan, that's for sure.
You can see that it's not what they expected. I think SSG probably came into Consulate very, they know the stats as well as we do, and they're going to come into it probably very confident, and you could see that Ashen going out of a window, Forest out of the, all that aggression there, and actually, it's been for nothing. They've gone and thrown themselves against the rocks, and they've been broken by Wolves, who have just actually picked them apart, played really well, got in and won rounds. Yes, there was a little bit of a moment at the end of the round there against the Maestro where it was, a little bit worrying, but Wolves on the whole have done everything they've needed to do. They're looking great, 2-0, and it's no surprise to see that attack timeout coming in.
And Deadshot has not slowed down a second. He's 5-0 after 2 rounds, Tim. Once again, admittedly, the kind of suicidal run at the end of that last round I wasn't too swarm on, but
you're going
outside
out
of this,
the door with a nitro in your hand.
You're hoping he's tucked away on drones, aren't you? Maybe you'd assume a player would be. They'd be back on drones, then it's a free C4. That's the risk that you're taking in that situation, but doubling down on the investment and trying to get aggressive early on. Yeah.
Had you not just lost Ashen and you think, he's, the Solus is feeding me info, there's one out there on drone, right, I might go and have a look with the nitro, but when you've literally just lost Ashen, I don't think that it's a risk you can really be taking, and they've lost the round on the back of it.
That Hail Mary to try and square 4-4, but it doesn't come off yet. Onwards we go then. On towards what looks to be the split site, which is going to be an interesting one. Always enjoy seeing this site being picked out.
Yeah, we don't see it too much.
We don't often know. We don't. We're not. Got the pulse on side. That's the go-to staple for it as well. Play downstairs, C4 upwards. Remember back on old console, all you just see is the entire floor on that first floor site just get completely torn out from below, and everyone would try and play on the downstairs. And there's more options here to cause a bit of trouble. Got to be kind of wary of that, I'd imagine, whether it's trying to play from the west side in as the attackers, and the defenders have got to be wary of that. It's a bit of a maze down in the basement. Or whether or not they try and go top down. They've got a couple of options they can play with here, and we'll see how Wolves approach it.
Once again, certainly no rush, 30 seconds in, going to be opening up those barricades, drones going in, and I like that from them. They've not been the over-aggressors. They've taken their time, and they've waited for the opportunities to present themselves. They just needed that electrical to be cleared off. That is going to be done. So that will allow the garage walls to be slowly opened. Ooh, interesting.
Aha.
No.
So I was going to point this out when I saw this yesterday. Well, with C4s, as you know, they get stuck when they, even if they're outside the kind of like frozen radius, it's almost like more of a square in a way.
Yep.
So even when you're outside what looks to be the radius, a single pixel can be anywhere near the frozen effect and it won't work. And they've just been caught out by that with the Selma, unfortunately.
Well, of course, yeah, the Selma would deploy outwards as well and would go into that area. So I imagine that's going to be part of the logic there. So Claymores will be placed out to prevent any jump outs. Again, just, you know, heads up play from Wolves. They know that the aggression has been there from SSG. A little bit concerned about the time for them in this round. We're halfway through. They've not really got themselves inside of the map yet. A lot of the breaches have been established, should be dealt with by now. Don't know what's happened with the garage breach, whether there was an opportunity maybe to put an electrical back down, or whether that has now been opened with the Selmas, but seeing the electrical at the back there is going to tell me that it should now be open. Mowgli goes in and absolutely slams Foresters.
Almost loses his life for it in the process. It gets a little bit scrappy. Shinka and P4 try and pull something back, but for all intents and purposes with Mowgli down, that's 3 players lost on that server side push. Not ideal for the French side. Against SSG, who've got 4 players, still have a 4v3 coming in here. Bibu, he's got to start winning some gunfights at some point, Tim, and it turns out to be now. Plant going down, 3v3.
Mowgli just having a tickle of the diffuser there, but he's not going to stick it for the time being. Maybe just waiting for a better position, a better opportunity, maybe another kill or 2 to come in, but he's just trying to get himself positioned in behind that pillar. But Ashen is up above, hasn't been dealt with yet, and I think that is exactly what Wolves are particularly concerned about, and they should be, as Ashen takes down Mowgli, and right now Wolves have got no answer to the vertical threat from SSG.
Really good from Asher to be playing it the reverse rather than playing downstairs. Up, he's playing upstairs down. 2 versus 2 and 30 seconds to play. They have got it in hand and they could just tuck away here. Still the opportunity with Ashen down for them to not know this is going on. Might see one at range, but they'll be able to stick it, Tim.
I like that, just playing it really tight. Bibu just covering right over the shoulder of the planter. He's going to use noise for his left-hand side so he knows nobody's coming in. He can just watch that one direction. Now then, Deadshot, he's got a great cross over here.
Oh.
He gets 1, he gets 2. Deadshot with a plant and a double. And that's going to be Wolves taking round 3.
Deadshot again.
Look at the little smile. He knows. He knows. He's him.
He's him. He's that guy. In the absence of Shaiko, someone had to step up to the plate. And my God, is he doing it for the French fans. 3 rounds on the attack. No timeout options left, of course, for SSG. They used it after round 2. That round was better, I think, in terms of orchestration. Having the Solus above was a real headache for Wolves to figure out because they just Hail Married it down the back stairs, in through box or secret, whatever the hell you want to call it, and got absolutely slaughtered by Hot and Cold, as you just saw. Mowgli went down, he killed 2 players, and I thought, man, with Ashen now playing above, this round has got to be done and dusted, but Ashen then dies, so they lose the information that he held onto above and managed to pull the round off. 3 rounds in a row. This is going to feel like torture for SSG for these next 3 rounds.
It really is because, you know, coming into it, you just feel like if Wolves get a good enough lead here, when you get onto that defense, I've often said this before, say Wolves get themselves a 5-1 half again here on the attack, you've always got to feel like on the defense, there's got to be that one site that you can lock down. That's all you need to find at that point. You need 2 rounds. You can just lock one site down twice and that's it. Job done. You've won. So SSG, they've got to start finding some rounds. They've got to start finding them now.
Already feels like the damage is done, doesn't it? That's the problem. Even if they're like a 3-3 half, you'd still be like, man, given how this series has gone so far, we should be doing so much better. So at this point, it's more damage control than it is kind of being able to find a real positive coming out of the half. Let's see how things play up. Deadshot on the Ash in this round at 8-0. Ready to really tear SSG a new one once again. He's just waiting for that call on when to go. What I like in a way is, like, although Mowgli's been the entry and he's been at the forefront of a lot of these pushes, he's gone down and there's been that reliable second flagger behind him to pick up the pieces and still make stuff work.
He's in a position. He's zipped in with the Amaru. He's going to be getting the plant down, and SSG are not going to get there in time. The cover is in place. P4 Deadshot find one apiece. 5 versus 3. Diffuser down. Forest down. Everybody down. It's all up to Hot and Cold now. 1 versus 5, and Wolves, they are on the hunt, Des, and they are ripping SSG to pieces.
Fresh and Jackers, eat your heart out. That is a go-to classic ranked execute through that
really
office window.
I'm usually the Amaru.
Yeah, you're the one in there full sending it whilst you're getting cover.
I'm not going to name names, but P4 had better cover than, you know, he was on the cover.
Come on.
BB was well looked after.
Who are we dobbing him?
I can't do it. I can't do it. Fresh is always very good on the cover, that's what I will say.
All right, so you've eliminated one from the set there, it could be. The Jackers, I'm imagining, is normally
Fresh is always excellent on the cover for me.
Fresh has just walked in, exasperated that we're daring to kind of say that. To be fair, you've given us a compliment there. You should love that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he did gesture, what the hell was that? And I'm like, yeah, it's SSG being caught a bit asleep at the wheel. Admittedly, very impressive at what they brought along. You know, you had the Grim on side. We expected to see a lot of Grim in this competition with the Decavy on side as well. It's a lot to keep the defenders at bay when you're going in for an execute like that, and it's so hard to deny. And in a world where, again, defense is so strong, these quick and easy direct to sight from the external side of the map attacks are so effective, as we saw Bar and Cocktail back on Cafe. You're seeing it here with that last sight, and Wolves, wow, what a turn this would be if they turn around and take 5 or 6 rounds from this first half.
The thing is, with that plant, it can be a tough one to hold off for the defenders. You've got to have the right utility in place. You know, you're covering past that half wall from the window, and it's so difficult to swing into it. Once the diffuser starts going down, you've really got to deal with it from below. You know, you've got to have somebody in position, whether that be your Solis, whether that be somebody on a Nitro. You know, you've got to have something there to deal with it from below. So long as the desk has been cleared out, which can be done in a number of ways, if that position has been moved out, then Bibu's got all the space in the world he needs to get in there, and Wolves have just shown that. But Ashen, he's going to open things up with a quick kill onto Shinka, and it's starting to fall apart a little bit for Wolves on this one, as J9O gets a double, but it's Deadshot. He's there once again. He's 11 and 0 at the minute. It's 3 versus 1 now as Fultz finally shuts him down. And it's all up to P4.
Could have got himself a third onto the mirror and the drop, and then swung and got the 4th guy. It could have been a 4K to convert the round over. Now, I wouldn't write things off with P4, by the way. Although he hasn't been like 17 kills on the last map, he's still had 12. He's still been quietly going about his business here. He has been Mr. Reliable in the midfield for this team. So although a 3K is going to be a hard and tall order, it's plenty doable for P4.
It's going to be a waiting game now for SSG. P4 just gets himself up into the top floor. Going to try and use those verticals, see if he can find anybody from above. At this point, he just needs a kill. He just needs 1 kill to get things going. Drops into sight. He knows that there's going to be angles looking through into there. Might be an opportunity to get the diffuser down, but with hot and cold underneath, FNATs to walk into, there's very little that P4 can realistically do here. As soon as he starts putting that diffuser down, it's not even about hot and cold denying the plant. It's about them knowing exactly where he is. It's
and they're playing all 3 floors as well, Tim.
Exactly. This is a nightmare for P4. He's working through barbed wire, so they're likely going to hear that. They're going to know that he's moving his way. He's got plenty of time. That is the one thing in his favour. But honestly, I think the first gunfight he comes across is probably going to be the end of this.
Will he check this corner by the looks of it? No, he's looking completely the wrong way. It's all too easy for Forest to get the close onto P4. SSG finally get a small reprieve here. A single round on Consulate to their name on the defensive side. 4 to Wolves as we go into round 6. I did say it'd be like damage control, Tim. The best they can walk away with here is 2 rounds on the defensive half.
In all honesty, if SSG can walk away with 2, I think it's a bit of a steal.
Yeah.
With the way that they've played so far and the way that Wolves have played, if they come away 4-2, I'm going to be looking at that thinking, Wolves maybe should have had a bit more out of that. It's still not a bad first half for Wolves, don't get me wrong. But, you know, you look at it
and think,
they should have at least 5.
Deadshot was 11 and 0 before he finally got taken down. And again, he could have easily got those next 2, well, not easily, but could have got those next 2 kills if he caught the mirror on the drop and then spun round and got the next. In fact, if he killed the mirror, there was no C4 coming skyward. He probably does go on to really control the sight from above in that round. So a small margin of timing, a little bit of an ammo issue as well. But it does give SSG a round they sorely, sorely need.
Yeah, they had to get something going. They had to get something going. Let's not forget, SSG have already used their tactical timeout as well. They used it before the start of round 3. It was between round 2 and 3 that they used it very early in the game. And it leaves them in a position that no matter what happens now, they've just got to keep on rolling and try and keep themselves in this. Ashen straight out of the window, still bringing that aggression. He's just going to pre-fire an area there. He doesn't necessarily know anybody's there. He doesn't necessarily expect anybody there, but the players will practice that. They know exactly where the angle is. They know exactly where the spawn is going to come from. So they'll just run and go for that fire and see if they get anything. Nothing doing for Ashen.
Drop the diffuser.
Mentioned it back on Cafe when we saw this brought along. The this time round in Bibu's hands rather than Shinka. Curious to see where the execute comes in. Again, you can follow the Oscar and really get a good idea as to what's going down. And given he's hanging around secret here, it's probably going to be that execute once again down through the basement. The only thing I'm always nervous about is what we saw last time round was Ashen being on the Solis. He had a lot of control up on the ground floor, so if they apply some pressure there, good. It means they can at least control him away at least somewhat. I don't think he'll make the same mistake twice where he'll find himself getting brought down for essentially nothing. And he's already found Mowgli. I tell you what, he's in Mowgli's head rent-free this series.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. Bibu's going to take a ton of damage. He's going to take a little bit more as well, and it's going to be enough to put him down on the deck. That's going to be the finish. But Boris, he keeps on fighting. He knows that there's a second coming along as well. And there is a big round from SSG as they go flawless. And what a way to finish the half. Not only 2 rounds back-to-back, a flawless thrown in there as well. And could we see the tide starting to turn?
Bit of a flourish, I think, for SSG. Again, we said those 2 rounds feel like a steal. Wolves really slowing things down in that last round. And I think as soon as SSG realized, okay, we've got an Ossa pushing in through server, they must be attacking this direction. You had the immediate pushing towards box on the top side coming in. I imagine a jump out from the window in towards box to cut off their back line. You also did have one player on Wolves admittedly try and push their way in towards Visa to challenge onto Ashen, but unfortunately didn't win that gunfight either. Just everything that could have gone wrong that round for Wolves did, and everything that could go right for SSG absolutely did, and a lot of that was down to their decision making. So really good stuff from the American side. Now that they've got to pour some magic of their own on the attacking half, they are down 4-2. Across the series so far, it's been very heavily defender favoured. Got to do some magic on the attack.
The thing is, for SSG now, the positive they've got to see, by getting those 2 rounds, I commented previously, Wolves get to 5, they've only got to be able to lock down 1 defensive side. Now, SSG have put them in a position where they have to show that they can find wins on 2 defensive sides. Otherwise, it will end up in overtime. So, it just adds that little bit of pressure. Yes, they've got their favourite side. They come in here, onto the primary. Maybe they get the win, and they're thinking, right, this is looking good. Deadshot's going to take some serious damage. He's out again, though! And he manages to get it! Ashen taken down with a double attempt from Deadshot.
The thing is, SSG are the team that love playing like this. We've seen it on Club. We saw it on Cafe. Window jump outs, run outs of kitchen door, you name it. They were going for everything they possibly could. Yet not only has Deadshot tried it once and kind of messed it up, he's gone back in for seconds. He's gone in for afters, Tim.
He's gone in for afters,
got away with the kill. Like, SSG should not be letting that happen.
Now he got himself something tasty on that second attempt, and just looked like SSG were not ready for it. I think, you know, to be fair, on anybody's part, you'd have the assumption, I've hit him on the run out, he's not coming back for more. He knows that we know that he's there, you know, but no, Deadshot just playing the double bluff and getting back out there, and what a start it is. Going to continue taking down utility as well. Fultz does manage to find P4 though, and Deadshot, he's coming under pressure here. Fultz just raining bullets through the soft wall around him. Does take damage from above though. This one is becoming tense.
Mowgli with a little sidestep and Deadshot. Being kind of shot out of nowhere. Really didn't have the expectation, but when he falls, Mowgli is there to pick up the pieces. 2 kills in the round and 2 left standing for SSG. It's all down to J90 and Forest. It's been a very vertically focused round as well. All the kills from Mowgli seeming to come in from above. He's found 3 for himself as well. Wants to remind us the Deadshot ain't him. It's all about Mowgli.
Just again going to be looking for this final one. I'm sure he's certainly feeling himself in this round. Forrest will send up the air jab, just trying to get anything going that he can from beneath, but in a 1 versus 3 he knows that it's a big ask. Mowgli
4K.
steps down, says, that's my 4 for the round, thank you very much, and I'm gonna just start putting a little bit of pressure on SSG as well. That's round 5 on the board then for Wolves. At least it's now 5-2, and the big question for me is this next round. This is where it becomes important. If you remember at the beginning of that round, I said Wolves need to show us that they can win on 2 sites here if they want to get this done. And that's where this next round is going to be so important. If Wolves can take them somewhere else, they're probably going to be down into the basement to Garage, I would imagine. If they can take them there and get the win, you're then looking at this situation where they need 1 more round and they've got 2 sites to pick from. They've got Console, they've got Garage where they can find that. So it's going to be a big one for them now.
I felt like almost every single fight in that round, as I mentioned, was through the verticals, whether it was shooting upwards or shooting downwards. It was just a bit of carnage. Mowgli walks away king of the round, though, 5-2. Once we go, should say, Tim. The thing is, when you see Wolves playing like this, when their 2 entries are the ones that are really shining there, Mowgli is always normally the primary entry, the one who's getting into the gunfights first. But between him and Deadshot, when they're having a day like they are today, this team is so hard to deal with. And I know that this sounds funny because he's 0-4, but Shinka has been one of their best players, if not the best player, consistently across the whole of the last year. You get through those 2 front lines. You've got P4, who's been quite a consistent player in the mid line. Bibu, it's a bit of a stinky day today so far. We'll let him off, it's the first day. But Shinka again in the backline can be such a stable player. When they're firing on all cylinders, Wolves look absolutely phenomenal, but their challenge has always been consistency throughout a competition. And I hope that this at least signals a change, that day 1 can carry into day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, and they keep on playing at the level of quality we've seen, at least on Consulate so far, and elements of the previous maps as well.
Yeah, they've really picked up the pace as they've gone on. You know, they've really grown into...
It's first game, kind of shake it off a little bit. It's a bit of
at
rust.
the end of the day, it's going to be the same for everybody coming out of the window. Is not going to do the job on that one, but Deadshot is going to continue holding that angle for the time being, just waiting for any change in pixel colour. He knows they're still out on the rappel. He's got the information. He's feeding it back in, but Ashen has managed to just sneak his way in pretty close to the defensive line here. So to be aware, they need to be alert. They don't want to get caught out. Hot and Cold is going to take some damage getting in through that window.
All about the vertical play. A lot of Buck throughout this series, sometimes joined up by the Ram, of course, as well. But here is just the Buck getting to work with a little bit of help coming in from the Jackal. But even with the Jackal on side, it's never going to be enough. Deadshot finding Ashen, who himself has just been bullied, it feels, by Deadshot after dominating Mowgli in previous engagements.
Yep, Deadshot finding the entry kill onto Ashen 2 rounds in a row there. He's looking for more. He knows somebody's there.
How?
Peeks around the corner and rips the head off Fultz. 5 versus 3 now. Wolves looking comfortable, but Hot and Cold has something to say about that. Manages to take down Deadshot from above. 3 versus 4.
Right, tag team, it's Mowgli's time to shine. But that second kill for me is just nigh on unforgivable. You knew that Deadshot was there. You knew what he's capable of. And you're giving him this very easy 1v1. Yes, there's some pressure coming in from above, but clearly not enough pressure because it still took another 5 seconds for him to actually die afterwards. Hot and Cold almost going down, but it's Jane to get P4 first. 3v3.
Yeah, P4 was just hiding away there, waiting for that vertical play, I think, potentially, should they get in a position to put the diffuser down, or maybe the sneak down yellow. He was just giving himself options, keeping himself in that position to work into Piano, or even if SSG established themselves in Piano, he could have hit him on the flank, but they've done a very good job. They've found him, they've turned it around, they've used that intel. It leaves them now 3 versus 3, but time could become a factor.
Impact.
35 seconds, only starting to open up the breach now. Manages to take off the exothermic as well.
God, he's got none left as well. That's the wall staying closed. This is all Wolves needed. It really came down to those impacts. They have done the job needed. 20 seconds to go, and Forest and Jane have got to force their way in and win some incredible gunfights, Tim, to get it over the line.
Wolves just need to not peak at this point. Let the clock do its job. Force them into engagements. Force them to come through doorways. Force them into bad positions. Mowgli, he manages to find J9O and Forest. A big double, as you said, as Deadshot went down. It's now Mowgli's time to step up, and what a duo they are playing as at the minute.
Real raid boss energy between those two. You kill one, there's a second one there ready to leap on you straight away. So difficult to deal with. And interestingly, the main difference in the change has just been that they've put Deadshot in as the main entry engagement and pulled Mowgli back a little bit and had him play sort of second fiddle. On the attacking side, it's more the reverse when you see Mowgli being the one leading the charge in and sometimes a bit too far ahead of his team. But when Deadshot's playing like this, it's completely understandable that you want him to be the one taking all of these entry engagements.
This now needs to be SSG's big opportunity.
4 rounds, mate.
It's 6-2. They need 4 rounds in a row, but they are going to the 3rd choice site for Wolves. So SSG have to get in here. Yes, they have to win every round from here on out. But more importantly, the reason this one, it's their opportunity. It's the 3rd choice. They've got to see it like that. You know, this is not a primary site. This is one where we should be able to get the win, and it can start shifting that momentum. It can start the ball rolling. But boy, are they against an absolute mountain here that they've got to climb.
A bit too big a one, I'm afraid. Again, if it was flipped and it was Wolves on the attack and SSG on defense, I feel quite optimistic for them actually that they could take it towards overtime. But given how the sides are going, oh please. I tell you what, if he got away with that, that would have been filth.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
I mean, okay, Deadshot straight trade with Hot and Cold. Is it the end of the world, losing a castle? Nope. I'm more bothered that you're losing Deadshot, to be honest. On the other side, you lose the Brava. Those drones are offline. No hacking, for example. So electricals are safe. You're going to see the mute jammers being safe. Any bulletproofs that are down, of which there are none, so never mind.
It's definitely a win for Wolves.
I'd feel happy about that.
That trade is definitely a win for Wolves.
It is in terms of operators and utility,
yeah,
but in
not
terms
necessarily
of players,
in terms of players. Deadshot's going crazy at the minute.
Yeah.
But in terms of operators, in terms of utility, it's definitely you know, a win for Wolves. You've got those additional drones that have lost. You've got the hacking ability which has been lost. It can now be confident, that the mute jammers aren't going to be lost, that the eclos aren't going to be taken over and destroyed. It just gives them that little bit of freedom to think about the utility a little bit differently. So J9 is going to be working across the first floor for the time being, looking to get himself in towards the bottom of Spiral. Wolves aren't really too heavily positioned up here. They're all looking to defend that bottom site. They're on servers at the minute. Forest is going to put some smoke out there and dip away. Bibu's there for the traders. J9 takes down Mowgli. 3 versus 3, and this has been an intense first half to the round.
Time for the back line to shine, I think, for Wolves. Bibu, Shinka, and P4 got to get some magic going. Did a better map from Bibu overall compared to the previous two, where especially the last one, he was very invisible. I think 1 and 10 he ended on something crazy. It wasn't the strongest performance. At least here, with him and P4 putting up some numbers, that feeling they can get this over the line. However, you cannot ignore that Forest has such a strong ability here to isolate a player with that shield and just run at them, put them down into the ground, and job be done. So Wolves have got to play real tight together here. It's all about that team play to close out this round.
Yeah, I think the blitz is the important factor. That's where they're going to have to find the value, because otherwise you've kind of sacrificed the gun to bring a long blitz. He's only got the pistol, and it just leaves you sort of at 2.5 versus 3, really. So they've got to find some value out of that shield. They've got to find some value out of that ability to bully these defenders. Out comes the impact nade. It is going to be enough as Bibu somehow survives that second right in his face. He is downed. Ashen is going to finish it off, but 2 versus 1 effectively now as Fultz is taken down, and Wolves have every opportunity, but Finker is able to boost his man back onto his feet.
With no Solus on side as well, there's no easy information, but they've got the yellow pings, so the info's on side for them if they need it. They've just got to try and find their man. Moves back over, another one on side. Seeper off the top, Fultz is gone, and it's a down onto the Finker. That's all she wrote. Wolves with a massive pullback after a terrible start to Clubhouse take the win over SSG.
What a turnaround from the French side. Absolutely dominating on Consulate there. And I've got to say, Des, as the day has gone on, they have impressed me more and more. I said it at the beginning of the day. This is a top team. We know that. We've seen them in EUL. We know how good they can be. We know how they can get on top of teams and punish them. And they've finally shown it as their map 1 was a little bit shaky, but after that they found their way back into things and looked fantastic. I would not be wanting to play Wolves over the next couple of days, having seen the back end of that game.
The big question that will hang over their heads to me is, do we see Deadshot keep on that form? He went, 17-8 on the previous map, 15-5 just now. That is dare I say, a life series from Deadshot. We haven't seen him put those kind of massive numbers consistently, ever. So there's always that question mark of, can he do it again tomorrow? Can he do it again the next day? But if they do keep on playing like this, I'm with you, Tim. They'll be a very exciting team to watch.
Yeah, I think they've been great. Really enjoyed watching that. Both teams, to be fair. Shout out to SSG as well. It's just been a very entertaining matchup to watch. I mean, no surprise that we've had an overtime and 3 maps in our first match of SI. That's pretty much par for the course. But the time has flown by because it's been thoroughly enjoyable to watch.
Here's some of the highlights playing out for you from that map. Of course, lots you can look back on across that series. There'll be no short of highlight reels, I imagine, from this series overall. There's so many good moments. A good spattering of flawless rounds from either side as well, just showing that kind of sway of the battle where sides were dominant at different points throughout the series. It wasn't a one-sided stomp, that is for sure. Except for maybe the last map.
The thing is, I think there's plenty as well. The reason I'm excited about both teams on the back of that is they've both had the moments, they've both had mistakes, they've both had areas where they can improve. So I look at it and I think if I can come away excited about Wolves there off the back of Cafe and Consulate, there's also areas that they can improve on. So this is a team that can actually get better as they go as well. You know, there's room for growth here for both of them, and that's what I think makes them both very exciting teams in terms of the competition as a whole.
For me, the thing I spoke about in the second map was what you see between the two teams is for Wolves, great peaks, very low troughs. For SSG, it was kind of more of a very gentle kind of wave throughout the whole game. We didn't really see too many sharp moments from any one single player. They didn't have the hero who could step up when required, like we saw on the other side. And these are the stats from that final map. Chokora once again, Deadshot topping the charts for his team. Mowgli not too far behind, admittedly. On the other side, no one really breaking 6 kills, unfortunately, Tim.
Honestly, we'd said coming into it, we'd looked at the stats of Consulate, and it really did support SSG doing well. Played 4-1-4. Wolves had never won a Tier 1 game on there, and we were just kind of like, yeah, surely SSG are going to come out with something here. They're going to be confident, and you know, we were maybe a little bit surprised that it had slipped through as the decider map, but they've just not turned up. There is the reality. Wolves have completely stifled them.
And this is the whole match summary. A nice little graphic we've got for you here, showing what happened across the entirety of that series. 39-22 for Deadshot. Certainly cannot be ignored. Mowgli still putting up good numbers despite a pretty disappointing start to Clubhouse at 31-23. But overall for me, I look at like Entry, for example. Entry battles in that game. Overall, SSG had a massive advantage in the first two maps. In that second one, the last map, sorry, I'm pretty sure we only saw them get a couple of entries. Everything else was all up Wolves.
Yeah, it really was. You know, Deadshot had a number of opening kills onto Ashen, and like you say, Mowgli, I think, got involved on the entry as well, and Wolves just really dominated. I don't know if there's maybe a mental element to it, that it just started to feel like it had slipped away from SSG, and they just really lost the pace that we'd seen them have earlier in the game.
Well, Tim, that's our first series of the day done. And there's still 3 more to come here on the B stream. There's also action on the A stream. There is Siege every day this week. There is so much to enjoy, so we'll throw it to a break. But before we do that, we'll leave you with the Intel play of the game. So feast your eyes on this one, and we'll catch you guys in a little bit.
Played that. I mean, they were holding, you know, long angles far away that established somewhat of a crossfire, etc. But the shots that are being hit right now from Hashoman, seriously, in that 2v3 or 2v4 is incredible. And just like that previous round, Hashom in the in-game chat will type chop chop after brutally clutching that round for his team. And again, I was gonna praise Dark Zero, the off-pace play, pan by on the nuke, just into the breach, goes to the backstab, and seemingly out of nowhere, Dark Zero, they go for an execute. All Dark Zero, so to speak, before Nathan Bolo, I feel like would have taken 20 seconds, 30 seconds extra, been very predictable, very slow, but they are quick right now to those punches. 1 minute 30 seconds, Panba's in the breach. It's 5 versus 2. How does it fall apart? Well, the shots that are being landed here, 1 and 2, that starts things off. And we see Hashom SMG11, close quarter. I will say, not the greatest post-ban position there from Canadian on the Thatcher. You're up against SMG11 on a T5, high-fired weapons, and he's saying there, Troy, relax, calm down, too many things going on right now. So it looked good on paper, but when you can hit your shots, anything can happen. Now it's tied up 2-2. All of a sudden, this is gonna be a map. I thought Dark Zero in the first 2 rounds were gonna run away with it, but it might not be the case. If GK can do the full bomb subrotation here, 3 in a row, going back to bars, a 3rd round, potential round victory in a row here, that'd be a great spot for them. Maybe they can show us that they figure things out, those weaknesses in the first 2 rounds, getting picked off early, etc. Or maybe, without those clutch moments, they wouldn't have gotten those 2 rounds. It'll be a 4 for Dark Zero. So they gotta show up now more than ever. Get that round advantage, and shows that they have learned from those previous 2 rounds.
We have an update on the match happening on the B stream. If you don't want spoilers, close your ears for the next 10 seconds or so. After a disastrous start that looked like all hope was lost, the Wolves pulled it back in map 2 and then prevailed in map 3 to topple Space Station 2-1. Quite amazing, given the fact that the Wolves almost lost to Fresh's Ranky stack.
Yeah, almost twice, in fact, actually. One that was overtime.
Did you play on that team?
I played one of the matches.
There you go.
We lost 5-7 on Nighthaven lap.
Good for you, man.
Yeah, we got slaughtered. It's a, you know, not slaughtered, but we you know, could have been OT.
Mm-hmm. Now back to bar, GK will go. And the things that we looked at from Atlanta for Dark Zero here, because right now they're on attack. They're the ones who have the job to do. It's that, how does the speed of DZ's executes stack up to what we saw previously? And I think it's inarguable. They're much faster. Yeah. They look better. But GK are a terrific team from what we saw. Finished top 8 in Atlanta. Despite the fact that that was their first major international event, they have proven to be a force to be reckoned with. And obviously the changes to the team. The one change bringing in Seriously over, was it Leader? Yeah. Played in Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, but that was the question, right? Without leaders, the IGL, how is this team of GK going to adapt throughout? And so far, it has been pretty promising. But a minute ago, though, things will stop. But it's this time GK found an opening kill, shutting down Dark Zero's initial entry and stopping that bomb site attack.
There's another shotgun pointed right at the window. If Canadian doesn't know what's about to hit him, he's gonna go down for the count! The Nitro goes out, but instead, it's Trickst to break the curse and get his first kill. Securing Nafe as Canadian will continue to bleed out. Dark Zero tripped up on that window. Now it's NJR who's found his way into the bomb site. Goodbye, Trickst. Playing behind bar, NJR still in this position. Diffuser will need to be retrieved. That's the greater problem. But instead, GK are playing full court press. Bolo and NJR last alive. Bolo goes down to Noodle. And now it's NJR to clean up inside the site. He's got 2 kills. There's 3 more to be found. He himself will need to ace. Only 10 seconds left. No diffuser. Means no objective. NJR is in a very tough spot. They know exactly where he is. And it's seriously to clean things up. 3 rounds in a row for GK. They take the lead.
Very puzzling round. I mean, Canadian twice gets caught with a Candela in his hand, not ready for a gunfight. First gets injured, second time around he dies. But not just that, but 4 members of Dark Zero are outside the bar gaming window essentially. Just gonna all in, you know, Lion, Yin Candela, jump in, go for a plant. That's like, you know, you can say it's a rush direct strat, but it seems more like desperation, where they couldn't problem solve around the round, they didn't have the answers. So then for the quote-unquote easiest solution, which is rarely the best solution, and this time around, GK, they're near the site, they're ready for it. Noodle, who often is roaming way off on, you know, other side of the map, he was actually near the bomb site itself, ready for that confrontation. And DC, they didn't have any pressure elsewhere. If you have nobody killing default cameras, you know, in Solarium, you know, West Main, etc., as an attacker, you know as a defending team, hey, nobody's on the west-hand side, they must be on the east-hand side, something's wrong here. When no one's making noise around the map, you can pretty much assume as a defender, hey, they're gonna hit the bomb site straight on from, you know, the mud window or the actual bomb site window. That's probably gonna be it. That's exactly what happened. Yeah, NGR got into the bomb site, but Diffuser wasn't. Nobody was there to help him. That's the worst spot you can be in. You have half bomb site control, but you can't do anything with it. And with that, Darkseer now playing from behind, 2-3. If they win this upcoming attacking round, it'll be a tied half. But it's not looking too good here the longer this game goes on for.
No, certainly not. DZ had all the confidence in the world through those first 2 rounds. They looked as good as I think you could possibly say. But it's also worth noting that they've got, what was it, 6 kills in those first 2 rounds. It was single-handedly the reason for round number 2 going in the favor of Dark Zero.
10 seconds remaining.
But man,
5 seconds left.
this GK team cannot at all
Shields ready.
be written off.
Is to defuse a bomb.
I don't know if you saw the content piece beforehand, but the players in the groups were talking about who they think they fear the most, and it was GK.
Interesting. I did not see that actually. But I mean,
it's because you weren't paying attention.
You build a reputation, right? You come out.
It's because you weren't.
I was actually here ready first. But if you do what you do in previous match of Atlanta, get top 8, you know, you're a scary looking team. Nowadays, teams will respect you. I think it's back in the day you had like a one good tournament, people are like, it was a fluke, you know, it's a one-man wanted team, whatever. But nowadays, because W7M started in a similar fashion, you have one good event, teams respect you because, okay, these guys could be the real deal. If you come from MENA with very little experience, you make top 8 in the major, you make the next major, there is something about you.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Well, DZ having to bust a timeout in the first 5 rounds of their map is not, I think, what we had on our bingo sheet. But by the way, if you are following along, there is an official bingo sheet from Fresh.
The unofficial, official bingo sheet.
We've already had one of the categories checked off, so if you're playing at home, congratulations.
Which one was that?
It was the reverse sweep.
Oh, of course.
Another Tubaro, but so far, again, this operator, the newest operator added to the game, have really not seen a ton about this operator. We are what many people have called the second coming of the 20-second meta, because Tubaro really slows things down. Not in this match, though. I wouldn't say it's a slog by any stretch of the imagination. Key is the first casualty, by the way. Pambazoo breaching in with that buck. Control of the backside of Chalet over towards Trophy, but not the upstairs component. Canadian will now engage as seriously is under fire in this spot. Moving now over towards the bathroom. He'll survive for the time being.
They're much quicker as well. He got a full minute to work with. Basically got Solarium control, got the downstairs control. He can join the bomb side, Pambusu with the bucket, do vertical destruction, or of course, walk up the Solarium staircase. The question now is for Dark Zero, how will they get in towards the bomb side? They misshown the player, I think, in the master bedroom corner. I don't think they have the intel. Nope. He crosses in a safe position again. No one's on that big window repel. Dark Zero missing a crucial position here to cut the bomb side in half.
They do flash Hashom, and NJR takes that spot that you had talked about. Is he aware of Hashom? Pambusu is. Down goes the best player so far for GK Noodle on the board. It's him and Tricks. Try and stave off defeat in this round. Now it's just down to Noodle, who for yet another round is playing off-site.
Attackers activating diffuser.
In the post plant, GK will go. Well, GK, just Noodle here. They pulled it off last time. Noodle will need 3 more kills as his Nitro Cell is good enough to remove Pambusu from action. There you go. The Zoto canister thrown out. On the floor, now it's Noodle to head over towards Solarium. Another canister to go, and well, at that point you're down below. There's just only 2 ways up, really. You're gonna go through main lobby at that point, or you're gonna go through trophy. You opted to go through trophy. There was kill holes there. DZ just sat and waited. Far better post plan for Dark Zero than what we witnessed when they went and attacked downstairs just a couple rounds before that.
Yeah, again, like BMs will go faster and change that pace, and of course, I want to see more of the Tubaru bot. We just don't get to see it, unfortunately.
Is he being brought right now by DZ on there?
Oh, we got a call in.
Yep.
Oh. The team manager of GK. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hello.
Awesome. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What was your game plan going to, against Dark Zero right now? Was it about being aggressive or about being passive? Like, talk me through it.
Actually, now we will play aggro. Okay. The guys, they are even that Dark Zero, they pushing us like so hard. I hope the player they will do a great job in next phase, like they will do. And I hope it's everything will go with us perfect in attack side.
Okay, so the first 2 rounds you guys played, like you were moving a lot, you got shot in the back from Dark Zero holding angles. Then in round number 3, things changed. Did you guys talk about possibly changing that up before the game, or did that happen just as the guys were playing?
Actually, they will like the player they will hello.
Hello? Okay, sorry.
Yeah. The player they will do their job, sure, and also they know what he will do right after tactical time. So timeout, sorry. So I hope the player they will do a great job. Even that Hashum is he get 2 clutches in 2 rounds. So.
Okay.
I hope everything will be good with us.
No, that's perfect. Let's see if they do good again. Thank you so much for your time, and good luck to your team of GK.
You too. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Perfect timing! Very first kill comes out. Sens on the board for the first time in this matchup. Seriously, with the leadoff kill, Canadian roaming on that Solus. Now, have to imagine that part of the reason why they brought Nathan in the first place was to allow Canadian to be cemented in that non-traditional support flex and roam role that he likes to play and has played on DZ. Obviously, this round doesn't work out. Keep an eye on it, though, to see if there's any changes to the roles with Bolo and Nath on this squad.
No, exactly that. And I mean, GK doing a great job of kind of like understanding what are the pressure points that we need to worry about. The Solus downstairs, for example, in that late round is a phenomenal thing to deal with early on. It buys them time, basically, so that when they get to the side, if they can get there, they don't have to worry about that any longer. And now, 1 minute 30 seconds left, opening up the bomb side wall. Noodles there with Key to support it, locking down those angles, and they got the glass. When this wall gets opened, only one thing can stop them. That's Bolo on the Warden. He's got a shotgun, doesn't have the MPX, so a weakened DC setup here.
So nice to see a Glass get brought. I am a big Glass fan. I think he's quite strong, especially in ranked, but obviously in a more coordinated level, you can bring different tools. You don't necessarily need a Glass. But you got smokes, you can see through it. That's what you got the Warden to do on defense, is to answer back. Key is dead, there goes the Thermite. Your singular hard breachers. Bolo goes massive. Pambusu credited with the kills, though, before he's removed and NJR is down for the count. So don't let the number at the top deceive you. It is, in fact, a 2v2. The 2 newest members of Dark Zero, but hold on a second. NJR has been brought back from the dead. So now DZ maintain that advantage. I wonder if GK heard the shotgun pump. Sure seems like they did. Noodle outside, disoriented, nearsighted by the Fenrir of NJR. Only 30 seconds left. A scramble and a small change. The diffuser had been walked into the bomb site and surrendered. So now GK will need to retrieve it. They do just that. B bomb site plant not on the menu, so instead let's run to A. That's what Noodle will go.
Oh,
it's him alone.
10 seconds
Time and time again, Noodle finds himself as the last one standing. Will he be able to pull off the plant successfully? Yes. Now it's a post plant. By firing away, he's given his position away. Is collapsed upon by NJR. Dark Zero, 2 rounds in a row, and they win their very first defense.
3K, Warden Shotty! I mean, I'm not gonna lie, when I saw Bolo in the Warden, I was thinking, this is great. Then I saw the shotgun, I was like, yeah, you know what, against the glass, trying to plant a bomb site with that smoke coverage, the shotgun is really not what you want there. But the thing is, I think there was a small miscalculation from the side of GK, where they planted in a spot that was seeable by Bolo up above, and he found not just 1 kill, not just 2 and the glass, but the 3rd as well. So a huge positional play there from Bolo, but he had support. Nate von Castle in Master Bedroom had a long line of sight supporting him if he were to fall in a gunfight, but he just simply didn't need it. We have a quick tech pause, but of course we'll stay right with you here. We can talk about what happened in the previous round. See it here. Bad plant spot, essentially. 2 deep in towards the bomb side. Glasses upstairs on a Shom, gets shut down immediately. So the entire strat here from GK falls apart. The whole win condition is glass with the sense and the smoke grenades. The plant, bang. You play far out the building, easy peasy. The moment the glass dies, it's not a good look for GK. The second the planter dies, well, things just start to fall apart and snowball out of control. But strategically, a very sound attack. Just a very small thing was missed, and that was Warden up above. Sure, they could have, would have droned it, but they didn't.
We have a tech pause right now, and we're not exactly sure what it is, but the culprits seem to be Dark Zero.
I think it was Troy's in-ears of sound. Admin came over and like pointed his ears. He's like, yeah, my ears.
Ears. Yeah, I saw that as well. The good thing for Dark Zero is they're maintaining good spirits. Now, just from an outside perspective, go back and rewatch DZ during Atlanta. Both Gavin and Rice did not seem to be talking that much. And if you knew either of them in person and spoke to them in person, they both seemed like quieter people. Now, obviously, that can change in the server versus outside of the server. Some people come alive when you're in-game. Some people can level up. I mean, look at all those Ren Shiro clips of the man screaming and pounding the table. But outside of the game, he doesn't really say much.
No.
In this instance, both Nafe and Bolo are extremely talkative. Nafe has been talkative on all of his teams. Bolo's been talkative on all of his teams. So I have to imagine part of why you bring these 2 players in for DZ is not just because of their prowess in the server. It's their mental and their personality outside of the server, because it can't always be one person, in this case Canadian, doing all the calling. It can't always be one person telling them, hey, center yourself, get your head in the game. But if you got somebody like Nafe, you got somebody like Bolo, Bolo's always good vibes, let's be honest, it's gonna go a long way to ensure that when things start to go bad, as they did during that first half, you can keep your head and maintain that level of composure so that you don't throw the game both in the server and
yeah, that's the thing, like, you build rookies, sure, but what about the veterans? DC, for a long time, they were like, oh, we're gonna pick up young gunners, inexperienced players, try to teach them how to play the game, so to speak. But Nathan Bolo, they got experience. I mean, Bolo won the 6 invitationals with TSM before they disappeared. So that alone has so much value in a different form than someone like Pambasu, who didn't know much about the competitive side of Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, I mean, Dark Zero was looking at bringing in all these rookies over time. Rice was relatively inexperienced. NJR was relatively inexperienced. Pambazu was, you know, for a lot of people, brought out of nowhere.
Yeah.
But people know who Nave and Bolo are. So you bring in experience. Does it change the dynamic of the team? Well, GK is presumably a top 8 team in the world, as Dark Zero is if we just go based off of Atlanta.
Yeah.
And right now, Dark Zero are, at worst, competing on the same level with them.
Now it's a good look, and this time it's DC staying alive in the early round. It's key off the board, and that's, you know, it's the thermite, but there's a backup here. Tricks on Hibana. Yeah, he doesn't have the, you know, nicest scoreline right now, being 1-7, but that's not his worry right now. Get those walls opened up, figure out where the pressure point is going to be, because you can't spread yourselves too thin here in Shelly. That's never, that's rarely rather, a good look. So it looks to be a backside take, but they need to worry about the roamers first. They go top floor, break the soft floor, try and get that dining, kitchen control, etc. Work their way down, but time is kind of slipping. 1 minute 20. They've only cleared the very top layer of this entire building. The bomb side, well, it has reinforcements, Goyo canisters, those Fenriers, the Maestro Evil Eyes, etc. So many different tools to slow you down on the bomb side once you get there, and they still are dealing with the roam as well. Canadian up and alive, waiting for this gunfight. Left and right, 2 angles, but again, there's backup. Nave, again, the supportive cast, always helping the roamers.
Slow 2 rounds so far from GK. And, I mean, when you lose the Thermite early on, not all hope is lost because you got that Hibana. It was the Thermite that they lost first in the previous round as well, but I think at that point, the Thermite wasn't ultimately the big deal. This Maestro KM set up earlier on will claim all the X-Kairos that were put on that wine wall, making it even more challenging for GK to get into this site. They're stacked up over the back of wine. They'll rush on in. There they go. Tricks taken down. Now it's Noodle next in, looking for a plant tucked away. Seriously is down, so again, it's Noodle last alive. Nave is the only casualty, but Canadian and Nave are there to get the final 2 kills. Technically, Nave hit the down on the Seriously, so it wasn't all him. Canadian gets the very final pick. And now, momentum very firmly in the hands of Dark Zero.
Yeah, also, like, it's been a defender-sided Invitational so far. Yeah, it's the second matchup of the day, but the first series, in both matches at least, very defender-sided, like 74%, I believe. So, not surprising to see, you know, DC coming out strong here in the side swap, but also what a phenomenal amount of depth in that previous round. The roam game top floor into first floor. They have also always had bar control from Dark Zero. They had the Evil Eyes on the bomb side, the Goyo canisters, like mentioned before, and the second that GK, they hit the side itself, they retook dining. So they're on the hatch, they're on the side, Maestro cams are sapping you, and the Hibana pellets as well. And that's something that we haven't spoken a lot of so far. Maestro actually got buffed not all that long ago. Instead of 2 Evil Eyes, those Maestro cameras, he's got 3 of them. And he's still got that LMG, tons of bullets, so I'm not surprised if we see a little bit of Maestro play here and there, but it does take what we call a genius to play it. But in GR, he is a bit of a genius. He's a quote-unquote support player, you know, he plans sometimes and does stuff, but he actually frags out relatively often. Right now, 11 kills to his name, got the utility tonight with the Evil Eyes, stabbing those X-Carrots away, held the bomb side down as well. There's so much value here in a single player for Dark Zero, and GR is that person right now, and often is. Yeah, 11 and 3. The vibes are high for Dark Zero, even the rounds they lost. And this is the thing about bringing in new players as well, that honeymoon phase that you go through, where you're building something new together and everyone's on their best behavior because, new people, you know, let's be nice. It's like when your parents, they have guests over, you know? Bring out your best behavior.
So, up in the top left, a quick stat for you. Through the first 4 maps of SI, defense has a 76% win rate.
Disgusting.
So the fact that DZ was able to go 3 for 3 in the first half should bode well for them. Of course, Chalet is historically more friendly to the attackers. The numbers go back and forth as to whether or not it's a defender-sided map. We did have that period of time where, if you'll recall, the defenders were pretty much better on almost every single map.
That's true. And of course, Tuberu and Chalet, I wouldn't say, based off my best guess, that it would be a very impactful operator per se, and I'm not surprised that we don't see all that much of it. That GK brought out twice, the gadget didn't really impact the rounds at all. Dark Zero yet to do it. They're staying with their old, like, what they know, so to speak, and it's working for them. Why change it? But I will say, Canadian, no surprise here, has been playing an even bigger flex role than usual because Nave joining opens that up. He played the Ying, he's playing the Kaid, he's playing the Solas, but he is usually actively on the map looking for something like Canadian loves to do. And GK, they're struggling at finding a good entry way right now on the map. They're out to the building, opening windows, shooting those Diva cameras, and droning and droning and droning, but they're not really getting anywhere right now. And perhaps that's okay. When you got Brahma and a Twitch, you can just kind of hack those gadgets, default cameras, deny intel, etc. Then later in the round, you've done the prep work, but the issue is you need to get a foothold somewhere and an initial starting point for your attack.
Timeout was taken by GK. Will they find some success off of it? So far, the answer is yes. Bolo with the bailiff out. A bit of a questionable choice, and Nafe goes down as well. That's second frag on Dark Zero, so not exactly ideal. Good news, though. Both Nafe and Bolo's gadgets will persist, though keep in mind that with Fenrir's gadgets, you can juggle them with the phone. So Whatever is activated will remain activated. You can't really change much beyond that. The Lion have seriously finally finished.
Well, despite the odds for us NA people, SSG not victorious in their game against Wolves Sam, but I am still very excited for the first time we get to cast Latam or Brazil in Brazil. Of course, I'm Lynx, joined by Stokes from my first debut at SI, but both of our first times casting SI together, which in my opinion, that's the best part.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, first time in Brazil. You know, I've been doing this for some time now.
True.
Yeah, almost 6 years. Never been to Brazil. But, hey, first time for everything. We're here now. And not only that, we have a Brazilian team to be able to cast here in the likes of FaZe. We're going to be covering FaZe versus D+Key, guys. That's on the right-hand side of your screen here in Stream B. Over on Stream A, though, we got Dark Zero versus Geek going on right now.
Yeah, a lot of big plays in that matchup. We saw an ace from Hashom, a 1v2 from Hashom, and also a big debut from Nafe so far. I don't know the exact score, but I do know it's a pretty dead heat on Chalet. So maybe you can have that up on the other monitor, but for the game we have coming up, you might be thinking, oh, you know, D+Key, they don't have a great record. But really, we want to see FaZe Clan in action. That is the big story of today. What could be one of the top contenders, not just to make Phase 2, not just to make Phase 3, but to take the whole damn tournament. It is W7M, G2, and it just might be FaZe as that third true contender in Brazil.
Absolutely. A lot of stellar names on this FaZe roster and just steeped in the history of Siege as well across a bunch of different organizations, but now they wear that crown of FaZe Clan, and they're here today to try and start off on the right foot up against D+Kia. And I really think that they can, Carter. They looked so consistent in Atlanta. They've had 3 months to kind of retool things, try and add a couple extra screwdrivers to the kit or something like that, right? So we'll have to see what they have going for themselves.
And of course, we have D+Kia as their opponents in this matchup, routinely either the #1 or the #2 seed coming out of Korea, always sharing that spot or fighting for it against Fearless Fox or Fear X, as we'll see in G2 and Dark Zero's group. But interesting fact about D+Kia and FaZe, there are 5 teams in all of Rainbow Six this past year who ended the year, went into SI with all of their players at a positive rating. W7M, FaZe Clan, 2 of those teams. But interestingly, D+Kia, also one of those teams, but Sam, unfortunately, whereas FaZe Clan have been able to translate that huge domestic success internationally, constantly having 4 or 5 players with an over 1.0 rating. D+Kia, really bolstered by their domestic performances, but we're still waiting 2-3 years since that huge peak in Sweden, where they almost knocked FaZe Clan out of an event they ended up winning. We're still waiting to see that same team appear internationally.
Yeah, we are. It's been a little while for them, and they've had a few flashes in the pan every once in a while up against these teams, some big rounds, some things you really wouldn't expect out of them, but it all seems to boil back down to one thing, man. They're very good when it comes to national competition. As soon as it gets international, the wheels fall off the wagon. So we're really hoping that SI could potentially be something a little bit different for D+Kia. I mean, just for this match, in general, Carter, they really shouldn't be too worried about this. I mean, it's already set up. We know who FaZe is. They're one of the best damn teams in the world.
Yeah.
Just play your game and see how it goes.
Of course, we do have the map Veto to look at. One thing we haven't mentioned so far, and one thing I'm sure you're already acquainted with if you watched SSG Wolves on the B stream, is Tubarão. And what do you know? We have Oregon and Club as our guaranteed 2 maps. Clubhouse we've seen twice already between G2 and NIP and SSG and Wolves. G2 NIP did not have Tubarão, but SSG Wolves did, and boy did SSG use it to the greatest extent possible. And if you thought it was annoying on Clubhouse with its exterior walls, it's going to be even more oppressive on some of those Oregon bomb sites.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a bunch of different ways you can try and implement Hubby into this situation. I mean, the one that you and I discussed was the top floor, kind of trying to play things around attic, especially if you play the pit area. You have access to not only the attic wall, obviously, but if you run over to that door, you can just toss one of those things across the map and end up hitting that master bedroom wall as well. So just a really good location to be able to play him.
And FaZe Clan are also going into this with a huge, ace up their sleeve, which is while D+Kia has been trying this same style for years and years and always finding themselves in this rut, FaZe Clan have been able to switch up playstyles in match on a dime and still find success. So whether Tubarão is banned or left up, or if he's left up, will they find success? I have no doubt FaZe Clan will. D+Kia, we didn't mention this on the roster screen, but they do have a new pickup. They have picked up the Molly, played for La Vega, and was the standout player for them in Copenhagen. So 9 months ago, might very well have been a next up Korean superstar. That's certainly what D+Kia thinks, but
Vega got grouped in Korea, and if D plus Kia haven't changed much else, if they're betting on this one player to rejuvenate the roster, it's not like maybe, you know, an Ashen in North America who is so successful on his teams in T3, or some of these other star pickups we've seen. Very recently, that star power wasn't enough to get Damali's previous team over the line domestically in Korea. D plus Kia might need to change a whole lot more, and they need to do it here.
Yes, indeed. But this is where the rubber hits the road, Carter, as they say. And for D plus Kia, I mean, I think the time has come. We've had 3 months here to kind of rework things. Same as I said for FaZe Clan, D plus and the rest of the teams here, that's all been their focus. Their focal point has been SI and trying to improve and trying to add new things to make sure that they can be competitive.
Their Korean counterparts, FearX, we talked about how the Korean scene has felt so stagnant in terms of its competition. They're always here but never succeeding. FearX, Brazilian coach Dart coming in, boot camping in Brazil before SI to try and change things up, to finally break the cycle of inadequacy we've seen over the past few years. So if FearX are doing it, if they're starting to realize it, surely D plus Kia, who are just as, if not more successful in at least making consistently the phase 2 of majors via their domestic ranking, D plus Kia hopefully will either have taken notes from their Korean counterparts, started to maybe learn those other play styles, or take influences from other regions, or just on their own come to that conclusion and bring in Damali as potentially a sign of that, to say, all right, we're making a change, we're bringing in a new player, and that signifies the changes we're making in the play styles overall. We might have a case, we haven't seen FearX play yet, where maybe the Korean scene really starts turning things around, and if D plus Kia, even if they don't end up winning, if it's still a barn burner like that Sweden match was 2.5, almost 3 years ago, man, that will be probably one of the biggest statements we've seen so far today.
Yeah, we need a pulse back in this region, most definitely. And I think that this could definitely provide some lifeblood with D plus Kia as well as FearX being here, but we need results. That's the thing, you know? And that's what we're always going to come back to at the end of the day when it comes to big matches like this, you know? D plus Kia definitely have some things in their arsenal to be able to pull out against FaZe Clan. They have some really solid players, but I mean, FaZe is FaZe, man. When you have people like Handy, you know, you got people like Cyber, it's always going to be a tough task.
Cyber probably one of the biggest names on this roster, at least in terms of history and aggression and play style. But going into the semifinals of Atlanta, he was their lowest rated player. Now, to be fair, at a 1.07, I think, so he was still doing very well. But the rest of the team, they didn't need Cyber to be this crazy, you know, manhunter inside of the game, always finding his kills, always finding his impact. Souls is able to do it, Handy's able to do it, Vita King, everybody, KDS can do it. Oftentimes do it better than Cyber, despite his monstrous reputation as an insane player coming out of Brazil. And if Cyber doesn't need to show up and you just need everyone else to be the great players that they are, this is where it's so hard to really find the positives for D plus Kia. We want them to meet that same watermark they achieved themselves in 2021. We want them to live up to the potential to bring life and a breath of fresh air to the Korean scene. But FaZe Clan in the first game. In the first game, it's just a tough matchup to start, and at least for me, well, I definitely am leaning towards FaZe Clan if they have a good showing. If they can get maybe even a map, and they still lose 2-1, that would be more than enough to have a lot more positivity for D plus Kia than we have had in previous tournaments.
Absolutely. All right, guys, well, we're going to toss you to a quick break. When we're back, we'll be back with D plus Kia versus FaZe.
They fall back to back to back to back, and it looks so funny because, well, GK, they push down the staircase. What do you know? Right behind them, 2 Dark Seer members. They get that initial kill. GK, they try and flank it back in their control. They get shut down. Then Dark Seer, they say, you know what? We got blue control. I'm gonna go back up to lobby. Then he dies on the blue stairs too. 4 members. Just like that. The entire round defined in that small area off the bomb side. And this was the issue that I spoke of earlier. Yeah, you got vertical destruction, you got 1 set of smoke grenades on the Brava, but they don't have any real way to break apart the bomb site or establish a plant or bomb site control. No Osa, no Monty, no Glass, and the smoke grenades, they were on blue staircase. They couldn't go in from the primary breach, they didn't fully lock down the flank in the room clear, so they got flanked late round. So GK, they have this big painting that they want to approach and say, you know what, make a sky, make an ocean, make some trees, but they're missing some of those small details. The tree has no leaves, right? Nothing's growing on that tree. So I like what they're trying to accomplish, but there are a couple of small gaps, and perhaps, you know, with Leader not being here this time to help them, maybe that was his job. Maybe he was the guy that was like, you know what, nitty-gritty details, make sure we have this covered, guys. Otherwise, great plan.
I know there's going to be a lot of eyes on Bolo because he is one of the biggest figures in all of Rainbow Six, not just as a player, but also as a content creator. I mean, for those that are maybe a bit...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we're here with D plus Kia versus FaZe. Jumping right into the ban phase, we got things ironed out very quickly. Shout out to our tech support here at the event. But let's jump into things here on Oregon, Carter. We're going to be starting things off with a Capitao ban, of all things. You don't really see that too often, but we're going to be talking about this a lot today. A lot of operators' kits got reworked. They have access to new things they didn't have before, as well as, well, we got Tubarão in as well, too. So...
yeah, keeping track of secondary gadget changes is already one thing. Keeping track of the amount of interactions the Zoto canisters have with every gadget in the game is already an extremely daunting affair. But the bans have almost transpired, and we're on the last defensive one. Will we see that Tubarão ban? I definitely think between Oregon and Clubhouse, Clubhouse might edge out Tubarão's importance over Oregon just a little bit with the importance of exterior walls like Jacuzzi and Plat Wall, but Oregon's certainly too, but instead... we have the Cade ban, and that is huge for the attack's chances on attacking that basement bomb site. And I think on that basement site, combining the Zoto canisters with the Electro Claws, freezing it, and then trying to maybe maneuver the electricity so it still remains on and outside of that Zoto radius, that could be a huge strategy if we were to see both operators up. But with that Cade ban, I think if we see Tubarão, it'll probably be more focused on that top floor bomb site, maybe the middle.
I totally agree with you. It's not going to be in this lineup here for D plus Kia, sadly, but likely cross that bridge at some moment here today. Past that, though, another addition that we do have to talk about before we get too deep into this, for some people that may not have been paying attention to the patches here over the last couple of months. Grenades, completely reworked, folks. You cannot hook them anymore. If you guys are a Counter-Strike player, they work exactly like that. You take it out, you hold it in your hand, it's not going to do anything until you toss it, and if it bounces off of something, Carter, the timer gets lower, and the fuse will obviously allow that thing to pop a little bit faster. So, with that in mind, we will jump into the first round here on a Kids Dorms defense for D plus.
We could very well see the impact of that frag grenade change on Dorms. One huge strategy almost every single team did. It was the standard by a wide margin was to take control of Kitchen and nade from below in Dorms. And what do you see? There's not a single grenade on FaZe's line. Mate, you could replicate something similar with the impact lifelines, but obviously had much lower rates of success and damage. So already, this site in particular will likely see a lot of strategic changes from FaZe, what almost every team in the world did when they were attacking Dorms just 3 months ago. The defensive side, we do have one lurker all the way down in the basement. With how astute FaZe are at identifying weak points in their lineup, there are 2 different players they could focus on. Wookieeman down below in basement and Coded in Big Tower, and based on the 2 players on Rappel, pretty obvious which one they want to go for.
Get the drone in there, so they'll be able to at least identify Coded playing in T3 here. The flash out. They know that it's a Warden, though, so they're more than likely not going to challenge this too aggressively just yet. You have the Mav on the opposite window here, who's trying to do their due diligence on this, but Cyber extends his hand a little bit too far, and he'll get eaten up. Handy, not able to get the refrag, but he's going to try and swing in here. Souls has got one. That's going to be Coded on that top floor. He found him from a separate angle. Very nicely done, and now that's going to force Wookieeman to work his way back downstairs.
And just as the lifelines, you could also use the skeleton key to go below, take control of Kitchen, and fuck open the floor of Dorms to apply pressure to that position. But now with Cyber gone, not as viable a strategy. But the damage Coded could have been a lot greater. With how long he was stalling time and burning that secondary utility, FaZe could have easily got caught up for 30 more seconds if they weren't able to get that trade. But now they have added control. While half the round is gone, they can start using that Maverick Torch and start using those Selmas to achieve some hard breaching. Taking a lot of time, though. Oregon is a slow map. FaZe are almost entirely still outside of the building. And D plus Key are still trying to contest that control. Gas inside a garage. Here's that Zofia running to his right. Still focused on the angle towards construction. Not getting too aggressive just yet. Got the Specchio to find anybody on that drone, and as Souls pushes in, is Yas ready for this gunfight? Will he even see it? Will he have a chance to counter it? Yes, he will. No intel for Souls as he moves into the front door, and D plus Kia, they've got an advantage.
This pacing out of D plus is incredible right now, especially with their ability to maintain some of these really difficult areas of the map, like Garage. You don't really expect somebody to be allowed to play around or even really exist in that area the time that he did, but FaZe just not having the drone matrix up and active, not really knowing what the heck is going on. But now Handy be able to swing on through, find one of his own, and back and forth we go in between these two. It's going to be a 2 versus 2 here as Handy's going to try and force things over towards top white. He knows he has to try and cover this planter. Has one at least, but it's going to be the flank here. A nice find from Yaz. Rocking a hard place for Handy. He's going to try and work his way through the laser gate. Saw the butt end of Solus, but Yaz will finally get gunned down. 4 seconds remain. A nitro cell for Woogie. Woogie's going to try and plant this. Rather Handy. Woogie! Oh my. I think he's got it on time.
No, he's fine.
That was very worrisome for a split second there, but shout out to D+, as they'll be able to get their first round. Hey, yeah, first game on LAN at SI. Just breathe.
And they still won the round.
Just breathe.
Still run the round. But on the note of first game jitters, by the time those final exchanges happened between FaZe Clan and D+ Kia, FaZe were out of drones. Completely out of drones. Not a single one remaining. Maybe a Twitch drone somewhere, but no actual regular drones remaining. That is noticeably poor start for a team that is often very, very smart with their map control and acquiring it, finding it, taking it. Very difficult beginning, and there, as you see, right as Souls is moving on in, only 1 or 2 drones left.
Yep.
Gotta see that fixed if FaZe want to have any success on Oregon attack.
It's just really hard for them right there, man. Like, they try and drone things out on that top floor there. Coda gets a couple of drones for his own pleasure in T3. But then the rest of the story is just going to be the Solus. We didn't obviously get to just see her run around and shoot drones, but that's her whole prerogative, right? Like, so able to really put a damper on what FaZe wanted to do there. It made it to where they kind of had to go soul searching, kind of lost in the dark, touching around, trying to figure out where the heck they are. And I mean, Handy did his due diligence. He got a lot done there, but it's not really set up in the way that is going to be success for them, unfortunately enough. Especially with that flank coming through for D+ Kia. Really appreciate them just keeping things active around the map up against FaZe, especially as that drone count gets lower and lower.
Of course, they're going to basement, though, and the ability to roam on this site is a little bit reduced in comparison to a lot of the other ones. You might see players move up back tower stairs. We see, I believe, the Goyo and the Jaeger holding those positions right now. There's somebody all the way at front door or main stairs as well, but they're all in positions where they can start falling back. But Woogieman is pushing a little farther, though. Moving upstairs. Provide a separate angle while his teammate on the bottom. If anybody moves into that middle floor, they can try and collapse from 2 different positions. Also acquire sound cues on that top T3 as well.
Reloading, cover me!
A lot slower on the action this time. That might change, though, actually, as if you notice, one FaZe player already inside of meeting. Drone spots Damali on the big tower stairs. Oh, sniped by Woogieman. Benefit. The Jaeger baits the drones, baits the intel gathered from FaZe, and they don't know Woogieman is on that top floor.
And no idea. Getting rid of all of those drones. They think that that's an ISO'd player over there on the stairwell, but all in good timing for D+. Great communication there. And that's what you need up against a team like FaZe. Look now, they have to respect this area and use this to fullest of their abilities. There's these 4 drones left now, Carter, again, just rearing its ugly head. No Solus around to kind of give them the benefit of the doubt for that. So, D+ Kia should just rest on their morals here. There should not be too much going on. They really want to try and force FaZe into this execute and abuse them as they try and enter this site.
Because FaZe have also picked that Monty, that's one gun you really don't have on the board. So in terms of actual active gunfights, D+ Kia might feasibly take. It's really a 5v3 in some ways. If you see Vida King, odds are there's going to be somebody by him, protecting him, allowing him to push on in, and covering him in case anybody swings him. So if you're able to win a fight with that player, D+ Kia might actually have quite large margins once this execute comes through. FaZe also have the unlucky position of deciding how to push this basement site down a man. Do they go down blue and laundry stairs? It seems they're aiming for the backside instead. Send Vida King down, distract the attention, but D+ Kia is so aggressive so far. Before it was Yas inside a garage, holding aggressively, now put it on a shield right on the doorway, and might very well win that fight with Monty's support.
I'm loving this setup here from D+ Kia. Very intelligent. Move themselves forward here, force them to try and take this area. It's working out for him so far. Lucky shots there. He just tags the shoulder of the player inside of construction. Damali does have the Monty right in front of him. Is the other player going to try and come and assist? I don't believe so. Handy's worried about this push in from the swing elbow, and being done right. He's going to get gunned down here. Unfortunately, the Monty's going to have to try and get active as well. With 5 seconds remaining, FaZe do have an opportunity, but yes! He gets gunned down by Vida King! Literally with 0.2 seconds remaining, Vida King active at the right time with Monty, and he'll get FaZe around that definitely did not look like theirs 30 seconds ago.
That is an immensely clutch bailout from Vita King right there. Because his coverage inside of bunker, the guy actually holding the walk-up from elbow, looks at the Monty right as somebody swings bunker doorway and ends up falling. Now the Monty has got to finish off the Jaeger, turn around, take that gunfight, which he is not favored to win because it's a Monty with a pistol. And the rest of the team is flooding in from blue, trying to flood in wherever they can, and all Yas has to do is really win that fight with the Monty, at least you think, but FaZe still, with such low time left, are swinging him as close together as they can. Somebody from the long hallway, 0.25 seconds later, Vita King swings. And if he dies, as we just saw in the kill cam, the IQ is about to swing at the exact same time as well. While that was definitely a huge heads-up play from Vita King, look at how quickly FaZe coordinated and figured out that, all right, we only have so little time left, we can still coordinate, play those trades, and work it to our advantage.
Yeah, I think the big thing about that for me was just their ability to cover all of their bases. You know, I mean, like Monty's pushing forward, he gets all of that presence over towards the boiler door. But then you also have Handy on the back end, just not getting too aggressive, making sure that he's covering that flank there for elbow, and it all works out so gracefully for them, making it to where that clutch moment was something that was in the realm of possibility, and obviously they were able to reach out and take it. Now 1-1 here, but E plus Kia are now aware that they are capable of taking rounds off of FaZe. They can give them a hard time.
Should be 2-0 right now, in all honesty, if Vita King doesn't go huge. E plus Kia could very well have a lead, but they decided to go all the way to the middle floor. Don't try and repeat the basement bomb side, which I think they very well could have. Found so much success in that early and mid-round, but instead they moved to meeting hall and kitchen, which, don't get me wrong, it might be one of the air quotes worst sites on Oregon, but it still can be very good if you're able to hold that upstairs control, or able to stall out the attack behind the meeting wall. Already, E plus Kia doing some damage to the drone economy from FaZe and Coded on back tower stairs. If he's able to survive here for maybe the next middle minute of the round, could be a huge problem.
Dope call still persists. Nobody reaching for their phone. Silence around the map as of right now. Sai just waiting for somebody to try and cross kitchen hall. You can see how FaZe has one set up across the map and hold these separate angles so that D+ cannot consistently rotate through without getting punished. Handy over here on the tower side as well. Great patience game here from FaZe. This is always the difficult part. Don't want to get too antsy, too aggressive at the wrong time. ADS though, able to find something here. This is a good shout here, Carter. I like the transition towards the basement in this position. Never know if they're going to have something down here like a nitro cell or something along those lines. Obviously, guys, we're cheating. We get to see through walls, so we know no one's here. But ADS is still going to do his due diligence and goes searching downstairs.
Here's the Dokkaebi call, but his way position isn't able to get the kill on either attempt. If you notice, Vita King has been over by the split walls the entire time. It seemed to be they were gunning for a front side take, which evades all the Dorm's position. And now with him gone, KDS walks up freezer stairs, achieves a man advantage for FaZe. 4v3, make that a 4v2, as Cyber also strikes over by the green hall. Souls has now made his way in, recovered the diffuser, and with Cyber inside his sight, he can watch the hatch. The only part they need to worry about is kitchen and the split doorway. They've got the man count to watch both. Will they be looking? Taking down Yaz. All they have to do is watch that breach, and there's Cyber on the cutoff. 2-1 now for FaZe, and if basement was a rough go, once they found their opportunity, even with losing Vita King, were still able to win it dominantly, and probably the first official win, true win through and through for FaZe.
Do we use the buzzword because they played like 4 separate windows? Do we do it? Split theory!
No, stop!
Oh.
No! Not allowed. We're American. We don't know what that is.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I can't even read.
I can't even count.
No, it's just I just try to vibe check all the letters.
You actually, I don't know how you've done this, but you stole what I was going to say directly out of my brain.
Really?
Yes. Yes, you did. So I'm just going to sit here and move on because Carter stole my joke. So anyways.
My bad.
No, dude, it's good. It's good. I had the vibe check on you, and you passed, so it's all right. You can stay here. You can stay here. Plus, like, I have to work with Parker later on, and I'm really dreading that. So the longer I get to work with you, Carter, much better day for me. So
Parker, over on the DK stream.
10 seconds to go.
Oh yeah, they are casting now, aren't they? Indeed. Actually, a pretty interesting game over there. But speaking of interesting things, let's stay on topic here. FaZe looking very solid in that last round, especially with their ability to set themselves up, make those rotations difficult for D plus Kia, as well as keep that active player down low to try and just, you know, throw that little wrench into the plan of D plus.
This is also the only round they won. The only round they've won so far. But Baseman will always have an asterisk. Right there.
That's true.
I like this adaptation. Handy moving to the Amaru. We'll see how aggressively he decides to fight Coded, who is working the same position.
I want him to fly in that window so bad. It's everything I want in my life.
It's always a nice, pleasant reminder whenever he flies in the window and kicks someone in the face and they die. It's like, oh, I forgot that's an interaction. Could happen. But I don't think FaZe are really focused on it at all. Whether they know Coded's there or not, they're already over by Dorm's double window. They might just be sending this in quick. Flashbangs going on in. They've opened up the Dorm's wall to allow a hole. Somebody to cover Cyber as he pushes on him. Needs to win that fight, but there's a C4 from below. Great heads-up play by Wookieeman, and Handy instead flies into Dorms, and that is what solidifies the advantage for FaZe. He now has control over the pit position, and down goes Coded on the retreat from T3. Plus Kia now only have one player inside of the site, and he has been spotted by KDS. He's now hopped in the Dorm's window. He's pinned down by two players, one in Dorm's, one on White Stairs. Maybe even from a third position we don't even know about. Yaz on the flank will find one. He moves further up. Soldier wins a key gunfight, but now they can fully focus on Yas on the backside. The shotgun close to the Solus. One kill finished off at 3K for Handy, but he can easily cover either the bedroom wall, which is reinforced. So all he needs to do is hold this doorway, and there is nothing Yas can do. No time to rotate, barely even any a chance on winning the gunfight. As long as Handy's focused, as long as he keeps watching, one shot is all he needs to secure FaZe's third round against D plus Kia. He's moved back all the way to the pit position, still effectively holding the same angle. Sam with KDS on the diffuser as well. He's just not winning. Oh! Hold up. Wait, something is not right here. He spotted the Claymore on the diffuser. That could have sent it in the favor of FaZe, but he needs to win this fight. He's only got 4 seconds to do it. KDS needs to make a mistake. This is such an impossible position, such an easy angle to hold for FaZe. They move up 3-1 off of it.
Yeah, post-plant was stellar right there, but, I mean, we definitely have to highlight Handy on that, obviously. I don't think it was the window cutter. I think he came up the kitchen hatch. The hatch was completely open. Yes, yeah, the hatch was completely open, and I love the setup that they have there as well. He's rocking the shotgun with the SMG-11 secondary. That's really, really smart for some place like Kids Dorms, because it's just so tight inside of that area. Like, you want to be able to work around those little dorms beds and just deal with a contention very, very quickly. So, really smart shout here from FaZe to be able to kind of put that in the back pocket and use it to its fullest advantage there in round 4.
Handy 8-2 so far. Huge player on this attacking side. This is the crazy thing about FaZe. Really, when you think about it, Cyber is the traditional fragger, right? He is the guy you think of when all the way back on his previous teams, back in Brazil, like, all right, he's getting huge kills. But this is in no small part a team of support. Souls, Handy, Veto, these are players with supportive backgrounds and tendencies, but they're just so damn good. Handy can pick Amaru, fly in through either the hatch or the window in Dorms. He's 8-2 so far. 3K in the previous round, and single-handedly, well, not single-handedly, but the big reason why FaZe were able to open up that previous round. And now D plus Kia had success on Dorms in that first round, drop it the second time, move back down to basement, where it was close, and in all honesty, probably should have won it without that huge heads-up play from Veto. Now, that previous success they've had, that initial great start to the game, is moving further and further in the rearview mirror.
Oh, yes. Please don't stick around here too long. Oh. Carter, this man is so lucky. It's just, I sweat bullets every single time I see somebody approach small tower like that because of that window.
It's honestly, as a viewer, it's one of the most, like, heart-pounding rotations to watch someone make. They gotta walk by 8 doors, 3 windows, a stairwell. It's like, surely he's not making it out. And honestly, a lot of the time they do.
Yeah.
This cut off too. If you get somebody on second floor quickly and they're able to open up the angle on freezer stairs, a lot of things that could go wrong. But for D plus Kia, thankfully, nothing did. Not even a single bit of HP lost on that roam, and they've already moved back while still maintaining some options to get aggressive on the backside.
Yeah, we just got a little bit of PTSD from that. That's all it is. Happened to me too many times in my day. So this basement defense, though, looking stellar so far for D plus Kias. They've been able to waste some time here and phase the top floor access in about 1:40. KDS, though, he's going to make me eat my words as he's already moved his way down into freezer. That impact flies by him. I don't know if they're aware of him being in this location. A swing through. He's got the Inox on. He has it on. Soul is sawn through the freaking wall. That's insane. Yaz with a beautiful kill there. And again, just one of those interactions that you can only find in Siege.
And another man advantage for D+. Yeah, doing a solid job of that so far. This aggression overall, if FaZe were able to get a very quick inroad into the site, it might falter. But on basement, both times, they've been able to maintain that aggression very well throughout the early round. Stall FaZe for quite a long time. Before, it was a Monty push through bunker that D+ Kia kept down to the wire. Here, it's instead a front side and a blue push, and one that FaZe, time gets lower, has to do at a man disadvantage, but they've been able to recover quite a few times. Lose that opening pick, and then somebody gets a kill, and FaZe are able to get a second and make it a 4v3. It's happened last round with Handy. Now it's Cyber, moves into the 4v4.
That's a great find there from Cyber. They know exactly where the Legion of Woogieman is now, but he's going to try and spray and get back across through the rotation. He'll be successful in that, as Kodas will take down Handy over the laundry side of things. Be the King, the only one in this area now, as he's going to try and assist with clearing out a few of these members, attempting to find a place for Souls to place down this case. Be the King, incapable of much as of right now. It's going to be Koda with what I believe is a single shot. He'll take out Cyber. Souls will take him down, though. Succession, these two. Lee King trying to do his due diligence, trying to work forward here, but nothing to find, nothing to do. As D+ Kia stands stalwart in the basement. Good info getting worked in there as well from the bulletproof camera. D+ maintain this lead.
And if they were able to close out that basement round, they'd be in the full lead right now. Be 3-2 if they were able to win that previous basement defense. And sure,
my brain literally fried because I actually thought they won that. Like, oh my gosh. Anyways, FaZe with the dub.
But that's
how,
I mean, that's how close they were in that previous basement round. If one small thing goes their way, they have the lead right now. And this is against a team as well-renowned as FaZe. Probably one of the better showings D+ Kia have had. Though, to be fair, in Atlanta, they stomped Los in their game on Consulate to start out Phase 2. So they've had good performances. They've had even dominant performances this year so far. But against an opponent like FaZe, we're predicting a lot for them. We weren't predicting a lot for Los in Atlanta.
Yeah.
That was a huge shot the run they made. But if they're able to end this half 3-3 here and then maybe start out well on their attacks, D+ Kia have shown an ability to win good fights against FaZe, but also keep up aggression that keeps FaZe on their toes for the vast majority of the first minute and a half to 2 minutes.
10 seconds
D+ Kia can just do that one more time and get a 3-3. I wouldn't call this half a win. I certainly wouldn't call it a loss.
I agree with you on that. You know, I like to think that D+ Kia is the reason that Los went so deep in there in Atlanta. I think they were the awakening game. Yes, you know, before Los, they weren't playing with their heart, Carter. And after that game, there's nothing but soulful from them. We'll see if something similar can happen here for FaZe. Maybe D+ Kia is just that team. You gotta fight D+ Kia if you want to make the finals.
Maybe, and maybe if FaZe lose here, it's actually an omen they'll make the grand finals by the end.
Then D+ Kia makes the finals. That's what happens. Yeah. This is actually semis right here.
Gotcha. Oh,
yeah.
That's crazy.
Watch this actually be a semis series.
Starting off with a bang.
I mean, called on the first day.
Technically a semi-series from 2.5 years ago.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong.
But at least right now, stakes very low in the first 45 seconds. ADS, with that Amaru, was looking, I believe, to move into dorms and acquire that control alongside the rest of his team. Yes, still is. Tried to move into that top floor, Handy, but everybody. Finally, they do alongside the Boogie, covering the sound queue and opening up some well-deserved soft destruction on the floor of dorms. So a good start for FaZe to acquire this control, and likely now looking to end up in kitchen by the end of the round. Whereas before they were gunning for split, now more towards the kitchen dining side. Cyber on the cutoff angle picks up Yas early on. D+ Kia not able to net that early aggression, but so far has had decently good success.
Those Rams are so loud.
They're very loud.
They're so loud. I can't even hear myself think whenever those things are on, I'm telling you. That's a nice find there, though. And again, so we were talking about that earlier. That's why I have that PTSD, Carter. Those windows, they're terrifying. Oh, Cyber getting away with quite a bit here. Earlier kill on Yas to start things off on the cross angle, but he's worked his way into the building now. Damali, this one on the docket. And Damali, new pickup for D+. Not exactly starting off the way that he would want.
Oh, 0-5 so far, and also effectively a 5v1 on the 5v1 on the site. One player over in Big Tower, one on Freezer Stairs. He might get the flank off. Woogieman here's one move up Z. Spots Cyber, now has to fall back as two different players try to take it down on the Freezer Stairs. The King knows he likely has room to get the bomb down. They need to worry about Soldier, and they find him easily. Woogieman might get one kill, but FaZe are perfectly willing to accept that loss. Cyber put in the work, getting a 3K to open up the entirety of this execute. And once they pick up the mute upstairs, they know Woogieman is off the site. They just have to cut off one of the 3 stairwells he can walk back up. And that's a 4-2 half for FaZe.
Yes, indeed. Adam locked up from the start as soon as he decided that he was going to try and play things down that stairwell. Not really too much you can do in a situation like that. Very well done from FaZe, but as you said, it was really the Cyber show right there. And, I mean, you know, always got to give a shout out to this as well. Using the F2. We've been seeing so much 417 over the last year and some change, ever since that change happened to the F2 where it doesn't have grips anymore.
Hey, remember in Atlanta, who was using that F2?
Mm-hmm.
Loban. The demon himself.
Oh, yeah,
the
true.
Lobanmeister. Running the F2 against FaZe, against DZ. And doing great work with it. Cyber, of course, doing great work in that round with that 3K, but also acquiring an unequivocal lead on their attacking half as they move into the side swap. Now getting the benefit of the defensive side. No Tuberou so far this matchup, not a single Zoto canister thrown, but a lot of the usual suspects. Solus especially, and Valkyrie a few times from D plus Kia. I have to imagine with Cyber wielding that P90 and that Spectre scanner. D plus Kia were getting aggressive and trying to deal damage to FaZe's drone count. Cyber's got to be doing that and then some, especially with Valkyrie cameras to aid him on this round.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cyber's not rocking the P90 either. He's rocking the Shoddy. I love it.
I like that. ITA-12L. Yeah, I know that. I know y'all didn't think I did. But I do.
It's an Italian shotgun, I'm pretty sure.
Actually, Spanish was... Is it? Well, it was introduced with Velvet Shell. I'm assuming it's Spanish.
Yeah. You believe so. I think if I remember right, I'm probably wrong about this, by the way, before I say this, but I want to say it's based off of a Benelli shotgun. I want to say. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
I'm not a doctor.
Yeah. Yo, I'm no doctor, but... Inside. See what you got here, playing in from Trophy.
Sensor on.
Let's be able to get that initial drone. Knows somebody's in the area on that balcony, but doesn't want to overextend here. An early kill, especially with only 45 seconds being off the board. There's a lot more to happen inside of this round, and definitely do not want to make it easy for D plus Kia at the end of the day. D plus Kia trying to address things across the map as well, while Coded's up there trying to just occupy that balcony and hold that cross. They're actually working their way in from Cafe.
It's extremely separated right now, but I was about to say, while a lot of players from D plus Kia holding their own 1v1s, Coded, Damali, he's able to cut off Cyber's rotation back down through Kitchen, get the opening pick, and destroy the Solus. So the looming threat to your drone count taken off the board. There are still roamers who could fill a similar role. KDS and Handy both in meeting, but all consolidating right around that hatch. KDS especially looking to probably retreat within the next 20 seconds or so, though Handy could end up lurking, riding out behind that bench, wasting just a little bit more time. D plus Kia now slowly moving in. Handy 2 drops down, knows that with half the round gone, D plus Kia are still bucking open the attic hatch. It's probably going to be another 20 seconds before they actually make their way down to the first floor. There's no need to overextend your hand, no need to actively contest that map control. I mean, they don't know this, but we do. Soldier still outside the building, opening up the laundry hatch to be sure, but despite the low time, D plus Kia haven't accomplished a whole lot and still have a long ways to go if they want to mount a fighting chance at winning this.
Absolutely the case. Yeah, you have the kill onto Cyber, but you don't have everything that's pivotal. Trying to get a bomb down here for your offensive unit. Now Soldier able to clear out that mirror window. He's got some drones being active around the area too. Nitro Cell tear. KDS. And let's see if you can find anything. And it was a good shout. It was. Tossed it over towards the sandbags there, but unable to land successfully.
Got Handy holding the bunker angle on this doorway. Flashes go in, though. Soldier quickly crosses that very position. Spots KDS looking the wrong way. Huge entry from the Hibana. Vidaking's able to shut it down. That was a much-needed opening for D plus Kia. In the end of round 7, Damali able to find one, but it's still even. Handy, Vidaking both holding on to their positions. Damali finally showing up in a big way in round 7. But they've not found Handy. They haven't got the bomb down, and it's Yas by himself on the coverage. Watching this position, he knows he's here now. C4 goes wide, and he needs to win this fight and only tags up Yas a little bit. Damali's fallen off. That's a gun left alive, and a key round for D plus Kia, picking up their first round on the attack.
Way to open the door to sight there for Damwon. It was a little worrisome there for just a split second. D+ able to lock things up. We're able to find those good picks over there, especially towards elbow, getting the drones in there, seeing where the setup was for FaZe. And I especially enjoyed the fact that I do believe Yas in that situation was so aggro over towards Freezer. There was not much time there, and a decision had to be made. He just made the right one. Yas with a good moment here as well, making sure that there's not really any comeback opportunity, especially with that case getting placed over in laundry. You can see the cogs turning for D+, not trying to force anything in a situation that could get them into some trouble, just playing very good, clean season at the moment.
There's a decisiveness, especially. A lot of times at these events, they've looked exciting, you know, they've cheered after rounds, but there's always seemed to be a little hint of maybe nervousness or resignation, but there hasn't been that passion, that fire we see from teams like FaZe or like others in the tournament.
10 seconds left.
Always seems like they're a little bit down, even when they're getting excited. But here, in terms of their play, Soldier making that cross, not a fear at all that he was going to die to that player from Bunker. Not worried whatsoever. Yas and Freezer that round as well. Able to pick up a win on basement by the end of it. And especially with the frag grenade changes, if you're going into an E-box drop and a bunker push with 30 seconds left, a lot of teams relied on either Yin Candelas, which weren't in play, or frag grenades to get a kill when they couldn't just from either or couldn't reasonably predict one from just walking in a doorway. Without that option, they needed to just win heads-up gunfights. D+ Kia, of course, won them, but did so in saying, all right, we need to do this. I'm not going to mess around. I'm just going to go for it and try make the best of it. Back to basement, as FaZe will replay this bomb site. Cyber not on the Solus or extending all the way to that top floor. He is in Z. He's the furthest one, but there's somebody on Freezer and somebody on main stairs to cover whichever pathway back he decides to take.
Micro roam there for FaZe. Show a little face. See if you can get a drone to spot you or something like that. Maybe D+ wants to try and clear things out across the entirety of these top floors now. We did more than likely see him inside of Z. Just got to make sure to cover everything and not have something bite you in the butt later on down the line. But for FaZe, they draw back much earlier than what we saw in the previous round where they had that full-blown roam going on. This time, everything well within the right from D+ to be taken and used to fullest advantage. Push drone in, able to get something at least. Impact out. It's going to do very minimal damage to Woogie. So he's just going to be a distracting factor as of right now over here on the construction side of things.
FaZe are completely pulled back from the previous round. We see that same aggressive shield, though, positioned towards the bunker doorway. So while they aren't as posturing as they were before, they aren't so pushed forward into the buildings. When it comes to the site, they are still making sure that they are denying as much ground for D+ Kia as they can within the bounds of their strategy. This X-Kairos pellet or on this wall can always be difficult to maneuver around for the defense. You want to help your teammate in bunker, in elbow, make sure nobody pushes in from that doorway, but if there's a little bit of X-Kairos that Soldier had left, it'll be a bit more of a problem to move through there. Boogeyman also with the Monty can constantly apply pressure, but these Vulcan packs in the way, alongside the deployable shield, will make it much more difficult. Toxic Babes too, he's got to make a decision. At this point, he might just have to push through the fire, push through the smoke. D+ Kia still have the entire defensive setup to barrel through.
I don't even know if that's a possibility for Woogie. It feels like the smoke stacked on top of the fire will practically instantly kill him, Carter. The smoke's going to try and hold him back here, and Damali's going to end up taking down a teammate. Can't find the kill he was so desperately looking for behind Pillar. And now it's just Woogie, still being gate-kept by utility on construction. At least get one for his troubles, but you can see how this is going to go. It's going to go down pretty quickly as well. Woogie tries to get the pistol back out. He tries to get some extra kills, but nobody can kill anybody here. But it doesn't really need to, at least for FaZe's sake, as they are on the defensive side of things, and they will get the round because of that. So, very well done for FaZe there. We're going to quickly move our way into round 9. As D+ Kia, we can really just chalk that one up to a failure to launch. FaZe not really doing too much on those top floors. D+ Kia, they have all the time in the world to be able to set things up and then try for the execution. FaZe just battered them in the execution.
And it was a good read, too. They realized, okay, we gave them some hatches completely open. The meeting hatch was open, and they still only executed with 30 seconds left. Now, the big benefit they had was they got the opening kill on Cyber, like a minute and a half prior, 1 minute into the round. If we just pull back and use utility, odds are, even if they're not executing at 30 seconds, they're going to be executing at 45 seconds. And if we just keep that utility, bring those Vulcan packs, bring those smoke canisters, we can stall it out and gain far more than the denial of map control we attempted in round 7. So a good read, not only in theory, but also from factors they saw from D+Kia in the previous round, and with 1 round in between, immediately switched philosophies and saw great success with it. Many great teams do that, but FaZe do it so well on attack or defense. To see them do it here, game 1, maybe a little rust in rounds 1 and 2, but as they've gotten warmed up, it's just a classic FaZe performance, so far at least.
They're so incredibly consistent, man. The last 4 years of FaZe Clan have been so interesting to be a part of and get to witness. Especially when it comes to things like this. Their ability to just flip the script on a dime. Not having to sweat all the details. They know everybody on the squad is so very stellar. Has the ability to make those pacing changes, those strategical changes on the fly. It can all fall in line accordingly. That's something that you desperately need on a team in Rainbow Six Siege. You do not want to be a one-trick pony. We see a lot of people get in trouble with that.
Certainly can't make that comparison to FaZe. Absolutely cannot. D+Kia, as we move into the dorms bomb site, very focused on the front side. Some over by Armory, some by Bedroom, and of course somebody below, but nobody on that backside as of yet. They will take control after the first minute. Without a whole lot of hard breach. I believe only 2 hard breach charges, actually. No, 4, excuse me.
I was waiting. I was going to let you figure it out.
To be fair, though, Yas is all the way in the basement.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Oh, I see what you did there. That was clever.
The first of many terrible dad jokes throughout the event.
We got 2 weeks.
You guys are stuck.
You guys are in for a good time. They open up the bedroom wall, half the round now gone, so one of those 4 hard breach charges going to good use. But similar to basement, FaZe's setup has not really been pressured so far. There are options D+Kia can use in the future, but it has been a profoundly quiet start to round 9.
FaZe has found what they need to do up against D+Kia, and it's delay. They just need to sit on site, allow them to eat themselves alive on this clock, because as you can clearly see from all of these separate angles, they're really worried about things. What's going on here, Carter?
Yes, he is. Hashtag SI2024 on the delay.
I did not see that. Thank you for pointing
Queen.
that out. Yes, Queen, yes. We'll hit that if he ever clutches.
The yassification of D+Kia. Cyber hitting the flank inside of Split, but Woogieman knows. He's aware of his position, and they've got the pinch, but Cyber doesn't need to get a kill here. He just needs to waste 10 of the remaining 30 seconds, and he doesn't look! Woogieman somehow turns around in time, but it's a 3v3, and the HP actually favors FaZe. Woogieman lost almost all of his HP in that engagement. FaZe need to hold on. Handy holding the bedroom doorway aggressively. A crossfire set up between him and KDS. This should be round 9, Sam. All Handy has to do is take out this player, and this position is secured. But Yas finds one. Woogieman now falls. He was easy. The rest is more difficult. Yas down 2. Coded found his way into the bomb site, but Diffuser a world away. And same as his chances for taking that round. Map point now for FaZe. 6-3.
And the heartbeat of this strategy over these last couple of rounds has worked so very well for FaZe, Carter. Playing things a little bit closer towards sight, using that solid utility to be able to delay things out and force D+Kia into bad timing. That timer is constantly eating at them. Even with that flank there from Cyber that went so terribly wrong for him somehow, some way. But there's, I mean, just in that vacuum alone, Carter, there was so many things that just tilted me, especially the fact that Buck just ran out of classroom and they knew the guy was in split the whole time. He doesn't even look to his right. Woogie doesn't even look. He has to 180 to kill Cyber. He could have killed Cyber when he peeked the damn door.
Now, hold on.
Craziness.
Let's be optimistic here. Let's be positive.
I'm breathing.
He did get the kill.
He did. He did. But it was not because of what he did. It's because of what Cyber somehow did when he has the MPX, and that gun doesn't even have a recoil. Like, I played Siege like 2 weeks ago to see how all the guns feel again. The MPX has 0 recoil, dog. I'm telling you.
I mean, it does fire garbanzo beans for bullets, but thankfully in a game with one-shot headshot, that doesn't have to affect you all that much. Timeout for D+Kia, by the way, if you did not notice.
Yeah, we're just waffling for a second, so.
As they are down 3 rounds. And while we have seen some good points for D+Kia on their attacking side, especially in round 7, able to say, all right, we're not accomplishing anything. We're not working. Let's just make a decision and stick to it and end up getting that round. On top of it, we're still seeing them to succumb to a lot of the same trends we saw in Copenhagen and Atlanta. One big example, when they got that win over Los, it was because of a lot of unforced errors from Los. Loban getting aggressive and not having a lot of impact on the roam. D+K were able to say, all right, if one guy's constantly roaming and lurking, if we just find that guy and keep track of him, and of course win the fight, which is sometimes easier said than done, especially against Loban that tournament, they were still able to consistently get an advantage or account for one in their plans. Whereas with FaZe, after that first round when Cyber got killed, they just completely changed strategies, and whether it was basement or dorms afterwards, they stuck to it, said, all right, we're not going to give you an easy opening pick. We're not going to give you that option at the start. D+Kia, while we saw it in round 7, are still struggling to actually create opportunities.
And this is where, and we're going to continue to roll back to this for FaZe throughout the entire event, I promise you. It doesn't matter what commentators you're listening to. FaZe, with their ability to adapt things, they're so solid in circumstances like this because they're still applying the same thought process here with this lineup, Carter, right? But what's the one thing that stands out? It's Cyber on Doc. He's here to just add that extra layer that D+ isn't going to really consider because these last couple of rounds, it's been so hard for them to even find anybody. And then all of a sudden, you're more than likely just going to have Cyber looking to try and get some frags here on Doc. He could also just be playing things out over in like the shower area or something along those lines, but we'll have to see. It definitely gives that, line of thinking with that Doc getting into the lineup. So, oh, well, there you go. That was an interesting angle. I like that.
It's also such a team performance in FaZe right now. Sure, Cyber's 7-8, but everyone is basically within arm's reach of each other. KDS, the lowest kills, but still positive. Whereas with D+Kia, you have Yas having a solid game, Woogieman certainly having a solid game, but a lot of the times it might be 2 players going huge and 3 players trailing behind. It could be Yas and Coded, could be Woogieman and Yas, could be a couple different players, but being consistent. Always been, at least individually, D+Kia's problem. Coded put to almost 1 HP, trying to take control of Master Bedroom. He has moved in, but there's still 2 players around the corner who can take this fight. KDS spots one, but he loses it. Aims head level, but just a little too far to the left. For D+Kia, they found an unforced error. They've capitalized off of it. Now they just need to progress from here.
You have Souls in the area still. D+ trying to use these drones and discover where FaZe is going to try and play this out from. Finally identified Souls here inside of Pit. No, that wall is broken up here. He's going to go for the gunfight of all things. Coded. He was so weak as well. It doesn't really feel like that's the way that things should have went down, but it is. And they're going to give Souls another one, Carter. Everything is falling off the wagon. Souls, my God. Execution after execution. Coded's going to get picked back up, but I mean, what a heavy hand Souls has right now as he's knocking out all of D+Kia.
2 players on reduced HP for D+Kia as well. Souls was hitting headshots, but just a couple shots to the body on Damali or Coded could make it a 1v3 for Woogieman to save Oregon. And this was a 5v3 at one point. D+Kia were finding those individual 1v1s, and they're letting FaZe take whatever position they want. No contention from FaZe in round 10. They barely even fight D+Kia. They're just holding angles, holding their positions, and without any bit of intel or with a little too low confidence, take gunfights that they don't have enough information on, give away a 5v3 to FaZe. Of course, that is only map 1. Still have map number 2. But man, that could have been a lot closer for D+Kia. Think to that basement round. Think to that round we just saw. Maybe they don't win it, but this could have been a 7-5 if a lot of those leads weren't thrown away.
Absolutely. 100% agree with you, my friend. And that's the thing, is that FaZe looking so solid in these moments and able to use that patience and that cadence on the defense of Oregon to really take it to D+Kia. And that's really where things started to get to, exposed, right? D+Kia not really capable of taking control of things the way that they wanted to on that offense.
And of course, a good performance from FaZe, no doubt about it, is their map pick as well. So if there's any place we hope D+Kia could show up, it will be up next on Clubhouse, a map we're already seeing for a 3rd time this SI so far. Likely going to be with the introduction of Tubarao. Introduction. A very popular pick, I have to say.
Yes, absolutely. He's pretty chilly, pretty cold, I'd say.
You use cold. I was going to make a joke about that. But
I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. But no, I'm super excited to see Tubby, especially on Clubhouse. When they first implemented him and first showed him off to us, I was like, really feels like Club is going to be a nice home for this guy. So we'll have to see. There should be a lot of interesting things going on strategically for this next map, and I'm all for it.
And of course, we take a look at that next map. right after this.
Very specific callouts that you only know if you're like in the scene or like you scrim or something. So even what we say is what players would say.
No, and I mean there's been times where a pro player will come on either as an analyst or as a color commentator, etc., and they'll bring those callouts with them, which to a casual viewer, somebody who's just watching for enjoyment and doesn't actively play the game, might think this is odd. Why would you call it that? All the same, Hashom is rewarded for a good previous round by an early death. Dark Zero strikes first. Track Stingers go out with Seriously now governing over Yellow Stairs. He's got Tricks up top with him.
Reload! I mean, you get top for control, soft destruction towards the bomb site is a good look, but losing Hashom on the Cabot Tower is rather important. Those smokes and fires were crucial previously. And of course, just like the capacity in which Hashom can find kills is very crucial for this team. And GK, they're going to like reevaluate what is going to be the change of pace in this round, because what they wanted to accomplish might no longer be possible the same way any longer. And Dark Zero actually playing proactively, saying Yellow Stairs is important, try and go for a retake. Soulless and Pulse, they can see the flank camps, they can see what the players are. If they can establish a retake here, like they did on Chalet, that could just be the way to win the round.
It's been a really triumphant 2 maps so far by Noodle. Down goes Seriously to Bolo, so Yellow Stairs has been the main contest so far for this round. Down goes Knave. Diffuser in the hands of Tricks. I do like that GK has been kind of tossing around that diffuser.
10 seconds left.
Tricks will attempt the plant now. You have no time. He's still holding on to it. He attempted to plant it, dropped it for a second, went on. 2 seconds left in the round, and that's all she wrote. Canadians Nitro Cell gives DZ their second round through 6. First half goes in favor of GK 4-2.
Much better look there for Dark Zero, but this is 1 by 1.
We got this ish.
Yup.
And then of course Bolo's yup.
But that is the mentality, especially on attack when you're down. I mean, everyone knows here that realistically, Dark Zero shouldn't win down Consulate, being down 2-4, having a pretty terrible first half on defense in a defender-sided tournament and meta so far. And to make things worse, the Monty's banned by GK. So they obviously came in prepared to not play the Monty themselves. But Dark Zero, if they had planned for it, if they're comfortable playing on that particular operator, that's no longer possible. So 1 round at a time, just like that. The way you think about this as a player is that it's 0-0. It's not 2-4, no. 1 round until someone wins or loses, that's really it. Don't let the nerves get to you when you're close to winning, but also don't start fearing, your opponent or doubting yourself just because you're down a couple of rounds or feel like you're losing and performing pretty poorly. Of course, easier said than done.
10 seconds left.
We all are humans. We do have emotions that affect us, and when you're a player, there are so many factors that go into it. Confidence in yourself and your team is extremely important.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
For a lot of players, it's hard to deal with. You have a slow start to a tournament, slow start to a match. You start being like, can't really hit my shots, boys. Like, what am I gonna do? And all you can do as a team is say, you got this. Next round is yours. Next map is yours, etc., etc., etc. And don't lose trust. Spawn peaks, early aggression here. GK slowing down Dark Zero, saying, you're slow on Chalet. If you're gonna be equally slow here in Consulate, you might just run out of time.
These first 2 rounds are going to be incredibly important. You cannot allow GK to win this first round. Can't let him to win the second either. I don't see Dark Zero coming back from a 6-2 at that point. Then you just slap the go next button and then you essentially gamble on Nighthaven Labs. But pacing is going to be really important here. How fast can DZ assemble some map control and get into the building?
It's a good question. They use a Grim Bee, nades, some stingers, all from outside the building. And again, Yellow Stairs might be the focus right now, but first they open windows, they apply this like phantom pressure. We're like a ghost, you don't really know exactly where we are, but we're just like in the wall somewhere. We got yellow pings on the yellow side of the map, so it might be a yellow Skylight CO take here.
Grenade tossed down onto Yellow Stairs. We're seeing frag grenades being used yet again.
Ooh.
Pambazoo looking for more. He's got a shotgun this time. Noodle, I think, managing to take out the bees. Defending this position right now, but he'll get collapsed upon very quickly. Noodle with the first kill, but it's 2 in a row for Dark Zero. As now they assert themselves towards the bomb site, but Bolo's been cut down to size by Trix, who doesn't find a second as it's seriously credited with the kill. Trix punished for that. Dark Zero still with 2 upright to the 2 to match GK, but it's NJR now is the last one standing as the Nitro cell from Seriously connects. Him and his Shome still remaining. Seriously now tying Noodle for 8 kills to top GK. NJR has some semblance of an idea as to where these players from GK are. He's got 45 seconds. Clock will continue to tick. Getting rid of the bulletproof camera, but great patience right now from GK. Tucked away inside of that catering tables area that we mentioned before. NJR squares his body away so he cannot be shot at. But now re-aggressing, trying to get Seriously out of that cubby hole, softening up his Shome. Both players so low, but NJR just looks a hair above. Excellent patience from GK as they win their 5th round and are but 2 away from pushing us to a 3rd map.
It's actually a very, very beautiful 1 versus 2 to watch from both teams. Often it's like messy from one side, but NGR had a perfect read on the exact locations of both of the defenders. Yet GK also had that near perfect crossfire where if one person was in a combat situation, the other member would swing out and kind of equalize it into a 2 versus 1. And it really came down to who's going to hit your shot the best. If NGR hit the Jaeger headshot there, peeled back, could hit the the Warden proning, etc., maybe he wins the round. But if you don't hit those near pixel perfect shots, that crossfire will for sure be your doom as the sole player. And it came down to, again, very, very small things. Look at the sloppiness of Dark Zero. Bolo sprinting into the angle, dying to cover the planter, and then things kind of fall apart. They didn't get that strong foothold they were looking for where they felt comfortable to make an active plant attempt. But the initial start was good. Hibana shotgun in, yellow staircase, Bolo follows up with a trade 1-for-1. You get that 4v4 near the bomb site that you want as an attacker on Consulate. But if a bomb doesn't go down, you're not having a good time. And that's what GK did so well. Out of 6 rounds, they won 4 of them. In all of those 4 rounds, when they were attacking, they got the opening kill and they got the bomb planted. That is how you find success here. It's not all that often that you just go for broke and go just purely for kills. You typically have bomb site play be a part of Consulate. And it's why we see both teams bring out something like the Ying, the Capital, the Grim, the Gridlock, etc. Because it is about getting to that stable position. DC now will change things and go into like the Brava, the Thatcher, the Capital, the Ying, heavily favoring utility. GK, however, they're pretty aggressive here. Melusi, Fenrir, Solis, Lesion, they can go for swings. They can try and risk 1 or 2 players, and if you kill any of those important operators like the Ying or the Capital, you get an incredible amount of value there for a 1-for-1 trade.
It's been a cakewalk so far for GK through most of this map.
An expected result from map 1, unfortunately, Sam. FaZe taking their map pick 7-3. Oregon, that is. And there were some signs of life from D+Kia, actually starting off both halves, defense and attack, taking a round. Aside from that, it was a very, very solid, but expected and traditional performance from FaZe.
Absolutely. Some new flair from D+Kia, but the same old FaZe. Consistency, consistency, consistency. As they're able to find the gap in D+'s game plan, especially from the defensive perspective, as they exploited that timer constantly, using good utility to delay things out, and, just solid placement around the site as well, not overextending for any crazy roams or anything like that, especially after what happened with the basement setup, and they were able to keep their foot on the gas for the remainder of Oregon, securing things in 7-3 fashion.
And for D+Kia individually, while FaZe were all pretty much within arm's reach of each other in terms of KD, impact across the board, D+Kia, there were 2 standouts, Yas and Woogie Man, all generally at the top of the KD. Soldier, Coded, not putting up great numbers, and unfortunately, Damali, the new pickup, not having the impact I think we wanted. 3 of his kills coming in 1 singular round, I believe ending the game only with 4? I don't exactly remember. I'm pretty sure it was only 4. Either way, most of his kills coming in 1 single round. Not the lack of impact you would hope, or lack of impact, not what you would hope.
Yes.
The new pickup on D+Kia.
Definitely lacking impact. I think that's what you were trying to get at, and that's what we're expecting out of a player, like him. So we'll have to see if he can potentially get things fixed up down the line. But as of now, FaZe are in the lead. First map, which was their pick, going their way. But now we head on over to Clubhouse, which if any of you have watched Siege for longer than a year, you will know that Brazil loves this map. So, D+, I really don't know why we went here, but I'm really hoping that you got something to prove, got a chip on your shoulder or something, because, I mean, honestly, if we're just talking about it from like universe perspective, you and I are cursed with, Nighthaven Labs. So this is probably somehow, some way going to find its way to a map 3. I don't know how it's going to get there.
It's going to be about a 9-0 for D plus Kia on Clubhouse. They're going to do 2 extra rounds just to solidify that they're the best Clubhouse team in the world. They're going to go to Nighthaven Labs, where it will actually last 1 week. One singular map of infinite OT. We won't sleep the entire time. It'll be like a dude who ran from like Thermopylae to Marathon.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's gonna be like us, and we'll just collapse at the end.
We could just. I was gonna say we could just treat it like airplane pilots. You take a shift, I take a shift.
Oh, that's true. We
just don't crash the plane.
Yeah, that's a much better solution. We'll take 8-hour shifts solo casting. Yeah, that'd be so much better.
I mean, what, dude? You never talk to yourself for 8 hours? Just me?
No, I do. People get annoyed at me. They're like, "Why are you standing up and talking to yourself in the meeting?" I'm like, "I'm just thinking. I'm just."
That is true.
No,
that's not a lie. He's not lying.
One quick point, though. We did not see any tuber out on Oregon, which we did see in the SG Wolves game quite extensively, and we saw it quite extensively on Clubhouse. So while we didn't see it on Oregon, I have to think it's either going to be banned here, and if he's not banned, he's going to be picked. I have to imagine, even if it's only in a few rounds, we'll see some bigger presence from tuber on this map than Oregon, given what we saw earlier.
I mean, and for... What am I trying to say here? For good reason. That's what I was trying to say. Oh my gosh. Clubhouse, I mean, it just makes a lot of sense for the utility, right? There's a lot of things you can lock up on this map that are very, very important, especially outward-facing walls, things that actually go to the outside of the building, and that's what Tuberao is going to be amazing at, trying to lock things up like Plat, trying to lock things up like Jacuzzi. In that SSG game, I think we also saw them trying to lock up Garage as well, which is a little interesting.
Well,
but,
It did. Wolves tried to...
It was Wolves who did it.
Bibu used all 3 of his Zoto canisters on the garage wall, and first 2 stopped them, I think. But then the third one didn't. So it didn't work great, but they ended up winning the round. So really, it was the greatest thing to ever happen, ever. No mistakes whatsoever. But no, you can use it for the garage walls, the jacuzzi wall, the plat wall. Exterior walls are the name of the game for this operator, and in all likelihood, likely going to be a big focus for D+ here, starting out on the attacking side on their map pick of Clubhouse. 83% for FaZe Sam. I, unfortunately, don't think that's unjustified. Not even because I'm some D+ Kia hater, but if we're potentially watching one of the 3 candidates to make the grand finals or even win it, I expect at least 80% for that team.
Honestly, I really thought it was going to be 90 when it popped up.
All right,
really
I'm not that. Let's
listen,
cool down a little bit.
I'm just being honest, okay? I'm just being honest. You can't hate on that. FaZe, it's for the same reasons that you said. I get it. That is quite a large percentage, but I mean, it is D+ Kia at the end of the day. I mean, the very last event that they played, they did not look very good at all. Now they're looking a lot better here today. I will say that there is definitely some lifeblood here, as well as a Tuberao band coming out, so we won't be seeing Tuberao today for you and I, at least so far.
This was at least included in my definition of seeing him, is that he will either be banned or picked pretty consistently, and I think on Clubhouse it might be one of, if not the map for him in this pool. So seeing him either banned or picked, in this case the former, not really surprising to me, but we will still have a lot of the, just one more defender on top of a pool of really strong ones at this point in the meta. Solus, Azami, Valkyrie still up.
Yeah.
A lot of different options the defense has. Though, with that mirror taken off the board, we have seen a huge resurgence of placing a mirror window on the plat wall, opening up and then impact tricking outside is one of the main ways for denying that breach. With that mirror gone, this might actually be close to more standard Clubhouse than we've seen previously.
It's going to make me happy because I'm an old head, so...
That's true.
Yeah. I have to say that now. I'm 27. Can't believe that. Even when I say it, I'm just like, am I really?
Too.
Ugh.
Me too. Yeah.
What do you mean? You're like, what are you, 21, 22? Yes?
Maybe.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Maybe. I don't know. I can't count.
Yeah, get married, then talk to me, kid, all right?
All right. I'm going at my own pace.
I'm going at my own pace.
Are you my grandmother? I'm just kidding. My grandma's a lovely woman. She's not pressuring me to marry.
That's good at least.
10 seconds to go.
Anyway, moving into Clubhouse. Moving in with, surprisingly, I genuinely cannot believe this, a basement defense to start out. Though, we will see, I feel like, not the most common strategy, but it's used decently often. You'll see a hard roam with those exterior walls reinforced and bandit batteries placed on them, just to make a full clear, which a lot of teams go for on basement. Just a little more difficult early on. And also a lot of presence from FaZe on this top floor. 2 players on the second floor, 1 supporting from swamp stairs or just outside a garage. Of course, they will all likely try to fall back sometime during the mid-round, but FaZe are really trying to stall time early on against D+.
And for good reason. We all watched those last handful of rounds on Oregon there. The defense was able to lock things up, not only in the frag category, timer category. That clock is the most vicious thing in Rainbow Six, especially on the offensive side of things. It can be your best friend on defense, I can tell you that. That's what FaZe are trying to do here. They're trying to make sure that they admire that clock as much as possible. This roam going swimmingly so far. Inspired from the astronauts back in the day, as they were the first ones to really make this a home. Dub house, as we usually call it in NA for them. Not so much in recent years, as it's kind of lost the plot a little bit, but still, the strat very, very solid and a good little feather to keep in the cap.
Yeah, sometimes we will see teams reinforce both Jacuzzi and Plat Wall, but FaZe actually leaving Jacuzzi soft and only focusing on holding CCTV Garage, which I think is the safer move with still a lot of impact. You can see that bit of control, but D+Key are going to spend a lot of time droning you. With these Kiba barriers they've placed on the middle floor, there's avenues to retreat or get aggressive. In this case, Cyber with Handy at his back. Gets a kill inside his stock, ducks behind that Kiba barricade, and they all retreat down to the bottom floor. And what have D+Key accomplished? Not that much, unfortunately.
Oh, that's super unlucky for Coded. Not only is he not capable of pushing that now, which might have been his play if he really wanted it, but the bigger thing is that everybody knows that he is in dirt. Somebody overplaying in Moto knows that he's in dirt. Those things sound like a nuke going off when you're on the same floor as them. So Soul's going to try and maintain vigilance of armoring. Coded ripping up the floorboards now, so they're trying to get some influence over that hatch, but I mean, Carter, there's only 30 seconds remaining. FaZe have played this out practically perfectly thus far. Presence upstairs, abusing that timer, and then last but surely not least, getting that kill on the Soldier, making it to where they can all just fall back to site and play things out.
Yeah, a deadly combination of aggressive map denial early on, and then combining it with the Vulcan packs on the site to bring that same utility that won them their Oregon defenses. It's a rough go at it for D+Key, and with 10 seconds remaining, they might as well just be eliminated and sent to the end of the round. Yas picks up 1 kill, but KDS knows somebody is pushing in from Oil Pit. Ooh, Coded with the kill. D+Key with the advantage, but unfortunately, hold up. Veto finds him. Damali has to finish the plant, though. That was somehow a necessary 1v2 from Veto to win round 1. I was setting up the final bit like, dominant win for FaZe, blah, let's move on. That was a clutch, Sam. That was a clutch for FaZe.
Well, Carter, when you start peeking things that you really shouldn't, there's this realm of possibility that exists where you get screwed. And FaZe almost, brought that into reality. So, fortunately enough for them, Cyber still is damn good at the video game, and he'll be able to, rather, Veto King, my bad. Be able to pick both of those, but obviously that first kill, a lot difficult, a lot bigger piece of the pie there than killing the man getting the plant down. So, FaZe, for all intents and purposes, very well done. I just don't want to see them get overzealous again.
The first time having a lead this SI, again, we're shaking it off. We're limit testing.
You're a Swiftie now? Shake it off?
She did write that song, didn't she?
She did write that song.
Sorry.
Maybe I'm a Swiftie for knowing that.
There was a Disney show I watched when I was like, I don't know, 9, called Shake It Up, and I thought you were talking about that. I was like, that had Zendaya in it. What are you talking about? But no, you're right. There was a Taylor Swift. 3K from Yas and Veto King that past round, by the way. Only one of those players being on the winning side of round 1. As FaZe win basement, they move upstairs to CCTV. If you were out banned, we probably would have seen him here, but now we do not. Instead, hard breach denial will be entirely focused on that bandit. Handy still with Dorina's pocket. He'll be actively bandit tricking, and there's no Thatcher on the board for D+Kia. So, while there's a whole lot of hard breach, 2 primaries, 1 secondary, without those nades from below, and without any EMPs, if my eyes don't deceive me, and he might find quite a bit of success if he can manage to stay alive on this plat wall.
Cogs turning right now for D+. We can all see what they want as of right now, right? They wanted to try and go for that plat wall, but it looks like they might have to go to greener pastures here, try and work their way in from the Master's side. They have logistics hatch already open, so this is looking just way more accessible, especially with Bandit playing all the way over towards that eastern side of the map. So this isn't going to be too big of a deal for FaZe because there should be early recognition here from Cyber as he can always fall back over towards Vita King and then can start locking things down in this regard, but could also try and hit that accelerator and possibly get a kill over here on the Jacuzzi wall.
You'd also see once FaZe started realizing where D+Key are pushing from, Handy put a Bandit battery on the con single wall to make it harder to go for the construction side and bedroom side of push they wanted to go for. And now Handy has put his second Bandit battery on plat wall. They have fully realized they are not going for this part of the map. D+Kia get that opening pit. Woogieman finding souls. Credit where credit's due, D+Kia, while conversion might sometimes be an issue, getting these picks has not been the problem. But now with that concussion, they know somebody's in this corner of Logi. There's two players to deal with him. Cyber just trying to stay alive as long as he can, put in the spin cycle inside of Logistics. FaZe get one on the way out. While Cyber falls, Vita King's able to cut down Coded, but D+Kia have a solid advantage and have acquired full control of the western part of the map.
This does get worrisome, though, the longer this goes, because Vita King still has 3 smokes. It's sub-minute right now, and Handy still has a nitro cell. They're able to play this out successfully on the crosses, especially. This can most definitely still be a FaZe round. E+, right on the precipice of being able to pick up one of these offensive rounds here on Club, and these things are worth their weight in gold. And consistently try and get something going on this side of the coin.
Attackers have located a bomb.
To see if he can potentially get that wall here. It's going to be Selma charges. Molly's going to try to get underneath. On this side, this is for the single panel for construction. Able to pop that open. Obviously still going to be very centered on this side. The whole reason that he's working this right now is just so he can have the counter angles here for the server stacks.
10 seconds remaining.
3 versus 3, and a little bit of an aggressive look here from Handy. Need a place to put this case down, though, as Yaz is going to pick it up. Very low HP on him, and that might be all she wrote right there, and it is. They don't have the ability to pressure FaZe off of any of these pivotal areas on site, even though they have the man count. They don't abuse it, Carter.
Just another solid anchor hold from FaZe, not getting too antsy, though, as we did see. Bandit sprinting in through the con breach.
Come on, man.
Again, it's going to happen sometimes.
Yeah.
It's just going to happen. Maybe it's timing. Maybe it's overzealousness.
You gotta go for stuff every once in a while, right?
Who's to say? Like you said, you got to go for stuff once in a while. You play a lot of rounds as a Rainbow Six Pro. They're not all going to be stellar. You're going to make some mistakes. It's going to happen, whether they were truly mistakes or just unfortunate timing or not. The bigger picture there is not that somebody sprinted out of a wall when they didn't need to. Is that Vita King held down red stairs like he was born there. Like it's been his home for 25 years. He just says, I have a shotgun. You walk up the stairs, it's not going to end well for you. D+Kia try to go from the plant from the con single door, but again, there's angles held by FaZe that can watch that very position. D+Kia did realize very quickly, all right, we're not equipped to really deal with this plat wall. Let's move over to Jacuzzi instead, try to get a kill on Cyber, pinch that position, and to their credit, they did it very successfully. Used plenty of their utility to secure that kill, and even though they lost one, still held a 4v3 by the end of it. It was a good mid-round from D+Kia, but that transition, it's still an indomitable FaZe, whether it's 5 players or 3 or 1 in the case of Vita King at the beginning of the match. That's so far, only 2 rounds, but still so far, D+Kia have not been able to surmount.
So far, Vita King, a master of home defense, as he is constantly at the necks of D+Kia.
Like Kevin McAllister with it.
And Woogie starting to set himself up on the plat wall here. It's open for CCTV. Does he want to drop off now? Oh, no, he will not. He's going to try and play the window out here for Garage and see if anybody does want to try and go for something aggressively. U+ more than likely going to keep things a little widespread as of right now. Roof occupation, a really big deal when it comes to this site, because if you open up those windows, you get some kind of cheeky angles, especially over from the garage area. We've seen that go down once or twice in that way, but usually just ends up in getting this hatch, looking towards a single panel here for construction, and then maybe messing around on the balcony while you're looking for the Jacuzzi wall.
Pretty standard start for a east to west clear when you're attacking gym bedroom. You have to meet this cache hold eventually. Whether it's even just holding a passive angle, making sure nobody can peek that window overlooking metal balcony. See the players on red stairs and cache right now. Woogieman could if he wanted to. If he wanted to play safe, just maybe go on the rappel and make sure nobody crosses to fight anybody holding maybe the gym window or the bedroom window. That's a viable strategy. But given the presence over here, 4 different players all surrounding the cache position on 2 different floors, they want to take this. They want to move in, but over half the round's gone. 1:40 it's been, and while it seems like D plus Kia are accomplishing things, they've opened up flat wall, used some of those Selmas to open new angles. Now Handy's starting to pull back, and KDS can play his life here. He'll cut off the position, and if he gets even 1 kill and falls, that's enough at this point.
Do not ever mistake activity for progression, Carter. It's happening right here. D+, they're doing a lot of movement, but they're not really accomplishing much. KDS has been allowed to exist on red stairs of all things in this setup for 2 solid minutes, and he just killed Damali. He might be able to get another one as well, but not able to find that headshot. FaZe will just be able to work their way back to site, and then just let KDS do whatever he wants. He's more than likely dead here. He's going to try and get as many kills as he wants, and he can also rotate back downstairs. Going to get shot from the side here. The basement player should be the one to pick him up, and indeed it will be. It's going to be coded, but look at the timer, guys. Look at the timer.
The timer in that situation, all 4 players on D+ here were all staring at KDS's position because they knew they had to deal with him, but some struggling to make a move. They knew it had to be done, but given the low time, everyone was focused on clearing that out and not focused on pushing the site. That's not necessarily their fault, but when somebody decides to rat like that and they get a kill and have an impact, you have to deal with it with low time. It's a difficult situation to work your way out of. Woogieman pushes in. C4 forces him off the plant spot. It doesn't result in a kill. Cyber might be able to find him. Oh no, there's something in his way. He has to take the fight with the man on bedroom window. Pushes on in. Woogieman gets the kill on the fall off. 4v2 for D+ Kia, despite the huge impact from KDS, stalling time down to 10 seconds. Souls and Vidiking. Vidiking in a familiar spot this matchup, having to find his way out of a clutch, and he won't do it! D+ Kia get their first round despite the odds, despite the difficulty of clearing out cache. With only 10 seconds left, they mount a winning execute.
Just imagine if they didn't drag their feet. Just imagine, Carter. It seems like the timer is forcing them to play the game in a lot of these circumstances. But if they just had that confidence in some of these situations, especially with things like red stairs, they've fully identified what is happening with KDS, what is happening with this cache room setup, and they sit at the gates for 1:45 seconds. That's too long. That is so unbelievably long. That round, for all intents and purposes, should have been FaZe's through and through. It's just that FaZe, for some odd reason, not able to shut down D+ Kia, especially with Woogie moving in to get to that planning position. It seemed like they had so many options. They even had players downstairs, but they couldn't find where he was planting with the impacts. Just a lot went awry for FaZe in those dying moments.
D+ Kia certainly thankful it did, though, as it gets their first round on Clubhouse so far.
5 seconds left before
It could be 2-1 if Vidiking doesn't clutch with that 1v2, but it's been a very weird game so far. There's rounds that arguably should have been D+ Kia's, but FaZe somehow looked dominant, then it swung the other way, then swung the other way again. But a very hectic 3 rounds so far. Rounds one and rounds 3 especially so. As you move back down to basement, as the site has now opened up for selection by FaZe. Not running the exact same route. No bandit. Nobody pushed all the way up to that second floor. This is a similar switch up to what we saw in Oregon. Testing the limits of what D+ Kia are capable of or could fall to, and then pulling back a little bit. Even though that roam was successful, and they ended up winning the round, though it got weird in the middle part of it, they still said, okay, we know they're slow on attacking. Let's just give them another look. Let's constantly change things up so they're forced to rethink their game plan. Let's not make it so they can treat the first minute and a half the same as they did before. We're going to keep giving them new looks so they keep executing with 30 seconds or 10 seconds left. And so they never get to sort of go on autopilot and have success in a shorter period of time.
Exactly. It's never going to be the same song and dance, and that's what I love so much about this strategy here from FaZe. Is it just makes it to where D+ Kia has to respect the map. They have to go through their checklist and make sure that, you know, their T's are crossed and their I's are dotted. Otherwise, there could be that one roamer that they really weren't suspecting because, oh, well, you know, FaZe did this previously and then they pulled everybody back. Why would they have a roamer? And then, obviously, you get punished or something along those lines. So D+ Kia, again, have to respect that. do their best to try and find some gaps in this map, in this defense that FaZe has brought to bear here for round 4. Once again, it's going to be more utility work than anything. This time around, though, a little bit more successful on this. Fortunate circumstances befalling this hatch as of right now.
Nice.
Soul's going to go for the Electro Shuffle if he gets it. I don't think he will. They're going to drop another EMP, so Soul's going to pick that up, immediately hightail it out of there. Really like this move, Carter.
I do as well. Good from Damali as well. It's a small thing. It seems like it should be taken for granted, but being able to land those EMPs consistently, that's one of those things that you just don't have to worry about. If you have someone that can do that often, especially a new pickup like Damali on D+P, if you can just have someone do that, it's one less thing to worry about. And against an opponent like FaZe, you want to minimize the amount of things you need to worry about, the concerns you have if you want to have success. Grim, just sitting on the blue hatch, waiting for the call to come in so we can send all of those Bs into the bomb site and give the intel for the players executing. Soldier moving into dirt. Little separated. Where's the bulk of this going to come from? Where's the big push? Woogieman over by the kitchen hatch. He's going to go for that drop. D+Kia have so many angles covering this, and all of FaZe Clan stuck inside of Arsenal, but Veto reacts at the right time. Shuts down Coded as he sprints in through the ash wall. Moves down to a 5v3 as Damali looking to recover down in barely the same position. Potentially a flawless round in the cards, and indeed will be for FaZe, as it's the most easy round they've had so far.
Absolutely. The most dominant as well. I mean, very, very straightforward for them as they simply set up the sites, set up the map, and awaited the arrival of D+Kia. I think the only aggression that we saw at all, Carter, was Andy playing main stairs and sending some shots over towards bar there for a little while, but they backed that off too and just awaited the arrival of D+Kia downstairs. It worked out very swimmingly. It's going to be perfect site rotation there for FaZe as able to head back upstairs here. D+Kia only that one round so far. I do believe that was on master bedroom, so kind of an off-kilter site there if you really want to consider it. But honestly, you can find success on any of these sites when it comes to Clubhouse. It's just a really, really good defensive map. So D+ at least have some lights in the tunnel, that in mind, but definitely want at least at a bare minimum one more round here before this half ends.
I'm curious then whether D+Kia will react to obviously the heavy presence from the Bandit on flat wall last time. We do see Soldier pick that Maverick. Before we didn't see a Thatcher in that round.
They had the Kaid this time too, so they can just split duty.
Nice. Of course, you can put those Electro Claws on the garage wall, put it wherever you want really, but handy. More importantly, if before he felt comfortable actively Bandit tricking, now he feels even more so. But D+Kia have reacted. No Thatcher, which again was absent last time, but Soldier instead going to the Maverick. A bit riskier of an option, but still nullifies the Bandit.
And now, this is the fun part, y'all.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. Is he good at map tricking? Let's find out. Does he start up top? That's the main thing. He has to start at the top of the wall. If you start with the bottom of the wall, folks at home, you're trolling. Don't do that, okay? You need a little assistance here with the garage door. Souls is going to find Yaz. Did Yaz go in secret?
No. Yaz was all the way outside main door by the bike racks, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, he killed him at the bar double. Oh, my God. Wow. Okay. Very well done.
Snipe? Jeez.
Oh, 1.5 really working out. Gonna go for the right panel. Interesting. Okay.
Of course, got to be careful that maybe Veto isn't able to then move up Red Hall and play close with the shotgun. That's a concern. Oh. Greater concern, though? Handy, landing that C4. I don't think it opened the wall. Did it not make it soft? Did he get killed at like the last second?
So,
it didn't.
I'll tell you what happened. It's not the bottom piece. It's the top portion. I saw the metal line still running through. I'm pretty sure, but I could be wrong about that. Now on second glance, it doesn't seem like it's still there. But either way, yeah, that is the situation. There's a portion of that wall that he missed out on the map trick.
They electrified it. How? With what?
Cyber got it.
He got it. Dude. You're goddamn right, this is FaZe Clan. He just hit a trick shot. This is 2012. Did he 360 it?
Oh, man, I'm on Ilcams right now. That's insane. Yeah, no, D+, if they win this round, that's incredible. But as of right now, this is chalked. This is so chalked.
I mean, 5v3, they don't have garage control, and they're, again, with the frag grenade changes and the Capital ban, aside from frag grenades in the previous meta, Capital was the #1 solution to the garage hold. And he's banned.
Oh.
So what are you going to do? Try to flash? Well, he just ends up flashing himself. it very much is chalk. But KDS finds some damage. He's aware of the push-up garage stairs, but if they can get this kill, if they can get it, it's a 5v1 now. So, Coded will not pick up souls just yet. He'll down him instead. Oh. But a second flawless round in a row from FaZe. I was really excited by the renewed interest of Platwall by D plus Kia, but man, oh man, did that round begin and end on the balcony.
This is just a vicious ground and pound right now from FaZe. There is just no defense being played from D plus Kia right now. They cannot keep their face covered at all.
They're on the attack, Sam. Sorry.
Well, yeah, obviously, but in reference to what I was talking about.
No metaphors, no metaphors.
No metaphors, not allowed, not allowed. But yeah, I mean, the biggest moment there for me, Carter, was the fact that the splash damage did so much through that breach at the bottom. The wall wasn't even broken. He killed him from 100 to 0 with that nitro.
That's why I assumed he broke open the wall, because normally you see someone throw that C4, it lands right as it goes soft, and then that's what blows up and kills the Maverick. I really don't see anybody get a C4 kill just from one of the lines on the Maverick wall. So when I saw it wasn't opened up, I was like, how did he land that? Then of course you have Cyber following it up, just throwing an Electrica, cross map, as you do, and it icing on the cake. It doesn't just trick hard breaching. Nope. It tricks an exothermic, but you have to be like pixel perfect if you want to get rid of that thermite charge. So an excellent utility round from FaZe, and what so far has been a very, very dominant game on Clubhouse. Just one more round would solidify it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so crazy. I love that you brought that up as well, because when it comes to thermite charges up against Kaid, he actually has to predict when that exothermic's going down. Like, if you hear the animation start, the timer's basically already passed. Like, Kaid's stuff takes so long to start up, so it's pretty incredible that he was able to get that off without a hitch. So now D plus Kia will be at least able to get the breach this time around, but obviously not the same defense here for FaZe, as it'll be over in Master.
And the one round segment that D plus Kia have had. A 4-2 half in what might end up being a pretty defender-sided 6 invitational. There could be worse things down. They need to win it here if they have a chance. A 5-1 seems inevitable for FaZe Clan to win with how strong they've looked in this series so far. No early kill either way, but will be the focus, at least on utility so far, as FaZe pulling back, not pushing too far out beyond the realms of course, Jim Bedroom, but also that cash position we saw before. I'm sure D plus Q will be ready for the Red Stairs player this time. Maybe Handy C4 will throw things into the mix, but we actually really need to see them take control of cash, D plus Kia that is, take control of cash without losing too much, whether it be time, man advantage. This needs to be a win. This needs to be a win in the mid-round.
Oh, it got stuck. Hit the top of the wall there, unfortunately, for Handy. The lineup just not consistent, apparently. He just hasn't looked at that one in a while and attempted on a whim, but now KDS, I can't believe that either, my friend. Full sprinting at the stairwell, didn't even have his gun up when he swung that angle, and that's exactly why KDS wins it. Coda just doesn't have a firearm. Damali is going to get sussed out there. The fear. KDS. Oh, wow.
I'm losing it.
I had to give it a second there to breathe because I didn't know if Soldier was going to meet the same fate, but fortunately enough, he'll finally shut things down on the red stairs. But once again, KDS, at the top of red, gets away with way too much.
You know, if you don't know, empirically he's there. If you don't know for certain, that he's almost the thing that lost you the one round you've won so far. And Coded, just like Damali in that round. Damali sprinting up, dies to KDS. Coded, the more experienced player, sprinting up the stairs. No caution? No at least idea that, hey, maybe he's here, I should have my gun up. Whereas before, at least, D plus Kia vaulted in the bedroom window and suddenly got the bomb down. It's now FaZe in the 4v2. Woogieman hopping in the building, but not the bomb site. He can't just suddenly dodge a C4 and get the bomb down. He's the only one left, sitting behind the pallets. Handy giving him freebies at least, so Woogieman can pad the stats a little bit, but D plus Kia somehow, on the one site they've won, looking worse in the reattempt, and just forgetting KDS plays red stairs? I don't want to be that negative, but you just need to be careful like that. If you want to go far in this tournament, you can't make a mistake like that.
Yep. You're hitting the nail on the head, my friend. Trust me, I would back you down if you were you were going a little bit too far, but you're most definitely not. The thing about it is that D plus Kia, it's like, I don't know if they're just not considering it or if they're just not respecting it. And that's the thing, is it's like, I don't really understand the thought process behind that and just thinking that KDS, of all people, is just going to allow you to walk towards him. Guys, it's not going to happen. Like, he's going to take the fight, and not only that, he's probably going to push it to its limit, which we literally saw in that last fight when he killed the Thatcher on Breach.
He plays his life there. What? He plays his life there. He says, if I can get a kill, that solidifies it. And when you're in red stairs trying to rotate back, especially if you're against a good team, that's a very hard rotation to make. They've opened up flat wall because a lot of the time if you're holding Cash, you full reinforce the wall between Cash and CCTV. So nobody can really help you. You just have to hope they don't kill you on that rotation or that they're not looking. So KDS knows that position. He knows more likely than not he will have to play his life there. And if he can get a kill, he absolutely has to at that point. But D plus Kia making mistakes, and unfortunately, as that half is now ended, Damali once again having an unfortunate scoreline. This is his first 6 Invitational. So, as the new pickup on a very storied roster, it's going to happen sometimes. I'm not going to harp on it too much. We all have nerves before big events.
Yep.
But still, 0-6 so far in that half, whereas FaZe, 2 games in a row, aside from Veto running away with it 8-1, another consistent performance generally across the board.
Yep. Things do happen, and I mean, like you said, Carter, this is the biggest event for Rainbow Six Siege in our calendar year. And not only that, he's playing up against a historic org. That it doesn't matter what game you play, you know who FaZe Clan are.
Yes.
There's a lot going through the mind of this man right now. So give him a little grace, folks. Hopefully we can get some things figured out here for the later matches. But as of right now, they're not playing up to the caliber of player that he would expect out of himself. So somebody's kicking themselves. You don't need to kick them as well. ADS, hop right into CCTV. Does have one to worry about over on the red stairs, but do they know? There's so many people in this area, Cyber. Oh my god, Cyber! Oh, he's down 1 too! There is some potential for this to go really wrong if KDS does something crazy here, but he's a little bit too far gone as of right now. Did have a chance here. Coded?
2 rounds in a row.
Coded. KDS on offense this time too! It's so ridiculous that it's the exact same circumstances, but he is IQ instead. What the hell is going on here?
Wherever you go, there you are. 4v4 though. D plus Kia have wasted 1 minute and 50 seconds. And while that is silly, and that is just a very funny coincidence, it's 1 minute left and FaZe are just now entering bar. D plus Kia have stalled so much time, taken down Cyber, the main entry for FaZe. And basement is a very difficult site to just cobble together with... Oh, that's soft. All right. To just cobble together with 30 seconds left. You got to decide, are we doing a church main hall push, a blue push, and even no matter what push you do, you kind of have to focus on the other part of the bomb site as well, or the other part of the bottom floor. There's so many different angles you have to watch, so many different points you have to pressure, and FaZe are a great team. Don't get me wrong. If anybody can do it in this lobby, I'm sure FaZe Clan could theoretically do it. But D plus Kia, to their credit, have put FaZe in a very difficult position, and they have to work through it quickly.
Little bluff there by the Thermite of Vita King as he's going to toss those flashes into blue. Damali will get his first kill of the game. They're going to try and walk in now. They'll find one, but they really need a home for this planner. Handy. And right around the bend here, it's going to be Yaz on the receiving end if he does go for that swing, but instead it's going to be Woogie that takes out 2 and gets the round for D plus Kia on this defense. They did enough, Carter. That delay worked out swimmingly for them, and especially nobody over-swinging from Secret. I think that was the key thing right there, you know?
Yes.
Had those 3 people there, and they all head back downstairs. It was just coded as he kind of trickled in from bar, just decided that he wanted to go up red for some reason, and ended up meeting his fate. So D plus Kia staving off FaZe's potential last round there. They were able to pick that up. They would have only needed 1 more.
That's the big thing for D plus Kia right there. Of course, wasting the first half of the round just on that super, super strong roam. But nobody really over-peaking, aside from maybe Damali in Secret. But even then, you had 2 other players close by on different sides of the hallway. You can get that trade, no problem. Even if Damali ended up dying, a 4v4 is perfectly fine in that area because of the time you've wasted, the control you've now denied, and as well, the rest of the team gets back safely. If you have to sacrifice 1 player from that, specifically a Fenrir who's already put down all of his gadgets, sure, you might lose some codes, but you gain much more in the long run. Then after that, D plus Kia rotate back, hold off for the rest of the round, and that roam is what built the rest of the success they had. That is what started the things off good, not only for D plus Kia in that round, but in this half as well. It's now the second round they picked up in this series so far. Taking that together, a third on Gym Bedroom. Sure, FaZe pick up one round match point. We've certainly got a whole hell of a lot more to talk about for D plus Kia than we did on their attacking half.
Yes, we most definitely do. First thing I want to touch on, Damali wants to be KDS so bad. Do you see this? Playing top red with Warden. Deployable shield out.
Okay. I know KDS did very good there. This is not the KDS position.
No, it is now.
Other people do play here.
No. See, top red was very, very played out like 2 or 3 years ago. Then everybody stopped doing it, if you remember. Like, they just stopped making that rotation and shield. And now, for some reason, in the last, like, 6 months, everybody's been like, so what if we just dusted off this play?
I think probably one of the explanations for it is the element of risk and percentages of plays working out in gambling has become a lot more at the forefront of how people play Siege. They're willing to take more risks, willing to take in other factors and try and bet on things. And playing your life in a position is effectively a bet. You say, all right, there's low time, I'm holding a position, I could get a kill. If I do, I could win the round for my team. And in that position, it makes sense for it to make a resurgence at this point in time. But whether it's Damali or KDS, it's the same methodology either way. And FaZe, they were able to be in that red stair spot before. You hope now they know how to deal with it, and they do!
Big brain play there. KDS tried to get it done with the frag grenade earlier, but I think that's another reason we're kind of starting to see that point come back into play is because of the frag grenade rework. Kind of difficult to get those things to land and instantaneously blow up your opponent. So, still have the opportunity to try and slink away from that red position. But instead, they use the Rotero drone, and what a beautiful shout. Love that. Get rid of that shield, make it to where you really can't hear anything with that constant beeping being right next to you. A great swing there from the IQ. Not the cleanest kill that KDS has ever had, but one that they desperately needed.
5v4 established, full cash control and con control acquired. Well, actually not full, but the Azami huge overswing from Woogieman right there. Coded's able to find two. No, Yas finds Handy instead. With Cyber down on the floor, could work out, but Yas is off site. If they figure this out, they might be able to push on in. The actual bomb site itself is clear. Vidaking hops on in, but Yas spots him. Huge pickup. Yas now can waste time off of the bomb site. Souls might have control, but he needs to recover the diffuser, then move in, and if Yas just hangs back, forces Souls to plant with less time than the diffuser has to plant, this is an easy win. This is round 2. He's got the position. He's got it figured out, trying to force Souls off, and Souls does fall off, but he gets the kill anyway! I thought he was going to stick it, but at the 11th hour with 0.5 seconds left, he falls off, the pre-fire lands, match point for FaZe.
Just a little salt in the wound on that one.
That's brutal. Yas almost played that exactly how you should, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I loved everything that he was going for there. Just the random shots he was shooting out, a couple melees against the door or whatever, right? It was great. So, as for FaZe as of right now, I really think that it just seems like they've got everything on their side, right? Even in that round, you and I both standing in agreement with this. Yas plays that out pretty damn perfectly and still gets punished on the swing. All because, as you said, the 11th hour. Like, oh, well, what if I just pop off the case and pre-fire the bomb chassis? Works out swimmingly.
That's sometimes what happens, and unfortunately T plus Kia on the receiving end of it, but T plus Kia, they haven't been playing incredible, but there have certainly been good moments and unrealized potential in some of these rounds. That one, of course, being the most recent example, but we talked about a couple different rounds on Oregon. There's surely been at least 1 or 2 on Clubhouse as well. So this game, while none of them end up turning this into a potential D plus Kia victory, it ends up making it closer, but is also an indicator that there are just some moments where FaZe, in either split-second thinking or even luck in some cases, are making the right moves, whether with their knowledge or not, and D plus Kia are getting punished for it. Souls at the last second falling off. Sometimes it's just those little extra things that you don't account for that could be instinct or luck that end up making the match go your way. It just so happens here. Yeah. It just so happens the difference here is it's the difference between a 7-4 versus a 7-2 on Clubhouse. FaZe still in the driver's seat, very much so overall.
Do you hear that in the distance? Doot, 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 doot.
I hear Parker's voice.
Dude, I hear Parker constantly. I hear Parker in my dreams, dude. He haunts me.
R6 is #1 yapper over there. Always
No, you've definitely taken that crown. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I just like
you do a fair bit of yapping.
Nick said in the green room, he's like, you have 10 phrases and you just cycle through them. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Insane. Well, we're going to revisit Red here again. Coded's actually going to mute things up. I love that so much. So they're putting that mute jammer there, folks, so the Rotero drones can't get access. But if you're smart and you look over the right-hand side of the screen, you'll realize FaZe didn't have that anyways. So it doesn't really matter. All it's going to stop is any info trying to roll in there, I guess, if they want to get that close. But for a while now, Mute's jammers have had not the best AoE presence since we changed those a little while back. So they should be able to skirt that pretty easily here. We'll have Souls torching up Jacuzzi Wall, so FaZe can get access to the building. FaZe also bringing the Ying in what could potentially be the final round of this series. An operator we haven't seen a whole lot of in this series so far. And she's broad, maybe we've seen some Candelas, but it hasn't felt like been the deciding factor so far. Wow. I
respect that, yes.
I respect the hustle.
Yep.
I respect the hustle from the ass right there. And he gets away with it, so good job. But FaZe in round 9 looking to just end this decisively. Open up the angles they want, Jacuzzi Wall, Logistics Hatch, and just throw all of those Candelas in, cause chaos, and end this all in one fell swoop. It's not going to be a slow prodding here or there. FaZe will open up maybe 5 different angles and then try to cause as much chaos in the ranks of D plus Kia because they're not holding on to cash aggressively. They're not doing this far out roam. If you want to disrupt a pretty tight setup, just throw an explosive element into the ring, which is those Candelas. And also, with one player on red stairs, and he's got the perfect cutoff rate.
Honestly, wouldn't even be mad about soaking up the Kiba barriers either. Keep tossing them.
Just punching them.
Yeah. Keep giving them to me, Woogie. Make sure to get rid of them for you. Make life a little bit harder for the defense if you want to keep going on that line. Already got this wall open. That was that earlier torch job that we saw from Souls. Ping now. Looking to more than likely drop into Logi off the back of this. Able to find one. Top stairs is what he's really got to be concerned with, but it seems like he's just got the hammer and the anvil. Vita King! It's a triple. There's a smoke down, but I do believe that's going to be the Warden of Damali. He works into construction, but KDS is on the other end, and the defensive setup, it's working back into the offensive favor. Round 9 goes to FaZe, and so does Clubhouse.
A good attempt from D plus Kia, especially on Oregon, but the highs from FaZe, the great moments, it always felt, even in some of those defeats, that they had a fighting chance to clinch those rounds. And in their debut, what else could you expect from a potential grand final contender? Predicted by us and players alike to make that. Then a 2-0 to start out their time in this group. Good job to FaZe, and of course for D plus Kia. While they've taken this loss, while they've taken the 2-0, there were good moments, Sam. Sure, maybe Damali didn't have the best performance, but players like Yast felt confident to take some gunfights, to take some risks. Soldier as well, going back to Oregon, deciding to push into angles. D plus Kia looked like, even though they needed to be forced to do it, they could make the right decision when it counted. There's still some echoes of that slow team we've seen in Copenhagen and Atlanta.
Yeah, you could definitely tell there was a little jittery action going on walking into this match for D+, but I mean, honestly, you gotta give them the benefit of the doubt in that regard. You're going up against FaZe Clan in their home country. There is a lot on the line for them, and I mean, you're just trying to get through the thick of it, especially with a new player in the works. You know, for all intents and purposes, I don't think that it went terribly for them at all. There's a lot of things that they can work with. There was some good success stories there as well for both maps, honestly. So hopefully D plus Kia can find some success here at SI.
And also, it's FaZe, and you got it out of the way with first.
Exactly.
You have teams with far more checkered records in your group for the rest of the way. Bliss, sure they're improving, but they still need to actually prove what they're capable of. SSG, who honestly could seemingly beat or lose to any team on any given day.
I don't even want to talk about what's happening with them right now.
SSG and FaZe in the same sense. If you guys watched that Atlanta quarterfinal, I just don't even want to remember how my heart was up and down that night. the Wolves as well, who have also had a lot of problems this year in being, of course, they always make it internationally, but still sometimes struggle to really reach that highest echelon possible. D plus Kia have got probably one of, if not the best team in this group, at least based on the record, out of the way with. If you were expected to lose here, unfortunately you did. But now there are other teams that you can focus on that haven't proven themselves, like Bliss, where you still have a non-0% chance and maybe even a decent chance of picking up a win on and not being the one team to go home.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. If anything, if you had a choice in this, you'd much rather have this happen as your first match, because you get to get all of that experience as well. You get to go back to the drawing board and be like, okay, these things worked up against a really good team, and this didn't. We're not doing this anymore against X, Y, and Z, but we are going to do A through whatever. So we'll have to see what they can do with these future matchups. But I am in agreement with you, my friend. I really do think there is still some potential for D plus Kia to figure things out in this group.
Of course, that's the first half of the day on Stream B. Done, of course. FaZe, D plus Kia gone, SSG Wolves. We got 2 more best of 3s to go today. We'll see you, Sam and I will, for Game 4 later. But before we get to Game 3 after this, we'll have a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. What?
Ooh, Tricks getting out of there with his life. I spoke too soon.
I mean, that's excellent. 3 players downstairs. It's soulless off the board. They can breach the wall now. It's really excellent room clear. It
was a textbook entry, too.
Yeah.
Well done by Dark Zero. And this round not starting off particularly well for GK. Noodle's been the player rocking Tubero the most. I think all but 1 round so far that we've seen of the newest operator in this matchup has been played by Noodle.
Yep.
I think it was Key who played him back in map number 1.
It might have been. It might have been. No Maverick though. Like Maverick is like the easiest solution to Tuber, of course, but it's also a slow process. EMPs, verticality, more coordinated, positions are gonna get the job done faster. But now you clear things vertically, but now the Tuber freeze is still gonna be happening. 20 seconds gonna be taken out of way, time and time again, or those 12 seconds rather. It builds up. This wall will take a while to get opened.
Those bandit batteries are there. Wall opens up. Bandit batteries remain, or at least one of them does. Ultimately, this tricking from GK is not as successful as it could be, though it looked like from our top-down view that most of the defenders had fallen off of that position, so map control gained by DZ. Nighthaven Labs has a bit of a reputation for being a slower map, and it's certainly living up to that billing so far, but again, I gotta give some credit to DZ. They look quicker than they have with previous iterations. They found 2 kills so far. Key eliminates Nave, who didn't look like he knew where it was coming from. Over on the top of Fish, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
Seriously engaging, taking the duel with NJR. Again, you kind of have to swing when you're in this situation. And NJR running out of ammunition. Nitro Cell goes out, but Bolo to the rescue. 2 kills from the ace. And it is indeed finally 5 rounds, not in the previous one like I had said. 5-1 first half for DZ. They are punishing the Saudi Arabian team on this 3rd and final map.
And now you really hope that GK has that same mentality as Choice did when they were the team losing, 1 round at a time. Because when you're down 1-5, you make 1 mistake, you lose 1 round, you're looking down that match point scenario where things get really, really tough. Then you have nothing left to throw away. You can't make a single mistake, then it's over. This is the best of 3. They have fought their way here. There's a sloppy start on Chalet. They had a phenomenal console at GK, that is. But now here at Nighthaven Lab, they're getting picked apart every single round so far in the first half in various setups. Both in utility, in the roam clear, and most importantly, in the adaptation. Because this is so different than Consulate. On Consulate, it was GK always having Dark Seers' card, always understanding what they're gonna do and shutting it down. Now, we flip that. Dark Seer, okay, they're gonna play a guy below who's gonna, deny us from breaching with Astro Sophia to stop the bandit trick. So what they're gonna do, we're gonna take Ace, Jackal, and Buck. We're gonna hunt down that roamer, bait him in by fake breaching the wall essentially, get the kill, break the floor, then get the wall. Small adaptations like that are vital to success in these rounds. Because when you're attacking the bombs for the second or third time, you're building upon what happened every single round and trying to get that final picture of how you think they're gonna play it. What change could they make, which they've not done yet. Now, Geeky on attack, and they've changed things around themselves. They're playing Maverick, the first Maverick of the series as well. But what happens next? Well, Canadian finds Noodle very early in this round. So a 4v5 start, when you're down 1-5 in round count, this is not where you want to be, and it gets worse. Because Nave also killed Hasham. So now you're playing 3v5.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
This is a great start so far from Dark Zero, 45 seconds into the round. You've taken out the Jackal. There go a set of smokes. The only set of smokes, in fact, in hand for any of these operators. Good news is that all 3 remaining members of GK have access to Heart Breach.
That's true. Yeah.
So you're not going to be necessarily pressed to get into the building or get closer to the bomb site. But those peripherals, those other tools that you need, flashes, breach charges, smokes, etc. You're not going to have all of those at your disposal because of these 2 kills. Additionally, I think it's fair to say that with the exception of maybe Seriously, the 2 best players from GK are removed. And speaking of Seriously, he's got some weight that he needs to hold now, shoulder, and he does it. Getting Pam Bazoo, the best player in this particular map for Dark Zero. NJR now standing against the Tides is Trixed with half the round to go. What? Gets the diffuser down. Dark Zero don't seem to understand this. They've lost control. They hop on the Yokai drone, but it's too late. Their guns need to come alive. Trixed another kill, this time on Nave. NJR not far away. Maverick pushing up. Shotgun blast from NJR. Works. Collects 2 for the price of 1. Seriously, last man standing. He'll need to get every single kill for his team in this round, or else Dark Zero moves to series point. Just a small jiggle peek around the door, gets the drop on a Canadian, followed up on by none other than Bolo. And with 3 seconds to spare, NJR is able to hop on that diffuser and successfully disables it. DZ moves to series point.
Way too close for comfort. I mean, I was gonna say that like realistically, that round was over the second Hasham died. It was a 3 versus 5. But a quick 3-1, drop the hatch, go for those kills, and somehow, someway, they just stick the plant. And DC, despite having Toxic Babes, a C4, and Yokai drone, had no idea the plant was going down. They were thinking, we're fine. They smoked off the window. There's no way they can do this. But the plan didn't indeed go down, and they almost were also successful at defending it in the post plant. A ridiculous set of events, which I don't even know how that happened, but NGR, the hero once more for Dark Zero, finding those 2 shotgun kills was vital to their success.
That's actually on me.
Yeah, there it is, Nate. That's on you. You're playing Echo, buddy. Where are the Yokais at? But I love to see this, you know. Yeah, they're winning 6-1, taking responsibility when you're losing. It's probably not that difficult because things are going well for you. But I do love seeing when players, they say, you know what, that's on me. Like, solely, win or lose that round, I should have played my part better. If you're the Echo with the Yokais and you don't have active intel and you know that one thing they can do is rush the side probably in that scenario, yeah, that's kind of on you. But team effort regardless. 6-1 for DC, they are looking mighty comfortable. And GK, I don't blame them if they're just going to go for something crazy here. Running through a building, you know, try and counter a spawn peak, you know, maybe do some split theory sessions here, just like go 5 people on 5 different sides of the map, try and go for a pick or a kill. Because right now at this point, as a team under like the fundamentals of Siege, you know, communication, teamwork, crossfires, etc., DC are just a better team. Which, to be fair, given the experience difference between these 2 these 2 teams, is expected.
Yep. Accountability is also really important, and that's something that teams maybe need to keep greater mind of. Yeah, going on Twitter after a game and blaming your mouse or your computers or your monitors or the weather conditions or the chairs or the table or whatever, you know. That's a whole other conversation for another day. But when you mess up and you say, my bad, all that matters.
Yeah, goes a long way.
Obviously, if you keep messing up and then you keep taking accountability for it, that's great. The idea is to not mess up. Mistakes are going to be made almost every single game by every single team. Even as dominant as they've looked, W7M has made mistakes over the last run that they've been on for the last year. It's bound to happen.
Yeah.
But try to limit the amount of mistakes you make and take accountability for it. And it's good that somebody like Nave is coming in on the team and doing that, because leadership is something that I think Canadian will benefit greatly from by having somebody else at his side to take accountability and take ownership of those mistakes, even if they're team mistakes. Dave doing that is great. And clearly things are working for Dark Zero. Maybe not in this round, Nick, as GK are up 5v3 with half the round to go.
Yeah, they got good solid drone intel. I mean, they got the locations of every Dark Zero roamer locked in. And just saying, okay, this guy's gonna move soon, guys. Get ready. They hop off the cam to shut them down. Nave looking for a pick back here. They have the exact read on each other, but NJR is first with the C4 vertically onto Trix. That's Maverick off the board. Not crucial upper in this round necessarily, but the numbers go back to Dark Zero's favor for just a moment.
I mean, it's closer than it looks in all reality. It's just a matter of a utility-less Dark Zero needing to come to blows. Hasham is there to shut them down, at least for now. He and Noodle in a 2v1. And Bolo be the hero. Pops up, down goes Hasham. Noodle and Bolo in a 1v1. Oh, how sweet it would be for Bolo to give DZ the win. His first match in how long, Nick?
381 days.
Unbelievable, and he finds himself in a tense moment. He alone could propel Dark Zero to a 2-1 victory over the red-hot team of GK. But there's work to be done. Noodle will find some comfort, some security in the corner, getting the diffuser down. Bolo will attempt to get him out of this position. Noodle just needs to hit him with a single shot. Bolo will tempt fate with the super shorty, but Noodle wins the engagement at close range. And we continue onward. Another round for GK, but it's only their second round. It's a tall hill for them to climb to get to the top. Right now, it's DZ trying to keep them down.
It certainly is. And I mean, Noodle did a great job at establishing what could be the win condition in the 1v1 because Bolo played it smart. He had intel with the bulletproof camera if Noodle were to push him. And he had, you know, the cover from the desk/table in front of him as well. He's just playing the positional game. But there is one weakness there. The corner in exactly where Noodle planted, Bolo has no vision of. He has a push to a rotate that's crouch hide. It's not great. And of course, he was low on HP from an earlier engagement. So Noodle did find the one way he could win. And well, he took it for his team. It's a close round though, despite the fact that they got 2 picks early in the round. Nave always holding angles, very disciplined, very patiently. And then usually either looking away at the wrong second or just losing the gunfight. I almost feel bad for him. But it's hard when you're up against a team like DK. They can really shoot back. We talk about experience, we talk about regions and practice schedules and like how many other good teams in your region you can practice against with these big teams, but MENA doesn't have any of those excuses. I mean, they don't use, any of those excuses. They just show up, they do really good, and then they go home. And then they come back and do better. There hasn't been a lot of, oh, it's hard as a MENA team to find good practice or yada, yada, yada. No, very simply, they perform. A very new region to the Tier 1 space of Siege, but already impressed us at multiple events in this year alone. It's their first year. Now, taking on DC as a start would be a fantastic beginning for this team. But how realistic is it in reality? Well, if Chalet had gone better, could have been quite close. Nighthaven Lab, not the way they start, one of the things to start at least. But they have had a lot of good rounds and a very good mapping consulate. So perhaps the one weakness here for GK is just they need a bigger map pool. That comes with time, comes with experience, comes with studying.
Bambazu got it at the last second. My goodness.
Okay.
Bomb located by attackers.
I was unfamiliar with your game.
I didn't think you... Oh, so...
Rob.
You know why he got that? Because Ace's Selma charges are like, you know, 0.3 seconds slower now or something like that. Very minuscule difference, but it mattered there. Would you look at that?
Scanning for devices and Trix opening up small avenues in to try and shake off those bandit batteries. A more troubling spot for GK, other than an inability to shoot out the bandit batteries, is now you've lost Hasham, who has shown that he can take over games on the squad. Could need an awful lot more from, seriously, who's looked like the best player, but honestly, GK have not looked very good in this map. No different than how DZ looked on console.
Let's see now, they got no Selmas left, just the Maverick and Trix. And DC, they read this, they fell back to the bomb site, reinforced off the connector wall. They got a Maverick it open, or brute force way through a single doorway where Injar with a shotgun will be awaiting them.
The walls are closing in, and he's about to get pressured from behind as well. But how many bullets missed him?
Yeah.
That was half of a meg.
And where's the backup? Like, how does he die like that?
I'm confused. Maybe just waste time. Bolo holding steady on what I imagine is the beachhead. as he's made his way now onto the catwalk and can cycle on over to close in on the bomb site. Key is gone as well, meaning that this triple hard breach combo for GK allows them a little bit extra insurance, but you're down to just the Maverick at this point because all the Selmas have been used by Seriously. Good guns in the hands of all three operators on GK, but the wherewithal I don't think is quite there. Bolo has woken up, can't go for all three. Seriously continues and trudging forward with that goo mine in his foot. He pops up, and Pamba shuts the door. A very muted celebration from DZ, who you wouldn't know it from your screen, but
they won.
The match is over. There's no triumphant music. There's no screaming. It's just...
Oh, there it is.
I spoke too soon. DZ prevail in the second match here on Stream A. Just simply out-muscling GK on a very lopsided Nighthaven Labs.
I know that celebrating is important, but I feel like when you're a team with big expectations from yourself and from your fans, celebrating your first win against a quote-unquote weaker opponent compared to like the top dogs, you can't go that far, right? Respect the fact, okay, there's a long way to go for us. This is just the beginning. Celebrate, but don't overdo it. There's a lot of time to be made here, a lot of practice to be had, and better teams, arguably, no disrespect to GK, to fight later on. But a great BO3. It went the distance, but Nighthaven Lab and Chalet, DC are just a tad more scary than that of GK.
I mean, a good look for a team that has made probably the biggest changes to their squad in a long time.
Yeah.
Probably since Pambazoo was initially picked up, or maybe even Canadian came onto the squad. We've seen DZ continue to try with the same formula, just substituting different pieces. But it is abundantly clear that Nave and Bolo have changed the way that this team plays. There's far more communication among all 5 players. There's more cohesion, it seems, greater flexibility. So an excellent first look for DZ. GK, still good, but a best of 3 will expose a weaker map pool, and clearly Chalet, and even more importantly, Nighthaven Labs, not exactly their strongest. That's it for our second matchup. Let's break down what happened between DZ and GK.
Thank you so much, Parker and Nick. See, I can say both first names. I do really appreciate the cast, but that is right. We're looking at DZ, and they have secured themselves the first win here at SI. I mean, a dominant performance on that final map. It does, however, showcase that GK doesn't have maybe the deepest map pool.
Yeah, but I like that point indeed that Parker made at the end there, right? I mean, we did talk about that 3-game win streak that GK have on this map, and the fact that it was international as well during Atlanta, but that exposes certain things that you've done in the past on this map that allows for Dark Zero to see what's happened, what's been going on before, and basically they exposed that, and they showed that with the international experience, they can take down a team like GK.
Yeah, and if we go back to the wider shot, you'll actually see that we have kicked Ollie off the desk, and instead we have our...
Got the better Brit on.
Okay, coming with smoke straight away. Thank you so much for joining us, Nate. We do appreciate it. Congratulations on getting that first win here at SI. Joining a new team, getting the first win under the belt, being here in Brazil, how does everything feel?
I don't know if I felt good, honestly. A bit shaky nerves, I think, on Chalet. I think we could have closed out a lot earlier, but I'll concentrate, it was their pick. We played pretty bad as well, but I think third map we were there.
Sounds good. I'm very curious about the big difference between your prior team and the team that you're on right now, right? It's a different region and everything's different. How's that been?
Well, first of all, they don't understand half the stuff I say, and they blame it on me being British.
I mean, I can understand that, to be fair.
No, it's the other way around. I can't understand half their lingo. American, they should adapt to me pretty much.
Yeah.
So far, that's been the only be like, oh, the girl, I can't hear what you're saying. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm speaking English. You speak English too. It's like I speak a different language today.
I mean,
honestly.
It is what it is. But you touched upon as well the fact that potentially that second map was not your greatest moment, and that's completely true. It was a 7-3 for GK. What were the shortcomings in that map? Because you're talking about them not understanding you, but it was kind of like all 5 of you, talking at the same time.
Yeah.
What was that?
Yeah, obviously in the real game, obviously it's nothing to do with that. I think we kind of, we thought they was going to pick one of Club or Labs.
Okay.
Not that we weren't prepared for Consulate, but maybe it wasn't as good as like the other 2. But I think, honestly, I think it came a bit down to preparation. And honestly, I think the first few rounds, it was early picks, giving them the solo picks that they want, because I think they struggled on execute. So I think that's what we realised, that like the last 2 defences, like just don't play far back, let them execute, and then we finally got the 2 rounds on defence.
Yeah, congrats.
Where he's saying makes sense, though. I think Clubhouse would have been a very sensible pick to pick against you guys. But to look at things in perspective of the group, who do you think is the most difficult opponent in your group? Or have you already faced the most difficult opponent?
Honestly, yeah, I don't know what that guy's doing. Honestly, I think I think everyone in the group's going to be hard. You know, cliche. But these guys play their own kind of stage. I think we're probably more confident against the other teams in the group, just like for the way they play. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of the games.
All right, thank you so much for the time, for the interview. We really do appreciate it. And you guys at home, are going to give you guys a refresher in terms of how this last game went. So when we're looking at the performance here, and DZ came out swinging. I think that second map was potentially just a little blip in the radar, but all in all, a really, really great performance. Oh, do you want to say anything about him being the better Brit? Actually, Alia, I want to start off with that, 'cause thank you for joining.
Yeah, the interview, believe it or not, because the room is very loud.
He said he was the better Brit.
He said they got the better Brit on the desk, so he was.
Right, okay, I get it. I was going to be really nice and say it's so nice getting an NA team winning and having an EU person on the desk for the interview, for the winner's interview. So I was going to be quite nice about this, but there we go.
But that's low-key still a dig at NA, though.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But I think I'm a DZ fan now, you know? I was starting to be a DZ fan in Atlanta. I'll hold my hands up to that.
Okay. I think we had the sets up on the screen just now, right? But one thing that I am very curious about is what the hell Pambazoo had during that break, because he didn't have the greatest of map 2, but on map 3 he came out swinging. He was on the entry, he was active. What did he go, 14 in something? He was absolutely showing up on that third map.
He had the beautiful Sao Paulo air. Like, it's really warm and fresh.
Yeah, that probably was it, yes.
But that could have been it. But all in all, I think, like, definitely, like, the difference between map 2 and map 3 from Dark Zero was absolutely phenomenal. It felt like a completely different team, a lot more in terms of that cohesion that we were seeing. Also from the communication side, Ollie, it felt like they were more on the same page, and it does to me bring the question, when they are under stress, we are in that stressful environment, how is their resilience?
They've definitely got a little bit of resilience there. They've got a heck of a lot of experience on the team, and it's something that I think everybody will say about this Dark Zero roster, is they've got a lot of experience. I think this is Canadian's 8th SI or something crazy like that. Like, this guy has been around, and the rest of them as well. So you start looking at this now and thinking about going up against a team like GK. I really think they just got found out there, and maybe that's the difference between the difference in quality in terms of region. Obviously, we spoke saying that Dark Zero have played this map a lot domestically. We've seen them play this map quite a lot. Although GK have played it and they've got a reasonable record on it, they haven't played it that much, and they haven't really played it up against top competition. They've played it a little bit internationally, but look at what happens when they go up against Dark Zero. One thing I will say is it was really interesting right at the end of that game, even though DZ won the map, Bolo swung in the 3 versus 2, and at the end of the map, Canadian was like, Bo, like, reset. Like, we can still lose those 3 versus 2s. Like, we still need to rein it in a little bit. But throughout the whole game, Bolo was screaming for kills. He was like, give me the kill, give me the kill. And someone was like, it's first come, first served. I think that was on, like, Cafe or something like that.
They were having a good time.
They were having a lot of fun with it.
About.
And that's what you need. You need the vibes to be high.
Yeah, and they were high indeed, but also I want to talk about the intel play of the game, and that will be the ace that we've seen. I think that's the first ace that we've seen here on the ace stream, at least, and it was from Hasham. I mean, we were talking about him during that first map against Dark Zero, and how he had a phenomenal debut, just an incredible performance on those hero plays.
Yeah, just getting all the kills with your second air like that, that's just, I guess, showing dominance, but we talked about it earlier, right? It's that kind of relief that you see on the players' faces after you pull off a play like that. It just shows that maybe on the side of DZ, especially with this iteration of the roster, there is a lot more experience than we have seen with previous iterations of the Dark Zero roster, and especially for the GK players, this is still relatively new territory. This is, like we mentioned, Seriously's first international LAN event, so it's all still a little bit new, but hey, that's why maybe they should be lucky that we have this group stage and they still have all these games to get warm up into this tournament.
Yeah. All in all, when we're looking at the both games that we've seen today, especially so with G2 up against NIP and now with Dark Zero up against GK, I think we've seen in terms of how the teams can really come into this international event swinging, and that's the case for G2 as well as the case for DZ. But then we're also looking at teams like GK and NIP that need a little bit more time to get into the swing of things. But you mentioned, yes, they have the group stage, that is correct, but Ollie, the bottom of the group will go home.
Absolutely, and that's something you really want to start keeping a bit of a keen eye on, and things like round difference will start to make a little bit of a difference potentially as well when we get a little bit deeper, because there will be sort of tie-breaking factors to see which of those teams go home. We commented on DZ in Atlanta not really giving themselves the easiest time of things. They do like to go to 3 maps, they do like to go to an overtime. They've gone to 3 maps today again, which does lead you in to believe that, you know, although it's a different roster, is it the same old DZ where they don't quite make things easy for themselves and they could have got it done a little bit sooner?
Maybe something's never changed.
I've looked at the roster for tomorrow, or the schedule for tomorrow, in regards of Group A, because of course Fear X today have it their off day. GK actually have their off day tomorrow. I think this might benefit them in the way that they just suffered a loss, whereas they went all the way to 3 maps and they were close to someone taking that one home. And then have this day to really like calm down, see what went wrong, try and make some changes, make some adjustments to come out swinging against G2.
Yeah, sit back, relax, and have a break. That's exactly what we're gonna be doing, because that's it from the 3 of us on the desk. But we will have 2 more games coming your way with the lovely batch of analysts. We have Jesse, we have Laxing, and we also have the amazing host Rob that will be taking care of you for the next 2 BO3s. So don't go anywhere, or maybe if you need to grab a snack, go do that. We'll be back with the halftime show, which is gonna be really interesting, and the remaining of the game. So take care, and we'll see you in a bit.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
I think City of Atlanta is a place that has something for everybody. It's very urban, but it's also very natural.
We've got some of the best teams in the world finally here in Atlanta ready to show their stuff, so we are in for an amazing weekend.
I love Siege. My little brother was super hype on it, and I finally tried it out and was like, yeah, I see what this is about.
Any team that name, we're going DZ, SSG the whole way.
There's money.
Welcome back to the B stream here at the 6th Invitational 2024 here live in Sao Paulo, Brazil. We are just over halfway through the day. We're going into our 3rd matchup of the day. I'm Des. This is Tim. Tim, how is your 6th Invitational 2024 going so far?
I mean, how could it be going badly? Look at the games that we've had so far. It's been a pleasure, not just the SSG Wolves one, which I'm a little bit biased, but I think might have been the best one of the day so far. But we've seen some absolutely cracking results along the way, which just happened. Be on your screen as if imagine that. Almost like the producer is listening to us on that one. Yeah, we had some really good stuff over on the A stream as well. We had G2 coming out the gates, absolutely swinging against NIP with a 2-0, a 2-1 for Dark Zero against GK. That finished just moments ago. We had a belter of a series between SSG and Wolves earlier on, and FaZe, as you'd expect, have just breezed past Heat plus Kia. So now we're into that second half of the day. On the A stream, you've got VP against Liquid, and we have got Falcons coming up against Lost, which for sure is going to be a really interesting game. I think for Falcons, we've heard about the roster issues. Loss, grand finalist last major. Many look at this and say for Loss, this is a clear and easy win. But you don't know with an SI, do you? It depends which Lost turn up, because yes, they were grand finalists in Atlanta, but you've got to look a little bit further back. they actually didn't just go to last chance qualifiers, they dropped to open qualifiers in stage 2 before they made it back through to Atlanta. So it was kind of a little bit of a miracle run for them to get there, and then they had this amazing performance. So now obviously the question is, how do they go? But roster in front of us, of course, Falcons first of all to kick things off. As we've said, there has been a couple of switches in there. So we've got Bursa who's going to be stepping in, so we have to keep that in mind. It is not going to be straightforward for them. They've got people that are just coming together with a couple of days notice to get this going. It's going to be a tough one.
And that's not J-Lad, that is Leader, who we saw playing, I believe, last event. He was with GK, so really has kind of become the guy that everyone turns to, and you need someone to step in for this one. But still, they're a team that are stepping in. The fun one with Bursa being Lost Academy as well, so there's that kind of fun storyline here as well.
He'll know all of these players for sure, yeah.
You'd hope he would, at least to some degree, for sure. So either way, I think it's very fair to say expectations are dimmed a little bit compared to pre-event, but don't write them off. We've seen crazy things happen when teams have stand-ins. On the other side, though, we have Lost. Let's take a look at their lineup as well. As a reminder, grand finalists at the last major. It came out of seemingly nowhere. Many have called it a miracle run. The big question around this team is, can they do it again? Can they show that it was more than a flash in the pan, Tim?
Well, last time around, obviously, in Atlanta, it was down largely to Lobin and Maya. The other players, of course, facilitating them in the big numbers that they put up, but they really showed up. And the question is, can they do it if they don't have the same performance? As somebody else is going to have to step in? Or will we see more of the same from Lobin and Maya? That's what all the fans are going to be hoping for. I'm absolutely certain of it. So we will see once we get into the survey. Like I said, this is going to be a bit of a funny game. I don't know how much of a true test of loss it's going to be with the roster issues for Falcons, but at the same time, I look at it and I say, well, you know what? Falcons are kind of... They've got a bit of freedom here. The expectations are low because they've got players coming in and, players not there who normally would be. So, yeah, the expectations aren't there for them to come in and just, smash this. Don't forget, they've got Twister stood behind them, who's a very experienced Brazilian coach, and again will know all of these players only too well. I was covering LATAM back in 2020. Twister was in charge of Furia, and he was playing against all of these players. He's played against Cameraman for years, for example. He knows what his teams look like. He knows what kind of setups they're going to be bringing. So, you can't write Falcons off just because they've had a couple of changes. They can play with a bit of freedom. No pressure. Just go in and see what you can do.
Completely agree. And again, with it being invite, anything can happen. Admittedly, in best of ones, there is far more opportunity for craziness to happen, but in best of threes, you get a bit more stability. You do get to see more of both teams' map pools as well, which I think is the exciting part. You don't just see them on one map and then see them go home from there, or simply not play again that day. It is a full best of 3 series.
Yeah, and I think that's where we're going to see some difficulty for Falcons. Is going to be, I think, if anything, if it was best of 1, it'd almost suit them a bit more. They'd have that chance to just go in a quick sucker punch, surprise, we've got it done. But yeah, they're going to have to do it over the longer period here. They're going to have to do it for the full stretch, and that is not going to be easy against this Lost team.
Absolutely. Well, I believe our map vetoes are almost ready as well, so let's take a look at exactly where we are going to. It's going to be Nighthaven Labs for the first one, picked up by Lost, meaning we're going to see Falcons start on the defense. We then go to Border, the map picked Falcons, with Lost starting on the defense there. And finally, we close things out as our decider on Skyscraper, with Lost starting on the defense there too. So, 3 great maps. Labs, Skyscraper, arguably my 2 favorite in the pool at the moment as well. We were speaking about this a little bit and saying, well, for Border, teams might pick that up, especially teams like Falcons, where they've got stand-ins. It's a good map that tries to reduce things down to gunfights, almost like Primitive Siege in a way.
It's
if you want to drag a structured team that has made it to a major final down to, air quotes, your level, Border's a really good map to do that on.
Yeah, it's dead simple. You're going to come in from one of 2 entry points. You're going to try to take the same map control generally each time. It's going to be rinse and repeat when you're on the attack. It's nice and straightforward, it's Border. So it doesn't surprise me at all. I think it's a smart pick from Falcons there to say, you know what, we'll take that. Let's keep things simple. Let's not overextend ourselves. Labs, again, I would say the same for Lost. It's a smart pick. I don't believe Falcons have played on it yet, or at least not that we've seen. I guess you could make the argument then that you haven't really seen what they're going to do, but they've got standings, you're not going to know what they're going to do anyway. So I think, yeah, take them there, something a bit fresh for them, something a bit new, more complex, more difficult. I think it's a good choice from Lost.
Yeah, I was going through and crunching all the kind of previous maps that these guys have played, and I was looking across, maps like Labs as well, because it is one of the more fresher ones in the pool. And you are right, at top level play, we have not seen Falcons play this. The other side to it is, even if they had, this is a very different team.
That's what I mean. You've nothing to lose.
Exactly, yeah. And you're going up against Lost on one of their go-to maps, and it's a little bit like, Nighthaven's probably going to be rough for Falcons, is my expectation.
I think
they do
so.
get that defense start, so...
I kind of get the feeling that the best three is going to hinge on border. I'm sort of expecting a loss win on Nighthaven, and then I think it's going to hinge on border as to whether we see that third map or not.
I think, again, very fair expectations is that you'd say this is probably a 2-0 going the way of loss, but I've said it 3 or 4 times now. It is SI. You
can't write anybody off.
Exactly. There's a reason why you're one of the 20 best teams in the world and why you're here playing at this wonderful venue as well so far. It's the first day too. Some teams are really slow to start. We saw that from Wolves in our game early on as well, so we'll see how things keep going. So, I don't know. All in good time.
Will be, and we will be back with you all in good time. We've just got a slight technical pause, so we're going to head out to a very short break. Don't go anywhere, and as soon as we can have you back into the action, it's going to be Lost versus Falcons. We'll see you real soon.
On the line, there's glory on the line, and for teams that came in this event on the bubble, well, we'll wait and see if they're able to punch their ticket to Sao Paulo.
プレイヤーネームはキョンでやってます。チームはスカーズに所属します。ゆっくりこうテンポ変えてこうぜ。子供の頃からスポーツが全部好きで、小さい頃から野球とサッカーと e スポーツタイトルがオリンピックに採用されるっていうニュースを見てから、自分たち前回ベスト8でコペンハーゲン終わっちゃったので、次はベスト4を目指して。今日の対戦でもこんな感じがいいな。
Psycho's so good that he's in a class by himself. Bro's dropping 20, 15 consistently. He's making everybody else around him look trash.
He's the GOAT. Hands down. The GOAT. Yo, best game mechanic that this blue Smurf cat with Shaiko photoshopped onto it. We love Shaiko. We love Shaiko. We love Shaiko.
Salut, c'est Shaiko et je suis entré fragueur pour Team BDS. Ce que j'en pense, c'est que ouais, pour moi, je suis un gars normal qui joue juste aux jeux vidéo, quoi. Mais je le vois aussi quand même qu'il y a pas mal de gens qui me suivent, qui me supportent et tout, et ça fait quand même plaisir. Les objectifs, c'est déjà d'essayer de gagner ce major, actuellement à Atlanta. Et le gagner aussi, ça veut dire qu'on se qualifie au Six, au Brésil. Du coup, ouais, ça serait incroyable. Mais il y a beaucoup aussi de travail derrière, quoi, du genre... Comme j'ai dit avant, c'est genre beaucoup d'entraînement, quoi, c'est tout, c'est...
I don't know the game over. Game over. Game over. Turn the face of your game.
The world champions are here, and their trophy case still has a little more space. G2 is already locked and loaded.
It's easy to win one competition, but trying to win more, that's the hard part, you know? I'm Jack Robertson, also known as Doki, and I'm the entry fragger for G2 Esports R6.
A new generation pick up where legends left off.
I want to keep it going and be classed as the most achieved player in the game. I mean, I guess you could say we have a reputation of being seen as like the bad guy.
Try to make one round today, Joe!
Because every time we play, like we are screaming at the enemy team, just trying to get in their boots.
I smell the fear, says Doki.
Okay, it's game time. Yeah, oh, we are the best at psychological warfare. It isn't even a question.
2, 1. They're gonna crumble!
G2, are they getting their first dub here in Swiss, or is Scars about to pull off the upset?
Oh, Scars. I'm gonna say good luck again to them.
He's got another! He's absolutely nuclear to their third. Anyone else want to line up? Yo, Scars, you're terrible! This one is a foregone conclusion, I imagine. That's going to be G2 onto a 7-1, cruising through their first game here in Swiss.
Like we won the first round in the game, and we typed in the game like GG. It's kind of bad manners, I guess, but that's called mental warfare. That's winning the game before you even play.
Even if you end up losing today, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, and the big thing to keep note of is that if you are ever in a best-of-3 situation, that is elimination territory, and you have to win out if you want to qualify for the next phase.
The only difficult game for G2 is W7.
No. But I think the favorite to the major is G2.
Not you?
And me too.
Yeah, of course. Alright, good luck. I'll see you later.
Day one of the Switch stage yesterday, 2 top 10 teams finished dead last in the league, losing huge games.
Hello. Salve rapaziada, eu sou o Herds, sou jogador da W7M, eu sou entry fragger.
Most people universally have put W7M thinking that they will be the first ever back-to-back major champions.
Are you gonna pop off on stage today?
Pop off? Yes.
W7M here in Copenhagen. No one could stop their rampage.
Eu não vejo essa sensação de pesar. Eu já conquistei uma vez, eu já sei o caminho, como eu consigo chegar lá.
Both teams said that they're going to be fixing what they need to be fixed. This is going to be an in-your-face sort of game.
I win, you lose. If you win, you get the chain.
No. What's the map? I don't even know. 5 seconds.
It's going to be a lot of trash talk.
Down to just one more. It's going to be a 3-3 half, Tim. Really hard to call which way it goes.
A gente é um time que trabalha muito e eu acho que isso é posto em prática nos campeonatos e tem dado resultado.
That Hurts gets taken down, but Felipox once again there for the trade, and they are going to find that final kill onto Kitchen, and W7M go on to 1-1 here in the Swiss.
Tô me sentindo muito feliz com essa vitória, acho que o time tava precisando aí pra...
SSG é sempre fácil, né? Sempre acho fácil.
Esperem a gente na final aí, vambora.
Passar vergonha. Passar vergonha na gravação do vídeo.
Então vem agora então. Vem aqui agora.
Parece uma rama, né? Mostra a bunda dele.
I'm tired.
Meu nome é Jaime Pereira Ramos Jr., mais conhecido como Cyber dentro do jogo Rainbow Six. Jogo pela FaZe Clan. O que eu poderia fazer, então deixou eu mais maduro.
FaZe que vem nessa família feliz nessa segunda temporada pra tentar de novo ser campeão. Olha lá, vai correr atrás do papai. Ô, que sorriso.
Acho que essa parte foi o que me ajudou bastante a evoluir muito então, dentro do jogo. Ele é um amuleto pra gente, né? Querendo ou não, acho que ele me deixa eu mais com vontade de querer ganhar, olhar pra ele, saber que ele tá ali me assistindo. Acho que instiga mais eu querer tá dando o meu máximo. No Major Suécia eu quebrei o recorde, né, de kills que teve em campeonato de Major. E no próximo campeonato que a gente jogou, que foi o Major Berlim, eu quebrei novamente meu recorde, mas não fui campeão. Mas eu espero, se eu ganhar, conseguir levar ele pro palco e ajudar ele a levantar o Hammer junto comigo. E a gente vai trabalhar bastante para isso acontecer ou no Major ou no Six Invitational.
It looks like FaZe are on the way to their second win here. They beat Dark Zero last night, and they've got NIP on the ropes, raining body shots in, and it just needs that one knockout. And FaZe will lock it down, and they go 2-0 here in the Swiss format at the Atlanta Major.
Pô, fumou bastante, pô. É isso, pô. Vamos. Bora, Sozão. Ficou só esperando os caras. E você?
Pior que foi um jogo bem tranquilo da nossa parte. Corrida dessa. Vamos, ficar dessa.
It's been a year and a half since Dark Zero raised the hammer in Charlotte. This is a team.
Welcome back, and thank you for sticking with us through that brief delay. We are almost ready for game, though. In case you are just joining us, as a reminder, this is Loss coming up against Falcons. Nighthaven Labs is our first map, Tim. Very excited to get onto that map. It's one of my favourites to cast at the minute as well. And given the history, Falcons, unseen on this map, could yet surprise Loss. Loss got a pretty good record. 3 wins in the last 4 times they've played it over the last 6 months.
Yeah, I'd expect them to come in here and lock it down pretty well, given their past performances on there. And as you say, maybe a difficult one for Falcons to turn around a full prep for this, with standings and everything in sort of a shorter space of time. But we'll see what happens. You never know in Siege. You put 2 teams in the server and anything can go. We're going to head right into our bans then for Nighthaven Labs, and it's going to be Falcons up first to take an attacker.
Absolutely. Cool. I mean, Falcons on the defensive side, it's probably the place to be if you really want to get anything out of this game. I think it's going to be the first ban taken away. A go-to operator for many teams for several reasons. One, of course, great on the hard breach. recently nerfed. It's now 4-second detonation time, up from 3.2. But it's more down to the primary weapon that Ace runs around with, where you'll see entry fraggers normally running around on the Aces. Do your job, open up things you need to, and then get running around and looking for frags and assisting on the push forward into the map. So a very versatile operator. Ying, we have seen banned in every single map so far to date him. SSG banned it in all 3 of their games earlier. Lost, sticking with the trend, banning it away themselves, followed up by Tubarao.
Okay, that's the first Tubarao ban that we've seen. I have watched the other games, so I've not always
has
caught the
been
banning
banned
phase.
over
I was going to say I've not always caught the banning phase because we've been casting. Yeah. So I think we will see a reasonable ban rate for Tubarao at the event overall. Valkyrie going as well. We saw some great Valkyrie use earlier on. In that first game that we did between SSG and Wolves. We saw the power of it. Cameras up above, Nitro's down below, and you know the rest. So we're going to have absolutely none of that. Falcons will start things off on the defense then, with loss on the attack. And we will be heading down to the basement to kick things off. It's going to be tank and assembly.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Indeed, it will be. Down in the basement, often see this assault coming into the walls on the south side, and that's where you'll see the vertical play coming in. Straight above it, you can see above the site itself. Lovely angle straight down when you open up that soft flooring, which means it's very hard to come pushing in through the external facing walls without first getting control of the ground floor. So like so many other maps in Siege, it's almost like it's an idea of the designers to force fight across multiple floors. How weird. You do have to get some first floor control in as well, rather than just going direct in towards site, unless teams have got something particularly special coming up, and seeing a Monty on side for dots, that could well be that special thing that I was referring to. On the other side, though, Tim, a combo we haven't seen for, well, it's been months, of course we haven't seen it. Mute and Mozzie coming out here as well, playing really hard alongside the Solus into that information denial game.
Yeah, it's going to be, as you say, a bit of a battle over storage to begin with. We've got a couple of Falcons players, it looks like, just hovering in and around there, trying to keep a hold of those verticals. As you say, if you can do it, it stops you getting through the double wall there, but it also helps you keep hold of that wall if you too. But Dash is going to open things up onto Valentino, and that is not the start that Falcons will have wanted.
Always 50-50 about seeing the Solus being the one getting involved in what essentially is a spawn peek there on towards Dash. Deals with it expertly. Now you don't really have that ability to control the map and restrict away the information game on the other side. And when your whole round strategy, because you have a Solus and a Mute and a Mozzie, is to deny information away from the attacking side, and you're losing one of those operators early on, it's a bit of a stinger. Normally you'd see someone like the Legion being the one trying to go aggressive in the early round in this case. So whether it's a misallocation of resource or it's simply Valentino just feeling a little bit peaky in his first game, they've so far paid the price in round 1 by dropping that away. You'll probably start seeing Falcons falling back here step by step as they chew through these Mozzies, through any Mute Jammers that are on the way, and they start lining up dots for a hit in towards that basement on the Monty, because he will be the spearhead of this attack.
Yeah, that's it. It's going to be about pushing the Monty in. The Monty there is really there for two things. It's to create space and to provide intel. You get in there, you bully players away from the position they're holding, and you call out to your team as you're doing it, those positions, so that they can make the challenges. Bursa looks to find himself one, but not going to be able to do it. Will dip away on the Fenrir, or will try to at least, but Dash is hot on his tail and manages to find that kill. 5 versus 3, and things going pretty well for Los so far. 1 minute 15 left in the round. They haven't got themselves established in a position to be able to execute yet, so that's going to be the next step, and that is a big, big moment in terms of that. Maya takes down Leader, and that should give Los the space they need to think about getting this diffuser down.
Yeah, Quibs gets something back for them, but at that point it's a trade anyway. Maya's already done the damage. Leader is gone, and it's a 4v2. Damage here really, Timby, and the fact that the Monty on side does not make things easy. The second coming out for Quibs, though, as Lobin falls as well. Lost got to be careful here not to let things slip and lose members in silly ways.
Yeah, this is it. I think throughout this map, it's going to be something that they need to just take account of, and basically when they've got that man advantage, don't let Falcons back into it. You know, really keep tight, keep yourselves together, make sure you're there for trades. You've got the Monty kind of in alone at the minute. Dotson's going to look to get this planted, but it can be held back from the breach potentially to make that Nitro challenge. It goes out. The diffuser does go down. Lost should be able to hold on to this, but it's not going to be straightforward.
I don't know. Quibs on a 3K. He's feeling himself a little bit here, Tim. And with the Monty offline, it doesn't matter what the numbers are. They can still pull this one back around. Now going in for the disable as well. No one's nearby. 2 seconds left, and finally they get that vertical cameraman. Right place, right time. Daylad's going to try and do the same, but somehow I don't think it's going to work out for him. Dash is in on the backside. They get the easy close out there. A very good round coming out from the gridlock as well. 3 kills, I believe, overall.
Yeah, there were good moments in there for Lost, but certainly opportunities given where they probably didn't need to be as well. Particularly, as I said, getting that plant down. There was 3 of them. They were very separate. You've got the Monty working through to the middle of site on his own. And because of the fact that you were working from just sort of, fairly small breaches from the hard breach gadgets, you're trying to peak that from the breach, but it was easy for the defender there just to create a little bit of space to get that nitro thrown out. That nitro goes out half a second sooner. The diffuser's down in the middle of site and it's not activated and you're in trouble. So Los, I think, they got the job done, but they need to be careful that they don't give too many opportunities to Falcon.
I think outside of the kind of freakish moments from Quips there, though, they were in full control and nothing really threatened them too much. Yes, there's still all those close moments in every round of Siege, but fundamentally, still a pretty closey start for the team that picked this map and therefore start on the attacking side. Now we change things up, though. We go up to the top floor. Going to see a mirror being brought along and a hard amount of denial. The Bandit and the Kai coming through. The Electro Bros, as we call them. Does mean that Lost probably want to consider looking at something like a Thatcher here so far. Not going to be coming in. So imagine they'll be doing some work downstairs here, getting control of that ground floor once again and making good use of the buck to get things blown out from below.
So Valentino placing one of those FNATs on the sort of garage walkway door there just to prevent them from getting walked in on. Now then, they got punished earlier on, but the Kaid's going to be sat on the electrical window. Out comes the Nitro! It's the oldest trick in the book! Almost. And he manages to get himself a big kill, taking down Maya to kick things off.
That would have been a heartbreaker if they got cameraman as well, because that would have been both hard breaches offline, and there's no hard breach charges in the back pocket of the Monty or the Buck here. That would have been disaster for this round, but the fact they still got cameraman is okay. Like, you're still a Maverick, you still got to get close to the wall, for example. That immediately puts you at risk. Here, at least, they should be able to open IT, which is such a critical part to attacking this top floor. Sorry, he's actually pushing in towards the connector spot. Normally, the IT side is really valuable because it helps you threaten in towards Catwalk. It's IT. You'd have a direct line in towards site. This really is very much more proximity to site itself rather than being the site. So as long as he can get both of those sides opened up, it's going to be great for them. But he needs to not get picked off here, and this is what I was worried about. J-Lad getting a little bit cheeky.
Still going to keep pushing the attack, but as the shots rain in, decides that enough is enough. Going to move himself back on into sight. And Falcon's doing pretty well at the minute. 4 versus 5 after that initial entry that they got with the Nitro. So they're holding on pretty well. Lost not panicking, just going about their work, looking to get those reinforcements down. But when you're reliant on cameraman on the Maverick, look how much time it's taking. Half of the round is gone now, and they've only opened up one wall into connector. They've still got a mirror window that's looking into connector, so they can't even go in there and establish themselves. And Lost really not gaining any ground at the minute.
And they've got to decide what they want to do with the Monty as well. Dots is very much by himself at the moment, out towards this jungle side. So you'd expect to at least see something coming in through IT a bit later, or a catwalk push to come through. They're not going to push accurate this because they have no intel on that side of the map. So it's looking very readable right now for Falcons. They look like they're in control. And again, it all comes off the back of a simple thing like a C4 off the rip on towards Maya that has completely ground any kind of progress in this round to a halt.
Taking out the pre-placed C4 there, Lobin at least reducing that danger. I think the problem, particularly for the Monty pushing in alone, is going into connector where there's a rotation from site out into connector. So if he tries to push forward into electrical, there's nothing he can do because he's going to have somebody coming at the back of him. He gets hit with a nitro for half health as well. And so this Monty is going to need a lot of support because they just cannot move out of connector without that support. They've managed to get the mirror window down, which will help, but the kill comes in onto Dash. 5 versus 3 now, and it's all looking a little bit bleak for Lost. Somehow the drop shot from the Monty, and we find ourselves rapidly in a 2v2. Falcons could let this slip potentially, but the plant is going to be difficult to find.
He really needs support, and Lobin's on the downstairs. It's not the place to be.
Nope.
I get it, but there's probably going to be questions for Lobin there saying, mate, we needed you on site. Where were you, mate?
This is it. Having the book underneath is a great idea for the post plant. Open the floor up, watch it from below. But it just wasn't sufficient to be able to cover the Monty. Yes, he can chuck the shield on his back. He has a little bit of protection. Lobin was watching the doorway, so they couldn't actually push through. But you can still find those shots, and that's exactly what they did and took him down. And Yeah, I think having the Monty out there on their own, trying to push into connector was always a risky one. It really slowed things down. You know, I think, if anything, Lost kind of made that look like a much better round for themselves than it actually was. You know, there really shouldn't have been an opportunity to put the diffuser down towards the end. You know, Falcons were in control for the majority of that one.
I think the big thing in that round was the idea was right. Your book being downstairs, if you have someone coming in through IT, you have the Monty coming in from connector, it does all kind of come together, coalesce on the site itself, and that would have been fine. Just didn't work out that way, so they end up looking a little bit like they got egg on their faces. Anyway, back downstairs we go into the basement. We didn't see Falcons have the best success down here in round 1. It was very clean and clinical coming out from Lost. Cribs back then, 3K in the round, did put a little bit of fear in their hearts, I imagine. Given he's got a 2K in the last one, he's definitely starting to look like the player to watch out for the Brazilian side.
Going to have those Capcan traps up on the upper floors. We often talk about Freshers bingo cards. I was reading through it today. There's a few new things on there. I did notice the Capcan kill has made a return. A popular one has made a return. So we'll keep an eye on that for him, whether Bursa manages to pick any up or not. Bursa does manage to pick one up. It's an opening kill onto Dash. It's another peak. It's not going to be the Capcan trap, I'm afraid, Fresh. But Bursa, what a great start for his team there. And Lost, they've got to stop letting this happen, Des. Every one of the first 3 rounds, there has been an attempt at least. Yes, Lost managed to get the kill in the first round, but after that, both of them have gone to Falcons. And when you've got this position of having standings and these roster difficulties, that is exactly what Falcons want. They're playing 5 versus 4 at the minute, and that might just be the boost that they need to, you know, fight and do much better in this than maybe they should do.
They really want to play chaos, essentially. That's why we spoke about them wanting to go to border a little bit later on of map 2. But that to look forward to as an absolute guarantee. Whether or not we get to Skyscraper will be anyone's guess. Got to yet see how these first 2 maps go, but do think border may well prove to just be a straight-up shootout and even more chaotic than what we've seen so far here on Nighthaven Labs. Maya steps around and finds Valentino, so 2 separate 1v1s being won by the fraggers on the side of Lost, with Lobin and Maya getting their one for the round.
Yeah, I think that's always the problem when you're playing against a team like Lost, where you've got somebody, you know, Maya, who's very, very mechanically skilled. You can get yourself that advantage, and then they're just going to walk in on you and pick up a kill here and there and just take gunfights because they're carrying that sort of confidence. But it's 4 versus 3 in favour of Lost at the minute. Falcons certainly not done in this round. They've still got a presence above, which is a big thing, and Lost are completely unaware of it. And Maya is going to be very fortunate to survive, but Leader is up there in support, takes down cameraman Bursa. Clever finishes off Maya. 2 versus 2 at this point. Quibs, as you say, down. Effectively, 2 versus 1. It's all up to Leader. Lobin is going to do one to close him out.
He's played it so well there, using your teammate as a little bit of bait, and has collected himself a 3K in the round as well. Definitely more scrappy, much more gunfight laden than it was so much sight focus as we saw in previous rounds, but ultimately it's the guns that go the way of Loss. And this is the problem that we spoke about for Falcons coming into this. You know, Maya and Lobin have had arguably the tournaments of their lives back in Atlanta, showing absolute top form. Prior to that, it was all Maya. Now having a second player on side that's really stepping up to the line as well. It's going to be a challenge for Falcons to get much from this game. Admittedly, being down 1 and 2 on the defensive side doesn't feel great, given how we've already spoken about this being so defender-sided as a meta at the moment. So we'll see if not what they can do going into the second quarter. But as you can see on your screen, there's a very short tech pause coming in. Currently 2-1 to Loss. So we'll get that corrected for you at the bottom of the screen in a second. When we get things back underway, we'll find out how the second quarter goes.
We will, just having a look at the beautiful fly-through of our Nighthaven Labs that we're playing now. For me, it's, as I said, it's a map that I enjoy watching in competitive. I enjoy playing it as well. Nighthaven's really, I wouldn't even say really grown on me. I liked it straight from the off, to be honest. I think it's got a good flow about it. There's, you know, plenty of vertical options, as you said. You know, there's areas that you've really got to consider, multiple floors. You've got to think about your defense. There's opportunities for attackers. You're never, you know, really going into something and there's only, you know, one way of doing it. So it does just give you that variety, that opportunity to create little surprises, little unexpected pushes for the defenders. So yeah, it's one that I really like, is Nighthaven.
Me too. Me too, Tim. Products I enjoyed so much at the start when it came out, going around each region and just asking, so what callouts are you using on this map? And everyone has different callouts for different parts of it. Like, some of the callouts made 0 sense. Some were just like, oh, actually, that is really quite smart. Got their own bespoke ways of looking at things, and that was a really good way to sort of pick up the intricacies of the map when you start asking teams, okay, well, why is it called that? How do you play around it? So a very fun map least by my measure. Here we go for round 4 then, as things shape up. Loss on the attack as a reminder, up 2-1. Gonna bring along the Jackal here, and for me, it's straight away seeing that coming alongside the DKB. I thought for a second we'd potentially also see the Grim coming in here. It's all about roamer hunting. That's why you've also got the Nomad on side to lock down areas of the map they take. They're very aware of the kind of game that Falcons want to play here, which is getting up in their face, disrupting them, not letting Lost play to their game plan, and they're trying to control that here, trying to contain it by bringing along these operators.
Storage is going to be the site of choice this time for round 4. You sort of get the feeling Lost are going to be happy with if they can get themselves a 4-2 before they move on to the defense. I think that they'll be pretty satisfied with that because it's their map. They're going to be confident getting onto that other side when it's their setups that Falcons have to play into, and I think that's where the difficulty is probably going to ramp up for Falcons. As you can see, the immediate push towards that top floor. The pocket EMP is going to be used by Dash, trying to push on in. Leader's going to be down but not out, but Valentino does manage to pick up a kill onto Dots. 4 versus 4 though, as Leader is finished off.
And Burst is here, just letting that LMG go burn towards the top of Catwalk. Cameraman in for a couple of kills himself, though, in for a 3. Age is nothing. The man's marching his way through, has absolutely decimated the Falcons' back line with a 3K, a 3v1, and Quips has got it all to do. And if anyone's going to do it, Tim, it's going to be this man, given he's sat on 6 kills so far.
Certainly has the pedigree so far in this map, but I think it's probably going to be a little bit too much to ask. User is in the hands of Dash at the minute, and he is going to be in a position to start putting that down. So kills are going to have to be found very, very quickly because otherwise Lost, they're just going to retire back now, try and hold their angles. They know exactly where the push is going to come from the final Falcons player. We've got the red ping coming out, we've got the info, but it's not enough as Dash manages to find that final kill, and that is going to open up a little bit of a gap for Loss here as they find themselves now 3-1.
And probably unsurprisingly, Falcons take this time to call in a TAC timeout, have a conversation, because things are not going according to, dare I say, plan. There's definitely some degree of plan coming into the game, absolutely zero doubt about that. But so far, it is not going the way that they intended for Loss. I know a couple of rounds have looked a little bit off, but overall, they're the ones setting the pace of these rounds. They're the one making plays where Cameraman can run through a defensive setup surrounded by Maestro Evil Eyes and Azami Cuba barriers, and is still walking through and finding a 3K without any real response from the other side. And they've really got to get on top of that if they're going to find anything in the rest of this half.
You can see Twister trying to work his magic there. Plenty of input coming from him. We've watched this for a few majors, really. Kept a focus on the different coaches. Obviously, they have their own role to play. They can't talk during the gameplay. They can only talk to the team during the tactical timeouts, like you've just seen there. But it's interesting because, of course, different coaches have different approaches, and some will be very vocal during those timeouts. Some will kind of leave it to the team IGL and maybe just chip in a little bit with what they've seen. And it really varies team to team. But Twister's definitely one of those hands-on coaches who he likes to, I think, try and give them something real that they can take away. Change this, do that. This is where you can have maybe more or less of an impact, and tries to really, give them something to think about.
What I did like is even during that time when they're down 3-1, he was still smiling, still having a laugh as well with a couple of the players. Probably because they know for themselves the expectations coming into the tournament weren't super high for them. Not just amongst the community, but probably also from themselves as well. So anything is a game that they can walk away with here. And although it's only been 1 round so far, there's still plenty of Siege to play. Still plenty of time to improve as the week goes by.
5 seconds left.
We're heading back up to the top floor then. It is the only one that has been won so far by Falcons. Back in round 2. Actually pretty good from them. It started with a nitro out of electrical window that took Maya down. I don't think that Lost will be falling foul of that again, and indeed they are not going to try it again, Falcons, because they know that that is likely not going to have any joy. I'll be interested to see just how differently Lost approach this with the full strength team. They lost one of the hard breaches last time, and it took them an age to get the walls open that they would like to. They were left with a Monty sort of trying to push into connector on his own, and just there was nothing really connecting the team together after a couple of losses of personnel. So this time around, definitely need to stick together a little bit more, take some map control, get themselves a bit of a beachhead that they can work from, and have a more sort of organised execution inside of sight rather than just trying to chuck the diffuser down because they're in the last 10 seconds.
Still going hard on that denial focus with the Kai and the Bandit, mind you, so Cameraman should be getting to work once again. No C4s this time around to get things off and underway. Could be Maya is able to have an impact elsewhere around the map, but they will be looking towards those impact EMPs in the back pocket of Dots to start getting some of these walls opened up. One at least can be dealt with by the Maverick, as we know. Even with it being electrified, it can still blowtorch his way through. But it's going to be the Hibana who needs a little bit of assistance from the team to do what she needs to do.
Cameraman working on that connector wall once again. Given that it was electrified, it meant that Maya could not do the job for him. So Logan will now come in, open up the soft wall, and that is access to connect again. So it's just going to prevent the defenders of Falkers being able to rotate through there, get too aggressive. There is no mirror on side this time, so it's very possible that that connector wall from sight may well be fully reinforced as well. Nitro goes out. It's going to kind of do its job. Cameraman does get down. I'm surprised he didn't kind of try to move out of the way a little bit more. I know I'm probably being a bit sort of hypercritical there, but you know, he will have seen it appear on the wall above him, and he just seems to stand still for that one.
Just being down here as well as Dots comes marching his way up through warehouse. That's the right sort of idea. Leader's going to get one back on towards Maya, though not having a lot of success on the Hibana, admittedly. Second round attacking in towards this site where Maya's just been taken out early on. One from a C4, one here as the first player to die in the entire round overall. Valentino dangerously low. Still walks away alive for now.
Dots is just going to keep holding that tight angle. He managed to take down the F-Nat at the top of the garage catwalk, so it means he's free now to sort of peek that at will. Going to send in some of the Bs just to prevent himself getting peeked as he heads out of the window, and he's looking to get himself across to the top of the aqua stairs there. May well face some resistance as he tries to go in, but he does have support from the IQ. Dash does manage to get Bursa, but it is a trade as he picks up Lobin. 4 versus 2 now as Leader finishes off Dash, and Falcons looking good on the top floor once again, but Dots somehow wins out a gunfight with Leader. But Valentino's there for a double, and Falcons, they managed to pick up another.
A little bit close and a little bit scrappy at the end. I think it was Dots who walked in straight onto Elysian Gumar and just instantly put himself down there. So any kind of chaos that could have come at the round end, it all had to come from Cameraman, and with 3 players to find would have been a bit of a tall order. They hold on here, and again for Loss, I think, although you'll look at this and say, oh, you're giving 2 rounds away to Falcons on your map pick, how could you? Not forgetting that at the moment, you know, the meta we keep on speaking about, it's quite defender favored, and Loss has still got 3 attacking rounds here on this first half. But once they get onto the defensive side, that's where Falcons will be really put to the test. From Valentino though, great spot.
It was, you know, just led prone, just, you know, create that sort of element of surprise a little bit. You don't always expect it coming through. And it was always going to be a tough finish there anyway for Loss. So Falcons will take us into their final defensive round. Honestly, if they can come away with a 3-3 on the defensive Nighthaven, I think they'll kind of feel okay about that. You know, they'll be in a position where they feel like maybe they can get something going on attack. I do feel like the attacking half is going to be more difficult for them once Loss gets on the defense. I would expect Loss to be able to lock down top and bottom floor at least, given that this is a good map for them. So that kind of secures them 4 rounds if you look at it like that. So 3-3 might not be enough for Falcons, but it's the best that they can do at this point, and that's what they need to try and make sure that they grab a hold of.
There comes a little bit of chaos as well with that blitz on side. I like how really we've seen the evolution of the use of the blitz, where a lot of teams would use it really to be full on, like, you know, cheese, let's all rush in, 5 stack, force our way through a doorway, thinking about Oregon when I say things like that. Whereas today already, we've probably seen it picked 4, 5, 6 times, and much more used quite cautiously and used to like backstab up main stairs on Clubhouse, for example. The teams are still trying to find new ways of making use of it, where it is much slower and more calculated. Whether or not Loss have got the memo on that one, or if it is just a full send in towards site, is a different conversation. Time will tell.
Going to see Valentino working on the top floor in and around meeting, but we also saw that pre-placed Nitro. I think it was inside of storage, so that's going to leave it bang underneath IT, and it's up there to try and support Valentino. If he makes the call that somebody's pushed into IT is challenging him there, then that one can be triggered, and it will go off and take out anybody in there. At the minute, Lost don't look like they're going to be pushing into IT, so it's not too much of a threat for them, but it's just something to keep an eye on should they rotate, which Maya is currently doing. No, he's going to drop down underneath, so that answers that question.
Probably just go and get everything opened up on the downstairs while the rest of the team plays catch-up, I imagine. Given he's their only hard breacher. That said, all the hard breachers gone. Only got 2 of the ex-Kairos pellets still left in back pockets, and get a slither opened up, but very little more. This might have to be quite aggressive pushed in towards the east of the downstairs, and already Burst is there with the C4 in hand to greet them, probably reading into the fact there is only the 1 hard breacher, and reading into where Loss are most likely to push from. Maya getting 1 back, but Cribs is there for the instant trade. It's back and forth across those first 3 players.
Yeah, Falcons are doing great to keep themselves in this. Loss at the minute, struggling to be honest. Lobin is going to get taken down as well. Going to find himself now down but not out. Not likely to be picked up, I wouldn't have thought. Cameraman does manage to find one. We've seen him go big once already. His team are going to need him to do it again, realistically. 2 versus 3. They do have a lot of time on the board, but make that effectively 1 versus 3 now. Dash has got an awful lot of work cut out. No, he's managed to pick Lobin up. That surprises me, actually, given that he was so close to sight. But we're going to now try to start pushing on in.
They've got to force the kills out of this one as well. But Quibs, I've already mentioned him a couple of times today, has gone huge. Lobin's got to find 2 more with a slither of HP to his name. Up towards the left side, his leader. The Skeleton Key not quite fired in time to secure a kill for Lobin. 3-3 split. Not terrible for either side, I'd wager, Tim.
No, I don't think so. Like we say, there's going to be a different energy, a different feel coming into this second half. I kind of look at it both ways for Falcons. I think, you know, yes, your defense is always going to be difficult if you've got a pickup player, because you've kind of got to fit them into, you know, you've got to change things around, you've got to fit them in, you don't necessarily have the setup that you might want. On attack, it kind of removes a little bit of that. You know, we could look at it and say, yes, they're playing into Lost now, who are going to have very solid setups, well prepared. You know, you'd expect them to do well. But on the flip side, you've got a situation now where Falcons can kind of just play a little bit freer. They're not having to play within a system specifically. You know, they can just react to what's in front of them. They can a little wander in, see if they can get a gunfight or two. At the minute, you know, there's a couple of players that are really starting to get going. Quib's on 9. We've got Valentino on 5 as well. Bursa leader both getting involved. So they've got players there who are winning gunfights, and it might actually suit them to just have a little bit more freedom to say, right, just what have we got in front of us? This is where we're going to push from. If they get to any point where serious coordination is needed, that's where they might find themselves struggling a little bit.
Outside of Lobin on the solos here as well. I'm looking at the lineup for the side of Lost, and it just screams like total shutdown, fortress-style setup. And you've got the Mirror, the Azami, Jammer to block away in the information game. Obviously joined up by the Solus as well, and the Fenrir when they do come pushing in. So if nothing else, it shows respect from Lost by saying, yeah, we could get out in the map and try and gunfight you and be aggressive in the early round, but is there really a need to? Like, we think you guys will struggle to execute, so let's just sit in behind the utility we've got. Sure, we'll dance around, pick up a few drones. Definitely expecting Lobin to be the one who's maybe out there trying to challenge early on, but the rest of the team probably can do a great job just sitting back and letting Falcons just fall against the spear.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be a little bit of the thought process. We even get Lobin heading back in towards site there. Yeah, you know, like you say, a team that's maybe not as prepared as everybody else. You look at it and you think, let's just let them burn a lot of time. We don't need to throw bodies at this. We don't need to lose man count. You know, it's going to take them time to figure out what we've done. It's going to take them time to coordinate and get breaches. It's going to take them time to move in and get into any sort of position to start really pressuring us. So by doing that, you've nearly wasted half of the round already before you've got breaches coming in. So yeah, I think Lost probably quite happy to just sit back and see how it goes. If it doesn't work out for them, there's going to be future rounds where they can maybe get out on the roam and make things more tricky. But for the time being, they don't need to throw too much at this. They don't need to overwork it.
So be careful if they step inside of IT, because they have got that little map hole open at the bottom. They can see from the stairs the feet of any player who steps in. So as long as Lobin doesn't go past the workbench inside of IT, they'll be absolutely fine. Maya, again, having a real tough first game. It gets picked up by J-Lad. 5 versus 4 for Falcons, and suddenly that attack starts to look a little bit more promising. Lobin gets one back onto Valentino, 4v4.
This is it. Falcons need to make sure they're not losing bodies, because going in 2 versus 4, for example, is just going to be extremely difficult. Managing to keep that wall close, just burning through the utility here. Lost down into the final minute. They're not looking too bad now that they've leveled things up. They do have a Dash on low health, but other than that, they're pretty solid at this point.
Looking cozy. There's no more X-Kairos left either as well to deal with anything else on the other side. Any mirror windows that are still left up, for example, probably not going to get taken out at this point. One more falls. Really, it feels Max Burst has studied for probably 20-30 seconds now and not really made anything happen. I think he's waiting for the rest of the team to get into the right position, but it's just giving time for the side of Lost to dance around and take gunfights where they want to. It's down to a 3 versus 1, leader with it all to do. With 30 seconds on the clock, Tim, tall order.
We know he's a player that's got the ability, but as you say, it's just going to be a lot of work from here on in. We've got multiple levels to this defense. You know, they're downstairs, they're on site, they've got crossfires. Leader's just going to be pushing his way into, you know, a very well-established few positions here, so going to be very difficult. Tries to move in from catwalk, but it's going to be Dots that picks him up, and that's going to be a first successful defense for Loss. And this is what I said, coming in at the 3-3, the difficulty is I expect Loss on the defense to win top floor and to win bottom floor, which is probably the site that we're going to be seeing up next. If they do those two, that's all they need to do. They win 7-5, they can lose the tertiary site both times, it doesn't matter, they get it done, they move on to map 2. So I think, you know, we're also going to be happy for that. Falcons are really going to need to disrupt them somehow.
It's hard because attacking is always more difficult than defending.
It is.
I think for Falcons there, they've tried to push in from 2 or 3 angles. They've got IT being opened up. They're trying to push in towards catwalk. They also have Valentino, I believe it was, trying to work his way in through electric. But the problem is Lobin was sat there. He picked up a 2K and just completely killed any kind of east side push that might come through to support the IT push coming in. And you saw what happened. Bursa and Leader both got really stuck in the same spot on catwalk because they didn't have enough to bring to the attack to unsettle Loss or make them feel uncomfortable there. So not really bothered. I think Falcons have got to move a little bit quicker though if they want to try and catch Loss off guard.
Heading down to the bottom floor as suggested then. And again, you know, touching on what you've just said there, there's, you know, having to move a little bit quicker to catch them off guard. It's a tough site to do that on. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. You need to make sure that you've got, you know, potentially the top 2 floors clear. Certainly, the mid floor has to be cleared out. You've got to be thinking about how you're breaching that double wall. You've got to be thinking about how you're getting into site. You don't want to be losing the entry. It's going to be very difficult now, especially with Quib's gone, for them to be able to push in quickly, for them to be able to work that fast. It's the Maverick that's gone as well. So I'm looking across the utility. I'm thinking, how are you opening that wall? You know, you've got your thermite in there, but if there's a mute jammer on it, you're already starting to struggle.
I think when I saw it, it was soft actually. All the ones on the external facing walls are currently soft, so not even really a need for thermite to come charging on forward. Is it really soft? It looks soft. Yeah, it's soft. Yeah. I thought I saw that hole in it, so they could just walk up and pop it through, but this is why I don't think Lost really cares, because they've got the mirror facing from Nano straight down onto it, and they'll have some kind of vertical presence, I imagine, or the ability to rotate players over to play vertically. That's why you got cameraman in the room next door to storage. You can move over with that shotgun, get a couple of holes opened up, and suddenly start challenging onto that double external facing wall. They don't really look bothered right now. It's like Falcons are the ones who've got to figure something out.
Yeah, exactly that. And also certainly they did it in the last round, you know, sat on site. We're just going to allow you to play. You're the ones who have to play around us. You're the ones who've got to make something happen. Now getting themselves out into mid-floor as well, Lost, given that they've got a man advantage. They've got that luxury that they're able to push forward. I'm just wondering, I think Leader's got the shotgun in hand as the secondary, so we'll be able to open up that soft wall. But for the time being, it looks like Falcons' pressure is going to come more towards Animus and trying to push in through that single wall. But with the barricade up there, it's going to make it fairly easy to hold off.
Well, smoke's coming through. Any C4s to play behind? Both already used or deployed somewhere. So a couple of things they can play behind, but even with the smoke, it should be enough time for the rest of the team to double back around and make this a very, very comfortable end to the round for the side of Lost. Find a second, it's into a 5 versus 2 as Maya finds a third. Comfortable defensive round.
Yeah, absolutely. Valentino's got diffuser in hand, so I guess that's a point to the credit. But moving over to that double wall, does manage to find one, but his teammate Versa is going to be taken out on the top floor, and that's going to leave Valentino all alone, pushing in through that single wall. Got the marksman rifle, isn't able to find anybody yet. And look at the pressure mounting, that shark circle in there. It's going to be Lobin who manages to find that final kill, and that is now 5-3 in favour of Lost. And you just feel like this one is, as expected, starting to run away from the Falcons a little bit.
Feeling a little bit rough. I think the attacks, it feels like they lack any kind of real decisiveness. Like they, dare I say, it's like, it sounds really bad. It's like when you're playing ranks and you're trying to coordinate people around a certain push or whatever. And people are kind of like not 100% sure on what it is they should be doing in the moment itself. There's not like a coordinated goal or objective or a part of the map to fight over. And I'm sure Fresh somewhere is laughing, thinking, hey, that's what split theory's for. Whole conversation about that another time. But it does mean that when Lost are having to defend something down, they can chuck a smoke there. A couple of players can rotate in, set up crossfires. We saw 2 players on the vertical there as well for Valentino. They just don't look bothered because Falcons aren't moving at any kind of pace or with any real clear objective outside of, well, I guess we've got to plant at some point, so let's push that way. It needs another layer of depth is the way I'm looking at it.
Kitchen is going to be the third choice site for Lost. Then we saw Storage as the third choice site for Falcons, but Lost are mixing it up. They're going to try and keep hold of Meeting. That's going to be your primary vertical angle, is Meeting and the corridor outside of it. That's going to enable you to clear off the back of anybody playing around the back of the breach, for example. Some of those half-wall boost spots that you see with the desks. Just going to help you to sort of control that area if you can get in vertically and open things up. Kitchen itself is pretty safe from the vertical. The hatch has been reinforced. It is a little bit of a run out, but it's a risk and reward. You can get it done if you're quick, and they have been able to. That means that Kitchen can be played pretty safely from the verticals, but of course, you've got to think about the window that goes directly into Kitchen.
It's always the one where teams run towards. It's where things like the Ying would really come into great effect there, as we've seen teams use it brilliantly before. Of course, not available here. It's been banned away, so there's still other things to consider and work your way through. Imagine for Falcons, we'll see him go for an approach you'd expect most teams to, which is really to clear from the top down, work your way through the entire map, make sure there's no one lurking on the top floor, which I guarantee there will be. It is Lost after all. So it's like, before you can even start thinking about the site, you've got to be really cohesive as a team here. I mentioned that lack of decisiveness in the previous rounds. You've really got to see some team play coming in here to get control of these areas of the map. But right now, Lost still hold on to.
Maya holding a horrible little angle onto the door there, just prepared for any upside down rappel. For the time being, Falcons just getting themselves positioned. We haven't seen any major challenges yet. They're just looking to get poised, get ready before they start pushing forward, but they haven't dealt with the top floor yet, and that's going to be potentially a little bit dangerous for them. Lobin is looking to just help his man hold on, will be able to, knows that pressure's mounting from multiple sides, but whilst he and Maya can work together like this, it's going to be very difficult for Falcons to move on in, and I like the hold on Meeting, but that is an important kill from Falcons. Taking down Maya, it now isolates Lobin. They can push him in numbers from multiple sides and potentially get this control that they need.
Now Lobin's that next line of defense that they can fall back onto here. J-Lad on the backstab as well has worked his way through, and now this is what I was speaking about, is giving problems for Lost to try and work their way through. So now while the push is coming on the top side, there's someone else hitting them on bending, and suddenly the comms start getting a bit crazy. Players aren't quite sure 100% where to look. Should they pull back? Should they not? Just to settle momentarily, but Falcons are the ones who came out with the higher body count, 3v2.
They haven't dealt with Lobin yet, though, and that could be a big problem with him on the top floor. It does leave Dash a little bit isolated, but the diffuser is not in the hands. Lobin is holding on to it at the minute, and whilst he continues getting kills, there is nothing Falcons can do here. Lobin is the linchpin of this defense. Diffuser at his feet, 30 seconds left to survive. He just needs to hold on in that position, and Dash, he's gone upstairs to support him. Smart move from Lost. They are going to lock this one out if they continue.
J-Lad's got to get something off the back of this one as well, but I can't imagine that Lobin, the final raid boss, will be too easy to walk your way through. One goes the other way, but it's immediate trade. Dash on the backside gets the close in two. And really, look at where the end of that round came through. It was a round meeting. It was a round connector. Let's remember, the site was downstairs in Kitchen, yet really, Falcons could barely step more than 15 meters into the building without losing every single player.
Yeah, I like the setup that Lobin and Maya had. It worked really well for them. They worked in tandem really well. But then Lobin, smart decision. As soon as he sees that diffuser's down inside the window, he's like, you know what? Get me some Kiba barricades, because I'm locking this one down. And he just held on to himself at the window. If he loses that gunfight on the window, that was a real critical one. I think it was 2 versus 3. If he loses that fight, they can recover the diffuser. Dash is in a 1v3. All of a sudden, you've got a big problem. But no, Lobin wins it when he needs to. Great defense there from Lost, showing how to hold on to Kitchen, showing why Meeting is so important, and the fact that teams will fight to the absolute death. They will lose the round trying to get hold of Meeting before they will just go direct to site a lot of the time. So, well played Lost, and they send themselves now to match point. Map point, rather. Getting ahead of
Not quite match point yet. Still got Border to come next at the bare minimum, and maybe Skyscraper if it requires that third map. But I think so far we've seen what we expected. Lost being, I wouldn't say 100% in control. Falcons have got 3 rounds on the board after all, but overwhelmingly, Lost do look like the team that have got more structure, have got more, more about them is really the only way that I can put it, and they have been a level above Falcons so far. Of course, it could change coming into Border, though I'm not expecting it.
Falcons to begin with, I think, if they want to improve upon those previous attacks, it is about getting some map control, realistically. They've already attacked onto this site already, onto server. They need to get themselves established either in connector or IT, maybe get themselves, you know, top warehouse control and try to push forward from there. Just get themselves into a position to think about getting the diffuser down. But Lost, they're likely going to play this very similar to how they did last time and just, you know, hold their positions. They're going to be confident in the setup now. Just let it play out and try and burn as much time as they can.
That's the spot where Lobin held previously. It was here where Lobin, I think, killed Valentino and one of the player and really broke down what would have been an otherwise, you know, standard top floor attack coming out of Falcons. You give it here, he's playing more inside of side himself. As you can see, dug in, watching in towards Catwalk. Already, smokes come out. Dash out with the Veto finds Quibs. Dash onto his backside. 4 versus 4, only 60 seconds into the round, Tim.
Yeah, it's getting pretty furious here as Falcons try to sort of strong arm their way in, really. But it hasn't worked for them yet. Not really established, and you can see them just hopping over balconies there. They're going to be having to rotate. I think the call has been made to try and get themselves onto the Aqua Stairs side, try and get themselves in and around connector and just support the push coming from that side rather than trying to work from multiple angles. It's burnt a bit of time for Loss, so they're going to be happy with that. And they just need to recognize it now. They just need to make that call that, you know, this rotation is coming and the push is going to come from elsewhere. Cameraman, I'm not sure they're aware of his position here. If JWAD keeps pushing in, he's looking the wrong way. It's going to be a good night for him as Cameraman does indeed find him. Another one is down in the shape of Bursa, and it's looking like it could be all over for the Falcons.
One of these coming back to bring it to a 2 versus 3, at least temporarily. Could grow up to be a 3 versus 3 if they can get Bursa back up, but given how far away the players are, that feels unlikely. Leaders on the deck as well. Only one left standing. It is Valentino, and at this point they want to go hunting for their kills. Cameraman not going to be able to find his man, and Valentino getting out of there has got to win a 1 versus 2 to make this work. He's down to half HP. A couple of bullets should be enough. He's against the mirror window. They know exactly where he is, Tim. Manages to get himself 1, could be on for a 4K to keep the game going.
It's now essentially a 1v1 with Bursa down. Valentino pushing in. The flash is not going to find its target. The last man is inside of IT. I don't think he knows. The problem he's got is he's going up against a shotgun. He sees the barrel. He tries to extend the distance. He manages. There's the challenge, and there is the clutch from Valentino. And Twister, he's letting Lost know about it.
Down to 5 HP and pulls off the 4K. Massive. Again, these are the kind of things where it feels like Lost sort of slip, and you know, I can't put it all on Lost there and say, oh, Valentino just played and Lost let him win. It absolutely wasn't the case, but so much of that when you look at it, Lost with 3 players still up should not be letting a bunch of 1v1s be what determines the outcome of that round, but that's exactly what they gave Valentino, and he plays it to perfection. And even Bayer doesn't look too chuffed at how that one ended out.
I think a little bit of frustration probably on the side of Lost there. They know that that one should have been done and dusted. They should have been heading to border already, but they're going to have at least one more round here, and Falcons are making a good run of this. 4-6. Tell you what, they win this downstairs attack. They've not looked great on it previously. It's going to be a big ask for them, but if they can get that done, all of a sudden you start looking at it and saying they've stretched them to 12 on their own map. What's going to happen on border?
That's what I start to worry about as well, Tim. Again, it's not so much a sloppiness thing, but I think this is why many look at Loss even after the Atlanta, making it to the grand final of the Atlanta Major, and look back at previous tournaments, at stage results, and just say, the problem is consistency is not a thing. So even though they hold that accolade of being a potential major winner just a few months ago, maybe it hasn't always got the kind of like, it's a bit loose around the edges in places, it's not quite as tight and drilled as they need it to be, and letting rounds like that slip, sounds silly to say on literally their first map and first game of the whole competition. Those are the things that will make a difference down the line.
100%, and I think you're looking further down the line, it's, you know, the other teams that they're going to have to play. You know, I think Lost would have probably been punished more, but as it is, Falcons still in a position to punish them as they continue to work through. The soft wall will be taken advantage of this time. It is going to be Quibs that goes in with the book and opens things up quite quickly. Last time they were having to, I think, use the gridlock, use the sort of DMRs to try and open holes up, but this time they can get on it quick smart. JLad manages to pick up Lobin as well, and all of a sudden you wonder whether Lost are just having a little bit of a wobble inside of the comms there. Maybe the mentals going Des. They've got Falcons chasing them down. They've lost the entry kill, and this could be another round heading in the direction of Falcons. A lot of work to be done yet, but it's a great start nonetheless.
Would you say they're starting to feel a little bit lost, Tim?
I mean, you could if you wanted to say that, Des.
I think I will say that, Tim. Terrible joke, but I'll roll with it anyway. But Maya, I think, really, I don't want to highlight him as kind of the reason why they're losing, not at all. But when he's been a standout player for them so consistently over the last year or so, for him to be 4-9 in the first game against a team again that's playing with subs is not the best look for him. And sure, Lobin's been picking up the slack, and Ash is making something happen as well with a jump out coming in. He's the one to fall down here, but immediately traded out. Valentina was there ready. It's tit for tat, back and forth between the two teams, 3 versus 3.
I kind of feel like that's what Lost needed. It's like one of them rounds where you just say, what are we doing here? Just let's get these beat. Let's get it done. And, you know, Dash has taken that mentality out of the window. Get the kill right. Let's fire us up. We've had a trade. We're now 3 versus 3 versus low. Final hope of any hard breach if they need any. You know, they may have the access that they need now, but they can't hold these angles forever, can't Falcons. The push is going to have to come. Lost are not going to peek them now. They're not going to over-aggress. Cameraman's likely in their ear saying, look, we just need to play time here and wait for the challengers to come. We've got our angles. We've got our cover. They're the ones who need to win this. And Lost, you know, likely take the map if they can just keep themselves from peeking out too aggressively.
And that's really the way that I thought they'd approach this entire second half. Just let them run at you and be the ones to make the mistakes. And sure enough, 2 kills come flying on in. Versa coming up against his main team. Lost Academy he plays for. It's Lost that he's standing up against here. All 3 players on full HP. Bursa on about 10. Should be a comfortable closeout for him. He's down at just 1 HP. Maya and Cameraman standing between him along with 10 seconds on their side. This one's going to be a closeout, Tim.
Yeah, I think almost certainly they're just playing it smart here. Here's the movement through the soft wall, takes a spray, can't find his man. Cameraman it is to mop it up, and that is going to be all that she wrote for Nighthaven Labs, at least, as Falcons get taken down by Loss, and that is 1-0 in this best of 3.
I want to say it was comfortable. It didn't feel it the whole way through. As a whole map, yes, to a degree, but I think looking at how Valentino and Quibs have played there, both have dropped double digits when it comes to kills. It's far from going to be an easy ride on Border, I think, and I wouldn't be surprised actually if things get really explosive there and things start to feel even more messy as the series goes on.
Yeah, I think Team Falcons are going to come away from that and they're going to look at it and think, yeah, it's not something we expected to win. We've played all right. I think they take a lot from that, to be honest.
Absolutely. Still more to come. I'm sure Twister will be able to kind of say, right, guys, I know it's our first official play and it's this group of 5 players. Yeah, let's reflect, let's go and work on this one now, and they could come back into it a very different team on Border, as we've said. I'd love to see it go all the way to Sky. Still kind of have that anticipation of the 2-0, but it's invite. You just never know, do you? We'll go to a quick break, and when we come back, map 2 will be ready, so don't go anywhere. See you in a few.
We can pull this back, we can sort of get the drive down. There's always that balance of whether it's the coach that sort of says, I know what my team can do. I know when these players need to have someone talk to them just based on how they're moving, how they're playing, or there's something obvious, or no, they'll work this out. It's a confidence and it's an experience. Volps, he steps into the goo mine and gives a little bit of the intel of the approach away, but they're more than happy to sort of still bait that. It's a bit of utility. You just traded a little bit of health for the utility. It's fine.
It's not just that, but also the prox alarm that just went off. So it's like all the alarm bells just went off. Like, there's someone here.
Not again, not again, not again, not again.
Flies instantly fell back. He's like, I'm not going to try and take this one.
Look at this, though. Obviously, the last time we were here, we lost 2 bodies on the top floor and the sort of middle area of the map. Here, Virtus Pro entirely pulled themselves down towards the side. All 5 players, flat as they can be, across, with Joystick having the most adventure, slightly up a staircase.
Now, they did put up a lot of barricades just to slow down the side of Liquid slightly, and also, of course, gain a small bit of information. Like, okay, they right now have entered this room and they've entered the bar area, stuff like that. And as they get going, the drones having a lot of extra time right now to actually do work on the site. The track stingers being caught off by the magnets. Volps now looking around with that Bravo. Is going to be hacking one of the magnets just to make sure that utility can fly through in the future.
Well, they're sort of waiting currently. The hatches, they're not quite being battened down, more blown up. The catch onto the utility that's otherwise across it, and Pasha playing the Tubarao, the first time we've been able to see the operator. If you're new to knowing what they do, well, they're a little bit chilly. They throw a canister that freezes things in their tracks and gives you some of the tracks on the approach, but with the proxies and the bullets that quickly follow, they don't really need the slowdown right now, more than sort of saying, come on, speed it up. 40 seconds, and the spray against the chair as Reset stacks all the way in. They've got control of blue, and there's the freeze. So as soon as they try and swing this, suddenly they'll be a bit slowed. Lagonis, he's tucked on the close plant. Here a C4 would ruin his day, but with the attention being put in from the far end, it's Shepard on the swing. Gets the plant at 20 seconds. Now he's holding himself behind the table. He's waiting to see if a new face tries to show up and get the kit. It's Parley and Resets with one apiece, but they haven't got the man that stopped it before. They're double stacked. Second again, Joystick gets another round for Virtus Pro and makes sure that they keep their advantage into the second half.
They're not even double stacked, triple stacked at some point, but one of them got taken out. It's like, and it's well Shepard there in the first moment. They realized as they went through, but before that, let's just quickly go for a mid-half call-in.
We got a mid-half call-in with Jesse on the line. Hello, Jesse J. Chick.
Hello, Emmy. Hello, Hap. Listen, I've come in to perhaps warn the people, because although I did come into this series predicting Virtus Pro to come out on top, and although they had a great first half, 4-2 split, not bad at all, this is a map that we've seen VP struggle to attack a lot in the past. Throughout Stage 2, Clubhouse was Virtus Pro's most played map. Despite that fact, they struggled on attack. 41% overall win rate attacking this map through Stage 2. And Liquid, for their point of view, have never lost a defense through Stage 2 on this map. Now, that's because they didn't play this map, so big caveat on that. However, that still does lead into things. They've clearly been hiding some stuff. VP may not know what to expect, which may make their attacks even more questionable. So although I do think VP win this series, I'm a little bit worried that they only got 4 rounds in that first half.
Well, thank you very much, Big Brain Canadian. And away he goes. I don't know where to.
I don't know either.
They keep analysts and casters very separate.
Yeah, just put him back in the jar.
In the jar?
Oh, he's small enough.
Okay.
Doesn't need like an entire...
Jesse looks like he could be tall, and then they started putting him next to Lax, and you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, never mind. Ram going through is going to be opening up quite a little bit of the kitchen.
He came in and said really good, interesting points. And he was like, yeah, Jesse's small, lol.
I mean, he said they've never lost a defense at Stage 2.
Why does he sound like that to you? Is that what he sounds like to you?
No, just not what he sounds like.
Okay.
He does.
It was a great impression.
Thank you.
That's what he sounds like to me.
Sure.
A minute-ish has gone-ish, but so has all the Liquid players. They have fallen their way back towards the site. We saw it as the final hold there of VP, where they sort of held everything close to their chest. You can play it. It's how it was traditionally played way back when, before we sort of had the extension, the roam, the play around the space. Because there's a lot of space down here. There's a lot that needs to be taken control of. There's a lot of hatches. And the bait onto where to do it has slowed Virtus Pro down quite a lot. As I said, pace might have been an issue before, but VP are a slow and steady team. They are using the ram to try and speed up some of the clear on it. They're going for the break here on towards the opposite end. Volps isn't quite going to get the impact of the angle on the first, but we'll go for the second and maybe the third set.
Yeah, I mean, the second set soon to be deployed, and that is, of course, when you really want to make sure it's not going to be opening up, but another Bugie is starting to come through. It's a lot of sound that is being emitted right there by the device, but also opening up all those angles, making it really unplayable for the players down below, because you don't know when you are going to be swung at from those angles that are opened up. Exothermic to be used on one of the hatches as well, just to make sure that the variety of options is going to be there for Virtus Pro, but also the amount of pressure points that they could utilize when the final execute finally will hit. And if you look at how they set up, well, a lot of hatches have been opened up, so it seems like it might be a normal armory plant.
I mean, they love to do the play that they're sort of building towards. They love to do that structured hold here, and that's the take and the setup. There is a lot, including the mute jammers behind that church wall. You've still got Lagonis pretty comfortable and confident with that wall solid onto dirt. So it's going to be a little bit of an awkward push in because, well, they don't have control of any of the swings. Pasha has to try and force some of this church wall to make it a bit safe to drop down onto the back end. 20 seconds left. Joystick finds the first. They've finally gone for the break onto the church wall here. They're going to swing into the fight in a second. The flashes come around the corner, but with time ticking, they swing into their own flash. Drop down onto blue. The double down swing from Reset gets the destruction inside Moto. Tucked around, can't find the fight. They're a little bit lost. As Liquid just step into the space they claim. Dan's a little bit too late to the party because there might be 4 players, but there's that many seconds, and they just ran out of time.
And you just look at that, just everything kind of falls apart. This moment that first flash hits, resets, allowed to go for a double peak, take down both, get into motorcycle as well, whilst the third player is starting to come through. And it's just unfortunate there for the side of Virtus Pro how that round eventually played out, because it seemed like they were starting to get into the right path, and then it all just broke down.
All right, good start here from Liquid, but what changes can come through from the side of Virtus Pro? Because time is a cruel mistress, but no crueler than on this side. When you've sort of baited them into the full clear, the others are much more direct routes through, and they're able to win a couple of their engagements. But when only one engagement going away from you sets the sort of start of your downfall, and you don't have the time to reconstruct, I mean, it turns into that nightmare situation.
And it felt at that point that the opening from the triple wall actually hurted them, because they lose one to reset. Then you see the Hibana turn around. It's like, oh wait, there's an opening there I need to be watching as well before someone pops out. Get shot in the back. And it's like, you just lost the entire flank out there because you were both taken down due to a faulty flashbang. And again, it is unfortunate the way that round played out in the end for Virtus Pro, because it felt like they were building it quite nicely. It started like they were getting some good control, and then it crumbled.
We talked a little bit about passion of the players earlier on, and I did it for one of the teams, but let's be real, it goes without saying it's Liquid here. Liquid on their home soil. Liquid with a Nesk and a Palu, who have been fighting and biting for this chance for the Dawn of Siege. Being able to claim that sort of trophy position, being able to claim that lead-in position from the side of things in front of a home crowd, you cannot imagine a team that is as fueled up. And yeah, you know, there's sort of a lot of strong teams, especially from the Brazil region. There's a lot of huge potential. I mean, there's the current two-time major reigning champions that are in contention. But I think if you will see anyone that is fighting to the end of this possibility, you are looking at Team Liquid players.
And people, even on socials, they keep saying, like, when are they finally going to win it? They keep getting so close every now and then. Fulps open it up. It's going to be a great start of this CCTV round for Liquid.
I mean, they are here at this major because of the run at one of the majors. Even they're here at SI. Oops, Pasha. Slips happen. Workplace accidents happen.
Oh.
It's
definitely a way to finish it off.
Yeah, there's a great take from Volps, who has been tearing through some of these rounds. He seems to have these big triple kill, quad kill rounds, and gets that pace going for the roster and the team here. A 2 versus 5. And they've sort of fallen to bits on this approach onto what is supposed to be the most sort of standard and known attack.
And it does seem to be the faulting kind of attack indeed to come through. Just everything going away. I mean, just look at the breach as well. It's just not completely done right. Shepard will find Volps though, as he did decide to jump through the wall again, or through the little gap to get back towards the site. So definitely an opportunity for VP to bring it back slightly. They need to work together though. They need to be that two-man pushing up, making sure that they work towards that same goal. And as they are on the rafters, they might actually have the opportunity to locate one, maybe even isolate two of these players into straight up one-on-one fights. But they do need to win them if they want to have the opportunity. And the big danger is still in the player that's in construction, but Palu being below as well, having the opportunity to just deny that plant with the C4. And with 10 seconds left on the clock, Shepard taking damage, wanting to go for a plant. He doesn't know what to do next, and as now his cover down below falls, it is Liquid that equalized the score.
4 apiece, and they are a team with a fire. So, as I was sort of highlighting towards the middle of that round, of all the teams here at SI, only 5 of them have been at just one of the 2 majors we've had this year, and 2 of them have been from Brazil, and one of them is Liquid. Oops. Yeah, there's a frustration. That's, I mean, it's rough. It's the toughest stage. People are going to make mistakes. People are going to make slip-ups. It happens. It's beyond frustrating for anybody. Their run at one of these 2 competitions, getting themselves 2nd place to W7M, was enough to get them here. When they make it, they can be ferocious. apart from last SI, where they got off to a bit of a bad start.
Get off to a bad start indeed. But this is also the thing about Virtus Pro, like, either they're just like playing like the stars align, or they're just not getting over the finish line every single time. Like they bring close matches. It's not like they get 7-0, 7-0, 7-0. No, it's always like the 7-5, 8-7.
Welcome back. Here are the highlights from the map that you may well have just missed. This is Nighthaven Labs between Falcons and Lost, which, as you may well expect, Lost did come out in topping, given it was their map pick. Certain moments in the game for where Falcons definitely stood up to scrutiny a little bit, though, and showed Lost a rough time. But outside of that, I think it's pretty fair to say that expectations have been met so far, Tim.
Yeah, we thought that Lost would come out on top, but I'll be honest, Falcons certainly gave them more trouble along the way than I thought they would do, especially on their map pick. So coming into Border, I look at it and I think, there's definitely an opportunity here for Falcons. It's a little bit more of a simplistic map. They can just go in. They were winning a lot of the gunfights. That's where they were getting those big moments. So Border may well suit them down to the ground. They don't need to worry too much about the strat stuff. They can just fit in around each other as they need to and find those kills.
A couple of highlight players, I think, on the side of Falcons, just worth kind of giving some notes to as well. Cribs especially, you mentioned, had a pretty good start, really lighting things up in the first few rounds. I think he was like 8-0 or something crazy. And then Valentino hit a wonderful 3-4K, I forget which one it was, to clutch out a big round for them. Looking at these stats, so the one thing that really catches my eye is entry. Maya, 0-4 on the entry. Not what you expect to see from one of your stronger players. And on the other side, overall, big net positive for the side of Falcons on the entry. Just couldn't quite convert it into round wins.
They're going to have to really step up, you feel, coming into this next if they want it done in 2. As I said, there's going to be much more of an opportunity for Falcons, so they're going to be looking towards those players, particularly Maya. Could be the difference maker. If everybody else can sort of play to the same sort of level, Maya can come in and just add that little bit on top, then maybe Falcons do find it more of a struggle. But equally, you could flip it the other way and say Falcons can go in there and maybe shut down Lobin as well. It could be a map to be gained from, and maybe we see Skyscraper.
That would be what really does it for them, is forcing this down to those gunfights. When Maya isn't really on form today, is the perfect map to be going to. When Lobin really is the player that you look at on the other side and say, he's the guy to be fearful of, deal with him, and things probably aren't quite as scary. But here we go, we're getting into it. Lost start off on the defensive side, Falcons on the attack. I expect we'll see most teams this competition, regardless of map, opting to start on the defense wherever possible, which means whoever picked that map will be the one moving over to starting on the attack. I'm really curious to see as well, given the current state of the game, Tuber obviously being a massive introduction to the defender side of things, albeit slightly nerfed recently, so not quite as oppressive as he once was. Does this massive lean in towards Solus, in towards Valkyrie, Fenrir, Tuber, does it bring anything different to the game of Border, or is it still just a straight up shoot 'em up?
Yeah, this is it. I mean, obviously the banning phase is going to be the important part of answering that question to begin with. Do we see them make it through, or rather, who do we see make it through? Because, of course, only 2 can be taken away. Tuberat would be an interesting one to see in play here, because obviously there is a couple of sort of key hard breaches that you would often expect to see. I'm thinking, West Balcony, sometimes you might have the office side wall. I'm thinking potentially getting into Workshop, doing hatches if you're attacking onto a bottom floor site. So there could be some real opportunities for Tuberau to make life difficult. We're going to have the Twitch ban coming in first, followed by a Monty ban from Falcons.
I don't hate it, because Lost at the start of the last map, well, on the attacking side, were making use of Monty a few times over, just to, I think, probably play the safe and steady game there, and really leave Falcons a little bit rattled about, okay, how do we deal with this spearhead of an attack? And the Zami ban coming on through, I think, is a great shout on this map. Border, famed realistically for basically being able to see from one corner of it to the other across the top floor. There are softballs everywhere. And Azami obviously would have been a massive disruptor in that, being able to deploy those Kiba barriers that can be soft destroyed, but not by bullets. It does transform the way maps are often played, and Fenrir are going to come through as the force. So it does leave things like the Solus, like the Valkyrie, like the Tuberau available for defenders to make use of if they want to.
Yeah, Valkyrie and Solus being great shouts on Border, because about 90% of that floor is destructible. There's pretty much just Fountain, and there's a little bit of the floor behind the West Breach that isn't destructible. So you can have an absolute field day from beneath as the defenders potentially. So I think we may well see a bit of a presence for at least one, if not both of those. Coming into this one, it is going to be Valkyrie that gets brought along. So, as I say, not too much of a surprise there. No Tuberau on the board. He is available, but not going to be picked up by the defenders. defenders. It is an armory hold, so would have potentially been useful out on West Breach, but not too worried about the hard breaching, it would seem.
No, for sure. And one thing I will also mention for Lost is they've leaned into the mirror an awful lot throughout these two maps. I mean, I say throughout these two maps, I've only just seen the first round start here, but the fact they're going straight onto it when it's left open, the same as we saw for the majority of rounds back on Nighthaven, just to me shows again, it's that goal of trying to shut out the other side. Is sure, there's no Azami available. No problem, we can still make use of a mirror to at least transform the way some of these sites are played. And these group of operators like Castle, the Azami, the mirror referred to as architects by the Ubisoft development team. The whole idea there being they change the way that sites function or the way that they are played by either side. I just think that mirror will give them a little bit of a headache, especially with that Twitch ban coming in.
Verso just going to be opening up that CCTV window from distance to begin with. The big challenge for Falcons here is, and this is going to sound real stupid, getting inside the map. But it's just so true on border. If you want a successful defense, you have to keep the attackers out of the map. Once they get inside, it's very, very difficult to win rounds then. So a lot of the gunfights that we're going to see, a lot of the challenges that we're going to see are going to be around the sort of periphery of the map. It's going to be preventing them getting established inside. Dots is going to take down Valentino as he starts to do exactly that. Perfect example of what I'm saying. The fights will come at those boundaries, preventing them getting in, and that's where Falcons are going to have to win those gunfights, because otherwise they're not going to get established inside the map, and there's going to be no winning anything. And Leader, he goes straight into Dots and regrets it.
Instant questions anyone will throw about this round is, where are the drones? Yes, there's a mute on side, but you still have the ability to get these drones inside. You've got Brava, for example, or at least did have until Leader went down. Really should have had an idea that there was a player inside of Office, and even if you don't see him, at least suspect that he's going to be there. Because when you bring along a Glaz, like we're seeing from Quips here, you're relying so heavily on that execute-based focus with that operator that you need as many team members as possible alive when it comes to the end of the round. But everyone's dead basically as soon as they've even stepped towards the building. And if not for a little bit of cold feet coming out there from this player that's trying to step out, I believe it's Lobin. Probably could have had this round done and dusted already. Very aggressive from Lost in the first round, but also very impressive.
Lost look like they've really just woken up. Came out of Nighthaven saying, you know, yes, they've got a good win, but they gave Falcons opportunities there. It was their map pick. Maybe not looking as sharp as we might have hoped. Maya was a little bit quiet. I look at them there, and I think that's what I expected to see from Lost against Falcons. Just bullying them, just getting in there, right in their face. You know, just little pocket plays underneath a window, getting a kill. If that continues, it could be over quickly.
It could. Quick tech pause coming in here before we get into round two, which will be on Vents and Workshop. So bear with. We'll get back to things very, very shortly. Not tons to go on in that first round, admittedly, outside of Falcons weren't really able to get inside the building. They were bullied from second one, and Lost really just putting them under pressure there heavily from the moment go. It does make me wonder if that's how the rest of this half will play out. The answer really being yes. We said back at the start of things, 2-0, kind of the expectation if you're Lost, I think. You can't make it to a grand final, then really come and struggle in your first match against what essentially is like a standing team, or a pug group, as you might call it, a pickup group, because there are 3 subs on this team right now. Twister obviously would have done his best to rally the boys around and get them into fighting form, but still a very tall order against the last event's major grand finalists.
Going to be heading back in then. We've got that tech issue sorted out nice and quickly, and we're going to go to round 2. As you said, Des, it's going to be Ventilation and Workshop this time around. So Lost once again will be fighting over the top floor, you would expect. Going to be trying keeping them out of Armory and Archives in particular, which is the area directly above these sites, because again the vertical is so important. Once as an attacker you've got that vertical control, what happens is you can flush all of the defenders out of the site essentially. There's nowhere really safe for them to play anymore, because as you can see it's all wooden floorboards. So you can rip the whole thing up above it. So you can really make it difficult for them to play it inside. And once you've pushed them outside, particularly if you're looking at the ventilation area, which is the smaller room towards the bottom of the map, thank you very much. Once you're looking into ventilation, it's kind of difficult to get angles in there from anywhere else on that bottom floor if you've been forced out of Workshop. So it becomes very possible then to get a plant down. So we're going to see this battle over the top floor to begin with. Try and keep hold of that vertical superiority. As I suggested last round, I think Lost will take that to the boundaries. They're going to be right up to those entry points on the maps like they did last time. Just trying to bully Falcons and not allow them to get anything of a toehold inside. Just like this.
Just like this.
Here a barricade, go and have a look at it.
Absolutely. 2 globals coming in as well with the Lion, the DKB. I'm just looking at that and thinking, wow, that is pretty darn oppressive. It's going to be tough for members of Los to get out around the map and cause too much bother, I think. Not enough that it's going to be something that shuts the round down, of course, but may restrict them more than what we saw in the previous round. Falcons, I think anything will be an improvement versus last round if they can even get inside the map, because I think they had one player getting through a window and immediately die. That's about as far as they got.
Looks is just going to be holding the angle there for the potential of a run out. Flash goes in. Is he going to follow it? Nope. Just looks to see if he forces anybody out of position. Maya manages to hold on for the time being. Is able to take down the Selma charge. Lobin manages to find Valentino as well. 5 versus 4. A good start from Lost once again. They know exactly where they are, the Falcons, but they just can't do anything about it at the minute. And Maya is holding on. He's taken 2 Selma charges out now. You can't just keep throwing them on the wall if you haven't moved Maya. It's just not going to work, I'm afraid.
Moving Myers often a pretty hard ask. Admittedly, in this series so far, not been the standout player that we used to see him, but things could change drastically as we move through the rest of board. I didn't have to get involved in round 1 of the mirror. His teammates were the ones at every single window and doorway, keeping him busy.
Falcons are inside.
They are inside the site, and they've got the 1-for-1 as well, but can they turn it into more? The answer apparently is yes. Quibbs looking to pick up where he left off on the previous map. Cameraman putting him in the dirt, though, and saying, no thank you, no more of that.
Showing the importance of the verticality here, Lost. They're quite happy to play completely off site. The diffuser is in sight at the minute, and they're not too worried about it because this is all they're going to do. They're just going to watch for these verticals. Oh, you might just have missed your chance there, Dots, but he's got more holes. He uses them, and he finds his kill. 2 versus 2 as Leader picks up Cameraman from Bathroom, but it is going to be difficult for Falcons if they can't get more kills above. It's all going to come down to Leader and what he can do from Fountain, but I think Dots knows that the push is going to come. He's got the support of Lobin. 2 versus 1. 2 versus none as Lost. They managed to pick up the second round.
A promising sign, though, for me at least, that we saw the attackers getting inside of sight relatively scot-free. Sure, lost a player earlier on in Valentino, but outside of that, it was a bit of a straight march forward. And this is what we spoke about at the start of the day between Wolves and SSG as well, in a very defender-leaning meta, seeing teams just try and say beeline for the site, or let's try and force us into being a real scrappy deathmatch, can often be the way to get through a round. And I feel their Falcons are taking their own spin on that. So it's good to see they've got that in the locker. It needs a bit of refinement, but at least they gave it a go, and they progressed far more than they did in the previous round. But nice and early, Twisters in for a tack timeout. Probably understandably saying, look, we're already down 2-0 here, boys. We should be doing more.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, again, there, it's for me, that last round is just kind of just map knowledge. There's nobody on site. It's ventilation workshop. We haven't got top floor control. Like, they should really be thinking and saying, it's not possible for us to get the diffuser down here. There's no point us just going into site. They've sent 3 of them into site to just sort of mill around, and then they've been picked up when they've then realised and thought, yeah, we're going to have to go and clear top floor. Yeah. Leader's gone up there, and as you see now, Lobin takes out one, and then Dots takes out the other as they try to push up towards taking that top floor. You can hold ventilation and workshop without anybody on site. If you've got the top floor, you can do it easily, and we've just seen that from Lost. They're quite happy to give up the ground. Yeah, no problem, come on in, we'll just kill you from above. So yeah, I'd expect Falcons really to, you know, be seeing through that and knowing that they need to go in and get that top floor sorted out.
T-Tours, we love it. Little black eye tucked away. Remember, actually, there was a time, do you remember, I want to say it was during, well, a few years ago. I don't know if it's the tournaments either, but teams used to not enjoy observers following them around on the Valkyrie because they were exposing all their black eye camera spots. And then obviously, match replay became a thing, and now you can go in and find it out for yourself. Yeah. It was one of those things I look back on and just think, back in the old days.
Valkyrie cameras aren't about hiding them. It's not about keeping them, in my mind, keeping them sort of out of sight. It helps if it's not, you know, no, you don't want it directly in somebody's line of sight. For me, I've always found it's about putting them in positions where it's dangerous to interact with them. So, for example, I'll try and put them on walls behind where somebody's going to come in. So they're going to want to face towards Armory, for example, so I'll put it on the rear office wall. So they'd have to turn the back on the danger area to deal with the camera. And I think a lot of the time those are the Valkyrie cameras that survive.
A little bit, I think. I don't know. I mean, Lopez found one from above, but everything's going ripping off in the site, and no one's really made a move on the side of Falcons. So as much as they've dumped a lot of critical utility, and with the Ying obviously being available on this map, the first of the 4 that we've seen to date, Tim, not really being used to great effect just yet. Even got the globals coming out. They really are throwing everything at it, but no one's making a move, Tim.
Yeah, and I think I always look at it with utility. You know, what value are you getting for it? If you send it in, you want something back. It's almost like an exchange. And right now, Falcons haven't really got anything back for all the utility. They've kind of just given it up for free, like you say. They've sent Candelas in one after another. They haven't really got any map control. Valentino does pick up Lobin. That is going to be helpful. They're going to want to take hold of Office, but they're going to have to clear Maya as well. It's really time for Maya to be stepping up here. They could do with a couple of big kills from him here just to keep a hold of that top floor. He's going to be pushed from both sides. Might have his first opportunity for a good start.
There we go, and that's diffuser down as well. Bursa's dropped that inside of Archives, and now it's going to be potentially a real war to recover it. They've got to fight their way through. They don't have any information inside there anymore because pretty much all the drones are gone. It has gone from okay to now terrible, as Leader is left in a 1 versus 4. A little bit of a mistake there. I don't know why Bursa's going into, you know, well, it's drone, but they don't have information on where the players are. There's no one hot droning, for example. And they pay the price. A nice, easy close-up. And Maya, you asked for some kills, Tim, and he delivered. Are you satisfied?
Certainly am. That was
the
exactly
Blood God, Ace of Pyrites.
100%. You had Maya and Lobin up on the top there. Lobin gets taken down, so it's now just down to Maya. He's being pushed by multiple people. If they get the kill onto Maya, different round. Falcons have a real opportunity to close it out. So Maya was a linchpin in that round. He got his kills, he kept his team in it, and then they finished with a plan, to be fair, and they were really on top of things. So well played from Maya, and he stepped up when his team needed him. Great round from Loss again, 3-0 now, and they've well and truly woken up. They look a little bit different to how they did on Night Haven Labs. It's a bit unfortunate for Falcons, because we said coming in, we kind of hoped that Border would be the better map for them. You know, a little bit more simple. You can get in there, don't have to worry too much about the strategy elements. We'll see if they do better once they get onto the defense, but right now, Loss are just locking them out of this one.
They are so far. I always say wait for that side swap because you never know what's going to happen in the second half of the map, and we saw it a bit earlier on the SSG Wall series. We spoke about it a lot then, except the last map, the first two. Definitely games of 2 halves, and in this series, not too sure it's going to look like map 1 or 2 from that series earlier on today, much more like map 3. Where I do think Loss, even going onto the attacking side, could just run away with things as we get towards the back end of it.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Here we go then. It's going to be Armory for round 4, and we're going to have the Circle of the Sights once again as Loss. They were able to complete the full defensive rotation. Lobin this time is going to be playing in that position that we saw Maya in last time. He goes for a little run out of CCTV. He's got the support of the mirror window, but we're just going to play in there and again try to keep any of that gadgetry, keep anything off that mirror window. The Ash Charge will be able to deal with it though, and there's absolutely nothing that he can do about that. A recent update, of course, the Kali gadgets and the Ash gadgets are able to shatter the mirror windows. Anything that's classed as a drilling utility.
Yeah, it's a drilling gadget, yeah. And there's a lot of questions in the okay, well, what's a drilling gadget constitute then? I was like, it sounds
Ash
like
and
it's
Kali.
drilling in. Huh?
Ash and Kali.
That is literally only it, yeah.
That's your drilling gadget.
People are like, is Sophia not a drilling gadget? It's like, no, it's an impact. It's like, yeah. Have you ever heard it drill? Like, it doesn't do that.
So Lobin is still inside of CCTV. This is a position so far that Falcons have really struggled to deal with, but I like what Loss are doing. They're playing a lot of support. They've got the mirror window to support him from outside. That has now been dealt with, so it is a weak point for Lobin. But they've also got a cameraman playing in 90 under default camera to prevent that push into break room. So they're making it really difficult to move Lobin. Until they move Lobin, they can't continue with that west-sided push.
No, and that's always the problem. Not to move Lobin, it sounds so easy as a sentence, but in reality proves to be incredibly difficult given the series that he's been having so far. Lots once again though, he's put inside a sandwich behind a mirror window. Saw him doing work on that back in round 1. Cameraman deletes Valentino's our first death in the round. Not quite having the star performance that he was having on our last map. He was looking a little bit tougher. J-Lad finds one. Dash, immediate trade back on the other side. Good team play being shown by Loss. When they lose someone, there is always a response.
Yeah, that's the cover that I was talking about. Just working there from Office to cover his man in CCTV. They've got a really great understanding of the angles across this top floor, and Falcons are just really struggling to get themselves established. That was a good fight from Bursa as he manages. No, it was Leader actually who managed to get that final kill, and that was really well done to clear out Office, but Cameraman just has never been dealt with. That's his second kill in the round, and you just feel like there could be more coming from him.
Good, I mean, in fact, he's gone so aggressive there onto the peak as well. Risky as all hell, because you don't know if Quibbs is close, if he's sat behind the ventilation unit sat outside on the south balcony, for example, but he gets the kill, and that is what counts. That removes any pressure on that side of the map against Loss. Obviously, they don't 100% know that. They can assume it, but it means Falcons might be a little bit light on the ground. Bursa finding a second, still giving his team away into this one. Maya puts Leader into the ground, so it's Bursa to get a 4K, and it's not going to happen.
Cameraman was always the problem there. Even in the 2v3 it was, when they managed to pick up Lobin and it became 2v2, yes, they could team up on the person on site, but they always had Cameraman on the flank, so they knew as soon as they went to team up on Maya, Cameraman was going to hit them from CCTV, and so by holding the basic, almost the entirety of top floor, they had site, they had CCTV, so all they gave to Falcons was office. It made it really difficult for them because they couldn't really push in either direction, because as soon as they tried to push Cameraman, Maya's going to flank them. They have to take the fights 1v1 because they're so spread out. So really well played from Lost. Really nice. 4-0, and they are charging through this one.
It's a bit of a kicker for Falcons. They took that timeout after just 2 rounds, so there's nothing to bring this half back except for the players themselves, that they can work some magic. Did you see a mute jammer stacked up with 2 of the cat cantraps above it there, working its way in towards sight? Could yet fight someone in the backside a little bit later into the round. TVD on the side of Falcons. And with you though, it feels like a bit of a lost runaway at this point, and Falcons unable to slow down that train.
Obviously the big change is going to come at the halfway mark when Falcons can get themselves on the defence. I don't know, maybe they feel a little bit more stable then.
Yeah.
The problem is the game could pretty much be lost. You know, if Lost can get a 6-0 half, are they not going to pick up one attack? I can't really see that being the case. Like I say, this isn't just about them defending well. Yes, they are covering each other well. Yes, they've got good crossfires, but they're just winning gunfights as well. You can see the confidence in them. They're running up to windows. They're taking, you know, challenges on that they might not otherwise normally against different teams. And you just feel like on the attack, they're just going to, at some point, just aggro straight into sight and get a round done.
There's the Ash again, breaking another mirror window. I think Falcons finally reading into, okay, these guys really, really like mirror. We need a response. And Valentina being on the Ash is really the go-to in that case. Not strictly to be an entry either, more just for the utility of being able to take things out as they've been doing so far. And there's the second one. So in fact, both of those breaching charges being used to clear out the mirror, and then Valentino gets the mirror as well. What more can you ask for?
That's exactly what they needed. 4 versus 3 as they managed to keep pace with kills that come in. Maya is going to have to dip away from that position. He's able to stay there a lot longer last time. Cameraman it is that manages to find J-Lad though, and Maya, he's just shutting up shop. He's going to get the reinforcement up. Cameraman's gone big so far on border over the last couple of rounds, and all of a sudden Falcons from a position of advantage, 4 versus 3, find themselves 2 versus 3 and backs to the wall.
It's going to be such a defining part of this competition, I think, for so many teams. Is how good is the team play. When things are so heavily defended, leaning with all the strong defenders in the game at the moment, it does come down to very aggressive and decisive pushes coming out of the attackers. And that isn't just solely a 5-man execute, it can be playing for trades as well. And you've really seen this lacking in this round for me from Falcons as well, as where Cameraman has had 2 separate 1v1s there, a good few seconds apart, and hasn't really been under pressure from the team as a whole. So Falcons have given away pretty significant number advantage. And now Lost, it looks like, might take that 5-round lead.
Yeah, this is it. You know, the fact that Maya's been able to escape with 15 life, get away from what should have been a certain death of a position realistically, but is still alive at the end of the round and survives. Final kill comes from underneath. Loss are using the entire map. Falcons just look a little bit beaten at the minute.
They do. And it is sad to see as well, because you always want to see, when you come into the World Championship, the best tournament of the year for Siege Esports, you always want to see teams playing at their absolute best. And look, sure, having 3 subs in, it's going to suck. It's not going to be you at your full strength. It's not going to be what you've been used to playing with all year long. I guess maybe some of the question marks would have been, you know, would a full-strength Falcons been enough to bring down Loss here? Maybe on the first map, I'd say, but at least with how things have been playing out here, no way. This is a very different Loss that has turned up in map 2. And the other thing to think about, it's still the first day of the competition. Still teams warming into it. You're not going to see every team at their best immediately. That will build as the week goes by.
Yeah, this is it. You know, we've said this a couple of times today, and it's something to certainly remember. I said it about Wolves as well. You know, that yes, they look good, but they look like they've got room to grow as well. And so you look at those teams, and really when you're thinking about who's going to win the whole thing, who's going to have a good run deep into the tournament, you've got to think about how that growth is going to happen as well across the tournament. And the more that it can, obviously, the better for those teams. Loss have already shown growth within this matchup. This is kind of more what I expected from them on Nighthaven. It's kind of a flip reverse, really. I expected this on Nighthaven and maybe a closer match here on Border, but they've really stepped up into it, and it's probably the better way to do it, to be honest, because you go away on that high of a victory then where you've really run over somebody in that final map, and it's going to put them in good stead for tomorrow.
Alrighty, Valentino coming out on the ramp. No doubt working his way up towards the northeast side here, wants to push his way in towards where Maya currently holds, and if you remember last time round, they couldn't deal with Maya very easily. As a matter of fact, he got rid of Bursa. Diffuser was down inside of Archives, and it was just absolute chaos for Falcons from that point forward. They had no information on that side. Oh, that's C4.
Oh.
So close to getting rid of Jalad as well. Not quite finishing him off, but is down to 10 HP. And Maya stands as the raid boss of Archives.
Maya will not be moved, just like he wasn't in the previous round. We're just going to hold that tight angle through Metal there. Again, Lobin still alive, looking for that support. Maya knows they're on the window! Man. Takes down Valentino, and that is advantage loss again. We could be staring down the barrel of a 6-0 half on the defense for the Brazilian side.
A real kicker as well, because again, it's the round that's gone. Yeah, you bring that along because you want to destroy every bit of floor possible above the site, and that's exactly what the ramp would have done for them. They've still got Quips available, playing on the Buck here as well, able to do a similar sort of thing, but it's not quite the same. It's very satisfying seeing those round gadgets roll through the map, and also, of course, creates a lot of noise, a very good distraction when a team wants to look to execute off the back of, say, an EE1D coming in. Lots of chaos, your phones are ringing, and that's when you try and capitalize, but that now at least has been lessened by the removal of the ramp.
You just see the extra use of Valkyrie on the upstairs there as well, using the Deagle to open up those vertical angles, so you don't have to have them there the whole time. You don't want to give them over to the attackers, but Maya decided that it was time to find those verticals. Lobin is going to find Bursa, takes him down 4 versus 3, and that is now Falcons battling. Jalad is also on very low health as he tries to move his way through. It's not looking good for Falcons right now. 50 seconds left to go.
Again, the nod given to Sub stepping in. Bursa has died a good few times this half with the diffuser in hand in. Not so much precarious spots, it's in the site, but the problem now is it is unrecoverable. You need to take control of the main site before you can look towards bathroom, for example. So options have now been taken away from Falcons, and Lost can just sit and play around the diffuser, as they're doing wonderfully. Glad is down. Crips is the last one left alive. He's being swung on from 3 different angles. It is a misery, and it's a 6-0 off.
Well, now is the point that we have to ask the question, are we going to see our first 7-0 map on the first
I'm just checking actually if it's on Fresh's bingo card.
It is on Fresh's bingo card. I had a look at it earlier. I can confirm. We don't like to mention it, you know, prior. At the end of the day, teams can turn it around, they can come back, but it would be remiss of us not to point out that it is a definite possibility here. Lost are getting onto the attack. Yes, it will be against the Falcons' primary site. They can definitely lock this down. They can definitely get a round or 2 on the defense. Do I think that the comeback is on? I think there's a long way before we start talking about that yet. The way Lost have been playing, they've been running over Falcons here so far. They've not really been in this matchup on border, and so you look at it and think surely there's going to come a site where Lost just get themselves in and get the job done. You know, however they go about doing that. But the question now is all about that 7-0.
And it looks like it's very firmly on the way, unless Falcons have got anything to say about it. In round 7, Armory and Archives, we're going to start in. Loud onto the Oryx. You've got the Mirror coming out as well. They've clearly seen Lost have used it very effectively and figure, well, why not try and do exactly the same ourselves? The one thing that's going to be a bit frustrating, I imagine, for these Falcons players is it sucks to get battered like this. We've all been there where you just get completely wiped, and it's like, man, like, it could be a real...
They've got the bonus that they can kind of write it off. You know, it's like, yeah, we've got 3 subs. We knew it was a potential. We knew it might happen. You know, it's not going to be necessarily the same as for a team playing at full strength and getting beaten.
Yeah. And the other side of it is you are, again...
That's not a good start.
No, certainly not ideal. At least something comes back there with Dots being taken down on the other side of things. So it's not the end of the world, because you'd rather kind of get battered by one of the top 2 teams in this group. You know, Sonics and realistically Lost being the top 2 teams. The other teams you've got to face off against are Fury and Scars. Beatable as long as you can address the problems that you've seen in this game so far today. Down to a 3 versus 3. Still lots of potential, but Tim, we've only been 45 seconds in it. It's been a bloodbath.
Yeah, Falcons are fighting hard for their 1 round here. They want to make sure that they're not going to be the first team to...
They don't want to be the bingo card.
They certainly don't. But Lost, again, making it tough for them. They're always getting the first kill, and then it's... There you go. They're always getting that first kill, and it's Falcons that are having to respond. Cameraman knows that there's one inside of Break Room now. He's getting peppered at this point, his leader. He tries to fight back. They're just going to push him from multiple angles here. He's going to need support or he's going to die. They open up the wall. There he goes. 2 versus 1, and it's all up to Quips to try and hold on.
He's been an absolute blind. It's been an incredible player back on Night Heaven, but he's had a bit of a stinker here so far at 3 and 6. To be fair, the whole team has. Lobin and Dash might just be a step too far for him to dismantle. A minute and 20 to go. He's the defender here as well. Flash comes through. On go the Shades, and he can deal with anything. Don't look too brightly at the sun. In comes a player, finds one for himself. But, again, great team play. Decisiveness coming out from Lost as they take a 7-0 and take their first series 2-0.
Yeah, Lost there on board are certainly looking much more like the team that we saw in Atlanta. Absolutely clinical. Yes, it was against a team with a bunch of standings. There are going to be much sterner tests coming Lost's way, but it's like I've said before, Des, you can only beat the team in front of you, and that is, if nothing else, it's a confidence builder for Lost. They come in, they've got themselves running, they've got a win on the board, it was a good win, and now they can build from that. So, you know, it may be the differentiating factor for them in later matches as well. They might now actually be a tougher opponent to face than they otherwise would have been.
And the way I always look at it, you know, I spoke about the series that we cast earlier on as well, Wolves versus SSG. Wolves definitely had a bit of a shaky start to their series, didn't look too good on map 1, but grew as the series went on. Regardless whether it's an absolute steamroll, your first official is now out the way. You've had that chance to get settled in. You played your first official. Cool, we understand now. There are things we can start building on that aren't just scrims. This is now from an official. And there will be things they can go away and look at. On Nighthaven, definitely some things to clean up. On Border, maybe really not giving it was a 7-0.
No, not at all. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing more of Lost now. I want to see them tested. You know, Nighthaven was pretty close, Border was not. I just want to see them tested against a full strength side now so we can get a proper gauge. You know, yes, it might be a nice little foundation for them. It's a good little win. Get it on the board, get yourself rolling. First official out the way, like you say. But for me, let's see them against, you know, a Sonics. Let's see them really pushed.
That's going to be the hard one. But again, not forgetting that they've got them to play against Scars. Could easily cause an upset or two in this
won't
group
be an easy
as well.
team to play.
Yeah, Sonics will be the one that everyone looks at and says that is the big one that we're really excited to see how it plays out. I believe that game is one we're casting tomorrow, is it not?
Yes.
Second game tomorrow, so
We're
that'll be
certainly
exciting
casting
to see.
Sonic.
Yeah, so obviously we've seen what comes out of these boys today. As you say, that test tomorrow I think will be the exciting one that really tells all about how Lost's tournament could look to blossom from here on forward. Because when we think about the potential winners of this competition, everyone's saying it's probably a Brazilian team. They're probably going to be 3, if not 4 teams in the top 4 of this whole SI, given it's on home soil. But Lost has kind of been the one left out to the side that no one's really talking about. And I do hope we see that change as the tournament goes on and they go from strength to strength.
Yeah, absolutely that. You know, this is the first couple of days are all just about finding out, and that's why I love it. It's like, you know, I've been watching the games all day. I've seen, apart from the ones that are on the other stream whilst we cast, I've seen everything else. And it's, I say it every year. I love the chaos of it. I love just, right, first day or two, right, how's everybody looking? Where's the growth? Where's the problems? You know, who's going to do what against who? And that's, again, Lost is another team that I was looking forward to seeing. So, you know, Maya came in, good game. We said that. It could have been the difference maker. I think it was. Maya stepped up and, you know, put some numbers up as well. And it really was just that bit that gave them, you know, the extra yard that they needed.
That's it. I mean, Lobin as well back on that first map. Real big standout play. You've kind of seen the two strong elements there across either map. Well, Lobin still didn't have a terrible second map. He was the real difference maker on map 1. Map 2, it was the Maya show. And then you've got Dots and Dash kind of dancing around that and chipping in their own kills here and there quite consistently across both maps.
Yep.
It does show that rounded nature that you need from teams where if one player's not having the best map, someone else can still step up and make the difference.
Yeah, exactly that, and it is that difference. Like, you know, we saw Nighthaven, Maya very struggling, you know, very few kills, struggling to get involved, and it's a close game. Then they step up. You've just got that extra 20%.
Absolutely. Well, I think that's us done and dusted. Unless we have map stats production, you'll be able to tell me that one. If not, stats will be here in a second. So we'll wait on for that one. There you go. We'll wait for those.
We shan't go anywhere.
5 minutes? 5 seconds, maybe.
Yeah. My shirt.
Yeah, Lax said something really sweet earlier. He was just like, oh, it's like, you know, I saw you wearing these like short sleeve flowery things before. He's like, I've got some now. I was just like, ah.
Lax is a great hype man. Lax is, he comes into the team and he's always like, oh, you're looking so sharp. You're looking so, and he's one of them people that really bigs you up before you go on.
He looks beautiful today. He's got a wicked like pink little like short sleeve top on. I was just like, that looks so cool. Yeah, he's just a cool guy.
He is.
They're all a good bunch, to be fair. Everyone's a good bunch.
They are.
Here are the stats from that whole match. In case you just needed a reminder, this is not the one we just did. This was from the series earlier on. Wrong players on there, but the logos are right at the very least. We got halfway there. We'll get that corrected for you and back up, no doubt, in a few moments. There we go. Not quite stats in there just yet, either in some places as well. Let's take it down, production. Get it off. Get it off. Don't worry about it. Don't look too long at the sun or it might burn your eyes. We'll get there in the end with it, I'm sure.
There we go. We've got it. We've got it.
No, it's not. Just skip it. It's the first day. Things are allowed to go wrong, okay?
It wouldn't be SI.
Either way, look, I can tell you what the stats were, mate, because I've got them absolutely memorised. if I had to put KD in a cell for pretty much all the players for loss, it would be Shagged. On the other side, not so good.
Yeah, that's fair.
Who needs numbers when you've got words?
There's the stats.
That's it. Stat man. All it needs to be. We'll roll with it. There's still one more series to go here on B Stream, let's not forget today. And there's also more going on the A Stream. So don't forget to tune in. Still plenty more action today. We'll catch you guys tomorrow, though, in a little bit.
Some of NA's smartest and best players. If it clicks, this is a very dangerous team.
I'm from Toronto, Canada, which very high percentage of NHL prospects come from. I grew up playing with and against true stars of the game. I wasn't like a super talented player, but hard work is more important than talent. That was my whole life, till I got a bunch of concussions. I couldn't play anymore. So I guess I kind of just threw myself into competitive gaming. I'm Troy, Canadian in-game. I'm the in-game leader of Dark Zero. I am the best and the most accomplished in-game leader in the history of Rainbow Six Siege.
One of our beloveds, our staples, Dark Zero and M80, one of these teams guaranteed to move down to the O2 best of threes.
I'm Iconic. I'm IGL for M80. My style is just free. I feel like my whole life I've always stood out, so like if I'm comfortable with who I am, no matter where I am, then nothing can stop me.
M80 has been looking very solid up against DZ for quite some time. We'll see if they can go from zeros to heroes here, get their first dub under the board.
We'll see. Dark Zero bends first.
Being the IGL's an added level of pressure, you know, when no one's really sure what they should do, you have to be the person who trusts in yourself to know what's best in the moment.
He just got to take this close quarters engagement. Should be an easy pickup, especially now that Diaz has taken down one. Huge first round for M80.
The matches are just, it's incredibly tight. But you can feel like the chest, like you move a piece, like the instant reactions.
Very likely have won this round as Gomez drops down, takes down Pamazoo with a very, very heavy retake strat.
Force this plant. Play your lives. Close your box.
Growing up and having that discipline definitely gave me an edge.
Rear end from the back end, but it's Rice that takes down Gomez, and all of a sudden, it's just down to Iconic.
Gonna go cage, gonna go up yellow, gonna go up yellow.
Back to wall. Hearts are pounding. It's a sport, you know?
Rice needs to hit this shot if he wants to end it in regulation. Does know about Iconic, he baits out the engagement, hits the retake. 7-5 for Dark Zero as M80 move down to the lower bracket and recreate a run in Copenhagen that only ended in misery. For M80, they found themselves in that same spot at Copenhagen, being down 0-2 very early on, and let me tell you, it didn't end well.
American teams stand on the brink of elimination. A Southeast Asian and a Middle Eastern team might qualify for the main stage. None of this is how anybody drew it up, and that is the story of Atlanta in a nutshell.
We're a good spot, I think. We're gonna wait for the bar to open. Oh, 5 minutes. 5 minutes and the bar opens.
Like pushing the drone already, you know, so the drone's coming and you drop, and it's gonna have the intel fast.
No, because then we're gonna trade. We're gonna trade up there, which we don't want to. We wanna have all the 5 up.
No, bro, it's just like to take less time just being a bot below.
Hey, I'll tell you when I'm forward and then you can drop, because the forward one's gonna take the time to get to him.
I think some teams put way too much pressure on themselves, like scrimming every night, or like, you know, trying to do some crazy routine. Like in my head, if a team is at the event and they need to practice to fix something, then they aren't prepared for the event, you know?
Nothing else about Bleed. They're just having a lucky tournament and they have a big fish. What is this fucking play, man?
They see the pick and they go for it. The nade, it does find the kill onto Aspie. Souls has been massive in this round. Brazil have their first team on stage in Atlanta.
Wait, did FaZe win? Yeah, 7 points.
Oh boys, you're gonna win the major. Telling you guys right here. And buy some Bitcoin as well, guys. Be smart.
Two top teams, one of which still with SI qualification on the line.
The fact that we're only 3 months away from the 6 Invitational and BDS, one of the best teams in the EU League, still hasn't qualified for the event is very, very surprising. And in order for them to make sure that they guarantee a spot at the 6 Invitational, they have to make a deep run.
Yeah, good. Good luck. Good luck, guys. Good luck.
You need.
You can. You need.
You need. Clawback out advantage, but Shaiko realizes the moment, seizes the opportunity, keeps BDS in control of it. Herds is certainly not confident, but let's be careful, BDS. Let's not let the old chat dictate the pace of this game, but it will. W7M 7-5. They will send BDS to the elimination series, and what a dire scenario it is for them, as they need top 4 to qualify for SI.
Tipo, não tava nada nervoso. Só que, tipo, tava foda ali, tipo, no começo.
Eu acho que a gente vacilou um pouco, porque tipo, as defesas a gente se preocupou em pegar novos, os ataques a gente repetiu os que a gente sempre faz. O Shaiko foi lá que nem o demônio pra cima do Nade, aí tipo, matou ele rápido. Mano, o Shaiko restou 2 vezes pra quebrar a uma vez. Só ficou parado no canto, no off, não matei.
G2 up against GK Esports.
Where do they go against the world champions? The one map that G2 are unbeatable on.
Our captain in IGL, Alamo, he is a complete psychopath in every meaning and description of that word.
He's under my head. He's under my head, guys. No,
He actually shaved his head and dyed it blonde, so he looks like Eminem, and it just looks fucking terrible. Pains me to say it. He's one of the best players in the game. I hope he doesn't see this.
Alamau looking to seek an engagement. It's over! G2 make main stage.
What fucking plate? That's the difference between an SI champion and a normal major champion, okay?
Yeah, guys. Great map.
Look at that plate. That is cool.
The next team, they need to pray.
Thank God you found a good team to follow and not someone like MA. Those guys suck.
M80 versus Wolves. Could the M80, a tournament favorite, go out 0-3?
He'll now force some of these defenders out of their position.
Cuts through the reinforcement on wine wall, flashes the plenty to go on in. Gomez following up. Down goes P4. Gomez dies to Mowgli. Shinka's still in the same spot. Mowgli to the rescue. Bibu in on it as well. Time running out. Mowgli with the sidearm. And Spoit dies to Bibu.
Match point! Wolves! And as Spoit tries fruitlessly for an opening, nobody on Wolves will give him that. Wolves can easily line him up, and they get him on the cross! P4 with the final kill. Wolves survive a scare, and with a 2-0 victory, Wolves stay alive. M80 goes home.
In the moment, I don't feel too great about it, but you know, it's just life.
M80 as the #1 seed out of North America. Unfortunately, they come to the event and nothing could stick for them. It's got to hurt for the players that were putting so much effort in.
You gotta be in love with your fate. You can't choose too much in life what actually happens, but if you work for it, if it happens, then it's amazing.
Yeah, nice little drive back home.
If it doesn't happen, you know, you just gotta have to, again, live with that and learn from that. We don't have time to be upset over this loss. We might look defeated, but trust me, at the 6th Invitational, M80 will be there and we'll be roaring.
Okay, let it be known. I'm working hard when I ain't on the phone. They see the phone, they see the phone. Crime never stopping, I'm keeping it.
ゲームプランね。今日どういう風にして相手を表示してくる？言っちゃって。
まあ、いつもの俺らのジャパンのプレースタイル。
Go!
All 3 hatches, boys. Oh, a really good opening kill. Hot and Cold goes down. A very aggressive play from Space Station as 2 of them fall. As I say that, a 3rd goes down. And SSG, their chances of locking in this round look very grim. And that will be a nice, quick, and easy lockout for the Japanese.
大丈夫だ。リラックスでいこう。
ナイス相手さ、これ予想してるよりめちゃなんて引き気味で1めっちゃ取れるやん。めっちゃビビってます。最初からアグレッシブいやマジで普通の攻めで今のところいけるから逆に普通のダメだったら変えるでいいと思う。とかあれそこだけ気をつけてほしいな。いいよみんな声出ていいよ。もっと声出していこう。さあここ集中していくぞ。
When you look at Japanese Rainbow Six, there's so much potential there. Scars, while they dominate in Japan, they just can't find success on an international level. It's really hard to pin down what issues are befalling that region.
Scars is set up for this attack. They're going to fight for this tooth and nail.
He's pushed in and up through the red stairs, knowing that there's a player out above me. He's going to look for the jump out, but J9O has the read.
さあ、あれ見るわ、カメラ。あって、それ、ピアノルペ。
Washoy has found his pick.
They're going to drop the hatch now. It's False to make the entry.
Washoy has to have an impact, but he goes down with no resistance.
硬くなるなよ。もう負けでもいい。全力でやろう。悔いのないように。
Space Station are looking for liftoff. Scars disastrous. Fire up the engines. Space Station blast through Scars.
I don't even know where to begin. You fought with all of your heart. We could feel.
楽しくプレイしようとか、まあ負けることは考えないようにとか、まあ自分で言ってたんですけど。
Scars put up one hell of a performance. They fought to the very end. Yes, it was unfortunate.
やっぱりいざ負けるってなると、いや今まで何してたんだろうとか、もっとこうすればよかったとか、これからの、残りのブラジルまでの期間、次のブラジル APAC が優勝するために自分たちが絶対勝ちます。
We need an NA team to just force through. We need them to make phase 2.
One in low, chasing Kyle down, Kyle high.
When you're playing and you want to win for the guy next to you, not just for yourself, and you want to win for the team as a whole, you can go a lot further doing that.
It's looking rough for NA. I mean, the one thing about DZ is they have only beaten NA teams so far in playoffs. How can they beat an APAC team?
It's the best I've felt going into an event, honestly, ever.
Good luck, guys.
Les fiches Joel bought it over in Bass Pro Shops.
Only about 10 seconds still to play with. Won't be able to find his kill. The crossfire comes on through. Bleed up to 5 rounds.
One round at a time. Force the late rounds here, okay? Make them work for it.
He's got to go now. He's got to move, but without vision, he's got nothing to go. We're going to overtime.
Course. They're dropping in quick, and they've got the read. It's down to Reeps all by himself. They know exactly where he is. Let's go! Let's fucking go! DZ are making it through to our live finals.
Yo, group hug, playoffs, come on.
We fucking reset for phase 3. We learn from our mistakes. Get that shit out of the way. Yep. But good shit, boys.
Gotta say, Chalet and Siege superiority, really. W7M just looking like a different beast today.
Let's go.
Playoffs.
Sometimes being first place isn't all it's cracked up to be. BDS and Sonics were both the #1 seeds coming from their respective regions into Atlanta, but now find themselves in a scenario where only one of them can continue into playoffs.
The main vertical angle to deny this plant. Licky Fack on this lurk has finally found his kill. Just barely survives. Rexon cuts him down, but it's all a distraction. 19 and 9, him and Citizen both putting up big numbers, have put it all on Shaiko. And it doesn't matter! Through the ceiling! They send bullets down, raining upon Shaiko! Sonics take their pick, 8-7!
Déjà, ce qu'il faut savoir, c'est qu'au début, on a fait que des trucs rush BP, etc. machin. Je suis quasiment full trap BP, du coup, le rush BP est conquis. Par contre, le clear, ils sont trop nuls. Vous avez vu, dès qu'on a commencé à clear, après on était là, etc.
BDS, they invest so much in a player like Shaiko. He is often what can make or break rounds for BDS. Shaiko takes down one, but sees another in small office. These are two 1v1s, and Brixer gives him away. Citizen, you've got to get the kills! But you're just simply not outgunning Shaiko. And Licky Fack is waiting. Licky Fack hits his mark. It's just Geo on the site. You brought us so far, but you've let BDS move into a post plant, move to where they're strongest. He's looking the wrong way. It's Shaiko! He closes it out! SI is still here!
Ouais les gars, enfin, Sonic, en vrai c'était bon mais on a eu chaud quand même.
Ça va, on est bien resté focus quand même.
Top.
Demain, faut gagner.
On prépare le match sérieusement ce soir et ça devrait le faire pour demain. Bien joué les gars.
This is the last day of play-ins. Every single game today is going to be do it or go home.
We'll start off with BDS and Virtus Pro, then move into GK's.
Ah, gotta be joking.
Yeah, so basically this is what we use to predict what we're gonna play. And right now, VP or BDS?
It's not gonna happen unless he rounds the corner with the pistol!
Holy shit. It's a dangerous game right there.
There goes the stun and the kill to go through.
We predict that. And then we can see we're gonna play BDS most likely.
Looking for something, anything that could bring this game over the line.
It's gonna be the first time we actually play against BDS, which is gonna be cool.
Oh my god. Did you play with this controller? Rematch?
Je me sens bien, c'était une game très dure mais en global je me sens bien et du coup hâte de jouer les playoffs quoi.
I'd rather VT1, because that means no BDS at SI.
Se a gente quer ganhar, a gente vai pegar o ganhador de Bleed ou o SSG.
Prefere pegar aqui?
Tudo faz, pô. Pra ser campeão tem que ganhar de todo mundo, pô. Não tem essa.
Tá preparado pra qualquer um?
Preparado pra qualquer um.
Porque eles são muito lentos, mano. Final do round a gente vai ganhar.
E não entra ninguém embaixo.
Não entra ninguém embaixo.
I mean, literally every game we've played so far, I have felt in control.
Playoffs, come on.
On se voit sur le main stage donc à bientôt.
You want to go out? But wait. Well, I'm gonna go, I guess. So see you later. Bye bye.
Bota na cabeça de vocês, a gente é melhor que eles.
Et oui, on n'est pas des merdes, on va jusqu'au bout les gars. Jusqu'au bout.
We can fucking solve the problems. We don't fucking force anything.
Wake up. Get out your head. Play.
problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it.
Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side.
I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
I think City of Atlanta is a place that has something for everybody. It's very urban, but it's also very natural.
We've got some of the best teams in the world finally here in Atlanta ready to show their stuff, so we are in for an amazing weekend.
I love Siege. My little brother was super hype on it, and I finally tried it out and was like, yeah, I see what this is about.
Any team I name, we're going DZ, SSG the whole way, no doubt.
There's money on the line, there's glory on the line, and for teams that came into this event on the bubble, well, we'll wait and see if they're able to punch their ticket to Sao Paulo.
プレイヤーネームはピョンでやってます。チームはスカーズに所属します。ゆっくりこう、テンポ変えてこうぜ。子供の頃からスポーツが全部好きで、小さい頃から野球とサッカーと e スポーツタイトルがオリンピックに採用されるっていうニュースを見てから、自分たち前回ベスト8でコペンハーゲン終わっちゃったので、次はベスト4を目指して。今日の対戦ではこんな感じがいいな。
Psycho's so good that he's in a class by himself. Bro's dropping 20, 15 consistently. He's making everybody else around him look trash.
He's the GOAT. Hands down. The GOAT. Yo, best game mechanic.
This blue Smurf cat with Shaiko photoshopped onto it.
We love Shaiko. We love Shaiko. We love Shaiko.
Salut, c'est Shaiko et je suis entré fragueur pour Team BDS. Ce que j'en pense, c'est que ouais, pour moi, je suis un gars normal qui joue quoi.
Welcome back to the final game on Rainbow Six Bravo for day one of the Six Invitational 2024. My name is Casting Links. Some might call me Carter, to others. But to my best good friend Samuel Stokes Stewart, you can call me whatever the hell you please.
You're a beautiful man, Lynx. You're a beautiful man, Lynx. And I'm going to keep with that, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah. As always, Stokes, Lynx, we're hanging out here, guys, for the last game of the day on Bravo, and it's going to be an exciting one. On top of that, we've got Scars versus Sonics, and I know at first glance you guys are like, Stokes, what are you talking about? This can't be a banger. This can't be a banger, Lynx. But there's a lot of possibility that we're building this off of. You want to kick it off?
Scars, might I add, the only Asian team from Korea, Japan, anywhere this year to make the main stage of an international tournament. They not only made main stage at Copenhagen, and while some might cast doubt on their route there, beating teams like Revan or playing against a weaker SSG, what you can't deny is when they had that opportunity on main stage, they took a map off of FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, one of the 3 teams that, well, you and I casted earlier, but are also predicted as contenders to win the whole event. Sure, this was, almost 9 months ago, but still, when they had to face a massive opponent, they showed up, made main stage, and are likely, from many of the regions that haven't had a lot of representation, from MENA to Korea to Japan, could be an underdog pick to maybe not win everything, but make a really impressive showing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it all starts here in the group stage, and it all starts up against the Sonics, which I am so very excited to see for one reason and one reason only, folks. Well, a couple of reasons. But the big one for me is going to be Ambi, right in between Citizen and Geo. If you guys do not know who Ambi is, he was basically born to play Rainbow Six Siege. He's been playing this game since a very young age. I mean, all the way back in like 2016, Carter, I was playing against this guy in ranked, and he was fragging me then. And now we're here. I'm casting this guy in Brazil in 2024.
I started casting in March of 2020. When I started casting, Ambi was 14. Now, you might not be great at math. That means when Rainbow Six came out, he was 10 years old.
Yep. Yes.
Time is accelerating, unfortunately, and Sam and I are only getting older. We're not being done any favors by it. But aside from Ambi's professional debut on the Sonics, which, by the way, quick aside, we had Gavini last year debuting in his first event with Dark Zero. A lot of rookies in the past couple years making their debut at the biggest tournament of the Rainbow Six calendar, but for Sonics as well, as Seth said in an interview with Fresh.
Hey, Fresh on desk.
There are some role changes as well that I'm sure we'll see manifest here. We have Ambi on the entry and Geo on the support, but aside from those 2 guaranteed things, everything else is a bit more map-dependent all over the place. I think Citizen might be taking a bit more of a step back on the flank watch side of things, but really, Sonics are looking to increase their flexibility with some of these changes they're making. And in a meta that is necessitating flexibility, that's only a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems like they have the proper tools to be capable of that, just if it works out. I think this is a great moment to try things, especially with this retooled team, right? Up against Scars, somebody that's kind of a known quantity over this last year. You've got some VOD to review and that kind of stuff. So Sonics know exactly what they're walking into. So it should be pretty fun, especially for Ambi to kind of get his teeth sunken into this.
And on the side of Scars, sure, there might not be some crazy new rookie pickup, but they do have a standout player. Rek has been one of the biggest stars from the Asian regions overall, but for Scars specifically, he had an incredible tournament in Copenhagen, and in no small part was a key player in their run all the way up to the quarterfinals. But unfortunately, he kind of cooled off in Atlanta, and that cooling off was probably a reason that instead of not only making it to quarters, but not even making it to 2-2 or 1-2, they went out extremely early in Phase 2, a phase they were automatically seeded in by getting first place in Japan. So while Scars certainly had an impressive run in Copenhagen, and we're looking them to channel that same energy here in Sao Paulo, questions are raised about how much Rek plays into their success if, when he was hot, they were doing great, when he cooled off in Atlanta, they got the worst record they possibly could at that event. Hopefully here, maybe we find a middle ground where Rek doesn't need to be the hero for Scars to make a deep run.
Yeah, and you know, they've added a couple of things to their arsenal to try and assist with that. Outside of their players, they actually got a new analyst from Europe, of all places, a German analyst assisting a Japanese team. And it's Schmitty. So, you know, one of our good friends, Derry, had a conversation with Smitty about this, and he said it's pretty interesting, man. You know, working with this squad, he'd seen them previously in a different tournament, was like, these guys are very, very solid. I would love to work with them. And, I mean, so far, so good. He said the language barrier is a little difficult, but they've been able to work around that to where he's been able to assist them with some of their ideals about the game.
Well, I remember one of the first, my first international event was Copenhagen, and I think like a lot of people, I was undervaluing Scars going into that tournament just because I hadn't seen a whole lot of Japan. I watched a lot of VODs leading up to the event, but I didn't quite know the quantity that they were. And I remember sitting down in the lobby, and I heard actually Fabian talking to, I think, some of his players, and Scars came up, and the first thing he said was, they are not a bad team at all. And I remember that stuck with me even to this day, thinking about that a lot of teams, especially in Copenhagen, were giving Scars a level of surprising respect, and sure enough, they earned that event, and hopefully continue to relive that legacy they left in Copenhagen beginning of this season. We do have the map Veto up, and it's not Clubhouse in Oregon that we had, not only on FaZe D+, but also in the Liquid game on the other stream. We got some more chaotic affairs for us. We have Chalet, which was played earlier today, but Border, Sam. Border, as Scars picked to start out. If they're trying to just throw Sonics off guard at the beginning of this series, catch them flat-footed, Border's got to be the map out of all of the ones in the pool that could be accomplished.
Ambi's out of the ranked frying pan and into the Border fire here at SI. And what a better way to vet somebody than Border, the most claustrophobic map that we have available on our entire map pool. So it's going to be extremely exciting. Border is one of those maps where there's always going to be constant contention for every square inch of this map. So bound to be fun, especially with the likes of Ambi and Rek going against each other.
But on the opposite side of that, while I think Border could be a very good pick for Scars and like players like Rek to go huge, in a best of 3, your opponents are always going to get a pick they like, but Sonics didn't just get that. They got Chalet, which for 2 years now has been one of Sonic's favorite maps. No matter the players, no matter the exact iteration, they love this map. And they get it as the second one in the series, and that makes Scars finding a win on their own pick of Border all that much more important, because while there is quite a lot of VODs on Sonics' Chalet, it's still a map that you can't undervalue them on. And even with your prep, you gotta be careful that with somebody like Geocalling, that they don't just, not necessarily throw it out the window, but bring an adaptation or bring a twist that you can't really account for in the moment, especially for a team like Scars that is still trying to build on some very solid international foundations from Copenhagen, but really try to bring it to a consistent level as they enter into more and more of these tournaments. Going against a world-class leader like that, against such a robust system like the Sonics have, is going to be difficult. So winning on Border, a map where you can really just turn luck into somehow an advantage at times, getting a win on that will make maybe a loss on Chalet a lot more palatable, because Bank is really kind of even territory between both teams, at least if you average it out.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So Sonics basically, I don't know why, for some reason in America, I always think that because, we like our folk leaders, we tend to have been a lower region historically. I mean, with Dark Zero is one of kind of
we
our...
like our utility, man.
With Dark Zero as one of the standard bearers in North America, it's hard to really think that, that we're not a bit of a slow region. But Sonics really don't have a great record on Bank. I mean, we casted it first day of the NAL Stage 2, losing to Wildcard, who, of course, ended up going 4-0, 5-0 at certain points of the NAL Stage 2 as one of the craziest runs we saw in the domestic league. Sonics dropped it and don't have an excellent record on Bank. Scars, on the other hand, actually seem to prefer it quite a bit. So how that'll play out, maybe Sonics will actually end up needing to get a necessary win on Chalet if Scars actually are a bit more comfortable on Bank. But we do know with these picks, we're going to see a lot of Scars trying to cause chaos, run around against SQ on map 1, and SQ likely trying to bring the structure back, bring things back down to earth on Chalet, which can be a very claustrophobic map, but one that a team that has done their reps, especially on a map they love, can find great success on in early leads, no matter the side they start.
Absolutely. Moments away here, folks, from hopping into Border. Scars and Sonics on the docket here, and it's bound to be a bloodbath here on Border. Scars are going to be starting off on defense as Sonics have selected the offensive side, and all of you folks at home are in agreement. The Sonics with an 81% vote rate here, as they are taking the cake, at least socially. We'll see if they can do that to start things off here on Border, as we'll hop right into our ban phase.
Border, of course, can always flip, depending on what some of these bans are. Especially getting alpha-aggressive operators like Valkyrie can maybe tame some of the aggression that the defense might go for. Same with Solus as well. I imagine we could see Rek, for example, running around with that P90 or with that SMG-11, trying to not only damage the enemy's drones, but also find a lot of easy kills. Lion, of course, one of those two global operators that have effects on everyone on the field, Lion and Dokkaebi, both taken out. And honestly, for Border, I think that's a great read for both teams with how much, if the defense can, or if the defense loses the opening pick and loses a key bit of control, it can snowball very quickly if the attack is diligent. So taking away tools for the attack to isolate players like Lion and Dokkaebi, sure, it'll hurt both teams on their attacking side, but I think it's the safest move.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. With the way that Border works and just how quickly you can transition from, fighting for space into going for an execute and getting a plant down, there's no reason to try and leave these things up because it's just going to be more problematic for both respective sides when they're on defense than it is going to be anything else. And then when it comes to the defensive end of things, I really like the Valkyrie ban here as well as the Solus ban, but with, the nature of defense in the current meta of Rainbow Six Siege, there's just so many things to ban that it's just really what you don't want to deal with in the moment, or maybe what your team wants to have in their lineup later on down the line. As you can see, nobody wanted to get rid of Azami, and that's why Fishlike is going to be using her.
Azami's such a natural pick on Border. One of, at this point, the default setup we see when Azami's on the board. If you're defending Armory and Archives, where does she go? She plays inside a CCTV, plays behind that circle desk, sets up the Kiba barricade, so she is a pain to deal with. And because of how many Kibas she has, and depending on the explosive utility the attack has, how difficult those Kibas can be to clear, she can hold that part of the map almost entirely by herself. It's nice to have someone, maybe watching her cutoff or making sure she can rotate back through 90 or back through Courtyard. But in terms of actually just holding this room, just defending it, she can accomplish the vast majority of it by herself. And the extra, maybe just have somebody sit and break her. But so much of the load is held by that Azami. And that doesn't even start with the Council barricades that can make those rotations back to the side a lot easier. For example, as you see right there, the double doorway cuts the 90 hallway in half, and now the Azami can walk through the break doorway with ease.
Well, Sonic's out and about for the very first time here at the 6th Invitational in Brazil. Such an exciting moment, especially for Ambi, is his very first big tournament. He has to travel all the way to South America. Here we go, folks. Only 30 seconds in so far. Ambi is going to be on our mainstay operators here. We're looking to try and this Finka, good use. Make sure these adrenal surges can assist his teammates and their health escapades later on down the line, I'm sure. You're rocking the spear here as the LMG's kind of worked its way out of the meta after it had some more recoil added to it. That spear still extremely consistent, though, especially in its damage model. To see how that works out for him. I also love the fact that the Sonics are bringing Geo as well as Rex in on 2 of the specialized drone operators here, because nowadays, folks, they get 2 regular drones as well as 2 of their own drones. You can do quick math. That's 8 drones just between those 2, which is insane.
That's 1 player down for the Sonics, unfortunately. Citizen cut down by Washuar very early on over by the east stairs. Citizen already on the Nomads. Those role changes being very apparent at the start. They're, of course, operator selection doesn't necessarily entail a specific role choice, but Nomad is almost synonymous with holding down those flanks with those air jabs. And now with Citizen off the board, Sonic's losing a key advantage early on, and potentially a key operator. Envy will try to make up for lost ground by moving into east air, but he's by himself right now and ends up being tagged by Washoy a little bit. On the repeat, he only takes even more damage. Now, intel acquired, but no momentum gain, as with half the round gone, Sonic struggling to find their way into the building. Second one goes Washoy's way, as it seems Sonic's being shut out of round 1.
Not find a foothold on anything significant here so far, with Shoy's going to take down Geo as well. It's all up to Grixer. We've seen this song and dance before for him, but he's not paying attention to the CCTV window, and Fish is just going to continue to swing until he finds him. A beautiful round there from Scars. That defensive setup, dastardly. Sonic's not really having any chance to try and break that down, as Scars were constantly battening down the hatches and making sure to occupy these angles. Very well done from them.
Excellent showing for Washoy, round 1. Excellent showing for Scars in round 1, as just don't have a lot of comments to make about Sonic's performance, because, one thing you could say, it seemed Ambi maybe didn't have a whole lot of intel on the east side, but even then, I can't say that for certain. Maybe he saw a drone fly in and knew Washoy was there and just ended up whiffing the gunfight, but Scars had a pretty standard border setup. Somebody playing Break Room in East, somebody playing inside a CCTV, the rest focused on Armory and Archives. Sonics, unfortunately, failed to pierce through it. I'll move on to Vent Workshop down below. And if the aggression from Washoy finds similar success in round 2, this could be a consistent problem for Sonics and something they'll need to focus on. As the defense is able to hold positions on the map uncontested on border, they're getting the win condition at times on this map essentially for free if you're not mounting a good clear. Defense gets that opening pick and the attack can't find a way into the map. It's so easy to snowball, just as it can happen for the attack sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. Really wish we kind of got to see what exactly happened to Citizen early on in that round, because it definitely seems like him and Ambi should have almost been working together on that end of things, but neither one of them really capable of finding that player inside of break, fortunately enough. Ambi just flirting a little bit too long with that, I would say, as well. That's why that Nitro cell comes into the top of East. You could see that he really, really wanted that gunfight, but unfortunate circumstances befall him. So now the Sonics, back to basics here. Round 1 does not matter anymore. It's in the past. We're living in the present. He's going to work his way in through stock. Knows the hatch is open here, so I'll identify that for CC. That drop, able to come back down to beepers here. Help themselves out. And he's actually just going to hold this here for Bookshelf. And this is a really good shout, Carter. You're able to find these rotations early on. Once that pressure starts to work in here for security/CCTV, whatever you want to call it, usually you get a drop here in this hatch, and it could be a freebie for him later on down the line.
Again, this is the issue
there it is.
With the nade changes. Ambi is forced to just hold that cutoff. He can't go for a nade from below like he could before to try and find a kill onto Fishlike or anybody playing inside of CCTV. He's got to wait for the defense to make a move or make a mistake. Thankfully here, Fishlike just goes for the rotation. They don't know Ambi's down below, and Peon goes for the reinforcement, and Grixer catches him lacking. 5v3 now acquired for Sonics. Complete reversal from round 1. And just like round 1, once that advantage is acquired by, well, the team to get it first, starts getting quickly out of hand for the loser.
Most definitely. Border is our Hell in a Cell-esque map. It's just, once something starts popping off, it usually snowballs into that favor and gets a little crazy. Looks like some things could change up a little bit, though, but not enough of a change of fate there from Rek. Short. Last one alive here, and almost gets the shot on Citizen, but does Ben want it again? Let's see if he swings through. Gonna swing for the door, and he'll find him, AK in hand, and that thing practically has a bottomless magazine, it feels like at times. Be able to pick that up, and a pretty smooth round, I would say there, all things considered, for the Sonics.
Really uneventful for both teams so far in the rounds that they've won. Once they got that opening pick, it seems just almost like a logical consequence that they would win the round. The subsequent kills are all achieved in relatively unenthusiastic fashion. That's not a knock on either of them. It just seems so natural. They're able to start out so strong and then move in. Good call for Sonics as well. They realize that, all right, we have somebody upstairs. It's the first floor defense. We'll just push them back down that hatch, cut them off. And that's about as basic a maneuver as you can get in Siege. And that's not to demean what happened. It just shows that, well, Sonics might have dropped round 1. The fundamentals certainly there in Ambi, at least in round 2, slotting in and understanding those basics and those fundamentals quite well.
Yeah, that placement from Sonics for him as well was just so smart. The recognition early for Beepers, just knowing that there's nobody in the area. They're probably going to have that hatch there, and if you set Ambi there, he can just either A, wait for somebody to drop down the hatch, or B, somebody goes for the rotation right next to the hatch and you get a kill that way. And that's ended up being what happened for Ambi, rather. Was able to get that kill on the player trying to rotate in through Bookshelf. And from that moment on, it seemed like the Sonics were never going to take their foot off the necks of the Scars, as they were able to constantly batter them back. That is the one thing about Scars here, it seems, at least as of right now. Once that accelerator gets hit by either squad, you sense that blood in the water, Carter, ready to try and send it to the hills and see what they can get for themselves.
Ambi the same way, 30 seconds in. He's already inside the building droning for himself, trying to create an opportunity inside of Customs. Very key position for the attack to hold when they are attacking Tellers. You can cut off the rotation back through East Stairs, also pressured just a little bit of the extremities of both of the bomb sites, but also cover anybody moving in through Courtyard to go for a plant inside of Tellers itself. To achieve that, they will have to clear out Rek as an absolute certainty, whether pushing him back into Ambi or taking him out on top of these stairs. These Kibas will allow him, alongside the Goo Mines, to hold this position for quite a long time. Sonics have actually completely filled in 2 Customs and Passport. Destroying that castle barricade, they seem to be making way for that execute later on, while also trying to draw Rek's attention down below.
Well, Rek's going to get lit up just a little bit here. Get some counter angles against this east position, but definitely made it a little bit easier for the Sonics to get a tag on him once he on the bottom of the east stairs. You can see Sonics, they've shifted gears here. Citizen usually playing over on that east stairwell, but they establish that immediately just to give that presence and let Scars think that he's going to try and maintain that space. And they rotate things around, trying to get things in towards the window for Tellers. Still a few bodies around an Ambi creeping in, frag grenade out. Taiyu should be able to call that out so they'll at least know somebody's in jungle. I don't believe that the default's still up. That should be the first thing they get rid of is Ambi. He'll get rid of the opposition. They're going to hop in. Gio's going to get gunned down. That's the case down as well. And Ambi, he's going to have to try and right the situation. He will. That's a double for him. 3-1-0 as of right now. With Shoy, though, he's going to don the mantle. He flies through, but Ambi, he's too damn good. It's a triple kill for him. And Citizen back to where he was previously. He makes that rotation all the way to Teller's window, Carter, but he comes back home, and he finds the man on the balcony. So very well done from the Sonics. Such a sound strategy through and through.
Another good showing for Ambi. Specifically in another element, we saw his patience in round 2, holding the cutoff on that hatch. And in that round, we saw his confidence, his ability to get aggressive and make the play that needs to be made. They weren't finding a whole lot of success on specifically taking east stairs, but with the control they established in Passport, in Customs, and the pressure in Courtyard, they found a gap. They said, Ambi, you might just be able to walk up because while we have 2-3 defenders playing the hatch or playing upstairs, they can't directly counter you walking up that hallway. So you have a 1v1, maybe a 1v2 if there's somebody in vents, but effectively a 1v1 with the guy inside a bathroom. If you can win that, we have extremely good chances at then converting that into control on the bomb site. And even though Gio died hopping in the window, what happens? Ambi can now contest the hatch. He can watch the angle that Gio died to, and the rest of the team can start moving in. So 2 rounds now that have showcased different aspects of the ability Ambi has to make the plays that need to be made and execute them as well as you possibly could.
Yeah, and past that, the ability for the Sonics to build things around him as well. I mean, just look at these replays, guys. We have Bees in the location for the bathroom. Gio's hopping in at the same time. Ambi's trying to pull pressure. There's just so many solid things going on. You know, at first glance, I was like, oh, Ambi walks in and kills people. Yeah. Oh, okay. No, the Sonics have completely vetted this and made sure that this was a possibility for them. And I mean, I'm just still so very impressed that they have so many bases covered, especially with Citizens' rotation back to East. That was the big one there for me. Just making sure that they had absolutely everything dealt with. And Sonics, as of right now, are going to take that lead. And as we're obviously paying attention, we're seeing a timeout out of the Scars as well.
Yep. I was about to say that. Scars will take a very early timeout in map 1. Despite only losing 2 rounds in a row after gaining the lead, they 3 rounds in their defensive half have decided, or at least the coach has decided, he sees something he does not like. He is not a fan of some trend occurring inside of the comms or inside of the server. And while that might be the case, I will say Scars haven't been playing poorly so far. I mean, obviously round 1 was great, and Sonics had some solid executes in rounds 2 and 3. So my guess would be he heard something in the comms, maybe Scars aren't communicating or laying info, but still plenty of chances for Scars to make a fight in this half, and perhaps what the timeout was for. They get to go back to Armory and Archives and are running back a lot of the same elements of the setup. You have Yazami and CCTV. I imagine Taiyu on the Warden might be playing a similar position, or Washio now on the Mozzie as well. It's Armory Archives. You don't have to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can actually just say that about Border. It is Border. Do not reinvent the wheel. I promise you, everybody has already thought of everything. The map is not that big. As crazy as we get on this map is Fishlike and Peon. These 2 operators, that's about as wild as you're going to get. So, let's see if this is going to be too difficult for the Sonics to try and muster. Again, as we saw them struggling with this the last time. But Citizen this time around, he will get the lead-off pick. He will not be the one to die in vain. Nice shots there from him. You also a little weakened. Ambi going to get rid of that castle barricade, so it's going to open up that long line of sight down into 90, making these rotations a little bit more difficult for Scars.
They've taken down Fishlike, who was that player inside of CCTV, but there are still 2 players who can contest the east side, and Rek being the most problematic of the 2. You take down the Selmas as well. There's no angle for Sonics looking into Archives now. This has been a fully east-sided take for Sonics, and while Fishlike went down, Washoy and Rek were two players who could hold the crossfire on these positions or take gunfights. Rexon walks in, is able to find one, but Pion from inside of the site just uses the pre-made head holes to keep Scar's advantage intact. Citizen and Grixer, now the only two left, have a way into the building and almost catch Pion lacking as he rotates into Fountain. Washoy still inside a break. He can attack the backside of Sonics, and Citizen has an idea of where he is, but Scars have the positions they need to win this round.
It's all in the patience game now. Trying to lay things out, force Sonic's hand, force them into a plant scenario. And cancel it out with Washoy, hopefully, with this Nitro Cell. They're doing their damnedest as of right now. Timer, they continually eat at the Sonics, but Grixer, he gets what he wants. Citizen as well. The shoe is on the other foot, Carter. It's up to Taiyu. He knows where this plant is, but that's stun. Thank God for those glasses, right? Grixer's got to get off, and Grixer can't get it either. Taiyu shuts it down. Warden, right place, right time. The operator that you needed to be alive. So he'll just walk right through that stun. Able to see clear as day. Don't grab their second round. It's 2-2 now.
And that player and that gadget bailing Scars out of a round they almost threw away. They had two players on the front side who could pressure SQ as they moved in to go for the plant, and they had Washoy as a player who, whether from break or 90 or something, could just harry the Sonics as they tried to move in, just to cause some uncertainty, delay a little bit more time, force them to look one way instead of the other. But two 1v1s are given to Sonics as one player walks into Fountain and another walks up 90. So you're left with a situation where Taiyu has to go huge and is thankfully the operator to make that work, because that flash was well-timed to cover Grixer's initial entry to put the bomb down. If he's not Warden there, he can't make that 1v2 happen. When it does, he might be able to contest the plant later, but it's a much more uncertain prospect. He's not Warden right there. He's not able to make that clutch happen when it happens and as decisively as it did.
Yep, the Sonics are going to be kicking themselves over that one. Just a rough set of circumstances for them, but not too bad. Ambi with a nice drone placement here, but we saw Rek check under this the last time, so hopefully he'll look once again. That's a usual spot for a drone to be lying in wait for you, especially if you have a lot of people occupying top east. Just really solid location to be able to place a bit of info. Shoei's going to be back over here for the balcony, trying to play things around the break space. Citizen's going to go for this drone yet again. Probably one of the better starting drones on Border. Just get something up there. You can see not only the main hallway, but also, obviously, all the way down to the bottom of Square. It just makes it great for really any moment. And what a moment there for Geo. Oh, my. Upside down rappel for that frag right there, Carter. And that's one way to get it done.
So good. Emmy's losing her mind on the other stream. So I think something big just happened on the stream.
Yeah, she's popping off.
Shout out to Emmy.
Shout out to Em.
Shout out to Emmy. Hap 2.
Nah.
I love that. Nice guy. Ooh, Washoy. Citizen has been in this position almost every single round, it feels like, and unfortunately this particular engagement escapes him. But with that opening pick on direct earlier on, ooh, Ambi with the Domer. 5v2 now established for Sonics. If East Stairs was even a slight problem before, it is not whatsoever this time. But then again, Vent Workshop, the site we're on, that was where Sonics got their first attacking win on this, and we're at the exact same margin at which they started that dominant performance.
Most definitely. Sonics are looking very solid right now. Really liking what I'm seeing out of Ambi. Just capitalizing on all this information, as well as just being himself. You know what I mean? Like there's no stress. He's just playing his game and going through his motions. We can continue to see that throughout this event. Round 5 so far, looking like it's in the Sonics court. Ambi hunting this man down. Fishlike makes a rotation though. Doubles back. Ambi! Flawless round, and he's feeling himself, folks. Look at the smile on that kid. Come on. What you got to say, Carter?
He's playing at an event.
Was it the swing on the balcony that did it for you? Was it that one right there?
Look at that. Oh!
Yeah. Just off the info. They call him for East Balk, and he's like, oh, I got it. Don't worry. Dead.
He's like, hey, Gio, check this out. 3, 2, 1, boom.
Exactly.
Done. I'll get it.
Oh,
Ooh.
man, dude.
Scar's throwing a bit of a curveball into the mix.
Where we at?
Customs.
I immediately looked at the operator list. That was just a dumb shout
Sorry.
from me.
Well, no, I should have clarified. Here, let's try that again.
All right.
Oh, Scar's throwing a curveball into site selection at us.
Oh, yeah. No, you're most definitely right.
Armory
Customs.
Archives. Oh, sorry. Customs. Customs.
You want to start again?
10 seconds left before.
We can. We can run it back.
No, it's fine.
5 seconds left.
Hey, this one's for the fans. It was a bit. It was a joke.
I did that on purpose, obviously.
I did. I mean, I did.
Okay.
So, no, but seriously, customs inspection, we do not see the site all that often. It is telling that they don't go back to Teller's bathroom. Confidence shaken in their non-Armory Archives defenses. Scars will, for their final defense, try a site they haven't played yet. And that might be a bit of a disadvantage, but at the same time, Sonics have not attacked their setup yet, and this is one of the least commonly played sites on Border, if not the least. Pretty confident in that statement.
Yeah, it's a pretty crazy margin.
Sonics might very well have to take a little bit, not long, but take a little bit and say, all right, how do we want to take this? What do we want to do? CCTV is obviously a big focal point on this because it's directly above the bomb site. Holding that hatch can be a big problem for anybody trying to plant inside.
So our last major, Border had 6 plays overall. This bomb site in particular, 3. 3 whole plays.
Out of 66 rounds total, by the way.
Yep. 6 whole games, only 3 rounds.
Hey, however, of those 3 rounds, 2 of them were defensive wins.
There it is.
So, 3-3-1/2 for Scars. Congratulations.
Gonna use that 66.666, repeating, of course.
True.
Their fullest advantage. Oh my God, Ambi. You're
down.
so goddamn good at this game, man.
I mean, listen, if we're going to give credit where credit's due, that wasn't just a solo play from Ambi. He's
No, it
got the
wasn't.
red ping and the Z ping on him. Walks in, hunts him down, the comms are there, and it's all good. But Caillou gets 1 kill, and Washoy gets the flank onto Ambi. Beginning and ending this half, getting caught off guard by Washoy from break room. And unfortunately, it results in a 4v3, but now a 3v3, and then another advantage for Scars. Just barely clinging to it as these engagements fly by. Rixer can make this even again. Sees one inside of vents and capitalizes off of it. Fish like up above will drop down and join Peon inside of the site. So now Sonics can consolidate in turn, though they're on opposite sides of the map, are Grixer and Rexen. Grixer recovers the diffuser in this final minute. They'll need to join forces, and if not get this bomb down, at least bait out an engagement to regain the advantage.
That's their duo name, Grixen.
True.
There it is. See if they're able to do it. Up against Fishion.
That's good, actually.
Hey, thank you. I expected this to kind of slow down a bit. The Sonics have a lot of utility, especially for Rexen. He can get rid of these castle barricades, maybe open some stuff up top.
Lifelines too.
Yeah, make it to where there's a lot going on for Scars. You kind of want to overwhelm them with positions. Oh, are we going to try and take things up top, have like an angle coming in from that floor? You got to worry about all these separate doors. They just want to try and spread them as thin as possible. But you can see Peon, he's ready for this. Concussion out. Is it going to get Peon? No, but Grixer surely will. Case in his hand, he's going to have to be the one to plant. Rexen, he's going to remove that goo mine as he starts to swing in through. Fishlike's going to open up some holes here, but he shouldn't be able to find this player. Works his way out. They don't, generally speaking, the area in which he's playing. Rexen's going to lock down the double door over here just in case Fishlike wants to try and hit the hallway, but he's going to work his way up to the beeper here. Does have that player close to worry about in Grixer, but not able to find and secure that 1-versus-1.
Now they've all moved and joined forces inside of vents. They're a bit away from the diffuser, so Fishlike might be able to get a couple seconds, but with how late he is in the game to get to this, Rexer sprints up. Fishlike should hear that and does get the kill, but Rexen just has to hang back, hold for a few more seconds, use his flashes as well. Now he can get the kill and secure the round. 4-2-1/2 for Sonics. However, it is not an understatement to say that entire round hinges on Grixer getting that kill on the player in vents. If he's not able to get that kill there, not even necessarily that he loses the gunfight, but let's just say the opportunity slips by. We're still stuck in a 3v2. Both those remaining players, discounting the Rotero drones, have no intel gathering. They were both out of drones. They would have had to use those Roteros to find intel. And if Grixer doesn't get this kill, and we maybe still have Caillou holding this position, Rexen can't make that push in through the beepers, in through bottom metal, because you might have somebody on that part of the map watching and could very well get that kill while his back is turned. So because Grixer's able to find that player in vents, not only does it even it a 2v2, but it allows them to push 2 different positions and pressure the players on Scars, who are mainly focused on the courtyard side.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm really glad that you brought that up as well, because that timing for Taiyu there was so pivotal. That's not an area of the map that you really want to be crossing, especially once that door is open, because you never really know if somebody's watching you or not. And Grixer found him crossing right there, and he was more than confident enough to just waltz right in and get that kill on that castle. And if you guys saw, there was really no rotation there for him. He would have had to have created one himself with that super shorty if Grixer went about that in a different way. So they would have known that he was more than likely trying to rotate in through Cerberus and probably found him on the other end of the map anyways. So just really, really rough positioning there from the Scars, especially with, you know, what they already had going for themselves. You'd really like to see Taiyu maybe try and work that back to sight and just keep that 1.5 up on some of those longer angles.
But Border is always a bit of a coin flip map. Some games,
wishy-washy.
Some games it's attacker-sided, some games it's defender-sided. I believe overall it was attacker-sided at Atlanta, but in NA, Border was defender-sided for quite a few different occasions, NA domestically at least. So just because Scars are down 4-2, of all the maps in the pool, this is one they could very well fight back on, depending on how their attacks work. It's been a pretty even showing from all of the players so far, and while the rounds aren't going their way, Pion, Washio, Taiyu, or Taiyu and Washio specifically, having a decent amount of impact in these rounds. Armory and Archives to start. With the buck down below, they're looking to get this first pick on the Azami playing inside of this position. With no nades to throw in anymore, this is likely going to be one of the main counters we see teams attempt, is not a nade from below, but instead opening up those floorboards to make it risky for her to step on any of these positions.
Oh, nice shot from Rek there. They're not worried about Rexen at all. Does he actually get 2 here? They're trying to contest this, but Rexen's solid on these sprays usually. Tries to get the pre-fire, but Fishlike will gun him down. That 417, so difficult to try and take a fight against. Just so much damn damage. So get cut down there inside of security. Reinforcement now for Geo. Hopefully he won't suffer the same fate as we saw the earlier Scars player. I do believe it was Geo on AC that took him out. Now Fishlike with the drone. Trying to suss things out here inside of security. Washoy can knock down this man right in front of him! Ambi! Oh! Ambi gets Washoy! He tries to gun him down with the skeleton key, but Ambi, he's able to hit the heady. And the Sonics, they're going to take the man advantage again. Ambi! He runs up the staircase, kills Fishlike. It's up to Pion, but he's already escaped! Ambi! Stop blowing my mind!
So I'm just gonna do a little recap of what just happened. Ambi is on small office hatch. The hatch is ripped out from underneath him, and he somehow kills the buck that took him down there. Ambi then runs back up metal stairs, goes back to the hatch, kills another guy. But it doesn't end there. He then goes down the hatch a second time technically, comes back up metal stairs, and kills a third guy. He's literally got the death loop on metal stairs, just running up and down, killing somebody each time he completes a circuit.
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
I don't know. And not only that, Carter, but I don't know if you really paid attention to when Buck shot the skeleton key. He, decent aim, shot 2 shells at him. Not a single pellet hit Ambi. They all just like silhouetted him.
This is divine
How does that even happen? You know what I mean?
Divine intervention.
It's insane. The Siege gods are on Ambi's side, and he's just smiling straight to the bank with it. Like,
I mean, if fate's going to be on your side at any time, your professional debut would be a good time, as he is the only player in the lobby right now with double-digit, 10-3 as well. Quite a few multi-kills in these rounds, too, having so much impact, first on the attack, but now on the defensive side for Sonics. Armory and Archives went their way, but as we saw from Scars' defenses, that bomb site does not a winning half make. Vents Workshop, Customs, and Tellers did not go Scars' way on the subsequent rounds. And Sonics were able to break with that trend, win their first outing, either on Vents or on Tellers in all likelihood. They'll achieve map point on Scars' pick. One key tool that Scars will bring to prevent that is the Ink. an operator that you don't need me to tell how much chaos it or she can cause. And on Border, a map that we said that should be Scars' game plan is to get aggressive, get in Sonic's face, and take gunfights they're maybe not expecting. That's the best way to increase the likelihood that those gambits are successful. I don't know what just happened there.
That's it, you know.
Amy's having a great debut, and I'm just sitting here. I'm just choking on my water.
It's all right, brother. It's the first day of SI. We haven't casted in 3 goddamn months, so.
Has it been that long?
Yeah, give yourself a little grace, brother.
I actually just walked off the plane from Atlanta. What happened?
Yeah, right.
Did I get caught by the Bermuda Triangle?
Yes, you did. This is a time warp. That's how Ambi is now playing Siege professionally. I actually lost 4 years of my life, and he went from being 12 to 18.
I say start. Half the round's been gone, and Scars have just been trying their best to open up the armory wall.
Unsuccessfully, somewhat.
Target acquisition, or at least identifying, good. You want to clear out the direct vertical presence on top of Ventilation Workshop. I agree with that. Problem is, we are now almost 2 minutes into the round, and they have failed to really find any success up there. At this point, their best hope might be Rek looking for a gap inside of the site and then moving on in, because these 3 players on the top floor aren't getting it done so far.
No bulletproofs for Sonics either, so just has to worry about the default cameras for that main hallway that he could try and creep up. What a shot there from Taiyu as Citizen takes a bad look, and once again, Grixer tries to get the refrag, but just not available to him, and now both of those top positions done. And Rek, he's going to push his way right in through the server door. Rexon's going to be able to at least get one up top, and Ambi's going to try and shut this down. A Nitro So Out will take out Rek, but now Sonics with a lot of heavy lifting to do, and it's down to the star player. The golden child here for the Sonics is Ambi, 11-3 right now. And to get more done, it's going to be very difficult for him, Carter. He's on Mira of all things, a very loud operator. She clomps around the map. Goes on top of metal, not able to find too much. Does know that there is one player over here inside of Archive. Grenade out. He's going to continue to try and pre-fire this. What a shot as he'll gun down with Shoy. A 180 and just burns this man alive. Ambi! He knows he's not clutching it, so he just hits the GN real quick and just goes on about his day. Rek hits him with the NT, bro, as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we're having some fun in the server.
Indeed we are. Just as a single gunfight might very well have changed Sonic's fortunes in round 6, this time it was 2, and it was Taiyu beaming 2 different people inside of Armory. You have Citizen, who's just sitting behind half wall, using those magnets to his advantage. Then he gets domed by Taiyu, and somebody tries to get his refrag, I believe. No, it was not Rexon. It was somebody on that top floor.
It was Grixer.
Grixer, thank you. And when they try to get his trade, find one of the 3 people on the balcony, loses the fight as well. And if that was it, maybe the Sonics players in the site have a chance, but as we mentioned earlier, Rek has been looking at a lurk on the bottom floor the entire time, and once he sees Taiyu get those 2 kills, he's like, that's my move. That's when I have to go, and makes it a 5v2, and at that point, a clutch is extremely unlikely once Scars realize what's going on, formulate that plan, execute it, put it into action. Good showing for Scars on their first attack and victory.
Yeah, totally agree with you. I especially, you know, I'm in the same boat with you when it comes to Rek. That was a necessity in that moment. That case is going down. You know those site players are going to want to try and get aggressive towards that. And Rek just bursts through the door while Gio's completely occupied with trying to get that Nitro Cell out of his hand and blow up that planner. But obviously not the case as Gio gets gunned down pretty quickly. And then it's down to the back line of the Sonics there to try and pick things up. Ambi's been moved off the Mira now. Be over to the Warden. We have a couple of other tidbits of utility working their way into this lineup, specifically the Echo that we haven't seen a lot of this game.
No, we haven't. This was an operator that Gunner played quite a bit of when he was on the Sonics roster, but Gio also very natural pickup for that MP5 SD and the Yokai drone specifically.
Oh.
Okay, I was like, surely not. I was like surely he sees it.
Oh man.
Is that both Yokais down? No, he's got one.
I'm reloading.
No, yeah,
nah,
he's got one. Yep,
I just always get nervous. Such impactful utility. You don't want to lose it too early. But he's still got one.
Even though those things were invisible.
Remember when they were bulletproof?
I know the old Rek squad does. Shout out Foxe and Lax.
BTS gets the win off a Yokai cam.
It was literally on this map, too.
You were Ken, remember?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. No, of Wreck. Not a.
No, I knew what you were saying. Don't worry. Don't worry. We were in the same line of thinking.
Another very slow half to start, but the aggressive use of the Yokai. Look at this success.
Oh, yes!
Excellent active intel gathering by Sonics there with that opening pick. Now CCTV control much less certain. You want to go reclaim it? Well, Tayu just smokes Grixer right off the rip the moment they take East Stairs. And the Yokai trying to stun that Monty, retract that shield, allow Rexon to push up, get a favorable engagement. Ambi also on this top floor, trying to fight those players moving in through East Stairs. Scars regain their advantage. Washoy cut down early, opening pick, but Citizen and Grixer fall soon after. Now Sonics be pushed further back into the site with customs control as well. Scars have everything they need to push in through Courtyard and try and get the bomb down inside of customs.
But have they lost the plot on Ambi on the top floor? That's the real question.
That's the big question.
He did get rid of that drone there, and he's just occupying the back end of Archives. Try and move his way in, and the Yokai is going to pop off up against Peon. Force him back a little bit. Gio's going to take a little bit of heat. Not enough to kill him just yet. The plant now starting, and they know they have to try and swing through. Ambi looking for it, but he can't get the kill. Fires again. A lot of damage onto Peon, but they know where Ambi is now. They're constantly hearing those shots, seeing that spray impact the wall. A swing through, and he gets gunned down by Rek. Gio will find one, but Fish-like to sweep it under the rug. And that's round 9 for the Japanese squad.
Good individual play from the Sonics, that coordination onto Washoy, but ultimately the actual part of the map Scars wanted to take, East Stairs, they were able to get that initial entry point onto the map relatively easily and quickly, and then the main player to contest it, Grixer, swings out onto East Stairs and dies unceremoniously. So the only player who can really deal with it at that point is Ambi, who's all the way back in Tellers, and he's not going to rotate up once Grixer dies and reclaim it because it's obviously not safe. So the tools left at Sonic's disposal to fend off that incursion from Scars were not high, especially when Rek had taken control of Customs. That might have been the spot to really salvage the round from Sonics. Had Rek not been there, had they maybe gone for a flank and pressured there, that was really the pathway back into the round after they lose Grixer in that position, and it just doesn't end up happening. So Scars fighting back very well on their attacks, and it forces Sonic's hand into a tactical timeout. They still have their lead, but much smaller than what they had after round 7.
Yeah, most definitely. I think Scars putting up a little bit more of a fight than the Sonics exactly expected as well, but hard to say. They never really underestimate their opponents. So, see if they can potentially throw a wrench in the works on the Scars here. Is the Sonics are going to head towards the top floor. That previous one, obviously, Teller's bathroom didn't exactly go the way that they wanted to. And Ambi's cooled off a tad bit, but you really can't say too much. The guy's already got 12 kills in 10 rounds, so, and that's not even with this round being played yet. So, pretty crazy stat line for your first game.
Well, another weird stat line. The only site won by the defense on either side has been Armory. We've lost Tellers, we've lost Customs, and we've lost Vents for both these teams. So at this rate, if Sonics can only mount a win on Armory, then lose the subsequent bomb sites, we're going to go to overtime. In what No, SSG went to overtime earlier, so not the first overtime of that side, but UNI's first one.
Yes.
And that's the more important part anyway.
I can't believe you forgot about Ace saying, we're going to overtime, Des. You forgot.
I didn't forget.
You did?
I literally remembered.
All right, fair. You did remember. I just like messing with you.
What are you talking about?
I mean,
but also, it's not
gaslight. You're wrong. There you go.
It's also not an unlikely possibility. Scars took their time out earlier, and it did not end up changing the course they set in the first half of their defenses. They won Armory right afterwards, and then lost the next 2 bomb sites. So, credit where credit's due. Shout out to Goddess. Great coach. But we are at risk of an overtime destined to happen, even if Sonics end up winning this. And if Scars are able to win this, well, there's a whole other branch of possibilities that could open up. Yeah. Sonics, again, though, not changing things up, Sam. We got the Azami, got the castle. It's what we expect.
Exactly. You said it earlier, my friend. There's no reason to reinvent the wheel, especially when the wheel is already practically perfected.
The wheel is crafted in titanium.
Yeah, it is. It's very well made, so I won't have to try and do too much there. Might bring some different auxiliary units, right? But the main line's still going to be just that. So he's going to work his way in here and try and steal some cameras and some other tidbits of utility to work against the defense instead of into their favor. He's doing that pretty successfully so far, as he'll be able to steal one of those fear-producing pieces of utility there for Fenrir. Taiyu now, a drone in here. They're trying to suss things out inside a break. I knew we do still have one at the back end here. Yep, Rexen occupying the bookshelf as of right now, but Scars have kind of pumped the brakes here on this first 2 minutes, round 10.
Really letting the utility do the talking, though. One Candela does go out. Washboy finds an opening on those metal stairs, walks his way up, catches Citizen lacking. Now Geo falls. The direct point of contention for Sonics on those east stairs. Rexen hopes they haven't spotted him in CCTV as Ambi finds one on the site. Rexen strikes, but all of his bullets go the wrong way! He whiffs the fight on the Ying, and Scars maintain their lead. A lot of pressure now put on Ambi. On low HP 2 by Beepers, he does have Grixer close by for support. But playing trades will only guarantee a loss in round 10. Somebody on Sonics has to overperform, but as Ambi spotted, it needs to be Grixer. It has to be. He's got 3 toxic canisters to delay the push in, but he can't take him out. He's got to hold the angle, and Scars simply have too many. Armory goes the way of the attack, and a regulation win for Scars might very well be possible if Sonics cannot get these next 2 sites.
Yeah. I hate it whenever it comes down to a gunfight gone awry, but that's exactly what we just saw. That kill from Rexen in security was a necessity. And not only that, but it was, especially for Rexen, practically a freebie, and he completely misses out on it. I mean, Ying isn't even paying attention to him on the swing there, and he gets immediately punished. He just dumps the magazine, hoping Ying's going to try and step back into the angle, and he loses full. Very unfortunate for him, and unfortunate circumstances befalling the Sonics now, as it's a tied ball game, 5-5.
They rotate off Armory. Go down below to Vents. This is where that timeout, this is where that talk, that intervention by Goddess into the comms of Sonics needs to bear fruit. This site has a 0% defensive win rate so far in this match. And their next option, Teller's, same as well. Neither team able to win it. Now with Sonics dropping Armory, this is an absolute necessity. It might be Scars' pick, but as the champions of the NAL and a team with quite a high ceiling, Sonics feel they should probably outgun them on border, should out-fundamental them on border, especially when the newest pickup, Ambi, is dropping numbers like that. Sure, it might be Scars' pick, but this is one that I feel Sonics still believe they should be the rightful victors in the end. Letting them gain even more ground, and match point being a good place to start for Scars. Very worrying sign for Sonics. But still, it's border. NA teams have played it time and time again. They know the Ying as well as on the board, so Rexen's position as the Warden becomes so important for where this round could go.
This is a scary sight right now for the Sonics because the Scars have been so sound in their strategy. Obviously, the winning rounds really showcasing that is they're able to spread the Sonics thin, even when they're at max capacity. You could see that in that last strategy, getting them to really focus on what's happening for break and top east and all of these different things. And then all it takes is Taiyu walking up metal stairs through barbed wire, and he just shoots one of their players in the side of the head, and that pops off the entire round. And that's really, really difficult to get to happen, especially up against a team that's so diligent like the Sonics. To be able to force that gap is truly incredible. Rexen, though, is going to start off on the right foot this time for the Sonics as he'll take down Rek. Looking for another one here is Rexen as he'll swing through, but he can't find the headshot on the Ying of Fishlike.
This is where Scars really got caught on that ventilation round, at least for the beginning half, and needed Taiyu to get 2 huge picks to open it up. But before that, they were stuck on this balcony. So it might have been a little doom and gloom for the Sonics earlier in this round, but that is the point where they need to make this work. And I think the 3 people by Armory Wall with Kiba barriers, Citizen behind half wall, and Rexen there with the Warden glasses, they know that if Scars get stuck on this position and they deny gunfights to Taiyu, they've got a good shot. But as Washoy moves on in, he's able to even things out completely. A 2K gets Scars a momentary advantage, but then Citizen brings it right back to the Sonics camp. Washoy on 1 HP as well could easily become a 1v3 for Peon to win. And it'll be Sonics who go to match point. They know the general position of these Scars players, know they pushed in through the armory balcony, and Peon finds one. There's one upstairs and one down below. 2 1v1s waiting for Scars. Just need to get the trade on this player down below or find a way to go for the plant. 30 seconds left. They can use this skeleton key and try and find angles on Geo. With no flashbangs and only one shot from the Grim Launcher, the ability to bring things a little bit more in their favor is not very likely, especially with Geo landing a shot like that. One bullet will do Washoy in, and it's the impact to seal it. Match point, or map point now for the Sonics. Able to barely recover after that loss on Armory.
A little worrisome there. But Scars not really able to get something consistently going on that top floor. And really, it was up to Ben there, Citizen, as he was able to not only get some pretty impactful frags, but delay time, Carter. He just existed. That's what he did inside of half wall, and it worked out extremely well for them. Scars not able to get this in good time and kind of having to force their hand as they just drop down mini hatch and just feed themselves to Geo practically as he gets one with the gun and the second one with the impact, just for a little flaunt, just for a little show, you know? So very well done from them as the Sonics will be the first one to 6 and have an opportunity to close this out in regulation.
With that win on Ventilation, and Scars falling to the same mistake that happened on their previous Ventilation attack, and there was, well, actually, that's not true. I was about to say there was no succession of kills that bailed them out, but Washoy actually almost reclaimed that completely.
Yeah, he did.
Sonic just able to reclaim or hold on to the advantage a little longer. Still a good shot now. Now that Sonics have moved to match point, continue with the trend we thought they would go to with that Armory win. They moved down to Teller's bathroom and could flip things with losing Armory, but winning the successive bomb sites. Close things out 7-5 on their opponent's pick. Again with Border, Sonics aren't throwing any real curveballs at us, but...
Ambi? Oh my, did he hit it? He did! Oh wow. I haven't seen a solid run out from that location since Norarengo, man.
I was about to say, did he do the Waka against a Japanese team?
I think he did, but I don't think he shot out towards the east there. I think it was the tank spawn. I think they ran through the doors over here. But either way, that's wreck on the floor, and what a way to start off a round for the Sonics. The other thing I wanted to touch on is I love the fact that Citizen is bringing Capcan here. This is the one thing that I really wanted to see because Scars are constantly trying to rotate around the map and find these gaps. And if they're paying attention to where, or rather not paying attention to where they're walking and they're looking for targets instead, you can get some very solid damage off on them with these traps.
And even though Rek, who's one of the main lurkers, is gone, you also get a lot of value if Scars just take a long time like they did in that Ventilation attack. If they get stuck outside on a balcony and you're constantly pressuring them, they might not be able to move up and shoot the EDDs in a particular position or even use their drones to find them in the first place. So you're forcing them with maybe 30 seconds left to heads up, check the doorway before potentially getting domed in the face by somebody holding that very angle. And then you might change the odds or circumstances of a gunfight just by placing some EDDs earlier on in the round. In this, Bravo used quite a bit to find these default cams, set up flank watch positions for Scars. While one might be EMP'd, still able to set up positions where Scars can watch the flank later on and acquire further control. It's almost entirely a hold inside of Teller's and bathroom and upstairs inside of office for Sonic. So it's nothing crazy, and yet almost a minute left in the round, and Scars are barely even really on the top floor.
Searching aimlessly at this moment in time, trying to see where there could be a potential pick or some gap for them to try and exploit. As of right now, Sonics resting on their strategy, not moving too much, making sure that they're maintaining these pivotal positions and to assist with these crosses. Grixer with a hell of an angle upstairs. As Ambi in that main hall, rather. There it is, fish-like. It's always hard, Carter. Every time you swing for that angle, it's always difficult to try and fight around that monitor.
Can't imagine trying to thread that needle like that. 5v3 now acquired for Sonic. Citizen loses some health, but Geo still holding down the site. Washoy tries to find an opening. It doesn't work out whatsoever. Citizen just bobs and weaves around the Brava. Beyond finishes the kill, but Citizen's dodged him completely, sitting inside of the smoke. That's not the man with the diffuser, but Citizen is completely unknown. They're not aware of his position. No, he goes to check. Big brain play from Peon, but he's cut down nonetheless.
no good deed unpunished in round 12 as Taiyu's all by himself, and it's an easy defuse with full time remaining in the post plant. Oh, look at that handshake. That was so cute. 7-5 for Sonics on their opponent's pick. The chemistry and the small micro plays making the difference in regulation.
What a game there from the Sonics, but you can say the same about the Scars. Very, very consistent and a very sound strategy up against the Sonics. I mean, what more can you say about that? Fortunately enough, though, in this group stage for this SI, we got best of threes, baby. Oh, yeah. So we're not done yet. So we get to see even more of this. But the one thing that I want to talk about before we do end up tossing this to a break is got to be the fact that Ambi almost had a 3.0 KD to start things off here at SI 2024.
You know, I know we're one map in. I know it's the first map Ambi's ever played in a professional tournament. But I think he's the greatest rookie of all time. I'm just going to say it right here. I mean, we can just call it here, right?
What about Bolo?
Who?
Whoa.
He plays for DZ, right?
Whoa. I'm not touching that one.
That was a joke. That was a joke. Calm down. Okay. But anyway, as you said, Ambi, huge showing. Scars also, if we do want to say before we take a little bit of a break, Scars, good showing. Even though it's a 7-5 loss, I think there's a lot of good things to look forward to on map number 2 right after this.
Mais je le vois aussi quand même qu'il y a pas mal de gens qui me suivent, qui me supportent et tout, et ça fait quand même plaisir. Les objectifs, c'est déjà d'essayer de gagner ce major, actuellement à Atlanta. Et le gagner aussi, ça veut dire qu'on se qualifie au Six, au Brésil. Du coup, ouais, ça serait incroyable. Mais il y a beaucoup aussi de travail derrière, quoi, du genre... Comme j'ai dit avant, c'est genre beaucoup d'entraînement, quoi, c'est tout, c'est...
I don't know the game over. Game over. Game over. Turn the page of your game.
The world champions are here, and their trophy case still has a little more space. G2 is already locked and loaded.
It's easy to win one competition, but trying to win more, that's the hard part, you know? I'm Jack Robertson, also known as Doki, and I'm the entry fragger for G2 Esports R6.
A new generation pick up where legends left off.
I want to keep it going and be classed as the most achieved player in the game. I mean, I guess you could say we have a reputation of being seen as like the bad guy.
Try to make one round today, Joe!
Because every time we play, like we are screaming at the enemy team, just trying to get in their boots.
I smell the fear, says Doki.
Okay, it's game time. Yeah, good time, good time. Oh, we are the best at psychological warfare. It isn't even a question.
2, 1. They're gonna crumble!
G2, are they getting their first dub here in Swiss, or is Scars about to pull off the upset?
Oh, Scars. I'm gonna say good luck again to them.
He's got another! He's absolutely nuclear to their third. Anyone else want to line up? Yo, Scars, you're terrible! This one is a foregone conclusion, I imagine. That's going to be G2 onto a 7-1, cruising through their first game here in Swiss.
Like we won the first round in the game, and we typed in the game like GG. It's kind of bad manners, I guess, but that's called mental warfare. That's winning the game before you even play.
Even if you end up losing today, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, and the big thing to keep note of is that if you are ever in a best-of-3 situation, that is elimination territory, and you have to win out if you want to qualify for the next phase.
The only difficult game for G2 is W7.
No. But I think the favorite to the major is G2.
Not you?
And me too.
Yeah, of course. Alright, good luck. I'll see you later.
Day 1 of the Swiss stage yesterday, 2 top 10 teams finished dead last in the league, losing huge games.
Hello. Salve rapaziada, eu sou o Herds, sou jogador da W7M, eu sou entry fragger.
Most people universally have put W7M thinking that they will be the first ever back-to-back major champions.
Are you gonna pop off on stage today?
Pop off? Yes.
W7M here in Copenhagen. No one could stop their rampage.
Eu não vejo essa sensação de pesar. Já conquistei uma vez, eu já sei o caminho, como eu consigo chegar lá.
Both teams said that they're going to be fixing what they need to be fixed. This is going to be an in-your-face sort of game.
I win, you lose. If you win, you get the chain. No, what's the map? I don't even know.
5 seconds. It's going to be a lot of trash talk.
They're down to just one more. It's going to be a 3-3 half, Tim. Really hard to call which way it goes.
A gente é um time que trabalha muito e eu acho que isso é posto em prática nos campeonatos e tem dado resultado.
Now Hurts gets taken down, but Felipox once again there for the trade, and they are going to find that final kill onto Kitchen, and W7M go on to 1-1 here in the Swiss.
Tô me sentindo muito feliz com essa vitória, acho que o time tava precisando aí pra...
SSG é sempre fácil, né? Sempre acho fácil.
Esperem a gente na final aí, vambora.
Passar vergonha. Passar vergonha na gravação do vídeo.
Então vem agora então. Vem aqui agora.
Parece uma rama. Mostra o bunda dele.
I'm tired.
Meu nome é Jaime Pereira Ramos Jr., mais conhecido como Cyber dentro do jogo Rainbow Six. Jogo pela FaZe Clan. No que eu poderia fazer, então deixou eu mais maduro.
FaZe que vem nessa...
Família feliz.
Nessa segunda temporada pra tentar de novo ser campeão.
Olha lá, vai correr atrás do papai. Ô, que sorriso.
Acho que essa parte foi o que me ajudou bastante a evoluir muito então, dentro do jogo. Ele é um amuleto pra gente, né? Querendo ou não, acho que ele me deixa eu mais com vontade de querer ganhar, olhar pra ele, saber que ele tá ali me assistindo. Acho que instiga mais eu querer tá dando o meu máximo. No Major Suécia eu quebrei o recorde, né, de kills que teve em campeonato de Major. E no próximo campeonato que a gente jogou, que foi o Major Berlim, eu quebrei novamente meu recorde, mas não fui campeão. Mas eu espero, se eu ganhar, conseguir levar ele pro palco e ajudar ele a levantar o Hammer junto comigo. E a gente vai trabalhar bastante para isso acontecer ou no Major ou no Six Invitation.
It looks like FaZe are on the way to their second win here. They beat Dark Zero last night, and they've got NIP on the ropes, raining body shots in, and it just needs that one knockout. And FaZe will lock it down, and they go 2-0 here in the Swiss format at the Atlanta Major.
Pô, fumou bastante, pô. É isso, pô. Vamos. Bora, Sozão. Ficou só esperando os caras. E você?
Pior que foi um jogo bem tranquilo da nossa parte.
Corrica dessa.
Vamos, ficar dessa.
It's been a year and a half since Dark Zero raised the hammer in Charlotte.
This is a team that has some of NA's smartest and best players. If it clicks, this is a very dangerous team.
I'm from Toronto, Canada, which very high percentage of NHL prospects come from. I grew up playing with and against true stars of the game. I wasn't like a super talented player, but hard work is more important than talent. That was my whole life, till I got a bunch of concussions. I couldn't play anymore. So I guess I kind of just threw myself into competitive gaming. I'm Troy, Canadian in-game. I'm the in-game leader of Dark Zero. I am the best and the most accomplished in-game leader in the history of Rainbow Six Siege.
One of our beloveds, our staples, Dark Zero and M80, one of these teams guaranteed to move down to the O2 best of threes.
I'm Iconic. I'm IGL for M80. My style is just free. I feel like my whole life I've always stood out, so like if I'm comfortable with who I am, no matter where I am, then nothing can stop me.
M80 has been looking very solid up against DZ for quite some time. We'll see if they can go from zeros to heroes here, get their first dub under the board.
Dark Zero bends first.
Being the IGL's added level of pressure, you know, when no one's really sure what they should do, you have to be the person who trusts in yourself to know what's best in the moment.
Keena's got to take this close quarters engagement. Should be an easy pickup, especially now that Diaz has taken down one. Huge first round for M80.
The matches are just, it's incredibly tight. You can feel like the chess, like you move a piece, like the instant reactions.
Very likely have won this round as Gomez drops down, takes down Pamazu with a very, very heavy retake strat.
Force this plan. Play your lives.
Pushing box.
Growing up and having that discipline definitely gave me an edge.
Rear end from the back end, but it's Rice that takes down Gomez, and all of a sudden, it's just down to Iconic.
Gonna go cage, gonna go up yellow, gonna go up yellow.
Back to wall.
Hearts are pounding. It's a sport, you know?
Rice needs to hit this shot if he wants to end it in regulation. Does know about Iconic. He baits out the engagement, hits the retake. 7-5 for Dark Zero as M80 move down to the lower bracket and recreate a run in Copenhagen that only ended in misery. For M80, they found themselves in that same spot at Copenhagen, being down 0-2 very early on, and let me tell you, it didn't end well.
American teams stand on the brink of elimination. A Southeast Asian and a Middle Eastern team might qualify for the main stage. None of this is how anybody drew it up, and that is the story of Atlanta in a nutshell.
We're in a good spot, I think. We're gonna wait for the bar to open. Ooh, 5 minutes. 5 minutes to the bar opens.
Like pushing the drone already, you know, so if the drone's coming and you drop, it's gonna have the intel fast.
No, because then we're gonna trade. We're gonna trade a player, which we don't want to. We wanna have all the 5 up.
No, bro, it's just like to take less time just being a bot below.
Hey, I saw you on a torch and then you would drop.
Well, while our game might not be done, we've got 2 different results. Liquid taking the W on Stream A, Sonics moving up 1-0 in the series on Stream B. I am Lynx, joined by Sam, and to all you fans who invested in Ambi stock before the match started, I will be sending your immense dividends to your account expeditiously, because man, oh man, did the rookie have an outstanding performance.
Most definitely. But you have to be a card carrier. That's the main thing. If you don't have your club card on you, you're not getting anything, okay? But Ambi, a fantastic showcase here on Border, and Sonics overall looking like a very solid team with the reworks that they have went through. Scars as well, with a really solid game plan as to how they wanted to address Border, which, I mean, obviously so, right? It is their map pick. You would expect that out of them, but still, they played up to snuff. I really liked a lot of what we saw out of them. Hopefully they got something in store for us for Chalet, but Sonics really like this map.
And I think for Scars, while it was really the small things that cost them, I think you're happy with this performance overall. Sure, you know, you have Beyond at 5 and 9, right? But everyone else is all really close next to each other in the standings. Of course, losing a bit on the opening kills, while that is a little bit of a problem, it's still a 7-5. It's still a decent showing for Scars to start in a series and in a tournament where they're not favorites. Going 7-5 on a map that Sonics surely can go gun to gun for you on, that's not a bad showing whatsoever. The downside is, though, Chalet next.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That is definitely the downside. Sonics and Chalet are like 2 peas in a pod. If both of those peas were very hostile.
like peanut butter and jelly.
Sure.
It's like French fries and mayonnaise.
Okay.
I just want to see it. You know, they put in Holland, they put mayonnaise on their French fries.
I'm not that kind of white person, man. I'm sorry. Like, get me some ketchup or something, dude. I'm sorry.
But in all seriousness, Chalet for the Sonics has perennially, for like 2 or 3 years now, been a go-to map for them. Been a map that they love, that they're comfortable on, that sometimes in stages they won't even play. Teams will just ban it against them every single matchup. So Scars getting a W on Border, even though we can say it was a good showing, it was a good attempt, even though it was a 5-7 loss, it still might end up being a map that they needed to win to really have a shot in this series. There's prep they could do, there's counter-stratting they could do, but Chalet is a map that is so deep in Sonic's turf, it's so difficult to bet on them taking it to a third map.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think the big thing is as well is Ambi is playing so damn good, and the thing about Chalet is you really want your entries hot.
Yes.
If you're able to get those big picks, especially on the offensive side of things, I mean, the map's just going to go so swimmingly for them. So that's what I'm really looking to see is how is Ambi going to try and, cause an effect on this map to make it to where the Sonics have that feather in their cap to continue to progress forward. Past Ambi, though, speaking for the Sonics, Citizen doing a damn good job in his role, brother. Doing it so good. I was very, very surprised, especially because Ben really likes to be an active guy. He likes to get into the map, get down to the nitty-gritty of things. But he found his stride on that map, especially with the Nomad. I would say I really enjoyed what I saw from the offensive perspective from him.
And especially against teams that like to get aggressive on the defense, like Scars wanted to do on Border. It's not like he was sitting there for 2.5 minutes doing nothing. He certainly had things to do. It wasn't like he was sitting there just as an insurance policy and for 5 rounds in a row, not an enemy appeared on his screen. There were constantly players over by Break Room or East Stairs that he had to worry about and had to thread that needle not only to find a kill, but really just to stay alive for his team to say, hey, I've got this angle covered. You can push on in. So seeing how he does in Chalet, a map where that's very much the name of the game as well. Because of how small that map is, you need people sitting outside of piano windows, sitting outside on the office balcony, outside of the heaven window, or on library, a position where teams can spend 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes before they push in it, depending on the type of bar games attack they're trying to do, for example. So a good flank watch or an excited flank watch can find a lot of success on this map, just as bring it to players like Ambi and Rec. Once you clear that utility and go through that initial phase, if you can find an opening and send your entry in, you could reap vast rewards for your team. By the way, 89% for the song.
Yeah.
89%.
Also, total side note, and strictly for Jesse J. Chick. Jesse,
really? You're going to bring that up?
Grixer called you corn pop in chat. Absolutely hilarious. And also, he asked if you were yapping, which I already know the answer is yes. You probably don't even have anything to do with this game, but I still know you're yapping.
Oh.
So, it's you and him, man. Yappers. Yapping up a storm.
What did I do?
I don't know, man. Stop waffling so much, and I won't give you crap about it, you know?
Listen, I get paid. I get paid to talk. You want me to not talk?
I mean, when you're off camera, that when you're not technically getting paid to yap, yeah, you could yap less.
You know what, Sam? That was really hurt. That was really hurt.
You know what, Carter?
I don't.
You're right. I am being mean, and I will tell you this because I am your friend. I do enjoy talking to you. Yeah, I genuinely do. You are a great person to have around and have a conversation with. And speaking of which, you and I have a pretty long conversation, or it could be kind of short, depending on how this goes, about Chalet and some kind of interesting things that are happening here. First things first, the Sonics are going to remove Blitz. I really like this because Blitz just has this ability to work his way into situations where no other operator can, and he can just close that gap so quickly that you don't really have any room to breathe. I think that's a great idea from the Sonics, especially as they're starting off on defense.
And he really just carves a path that the attack can fill behind him. He doesn't even need to get a kill. As long as he makes space, Blitz has done his job. Ying, very similar. There is a bit more of a direct connection between throwing out a lot of Candelas and allowing your teammates, assuming they're not blinded, to get kills. But both of those operators taken down by Scars and Sonics are great operators who are almost intrinsically great at creating space for the attack to fill, just in a couple different ways. For the defensive bans to follow up, Azami, Valkyrie, Azami being taken off the board, very common ban on Chalet, makes the bar game side, specifically Library, a lot more defensible, or holding down the site in Basement. But I think on the flip side, because Valkyrie was chosen by Sonics, we're going to have Solus on the board. And on a map where finding out those positions and making sure you have droned out all the proper utilities, so you're not running your Rotero into a mute jammer or throwing a nade or a flash into an ADS or a magnet. If Citizen is able to have a lot of impact on that roam with that Specchio scanner, the Zombie ban and the Valkyrie ban might not really matter all that much because they left a really key tool in Sonic's hand.
Yeah. All the people to have it at their disposal as well. It's going to be Citizen as he's looking for that initial drone. I definitely like that the Scars have also considered what they're going to have to do further on into this round. So they've adopted in the Dokkaebi as well as Twitch to have that extra intel there. So they actually have a possibility of 12 drones as of right now. So very solid shout from the Scars there. And not only that, but their info game is going to be a little bit easier to muster, Carter, because they do have that Doke. You just drop that logic bomb and hop back on the drone, see where everybody is.
Also, Rec is on Glaz. So
he is, isn't he?
There's that as well. You know, everything you said important, you know, gathering util with the Dokkaebi, Twitch able to take down utility as well. But Rek is on glass, entering into library with the bearing 9 at the moment, and likely about to beat Ambi in an engagement. Do they know he's here? He's not pushing past this doorway, which is good. Instead, moving to the head holes maybe to try and find an engagement. Glass is great for those long angles. Instead, Rek really wants to try to take an aggressive fight, and he's punished for it as Ambi retakes into mezzanine. Grixer follows up with a kill on the Pion. 5v3 created for the Sonics. Citizens pushing for more as knows someone's inside a mudroom. Tayu reveals his position again. Citizen look to take the bait. Dokkaebi call goes out, and Citizen backs off the moment that call goes through. Fishlike and Tayu searching for him will instead lead them on a wild goose chase away from the other 4 defenders sitting by the bomb site.
I thought he was getting on cam there for just a split second, and that logic bomb rings out. A little bit more difficult for Citizen to try and maintain that area. He's going to sit downstairs. He should hear this pre-fires, but again, that 417, so dastardly when it comes to these gunfights. You only have to hit most operators twice, and they will die. So he's going to be able to at least get rid of the west main camera here. Just have to worry about some verticality as Sonics is going to try and persist on this top floor, making it really difficult for Scars to find a safe place to plant.
Utility dwindling as well. Ambi, second kill of the map, takes down Washoy. The odds going further and further into Sonics' favor.
What?
Still players on the top floor, one on the bottom. They can completely shut out Tayu from pushing into Piano. Actually, Fishlike be the second last to fall. Nice shot from Tayu, who's been hitting some stinkers this matchup, and that really smells for Scars. Walks right into a frost mat, and with one unceremonious thunk, Sonics take round 1.
Indeed. Indeed they do. I was giggling a little bit about that goo mine setup. There's just 4 goo mines in a row there for the piano door.
Legion was like, I know where I'm putting them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even if they get shot, it's still good info. They have to clear them. You know what I mean? So those are kind of the little tidbits that people, when they first start playing Siege, you don't really think about. They're like, oh, he destroyed my utility. It's like, yeah, well, you know he's there, don't you? Like, exactly. So Sonics, more than capable of shaking things up in that first round and making things really difficult for Scars. I mean, you could just see it was like a lost puppy. They had no idea where they were going. No place to call home, and now they're going to have to try and figure it out here in round 2.
I think Glass is just an odd operator to give Rek. Like, he's their main entry. He was playing Ashe on border. I get that.
Real quick, that one panel is completely soft. You're playing Glass. Why are we not smoking this and taking a fight? I didn't understand that at all. You know?
Well, and that's why I was confused, because I'm like, all right, you know, he's sitting over by library. Maybe he's droning. Maybe he's going to move over to fireplace stairs or something, take a long angle. He's on the top floor. It's not a whole lot of options for him to do.
And they're giving you a panel.
Yeah, and then I just see him sprinting through library up to mezzanine with the bearing 9 out. I'm like, oh, this is the Glass we're getting. So, bit of an odd pick overall, and I think moving to the Ram, much more comfortable spot for Rek. You got the R4C, and also, with those primary gadgets, once you get into position, you just throw 2 down, detonate them, and once you've used all your boogies, you can just walk around and lurk, flank, go for kills, whatever you want, because your utility's already been used and it's had impacts. They also, by the way, Scars have 15 flashes.
Oh my god.
15.
Look at the top left.
Like that is the most absurd level of dots I've ever seen. I don't think I've actually seen anybody have that much of one single utility with this new overlay.
Holy crap. I've never seen that either. That is truly insane. And the other thing is that the Sonics only have Citizen with the discs. So this could present an issue later on down the line. We'll have to see here. Ambi, worrying about that. Very, very smart shout there. So end up breaking open the wall and asking for some assistance from his teammate. Not exactly going to be able to help him out in great circumstances. But Ambi going to try and persist here. Almost gets Rek, as Rek is going to hit the deck immediately in library. Citizen's been gunned down, and so is Ambi as Tayu pops off after hopping inside of the library hallway.
Somebody go back in the VOD for my own amusement and count how many flashes hit Ambi in that succession of gunfights. Because even though he wasn't the first one down, he got hit by like 5 flashes on that mirror window after it was destroyed by the X-Kairos. And while you're putting a lot of your eggs in one basket, just having that sheer number of flashes, you can brute force that mirror window easily. Like, all right, we opened it up, he can't peek it. Just throw flashes at library window and slowly walk towards him. We'll probably get the kill. Now they've got a 4v3, but moving further from here, sure, they've got a lot of flashes, but Scar's only down to 2 drones. The intel is really lacking, and the time is also not exactly on their side. While they've got that man advantage, they haven't put their boogies into position, which I imagine they're about to in the next 10 seconds, opening up the ceiling on top of Garage and Connector, especially with Fish-like on the buck going down. But you will need to get to a point where you have to convert this advantage, and Sonics with those Yokais, bricks from the Warden who can counter all of their secondary utility. There's still many ways that they can win this, despite the 3v4.
All starts now. So sub 40 seconds remaining. Scars get those boogies down that Lynx was talking about, but they have to worry about the counter angles, and nobody has a drone over inside of Dining. Probably the most important area to be trying to look for a body at that moment in time. Grixer's going to get gunned down. Shoy's got the plant going on. That stun's not going to touch him, but a nice shot there as Geo get one, but the trade is immediate from Rek, so he'll be able to get around for Scars there in round 2.
Good conversion. Once they enter that final minute, they start opening out the top floor. And again, Rek has used all of his utility, used all 3 in rapid succession. So what does he do? He flanks down blue. Washoy is called, hey, I'm going for a snowmobile plant. So he's able to cover it from the blue angle, make sure that Geo, who pushes out a connector to deny that plant, if he does it, he gets traded, and that's exactly what happened. So Scars very much sticking to the plan and it being successful. The one wrench was Grixer playing inside of Dining, and even though they were caught off guard, they traded it very quickly. The trades that round, especially in the late round for Scars, were excellent. Got from the first attack, and now we're even, and we might just have a contest on our hands.
We may just have a ball game, my friend, but we will just have to see. Stranger things have happened before. I could just start to run away with things as well, but the same could be said about Scars. They just have this play style that's very oppressive. We saw that previous map up against the Sonics, able to find quite a few gaps. They were spreading them quite thin on that top floor. Scars looking to do that again here. It'll be a little bit more complicated this time around. Ambi's going to go for the hop out. Won't find too much over on the helicopter side. This will dash back in quickly. Moves upstairs, no more than likely be occupying this space for an extended period of time. We'll just continue to apply those Wamai discs, making it more complex to try and take control of Library.
Library is always such a big focus for teams defending Baron games. Whether the attack comes from there or not, you have to give it the respect. Because of the soft destruction you can get, the access from the hatch you can get, it almost entirely enables a plant hopping in the games window and planting behind that little quarter wall. But on the flip side, sometimes we'll see teams not go for that. Sonics especially will often not do that at all and go for a direct take through Fireplace and instead try to plant inside a bar. Now obviously, Scar's on the attack, but Fish-like has opened up this basement wall, which can very well be used just to cut off any flanks through the basement. But maybe we'll see Scars rotate there later on, as most of the lobby is not by Library, instead over on the opposite side of the map by Master Bedroom and Office. So, maybe not a direct take, but certainly not the Library direct we see sometimes resorted to time and time again.
I do not know how the hell Washoy got that camera, but Scars have got to be counting their lucky stars that that thing is based inside of sight above the jukebox. Had to find perfect timing there to transition that drone through when nobody was around that portion of the site, probably during prep, I would assume. Very well done for him, and be able to use that to the fullest advantage. We might actually see a Sonics-esque attack because they do have that information planted here. And well cemented to try and make something happen here in the dying moments of round 3.
Fish-like is trying to push up those Fireplace stairs. Rek opens it up onto Ambi, but traded out 4v4. Citizen catches Rek on that lurk moving into the bomb site. So what Scars were betting on maybe to throw a wrench in Sonic's plans? Well, not only is it shut down, so is the round as well. Fish-like has rotated from Fireplace stairs all the way to blue, only to find that the round is pretty much over. Rexon seals the deal, and Sonics reclaim their lead.
Very well thought out here from the Sonics, is they just don't get overzealous. They play their positions and force Scars to try and work their way through the map and clear things out. But really not a possibility for them, as Sonics quickly that inside of the dustpan and right into the trash. A round for them here in round 3 is they'll claim the lead yet again.
I believe with Master Bedroom Office, all 4 bomb sites played after 4 rounds.
Yep. Yes, indeed. The beauty of Chalet. We've got quite a few maps actually in the pool now that have playable sites across the board, which is very, very nice. Good change of pace from like 4 years ago. So
I'm certainly a big fan of it, because I remember when Master Bedroom Office was
abysmal.
Everybody hated that. I mean, Barring Games has honestly kind of taken that mantle of the quote-unquote worst site on Chalet, but very defensible still. Maybe not very defensible. Defensible nonetheless. I am nervous about Rec picking the Glaz, given what... There we go. About to say, I don't want to see any Bearing 9 entries. I'm going to do it hold long end.
Whoever put the shield backwards inside of Library Hallway, I love you so much, because that's the way you should play your shields, folks. This is a completely biased opinion, but when you place them backwards, it's just easier to see, at least in my opinion. I have a much better time playing it this way than the opposite, so...
Citizen's certainly happy about it. Can take long angle fights into Library from the front of the Piano Hall. Very much a place you need to contest if you're Sonics playing this defense. You don't necessarily need to push all the way over to Library, as long as you can have someone like Citizen right there who can contest it if Scar is trying to push in. You, of course, have to be careful about the solar side, and that doesn't even begin to talk about the bedroom double window, which can cut the bomb site completely in half. That is a bit of the downside of this site. You really have to look towards all different positions of the map, because the attack can mount a viable execute from any of them, or at a game-changing angle like this long one that can make sure nobody gets aggressive on the bathroom window, so Washoe is relatively safe to aggressively contest either the piano window or the window on top blue.
Balcony is very important. That's why I wish he's going to continue to contest this. But the big issue is that he's got split duty. You got to worry about Rexon over on the side, and this is just the inescapable fate sometimes of this position. It's a pivotal one that somebody has to try and get that job done. But it's definitely not the case as of right now. Grixer's going to get gunned down. It's up to Ambi and Rex, and Ambi gets one, but Rec with two. 3 versus 2 here as the defense is hammering to try and find something. Taiyu is going to get gunned down from Rex, and as he works his way back into Piano, and have Ambi over on the blue stairs trying to transition up top and try and get some assistance for his teammate over in Piano.
Got the intel on Piano, and Ambi moving to the opposite side of that shield now, instead back-facing Library, front-facing Piano. Might have a long angle. Rec has to play this so safe because of his low HP. Piano has 1 EE1D remaining. Likely will use it when he's coming off the plant just to give it some time to get into rotations, but if Rec is spotted here or if one bullet lands, it's over, but Rexon doesn't look! A quad for Rec! Just needs to find Ambi for the final kill in the second ace, and if he does it, he'll win Scar's second round. Ambi knows he's there, though. UMP might do low damage, but surely just one will be enough. Rec sees him! And we've got the second ace of SI all on day 1! Rex single-handedly opens the round and is the man to close it and tie Sonics again.
It's 2-2 on Sonic's map pick. And Scars, they're finding their mark, Carter. They're finding these openings. And yeah, it wasn't pretty, but they got the job done. That's what matters. They were able to exploit Sonics on the back end of things, get this plant down and master, and honestly, Rec with just a beautiful showcasing of how to get that job done, especially with the Bush Wookie play, man. I love that. Just prone right there inside of those plants. Never seen a man turn into a ficus so quickly.
Still, very well might not have happened if Grixer lands one more bullet with that Vector, just one. That round goes completely differently, but so much damage was already done by Rec at that point. He got 2 kills before he even took the fight with Grixer. The player inside of Bathroom and one of the players inside of the site. Just the Bathroom player alone, now you've created another entry point, and because you've secured Solar, all they have to worry about is Piano. So let's say in an alternate world, Rec only gets that kill or maybe 2 on the site and then backs out. Scar still have so much work done accomplished by one guy getting 2 kills. They can fully focus on Piano and go about the attack completely differently. It helps that Rec is built different, and now on 8-2 just completely took the round in his own hands. But still, we saw some success from his lurks on border, and that you can't get more successful than that in round 4. Sonics will restart their rotation, move down to Kitchen and Dining for their second-to-last attempt at the defense. And ending this half 3-3 or 4-2 either way, honestly, any of the potential permutations, Sam, are workable for any team that comes out in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all of us are a little taken aback about how hotly contested this is here on Chalet, just because Sonic's so dang good on this map. But It's not them playing poorly. Scars are legitimately playing extremely well right now. Aggressive look here from Ambi, and no, your ears do not deceive you. He is indeed challenging that with a super shorty. Oh, Ambi! The timing is insane! He knows Wishoy wants that so bad, but I bet he didn't think that he'd catch it with his face on the entry. Wishoy goes down to an impact. Now Ambi trying to keep them at the gates in Solarium.
One hops in, he gets the second, he falls, but Ambi does far more than he has any right getting away with. 4v3 entirely created by his own hand inside a bathroom. Star's entry completely faltering, save for Rek, but he's used all of his Bs. All 5 now gone. We've seen how powerful Grim can be today alone as Fishlight goes for the recovery. Citizen falters. And we are at a 3v3, but so much utility from Scars was expended on that entry into Solar, but with Rek getting that kill, again, all of the kills for Scars acquired by Rek, 2 rounds in a row now, he might just have to do it?
No way.
Surely not. Not the most
it.
ridiculous back-to-back. He might just get the double ace.
Gio, you go find Taiyu right now and you die like a man.
No, you don't find Taiyu, you run. You run away.
No, you run away from Rek. We can't let him get 2 aces back-to-back, man. I'd throw myself into a fire before I allowed that to happen. Ridiculous stuff that we're seeing out of Rek as he is making mincemeat out of Sonics, creating a meal out of them. He's eating them up. Ridiculous. 12-2 right now, and 9 of those kills collected in the last 2 rounds.
But also no more drones remaining for Scars. Gio, if he can just play a little wily in these 25 seconds, he might be able to find his path through. Tie you down, and Rek doesn't get it! 1v2 for Gio, no back-to-back ace for Rek, but still a monumental play from the Sonics to get that lead back for the 3rd time this match.
Gio's been doing this for too long now. He didn't even have a reaction to hitting those 2 shots. He just reached over for the strap book and was like, all right, guys.
Gio saw the Rek 4K. He's like, I'm too old for this.
Yeah. He said, all right, Rek, I'm going to need you to calm the hell down. This is too much. Let's pump the brakes a little bit, buddy. Puts him in a body bag just to make sure that there's no capability of that any longer, and he'll get that round for the Sonics. And the Sonics, they're going to maintain good graces here, Carter. They'll at least guarantee the split decision going into the half.
But each side has exchanged rounds back and forth. Sonics won the first one, so got the lead. But since then, Scars have fought every step of the way and just had the unfortunate reality of being the second team to win a round on Chalet. But following that pattern, will we have a 3-3 as Sonics move back to Baron games? Well, it didn't go great last time. But who knows? Maybe Grixer gets caught out on that Solus. Maybe Rek gets a 4K again. Odds on Rek getting another at least 3K this round.
Put in your bets. Put in your bets, folks. Over, under on Rek.
I want your odds. What do you think?
What are my odds?
What are your odds? Rek getting at least a 3K this round.
At least a 3K? I'm going to say 40-60.
40-60? Not bad.
Not bad. I don't
odds.
Yeah. I'd take those odds any day of the week.
He's online now. So, not exactly a burst into the fire. But knowing Rek, he'll find an excuse.
Yeah, knowing Rek, he'll find an excuse to go shoot somebody, you know? It seems like no matter what, he wants to be in those gunfights. And other thing about this situation here for him, he's using the V308. I would assume that he would have been using the 417 just because we see it so actively nowadays. But no, he's going to go for the tried and true here. Likes the Vector.
2 EU1Ds used very early on, before when they were attacking Baron games. Scars tried to actually coincidentally send Rek up through the fireplace stairs into Bar to get a quick lead, and it ended up working out. That's a quick lead, certainly.
Ooh.
Right as the first minute passes, Grixer cut down by Westmain. Scars overall still pushing from the Solar side and not doing a library direct, but also with part of their forces moving from Solar stairs through the top floor to contest library from the backside and finding that opening pick. Sonic's now in a difficult position. You'll feel a little nervous about holding fervently onto library. Ambi will likely have to with those magnets behind that shield, but Scars can now start playing trades with MBs and the flashes to turn the odds in their favor.
Scars slowing things down a tad bit. Going through the motions. Making sure that this list of tasks is accomplished before they get too far ahead of themselves. Another EE1D out. They sussed out Ambi just yet, though. I think he actually just stepped up to the plate there for a split second, and yet Rex going to find him as he crosses back through. And he goes down. It's a 3 versus 5 right now in favor of Scars. Jason trying to find one on the cross there, but not capable of much at the moment. A Nitro Cell, he's just going to pre-place that just to make sure if anybody hops in, he's have that potential to blow them sky high. Have that player right above him. Going to try and do it in good timing, but can't find much. Gio's going to go down to cannon fodder out of Scars. Rex will find one as he works his way up. Atayu finds Citizen. It's all up to Rexon unless he can sneak his way back into Barstock, but it's going to be Wreck all day, and that was a triple. I put up good odds, man. I'm telling you. 40-60.
Come retrieve this dap. My man.
Come retrieve this dap.
Ace.
You're ridiculous.
Ace into a 4K into a 3K.
Yep. Actually, no. He had 12. He had 12. So that was a 2K. That was a 2K.
Undap me. Undap me.
There it is. Took it back. Unfortunate circumstances, but for Wreck, I mean, still.
Yeah, unfortunate circumstances. Only double kill. What a bum.
Yeah, what a fraud. Fraud watch for Wreck.
Excuse me, not getting your second ace of the round? I don't think so.
That couldn't be me. I mean, come on.
Not of the round. But Scars do keep the pattern. We have the timeline intact. Sonics begin with a round at the start of the half, but it ultimately ends 3-3 as neither side able to streak more than 2, well, not even 2 rounds together by the end of it. But Sonics, theoretically, having the advantage of starting on the defense, Chalet often thought of as more attacker-sided map.
I'm pulling him up.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Sonics could very well have the advantage, but we saw on Border that when Scars were hitting their shots, they could get aggressive and hold Sonics at bay. They could find success. It just so happens it didn't happen super often. Yeah, 49-51?
It's right down the middle. Very interesting as well because it was our 3rd most played map at Atlanta.
People love Chalet.
Yeah, they do.
Myself included.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm a very big fan of this map. And honestly, Atlanta kind of made me a fan of the new console as well. Not going to lie. I know. Guys, he's staring me into my soul right now, and I'm sure half of chat is as well. But listen, I'm a little bit of a masochist, okay?
Let's have a conversation.
Don't boo me, okay? I'm somewhat right. It's an opinion, all right? Come on.
It certainly isn't objectively wrong. 45 seconds in. What do Sonics have to offer on their attack? Nixon going down below, taking...
Reload!
I gotta stand up. Taking a walk. Taking a walk.
Oh, man. I love the NA mentality, bro. It just pure bliss inside.
Now, I mean, okay, to be fair, okay, if you're in Rexon's shoes, you wallbang someone from 25 meters away, you would also type L.
True. You're absolutely right, I would. I'd probably type a lot more than that, but that's not broadcast safe.
L is clean. L is elegant.
I mean, Tayu, it was a hell of a shot, but you're going to have to do a lot more, my friend, because Sonics, they're bringing it to bear right now. They found a lot. That was crisp, Carter. It really was crisp, but I don't know how far they're going to get up this road here. It's a pretty beaten path, and it's being beaten up by the Sonics. Citizen letting him know, too. Just going to deliver that entire EBR magazine into his corpse. As the Sonics will claim the lead yet again.
Just around entirely one-off gunfights, really. Not even necessarily that's some knock strategically to either team, but Rexon sees a guy down below. Look, just watch. Like, that's how we started the game. That's how we started the round. And then after that, Ambi, likely seeing that beneath the bomb site, dining was open, just Crouch walks in, takes his claim, gets another kill.
Yep.
And of course, we have, Tayu's nice frag, but aside from that, Sonics were just taking gunfights individually and winning them. Citizen ends the round as well, just hopping into bathroom window. Maybe not even intel, but he just wins the fight anyway. And sometimes that's how it goes, especially on a map like Chalet, where there's so many entry points you can go from, so many angles you can take. Sometimes it ends up being 5 separate 1v1s happen, and you just happen to win the majority of them. You move down to dining as a result, but given that you have to defend Master Bedroom Office pretty strongly on this bomb site either way, we might very well see some similar positions taken by players like Rexon, who on Buck probably go down below again.
I wanted the glass so bad, Lynx. There's no warden on the defense. It would have been really cool to see them try and go for something like that, but...
Not glass. You know what is the truly based strategy on kitchen dining? You throw a Sens ROU through trophy window to block the hatch. You will Maru up the hatch with a shotgun and take control of trophy that way. That's
you're talking about the drone hole. That's what you're talking about.
Yes,
yeah.
That's the based kitchen dining attack.
I definitely agree with you. Whenever we see that, it's pretty stellar, honestly. Even when it doesn't work, it's a cool kind of strategy to attempt. We don't get to see too much of sense because, well, he's honestly not all that great. So, does have a pretty solid AR though, I'd say. That drum mag on that thing is pretty sick. 50 bullets in an AR? I mean, come on.
Oh?
There's no way. Okay, I was gonna say.
There we go.
I was gonna say. Sonics were better than this. we drone properly.
Rec, also, you got to be careful. You know, nades might not be the same. You can't just cook it and throw them on him like before. But Wamai holding down top mezzanine, this is a pretty important position if you want to hold it. You're very far extended. Could waste a lot of time, but there's not a whole lot of players directly supporting him. Citizen is also holding the fireplace door, so rotating or vaulting over is not really an option, but he catches Ambi completely off guard, moves into the connector to try to hide himself from the rest of the utility, and at least outlives Washoy and gets a second kill as well. 16 and 4 at this point. Quick math. 4 KD if you cannot divide. And while he's cut down, so much work done by Rec on that top floor. It's still half the round to go for Sonics. Getting that kill, stopping him from escaping back into the site. It's been a rough start to the round, but they truly have stopped the bleeding by halfway.
Absolutely. Now Sonics, back to the drone work. And this is going to matter so much to how the end of this round goes, Carter. These drones, worth their weight in gold, probably even more expensive at this moment in time, as they desperately need this information. Scars, they've been able to work themselves back up into this top floor. I believe we already had somebody persistent up here anyways, so just going to double down and have 2 in this area with the hatch exposed. As of right now for the Sonics, it's like planning is more than likely going to be the safest spot that they'll be able to garner, try and get this plant down. IU waiting in the wings to see if they'll try and deliver this at a moment's notice. But with 40 seconds remaining, Sonics still have a lot of time to be able to try and accomplish a couple things on this top floor and give Scars a run for their money.
Richard just probing up the short hallway. Has intel on the player in the default position behind that half wall. Smoke blocks his vision a little bit, though, but does give Citizen the cover he needs to move on in. There's no Warden on the board, and Citizen just able to get away. No, not scot-free! Taiyu uses the smokes to push all the way up and is still alive. Drops down in turn. Diffuser dropped on the floor. Sonics need to go for the kills. They don't have time for the plant, but Fishlight cuts both the remaining players down. And no lead is kept again for the Sonics. Scars keep erasing it.
Really, really hard round there from the Sonics. They have things set up, but Fenrir slips through the cracks. I believe it was the thermite of Geo, I want to say. I was holding that cross there. It was Grixer? Oh, okay. Yeah, so Grixer holding the cross there and just not landing his shots, man. And that's something that you don't really ever see out of Grixer either. I mean, that guy is a killer, Lynx. He does not miss shots. But critical moment there, critical mass reached, and Scars able to pull it across the line in the dying moments of that round.
It also wasn't even necessarily, there were missed shots, but how you also just used the attack smokes against them. The way those smokes were placed, they blocked most of the holes, like the feet holes in the short wall, and also blocked the doorway. So Grixer's angles for cutting off that rotation were effectively cut off. Then you could re-angle the smokes in a different way to more so oppress the defense than block your own line of sight, but part of Grixer's LOS was shut down by those smoke grenades, which allowed Taiyu to push up, get that cover, and then inevitably retreat down the hatch. So good situational read from Taiyu as well, realizing he not only might be able to make that play, but probably get away with it and live too. But Scars have still been playing catch-up to Sonics. Sonics with the lead, they establish it, Scars catch up, but then Sonics take a step, Scars follow, step, follow. You kept with that pattern, and that will get you to overtime, but it might not get you the win. Both teams are looking to net 2 rounds in a row at this point, something neither has accomplished on Chalet. So Scars can certainly be commended for keeping it close. They want to stun us. They need 2 in a row.
I can tell you this right now. If everyone minus Rec starts playing pretty good,
True.
Sonics are in a lot of trouble.
I mean, look at that stat line for Scars.
It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. Rec has 16 kills right now through 9 rounds. And we haven't even had a conflict yet in round 9.
12 of them were in 3 rounds. Wait, no. 11 of them were in 3.
Yeah. You were in the neighborhood.
Yeah. That was close. That was one off.
Exactly.
That's a good margin of error.
Not too bad. Not too bad. The Sonics kind of rethinking their operator lineup here after they got Rexin on that Doka beat. Wake up. It's the first of the month, buddy. Ambi
Oh, man.
just gets his bell rung, man. Insane.
Here's the thing, though, right? Like, we want somebody other than Rek to pick it up. But if he does keep getting kills, it can work. It's a 5v3 now, thanks to Geo falling soon after. Rek gets that kill with the C4. Fish-like. No, he does not know the Dokubi call gives the info to Grixer, so he's established a key position. He's taking control of office, and Citizen now moving up Fireplace. They can pinch the player playing inside a library and make this a 3v3 again. I believe the Warden, is that Rek? Of course it is. Why did I even ask the question? Is stuck all the way inside a library. Either A, he dies and his teammate doesn't help him, or his cover dies and Rek is stuck. This is a very risky position for Scars, but could win nonetheless if Rek starts going huge. He's traded out, but he keeps Scars their lead.
Rexin now trying to create some new angles here. The handling for Barstock a little soft. He's going to be able to try and make some new angles. Potentially tag up that player back there. It's Scars. They're going to slow things down now. They're going to force Rexin and Grixer to try and make a play here. And why not? There's so many things already implemented that Scars, I mean, the round is practically in their hands already. Grixer's going to try and get this hatch, and this is going to get really creative, folks. Not a lot of damage is going to happen to him because of the placement there. He drops in. Grixer, he's opened the door for the Sonics with such a beautiful play on that hatch. Rexin now has to try and swing through the goo mine now, but Taiyu, he misses some critical shots. Grixer's down. It's just Rexin, and he's running. He is sprinting. Rexin gets gunned down by Peon in the hallway, all because of the shift key.
And they got it. 2 in a row, what neither team has accomplished on Chalet. Scars have won 2 rounds in a row. And sure, Rek is still 18-16. But Scars now have the lead, something they haven't had the entirety of this time. If this game remains as back and forth as it was, if stringing together multiple rounds in a row remains as elusive as it's been, it's now Scars who will benefit from that pattern instead of the Sonics. Their attacks have looked good. That's to be sure. Sure, they had a 5v3 or a 3v5, excuse me, but Sonics very narrowly brought that back with that drop from Grixer, that nice heads-up play. They forced Peon into a clutch situation. Sonics still know that they can mid-round their way out of a bad situation. But Scars, with those individual moments, sure from Rek, but in that round from Peon, are still there in the clutch when it matters. And with Sonics playing good but not great, that small little difference maker, building on top of Rek's performance, but then spreading it just here and there to other players, it'll still be a close match like Border, but they might just be able to win the pick. I was writing off the moment the ban phase came in.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Absolutely. Whenever you see Sonics on Chalet, you just kind of got to give them the benefit of the doubt, right? That's it right there. More than likely going to be a Sonics map when you look at it that way, but right now we're living in Scars' world, and more specifically, it's Rek. 18 kills through 10 rounds. Only 9 have been played out thus far. Literally a 2.0 APR. Not something that you see very often. Geo. Solid info there, but not good enough with the drone mechanics. Slide that back through. Nice shots there from Scars. Will clean that up swimmingly. Only a minute off the board thus far for the Sonics. Fish-like with some creative-ass angles. That is insane as they've opened up all the head holes there. There's that one little punch hole at the bottom of the wall to be able to occupy Fireplace stairs.
Well, he's dead, Sam.
Yeah, that did happen, didn't it?
I know Sonics trying to deal with Taiyu on that snowmobile wall, really missing those pre-patch frag grenades.
Absolutely.
Noah Meyer ADS is in sight, and he's like, I'll ban a trick. What are you going to do? Give me 4 seconds to run away? He doesn't care. Sonics get the advantage. That's what they needed. And now that they can get on this top floor, use these boogies, this is one of my favorite parts of soft destruction on any map, because you open up that balcony, then you throw 1 to 2 boogies on the bottom floor, and you get that nice long diagonal angle all the way with full view of the connector and half view of the bomb site. It's really quite nice. Rec is still over by Solar Stairs, though. So if Sonics get too focused on Snowmobile and maybe don't have enough flank watch, or maybe just nobody's watching, because they have 7 drones, no, 8 drones left. They got plenty of intel to watch for that. That is still a position they need to be concerned about, because as Taiyu and Washoy, who's now retaken blue, can watch front, Rec's also moving down. The flank might not even be necessary if Scars can hold out on the site.
Doing a bang-up job thus far. Delayed, gotten a kill onto Ambi, trying to encroach on blue. Now, almost 30 seconds remaining. Something desperately needs to happen here. Grixer knows that there is someone directly below him, but the he's on the opposite end of that bookshelf.
Nice.
A beautiful time to pop that. Those persist for 20 seconds, folks. He's going to get it down to very low time here. Gio's going to open things up. Rec knows that he has multiple targets, but Rec, please. This swing, it's so aggressive from him, and he's already been tagged. We've just been feeding himself to the wolves there if he does go for that. Stuns out, Gio down, that's where the case is. Taiyu still alive. Somebody over in the smoke here in a nice little flick. It's Taiyu. He weasels his way out of the connector, and Scars! They reach match point first on the Sonics map pick.
3 rounds in a row now for Scars, and it's not just the Rec show. He could have shut down the blue push entirely by himself there, but he gets a little over-aggressive with those peaks. Sure, he doesn't die, he doesn't get punished too hard for it, but he maybe had an opportunity on a pre-fire to take down one of those blue stairs players, and he missed it. And I think Sonics know it at this point. They know that Scars are powering up fully overall. Tactical timeout taken by Sonics, as they need to string together 2 attacks in a row, something they've not been able to do this map so far, just to send it to overtime, just to secure a chance at winning this series 2-0. But with, of course, Rec's great stat line, he hasn't cooled, well, he's cooled off comparatively, but he's still getting at least a kill around since that big moment on their attacking half. But Taiyu, that's the second time he's flanked up through the bomb site, through smokes, and killed the planter. That's the second time he's done that on their defensive half. Sure, maybe Fishlike is still not having a great game, but Taiyu and Pion, they're starting to join Rec on this tour de force on the defensive side, and have brought Sonics to match point, again, on a map I thought would be unimpeachable for them.
It's very impressive. It really, really is. Because, again, the Sonics are not playing poorly, Carter. They're doing a very good job. They're strategically sound. They're going through their motions. And for the most part, they're successful. It's just that the Scars have been able to find these moments. And also, on top of that, I think the thing that I've recognized the most for Scars is their ability to recognize once they've taken out a few angles where they can and can't be. They'll get mad aggressive, just like Garage. Somebody moving all the way over to trash can, you don't really ever see that, but they understand the circumstances. They understand they've already taken out the garage player, and they can go for some more of these rat spots, and it's working out so very well for them because the Sonics, they're getting caught off guard in these moments.
And Rec's able to extend their life with those big plays, so Pion and Taiyu can start seeing those moments, seeing those small mistakes in what are overall, you know, a good Sonics attack, and maybe a lesser team wouldn't notice that, hey, you actually can walk up and pass those smokes and deny the plant. But Scars are realizing it, and when they took some time to get into the game and Rec had to do everything himself, it seemed like, now Scars are getting warmed up, they're getting comfortable, and as you said, they're seeing those small moments that turn around that might be even into their favor. But this is also the Sonics we're talking about. This is the champions of Stage 2 in North America, and they see, okay, somebody's playing close on that office balcony doorway, blow it open, I'll sprint in, kill him, back out, we move on with the rest of our attack like that wasn't even a thought we had at the beginning of the round.
Out of all the damn people, though, you have Grixer, the only person that has hard breach on your team, swing the door. It works out. It works out. Don't get me wrong. But I was definitely not expecting Grixer, of all people, to be the one swinging out there on Ego Balcony. So, well done to them. So we'll take down Fishlike. But they're most definitely going to want Grixer's utility for these walls. So it's a good thing that he stayed alive.
Read it optimistically and say, indicative of the confidence Sonics. They're like, World Wars are hard for you. We simply do not care. But did he take it off? Did he get shot?
Yeah. He got shocked during the animation, and Bandit, literally in perfect timing, took it off the wall as he placed it.
Because I saw Grixer placing an exothermic in the middle of the wall with a Bandit right behind it. I was like, oh, he's going to lose this. And then he didn't. That was a bit of a shock to me, but Grixer opens a key angle. Rek also uses his C4. He's got players to support him, though. Almost a minute left, and this top floor hold, sure, got a big hole in the front of it right now. But Scars are holding on, but be careful. Don't overplay your hand. Rek only gets one, and Ambi punishes him. Rexon follows it up onto Washoy. It's now just the site players in the back line to hold it down for Scars.
Oh my! Rexon gets bodied by Taiyu. Full force out of Tai. So gun him down, making it a 2 versus 2. And we've seen this script before, Carter. The Sonics, they got to try and force a plant. They have to have somebody cover this. The only thing that has to happen for Scars is they have to not overplay this angle. This angle right here, Citizen wants it so bad. He wants you to step up, Peon. Taiyu has such little HP as well. You have to persist here. You must stay alive. Stuns in hand for both of these people. Grixer, critical shots go awry. He had the head. Was not able to strike it true. Stuns in, and Grixer, what a play! He's in on Kitchen, but he backs out to get this plant going. Peon transitions, but Citizen shuts it down, and a sigh of relief out of Ambi. A little weight off the shoulders here for the Sonics, but they're not out of the thick of it just yet. They still need round 12 to guarantee this overtime.
Peon was so critical in that late round. Even though he didn't end up getting a kill on that angle, with Taiyu on such low HP, he's got to do so much work, especially once Sonic Z pinged him. They knew Taiyu on 1 HP was prone in the corner of Kitchen. Just as Grixer started that game with a quick blitz in through a doorway for a kill, he says, I'll send it into sight. Surely I can hit 1 bullet on this guy, not moving, prone on the floor, where I know exactly where he is. And that puts everything onto Peon's shoulders. He takes a gunfight and fires off a couple shots before he dies to that very player in the short hallway, but it doesn't end up happening. Scars have a solid start. Sonics open the breach on the top floor. They get the opening pick, but Scars are still able to hold on remarkably well. And as they take their tactical timeout, I doubt it's the same thing we saw on Border, where it was probably trying to right a worrying trend in the comms to fix problems for Scars. Right here, this is, we need to win 1 round.
Yep.
Just 1. Let's get everything sorted so we close this out 7-5.
Pull out the stops. This is the time. You're literally playing against one of the best teams in North America. Just open the script a little bit more. Open that playbook just a tad bit, Carter. Pull something out of your hat. They could, honestly, win this in max regulation and send us our very last map, which is indeed Bank. I was thinking Nighthaven because of our earlier series, but no, we got Bank on the docket here.
And for you and me, it's safe to assume we'll cast Nighthaven. So.
It says Bank, but it's going to be Nighthaven when we get there.
Zayon Prod is like, guess what?
Yeah, exactly.
Exo stairs for you, buddy.
To the dungeon with you two. Past Nighthaven Labs again. Can't escape it. We left for 3 months. We're back. There's like Nighthaven. But honestly, big fan of that map. So and whenever we do get it, I will definitely be pretty pleasantly, excited to hop into that. But either way, though, this round is really what we need to be focusing on here, as this is going to be, the biggest focal point that we've witnessed between these two, because either Sonics pushes us to overtime or Scars have taken a map off of Sonics, who have looked very stellar inside of this series, and that just is a testament to how good Scars have been playing.
If you look at Sonic's scoreline, it's so even. Yep. Citizen, who's usually watching the flank, oh no, he's got 5 kills. Just as we've said, I feel like for multiple teams today, we've seen a lot of really consistent performances from the teams that end up winning the series. FaZe against D+ earlier, and in this case, Sonics against Scars, but they're down on their map, relying on players like Grixer, who's flanking up West Main on that Nook to try to catch Scars off guard or find a gap in their defense. Rexon also doing the same down below. He's in a safe spot to activate those Dokkaebi calls, help any of the attackers pushing in through the building, but once he uses both of them, He's probably going to flank up Fireplace Stairs with that SMG-12 if the opportunity presents itself to him. So many drones also moving around this side of the map. Sonics are starting to focus on this Fireplace library side, especially now that Grixer has acquired dining control.
Scars doing their damnedest to make Sonics draw out this round. Do not want to give them an advantage early at a single aggressive look across the board. Rexon going to take a little bit of damage. I don't know if that was from the top floor or what, but Bolshoi's going to be able to pick him up. A nice find here from the Sonics, but it's traded back by Taiyu. MPX in hand with that 1.5. It's a dastardly gun, but Rex going to pick one up. There is no way this is how it goes down. A 2 versus 3. We have Citizen here on the top floor taking this gunfight. He'll find Rek, and that's a huge shout. They needed this. Sub-minute now in the 2 versus 2. Citizen on low HP. They still got some drone work that they could try and default back into, but as of right now, it seems like it's just going to be the gun power as they try and make sure that they maintain these angles and don't let Scars catch them off guard.
This is such a worrying position for the Sonics. Not necessarily that it's awful, but you're trying to fight for overtime, and you're so low, 30 seconds left, and you're contemplating going for a plant or going for the kills. If Geo starts putting the bomb down, Citizen's the only one who can cover him, and he's on reduced HP, just like Taiyu is. Scars also still have stock control, playing behind that mirror window, but Taiyu peeks! He gives up the game!
Taiyu!
Just a crucial mistake at the exact moment you need clinical play, and it gives Sonics a path back to the 2-0 they thought they would have.
Just breathe. Just breathe. It's okay. It's all right.
Sam.
I'm collecting my thoughts before I get angry, okay?
Sam.
Taiyu, we got to have a conversation because what the hell was your consideration on that at all? Why would you step up to that? There's literally no point. There's no point to do what you just did. There's only 15 seconds remaining. You don't even know where those two players are, my man. You have no idea. Oh, my goodness gracious.
I'm thinking like Jules Winfield, like, and you're aware that behind these mirror windows you can see what's in front of them.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Oh my. The funniest thing was, Carter, is I was doing all the calculations. I was like, all Citizens got smoked. They're going to have to smoke this, try and take the gunfight when he swings off that. Nope. He just swings it and dies.
I mean,
he just swung it and died.
For a team that is trying to make a name for themselves, that is trying to live up to that legacy from Copenhagen, they're going to make mistakes like that sometime. This is not a perfect team. This is a team that can make errors, and the experience Sonic has, if you give them if they see an unforced error, they're going to take it. They're going to capitalize off of it if they can. They have that experience. He's not going to whiff on Taiyu, who's like 3 bullets from death.
Yep.
It's not bad. These are 5 good players.
Yes.
They'll take advantage of that. Exactly.
You do not want to give Sonics any rope. I think that's what you were getting at, because if they get an inch, they'll take a mile. And that's pretty consistent, especially with just the amount of incredible players that the Sonics have. I mean, come on, man. That's just a ridiculous lineup. It really is.
Oh no. Rex back on the glass entry.
Hey, we can't knock the man. He's got 22 damn kills.
I am aware of that, but the last time we saw him bring glass on this site, he whipped out the bearing 9 and was like, I think I'm going to start face check. I don't want us to start backsliding, okay? You got a good lead, sure. Washoy, Fish-like, struggling to get on the board, but Rek, you are the magic man right now. You have the sauce, okay? I know you're really good. Be careful. Just be careful with it. He's moved into the same spot he did before as well. There are drones after drones in front of him.
He's got that soft panel as well again. Somebody wants to assist in busting that open so they don't obviously hear Rek's primary weapon here. Smokes out. This is honestly a very solid consideration as well. He doesn't have to worry about those panels to the right, as those are both locked up. The Selma's going to open this portion here, but sometimes players will just pre-fire these things just to make sure. So Rek will have to just be a little wary of trying to stand right in the middle of that. And back off as that smoke has dissipated. Minute and 10 seconds remain here for Scars to get the ball rolling on their offensive set.
I do see the idea with that glass. Throw down the smokes in front of Piano, but aside from that, Scars haven't shown much else to deal with this roam on the top floor. Fishlikes moved into office balcony, but Tyus found Geo. Leaf blanking all the way down below. Is Geo on that castle? Now that he falls, Stars can think about pushing through this top 4 or maybe playing the trades, but they're just running so low on time. Might be able to find Rexham, but he's got someone in bedroom and an F-Not right there to say, hey, somebody's pushing up close on this doorway. He expects it, but Fishlike somehow gets it? Not exactly sure how that happened, despite the intel and the audio given to Sonics, and now Rek pushes up short. They have intel on the player quad wall, and right above Pion's shoulders in the smoke, Rek is watching with thermal vision right there! But Citizen, a bomb from the top ropes! Equalizes the man count, taken by Grixer. Tayu tries his best to fight back, but the fuser's stuck in sight. Citizen's got to fall back, just alive for one more second. They win a chaotic round on time. But Sonic somehow in the madhouse on Chalet acquire match point.
Rek would have had to hit the shot of a century on that Nitro cell. Single fire, DMR, semi-auto, obviously, but still, I mean, you don't have nearly the volley that you do with an automatic weapon to try and catch those things. And, I mean, that thing went off without a hitch, man. 2 huge kills, especially when the Scars looked well within their right to be able to take that. That was just the last piece of the puzzle right there, Carter. They get that plant down successfully. That's their round. But Citizen nips it in the bud with one piece of utility.
This has been, I did not expect this game to be this good. I thought, I was like, all right, I think Scars have it in them. They have the potential to take us to a third match. I did not know it would be this entertaining.
Yeah, me neither. And honestly, I'm impressed across the board, man. This has been so much fun to witness and just be a part of. Sonics with this retooled squad, Scars trying to rethink things over, the year of 2023 and trying to apply that for 2024. It's just awesome, man. It's so awesome to see this.
But I can't lie and say, the weird thing about this game is I say that, and then I keep looking at Scar's stat line, and I'm like, how did they win these rounds? Like, of course, Rek 22
Impactful frags, Carter.
I know.
The other frags went to Tayu and Rek. The impactful frags ended up on the other shores of their players.
I just keep thinking to myself, like, how are we here? Sonics, just like at the start of this game, able to take their lead back from Scars, who held it up until it got to overtime. Now Scars need to do what they did earlier. Cling together 2 rounds in a row. Which Sonic still have not done, by the way. They still have not won multiple rounds in a row. Wait, that's not true?
They had to.
They did technically across overtime. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, it's okay. It's all right.
The hater was getting the best of me. Mr. Hyde on my right shoulder was like...
Oh, man. Well, a minute off the board now. Scars trying to make sure that every single angle's locked up. Rexon takes down Tayu. Fishlike onto Citizen. Ambi will pick himself back up with the adrenal surges. Really solid consideration there. Grixer's going to go down, and Ambi, unfortunately enough, he doesn't have the ability to get him, but Grixer can since that rework on the Frost Mats! Oh my! It's up to Rexon now, and he has absolutely every angle facing him. They know that he's just trying to occupy these tight angles, trying to find a easy kill, but Pion, he just stands up and guns him through the wall. He doesn't even have to know where he is. He just starts shooting back and finds him. And we are at max capacity here on Chalet, Carter.
Sonics just try to blitz in. They say, we'll catch him off guard. Round 14 will be done before Scars even knew it began. Because how are we going to do it? Ambi, you're going to vault into trophy window. If you go down to a frost mat, it doesn't really matter because you can revive yourself. And my name is Rex, and I have a 417, and I can kill people in 2 shots, no problem.
There it is.
For sure, Ambi goes down, but he gets the kill. But there wasn't one frost. There were 2.
Yes.
The tale of 2 frost mats in round 14. Because Grixer hops into one, and that west main position is supposed to be a little spice to that rush. Because while everyone's looking at trophy, you maybe only have a 1v1.
Yeah,
or
that's the real main course, right? Yeah.
If there's only one guy, maybe a 1v1, maybe a 2v2, depending on what Sonics and Scars have positioned. But by going down to that frost mat, Rexon can recover and pick Ambi back up, or Ambi can pick himself back up. With Grixer going down, sure, he could technically revive himself by the frost mat, but that remaining guy pushing in has got to deal with maybe upwards of 2 or 3 players, depending on who's in the right positions. Grixer needs to stay alive to make that workable, and with this coverage gone, by the time he gets himself back up, the rush is completely collapsed.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just really unfortunate circumstances befalling him, and you know, that's those situations where it just gets really difficult. We've talked about this across the last handful of years as Frost's play is shot through the roof. You know, with that deployable shield as well as 1.5 on her main 9mm, she's a really, really good operator, and it's mostly because of situations like that. You are split between what your decision-making is when you hop a window. You either A, look down at a Frost Mat Carter and make sure that it's not there, or you shoot it, or B, you make sure nobody's going to shoot you while you're hopping in the window. And you can't do both at the same time, sadly, unless you want to get really cross-eyed. But not really going to happen. And unfortunately enough, Grixer chooses the former. He chooses to try and see what the heck is going on around him, and the Frost Mat eats him up. So 50 seconds off the board now here. Scars are going to be on the offensive side of things for our very last round, and obviously that means Sonics on the defense. We get a big drone here. Geo likely not going to be going off to different pastures here with that Maestro, as we did see earlier today. I think it was on Clubhouse, is Maestro chilling out in bar or something along those lines.
Oh yeah, that was is that the Liquid VP game?
I think it was, yeah. Yeah. I do believe the casters at the time were like, yeah, Maestro you don't usually see off the site, but hey.
It's true. You don't
happen.
really. Especially when that all is in the hands of geometrics.
Very true. That thing is I like to call it the water hose. Is it you can actually just continuously spray down your opponents. Ambi! Oh, so cheeky.
So cheeky, but no cigar.
Oh, nice.
Citizen can walk back up too, cover a lot of that HP. Sonics are not pushing, well, aside from that run out, Sonics are not pushing too aggressively off their positions. Rexon isn't feeling pressured on Library, so he keeps holding it. Player inside or all the way pushed to the front of the office wall, that dock. He says, all right, I need to play here so people can run to me who are playing aggressively and stim them back up. Sonics have their setup. They are not playing overall fast and loose. They're letting a couple people take the reins of what they want to do, try to mitigate the consequences.
Oh.
But Rek, he's creeped his way up, Sam. Rexon's moved away from Mezzanine, and he's spotted by Grixer. The secret sauce. It's got no flavor whatsoever. Washio knows somebody's on the opposite side of that reinforcement, but Ambi's watching it. Pion's got a vault in now. The F-Naught gives away his position. Fishlike picks up one, but Geo can get this trade. He knows Pion is inside of Solar, just as Pion knows from that Z-ping that Geo's playing in that closet. He sees the Alda, just the tip of it as Geo swings. He's domed in the head. Citizen keeps the lead. Grixer widens it further with 5 seconds left in the diffuser. The hope we had of map 3 on Bank will simply not manifest. An indomitable performance from Rek at 23 kills is all for naught, as there is no bank on the cards. It takes all 15 rounds, but Sonics take their pick and, by extension, take the series.
What a damn game between these two. I can definitely tell you this. Super definitely lost a few years of his life watching this game. I guarantee it. As that was a barn burner, and one that I don't think any of us really expected. You know, I mean, Scar's a really solid team, but to show up and play up against the Sonics like this was a very solid showcasing from them.
And also, if you're like, I don't know, a Benjamaster or a lot of superstar players in this tournament, you're thinking, man, you know, I want to really stand out. I want to make my mark. I want to have a crazy game. Let's see what the standard is after day one, and see what I have to beat on day two. Oh, Rek got 23 kills in a single map.
Yep, on day one.
On day one? No. Oh, on day one?
On day one.
Oh, well, that's gonna be a tough line to beat, at least in the group stage, because performances like that are rare in and of themselves. But to beat it shortly thereafter, an ace of 4K in a row, 23 kills by the end, a great performance from Rek. It just so happens Scars still lost the series 2-0, despite the huge moments some of these players had.
Yeah. And that's really what you got to say about Scars, right? A Herculean effort from Rec, backed up by some pivotal moments from the rest of his teammates. Taiyu also obviously up there on that scoreboard as well. But switching gears, folks, to our winners here in this series, the Sonics, man. I'm so happy with how this team's looking. Look at the smiles on these guys' faces. A little bit of a frustrating year last year with some of their results at events. They had a really good year domestically, but that's not what they're looking for, Carter. They're looking for some, couple metal things inside of their cabinet, maybe a hammer or something like that. I think it would fit nicely in their back pocket. So, for all intents and purposes, they're looking so damn good, man. And with that in mind, Ambi looking so stellar in his very first matchup at SI of all things. It just seems like this is the time of year for rookies to step up to the plate and knock it out of the park.
It's been that way for a couple years now in Rainbow Six, especially in North America. A lot of new talent coming up and joining most pro teams overall, whether they're established or new. I mean, wildcard in NA, just a mix of veterans and new pickups going crazy domestically. And Ambi, sure, maybe cooled off a bit on map 2, but he was like 10-10. Sure, you don't need to go 15-8 every single map. It's unnecessary. And also, for Sonics, who I imagine are still kind of reeling from that loss to BDS that sent them out of the tournament early in Atlanta, a barn burner of a match and losing to a world-class opponent. And that's who you have to go 1-3 at Atlanta. We know Sonics can do more. Sometimes the luck of the draw doesn't go your way, but today it went Sonics' way. We do have the stats for the series overall to take a look at. I want to see how Rec and Ambi stack up, because I know Rec had 22 kills second map. He had a pretty off first map. Really not a whole lot. Sure, a few kills here and there, but nothing like 22 by extent. Or on the opposite side, Ambi, 15, 16 kills map 1. But still putting up, I think, close, if not into double digits map 2. I think they actually might be tied. This isn't exact numbers. This isn't an exact prediction. I feel like they might be close to tied, honestly.
It might be pretty close.
The series.
It might be pretty close because honestly, I think Rec might surprise you with the amount of kills that he got on that first map.
Maybe.
I think he got a little bit more than you're considering right now because that second performance from him was so outlandish. You know what I mean? So definitely going to eclipse that first map there for Rec. So we'll see. We're moments away from getting those up, folks. We're just compiling things on the back end, so don't worry about that. But there we go. Bing, bing. Let's see. So 23 for our boy Rec. This is the last map. This is just the ones. We haven't collaborated the two just yet. But yeah, I mean, as for Chalet and just Chalet alone, I mean, what a barn burner of a matchup. And I mean, you look at both of these squads, the cost for Sonic's pretty even across the board, but you look over for Scars, you look at Rec, as well as Fishlight. That one's surprising me as well. I'm assuming Fishlight getting a lot done when it comes to utility and other, methods of getting that percentage up there. But I mean, we all know Rec was most definitely popping off.
And when Rec was popping off, sure, they faced, I would say, maybe easier opponents in the Swiss stage of Copenhagen than some other teams faced to get to quarters. But still, on the run that they had, it was when Rec was performing insane. He was playing out of his mind at Copenhagen. So when Rec is on, we know the ceiling for Scars is demonstrably higher. We know it is far higher. But if Scars really want to be true contenders, not only in this group and in this tournament, we will need to see players like Pion, like Washio, just step it up a little bit more. You still had some big moments, especially from Pion individually. There were a couple rounds that just a late round move he made won it in its entirety. If even one more player from Scars starts stepping up and not putting up Rec numbers, but joining Taiyu, maybe this game isn't a 7-8 loss. Maybe it's an 8-6. Maybe it's an 8-7 that's still close. But if you just have a couple better performances from a few of these players, Scars might very well be sending us to bank right now. But this is what I've been waiting for. I want to do
Ambi had 5 less. Rec had 30 overall. So he had like 7 or 8 kills on the first map. But obviously the MVP in his very first goddamn series, folks. MVP for Ambi. What a moment for this guy. And you can't take anything away from him either because Scars looked so good.
But also to Sonic's credit, whereas Ambi was the unequivocal MVP of map 1, who really stepped up map 2, Grixer and Rexon.
Yes.
Putting up great stat lines. Grixer also at 15 kills, like Ambi was on Border. When Ambi was faltering just a little bit in comparison to his Border performance, there were 2 exceptional players in their own right to pick up the slack. Whereas on Scars, Rec turned up huge in map number 2, but on map number 1, we were still looking around and saying, all right, it's an even performance, but nobody was really inspiring us. Nobody was leading the charge on Scars, and the team performance overall wasn't enough to get it more than a 5-7 loss. So, Scars showing a lot of good signs. Rec great individually, all able to make consistent performances, but at this point for Scars, it's going to be the little things. It's going to be the smaller details that they need to work on. Of course, I'm sure they'll VOD review and see some strategic mistakes that they made, but with the performance they had in their SI debut against a world-class team, in my opinion, I feel they didn't disappoint. At least in the entertainment factor.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to agree with you that on that wholeheartedly, because what a series that was. We only had 2 maps. It felt like we had 3.
I mean, that was the most exciting map. I don't know if I want to say all day on Stream B, but map 2 for me, that was my highlight of the day, was seeing Chalet between Scars and Sonics. But let's take a recap of the day. Let's see if I'm right or wrong. We've had a couple 3-mappers on Stream A and Stream B, and in Group D specifically, it is Sonics and Los taking the early lead over, of course, Fury and Falcons and Scars, but Fury haven't played. I think, Sam, I don't want to get ahead of myself.
Okay.
I9 Masterclass incoming.
Yeah?
I just like him. He's just amazing. I think he's good too, but I also just like him. He's a good dude.
Yeah, no, I9 is one of my favorite people. I'll be honest. He's just such a stellar guy. Every single event I get to see him at is just really, really good. So I can't wait to see what he can potentially do tomorrow. But moving on from that, we got Group B here for you folks. And if you didn't watch the FaZe Clan game earlier, you definitely should do some homework. Isn't that right, Carter?
Yeah, that Space Station Wolves game earlier was...
Oh, that one too as well. Yeah, do some research on that.
I was just chaos. It was a nightmare all the way through. For both teams, it seemed at points. Space Station getting a very solid win map 1. Wolves following up with a win of their own. FaZe D plus Kia, unfortunately, wasn't the most exciting, though there were some bright spots for D plus Kia. But I think we expected FaZe to top this group by the end of it. It was really a question of, okay, it's going to be Wolves on top, Space Station on top. But you know who I'm most excited about in this group? It's not FaZe Clan, really. Okay, it is kind of FaZe Clan. I'm really most excited to see Bliss. I want to see Bliss tomorrow in their debut because this is a team who almost knocked Wolves and Space Station out of Atlanta. This is a team that got smoked in Copenhagen and that had 2 different chances to make Phase 2 of Atlanta, and were on match point in both. Yep. This is a team that could really impress if they've worked on things in the 3 months between Atlanta and SI, and maybe they won't go far, but I hope at least able to break into another phase, which they haven't been able to do yet this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guess what, folks? We got the Intel play of the game for you, ready to go. So we're going to toss to this and see what was going on inside of our match.
Yeah, it was this. There's no way it's not this.
Yeah, it's so insane.
I mean, we gotta let the play talk for itself, right? Surely it was that. I'm sitting there and I'm like, is the Rec Ace gonna be the play of the game? If not, it's rigged. Yeah. It's just rigged from that matchup. There's nothing else that could possibly compare to it.
We better slow him down. He's going to start asking for a recount. There's going to be this whole thing.
I think we should honestly just give the MVP to Rec right now.
The whole event.
We should.
Whole
event. The whole event.
They get grouped. He's still the MVP. Doesn't matter.
Literally. Okay. Actually, quick note. BLK was still technically the highest rated player at Atlanta, and Knights went out in Phase 1. So,
he is right about that. I did look at those stats earlier, and I was like, huh.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, isn't that interesting?
But that is Group B, or not Group B. That is Stream B done for the day. That's our final game. But you shouldn't go anywhere. You shouldn't go to bed. Because you know what we have on Stream A? W7M versus M80, casted by Pengu and Intero as well.
He gets sick every time that he has to talk about
it.
Yeah,
it's a condition. I'm trying to see a doctor about it. But you should watch that excellent group on Stream A. So don't go anywhere. Watch W7M M80.